To those of us who share these islands, flying is a way of life. Every day, Hawaii flies with us.
I'm Roy Powers. Come ride with us.
The Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. The Vans World Cup of Surfing from Sunset Beach is brought to you by Nixon, GoPro, Cliff Bar, Surfline, Flowwater, State Farm, Roadrunner, Surfing Magazine, Hawaiian Airlines, Turtle Bay Resort, Climb On Products, Wave Jet Propulsion, JN Automotive Group, Hawaii Tourism Authority, Skull Candy, Supreme Sound, Oceanic Time Warner Cable, and sanctioned by AST Hawaii.
And we are live from the North Shore. Aloha and welcome to the 29th Annual Vans Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. This is day number 4, the close of the second jewel. It is the 37th Annual Vans World Cup of Surfing ASP Prime event. $250,000 in prize money, huge points, our last qualifier of the year. And it looks like we've got surf on the horizon. David Stanfield with Randy Rarick and Ross Williams. We might have a fog delay. Variable winds, low clouds. It's a spectacular day, but it's a little unusual.
Well, I was driving down Pupukea Road this morning, and I don't know that I can ever recall seeing a fog bank covering all of Kaina Point in Mokulea. So it's good. That means that nasty north wind has backed off a bit, Randy.
Yeah, we're going to probably have light and variables this morning, and hopefully up here at Sunset Beach we'll see a little bit of east-southeast fill in. Down the line it'll probably actually go on shore about mid-morning, but here at Sunset, if all goes well, we should have a stellar day with really clean conditions, and it should be improving. We got a little bit of the morning sickness, as we call it, but you can see what's going on out in the water.
Out in the water, we have Jordy Smith, Evan Valier, Jamie O'Brien, and Jesse Mendez paddling into the lineup. Let's go down to Marty Thomas on the beach. Marty, good morning. Exciting day here on the North Shore.
That's right, Dave. We're just dodging some swells right now. Great to see. We still got some solid surf out there. Swell really holding strong in the 8-foot range, even some 10-foot sets, and really consistent. So unlike that first swell we had earlier in the waiting period where it really died off the second day, today it's holding strong. We got some beautiful conditions, sunny skies. You know, light winds, like Randy said, we might see a little onshore flow around midday, but still really solid out there. Seeing some great waves already. First heat's checked in, and it's going to be a great final day for the Vans World Cup of Surfing.
Marty, you've been out there. I got to ask, really bright conditions, and on takeoff, you're dealing with a lot of glare and sun right in your eyes. You know, we've always talked about the wind coming up the face, and now you got the morning glare.
Well, that's right. Having that first heat, you're going to have some morning glare on that right-hand wave, especially on the inside section and the takeoff. So going to be tough conditions for that first heat. But like we saw yesterday, Jordy Smith was in the first heat. He had a great performance. He just started to paddle out. So I don't think the sun's going to hinder their scoring potential in any way.
A photographer's dream today, right, Marty?
That's right. That inside bowl is barreling. We're going to see some great water angles on the live webcast and also on Oceanic Time Warner. So Stay tuned. It's Aloha Friday. We got beautiful sunny skies, 8 to 10 foot surf, and we'll crown the champion later today around 4 o'clock.
Right now, let's take a look at the package of yesterday. Well worthy. I believe it includes some great waves and maybe some wipeouts. Here's what happened day number 3 of the Vans World Cup of Surfing.
Gotta check out the highlights. Sweet.
We're at the Vans World Cup of Surfing, day 3.
The conditions at sunset today, choppy, it's bumpy, it's real big sunset and it's hard to surf.
Waves are macking and the boys are ripping. Enjoy.
You can just see how comfortable he is. He treats this wave like it's head high. And a beautiful read there, just getting a nice tuck under the barrel. Big old Jordy Smith layback. I mean, that's going to be a giant score. That's bigger than his 8.67.
My last seat, I seen Brent Dorrington coming off the bottom on like a 10 footer. The thing was so square. It was such a big barrel, and that was all I saw. And then all I heard was the crowd cheering. I was like, oh my God, he must have got a crazy barrel. And then I just see his board tombstoning like this.
Let's watch Josh Kerr out the back, barrel sinking again. He's in it. Comes out through the bottom.
This is Michelle. Watch this, guys, at home. That's up a huge barrel.
Wow, that was a huge score right there.
Ace is on fire out here. Look at this wave. It's a beautiful ride. And he got one of the better waves that's lined up out the back of that middle peak for a big opening turn, and that's important out here at Sunset.
Ace pocket. See it? It's just crazy how vertical and in the lip he gets.
You're watching the Vans World Cup of Surfing at Sunset Beach.
John getting a couple nice turns. They're looking so relaxed. I really like his style. He's so calm. Beautiful carving turn there on the inside.
Today it doesn't look like much tactics are coming into play. It's all just surfing and what the ocean allows you to do. And I'm stoked. I got two of my favorite surfers in my heat, and Dane and Julian, and so highly competitive. And I'm just gonna go out and do my best and hope for the best. I'm Gaskell, closing out the Vans World Cup of Surfing Day 3.
Well, Travis Lee telling me that Dane was on a board that he'd never ridden before, just a borrowed board, a 611K step up, and had a little squash as a backup. Just, it was amazing. That last heat, Dane Reynolds posting an 8.37. Hank Gaskell got in there as well when he says favorite surfer. Unfortunately, Julian Wilson, well, a third place result with a 7.36. And Randy, we've got time right now to talk about some legends at Sunset. You're one of them, but we're going to talk about a lot of your friends and people you've seen in the lineup. First of all, shapers that are surfing Sunset on a daily basis with their friends. They get in the shaping room and they still love to surf. I would say Pat Rawson out of Playa del Rey, junior lifeguard in '61. He actually began shaping surfboards at the age of 12.
Yeah, it's interesting. Pat, from the South Bay area and then moved over here to Hawaii and really was a factor through the 80s and into the 90s, establishing the shaper-surfer kind of relationship that really developed. He had a lot of guys like Tom Kerr and a lot of surfers that really were prominent back in that era. And he's still to this day one of the main shapers.
And who do we have here?
Looks like Eric Arakawa. Now, Eric today is probably considered one of the men to go to. A lot of the surfers you'll see down in the competitive areas riding Eric's boards and shapes down there in Wailua, and you can count on him to deliver the goods for this time of the year.
Next shaper, let's take a look. There we go. There is a Bushman, and he's in the lineup with you all the time. You're trading waves.
Yeah, Jeff and I live right here at Sunset Beach, and we always go out there, and it's fun because we get to talk shop in the water, and usually we surf on Sunset Point together, and he's always busy making boards for guys like Poncho and a lot of the top pros as well.
One thing about these shapers, they're international. They do travel. Let's go back to Pat Ross, and Pat is a serious guy, and he was basically trained under Brewer, Parrish, and Barnfield, right?
Yeah, and he actually was a glasser back in the Lightning Bolt days, and then learned to shape and became one of the top dogs in the, like I said, 80s through the 90s. Now here's a guy that's really come on strong the last few years, John Peisel. Now Peisel was known for making boards for like John when John was like 12 years old. And over the last 6 years, he's gone from making the Grom boards to the great boards.
And then I believe we're going to have Brett as our final one, and Muramoto.
Yeah, Brett's one of those guys that kind of underground almost, lives across the street at Sunset, and really good surfer himself. And he's the guy that kind of rides the equipment that he shapes, and that translated into some really good boards for a lot of pro surfers.
They all are great surfers. They love to surf, but they work long, hard hours. And you know how some guys, well, if they can't shape, they work at a restaurant at night so they can surf in the day, whatever it takes in the younger years. But these guys, when the Triple Crown comes to town, they're really busy 24/7.
Really busy. Talking about busy, it looks like we're going to get busy in the water here with heat number 1 already up and riding.
At some point in the day, we're going to talk about the honorable mention, some of the greatest surfers here at Sunset. Just pick out maybe 5 or 6 of the best. But right now, Ross, what do you see as the sun peeks over the hills behind us, the Mauka side?
Well, like Randy said, there is a little bit of morning sickness out there, but once it cleans up after a few heats, it's going to get better and better. But, just a touch smaller today, but what I like about that is the guys are going to be getting just more aggressive. They're going to be hitting the lip, and it's going to be fun to watch.
Hey, Randy, honorable mention, we were talking about it last night. Some of your guys that you just say have paid their dues out here.
Yeah, well, you see that list there. Probably the man that's considered the best here at Sunset Beach is Barry Kanayapuni. Barry, back in the late 60s, early 70s, he was a shaper that rode his own equipment, and he had the most radical equipment. And you could always count on him to be the most finesse guy out here and riding waves. Meanwhile, riding waves, first wave action.
Oh, reminiscent of what we saw yesterday. Jordy Smith starting off strong. Jordy wearing the red singlet, looking for a nice little section to the inside.
Wow, he just read that wave perfectly. What a way to start your heat. Getting just a touch hung up on that cutback, but that barrel is going to give him all kinds of points. So starting right where he left off.
30-minute heats, they can catch 15 waves, best tool count, 2 surfers eliminated, 2 move on, waiting for maybe another one out the back. A-frame peaks coming through. Randy, more on that honorable mention list. I saw Bobby Owens.
Yeah, I think during the 80s, in my opinion, my personal opinion, Bobby Owens was the man out here at Sunset Beach. He kind of took the best of the guys from the late 60s, 70s, adapted that, and then translated that into really the modern shortboard era. When we started the Pro Tour in 1976, Bobby was pretty young, but by the 80s, he was the man out here. And what's really interesting is Bobby works for Patagonia, and he still surfs Sunset on a regular basis, and he still has probably, in my opinion, the cleanest style of anybody that's ever surfed Sunset.
How about Jack Halfman going to high school and kind of doing what John did as a youngster in school, making his mark here on the North Shore?
Yeah, Jeff, another surfer from the South Bay that came here when he was about 10 years old. His father, Harry Hackman, was a really good surfer, and he showed him the lineup here at Sunset at a very early age. And by the time he was 15, Jeff proved that medal because he won the very first Duke Kahanamoku Invitational at 15 years old back in 1965. And then he went on to win every contest that was run at Sunset Beach. He was the winningest surfer back in the late 60s, early 70s. And he became known as Mr. Sunset because of that. And if anybody could really have this place wired, I think Jeff, if I looked at all the surfers from Sunset Beach, Jeff Hackman is the guy that I would pick to be the best surfer out here.
Right now, let's introduce our round of 32 heat number 1, Jordy Smith out of South Africa, and take a look at his credentials, number 7 in the world and number 7 in the world ranking. So on the World Championship Tour 7 and that world ranking 7, he's got obviously a solid start. He's here for one reason, to win this contest, loves the big, powerful surf out of South Africa, 23 years of age, spends a lot of time in Southern California. Evan Valier from Hawaii. Valier has been marching through since day one. The Goofy Putters, 28 years of age, out of the island of Kauai. Jamie O'Brien from right down the beach, pipeline specialist, 28 years of age, and he is charging. And Jesse Mendez is our youngest competitor, the Goofy Putter, at 18 years of age. Let's take a look at Jordy's style.
Yeah, you can see him eyeing up this wave. He already sees that wall down the line and just sets it up perfectly. Right behind the pocket, pulls right up in it. You know, shaded from that sunlight we are talking about, it could be in their eyes, but no problem for Jordy. And it does a nice little smooth cutback to back up that nice barrel. So this is going to be a solid way to start Jordy's heat. Just he's making it look really easy out here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great opening ride. And as you said, that sunlight just popped over the mountains up where the satellite dishes are. And when you first take off, you're totally blinded. But the photographers love this early morning lighting, so a great opening ride for Jordy Smith.
I don't know if there's another way, but I'm going to request that one more time. And Randy, I want you to, if we can pull that wave up again, take a look at his board. I've never seen such kind of a cavitation type. He really negotiated a lot of warble. It's very glassy out there, we think, but there's a lot of warble. Take a close look at his board. Randy, tell us what's going on.
Yeah, we can see we got a little bit of that bump left over from yesterday. It's starting to clean up as the winds are really light this morning. But now watch as he sets this thing up and he comes through those bumps and he negotiates right in there, and you can see him, as you said, almost cavitating, but he gets perfectly under the lip. And look at his board going, and it's like he's got shock absorbers in his knees absorbing all that bump.
Ross, really strong ankles. You've really got to be together. Your lower leg, your shock absorbers, but dealing with the ankles rocking from heel to toe.
Well, exactly. And Jordy's a big kid. He's got strong legs. He probably weighs about 200 pounds, and no problem for him to handle all those bumps. But yeah, what a stacked heat too. I mean, looking at the rest of the guys, Jamie O'Brien, another tall, big, strong guy with Evan Valier, and Jesse Mendez, kind of a smaller, light guy. But this is going to be a cracker.
Back to our honorable mentions, Arnold Dowling.
A lot of people don't know much about Arnold. Arnold lives over by Sunset Point, and he basically surfs Veldsy backyards and Sunset, not many other places, because he loves it out here. And whenever it's good, he's one of those guys that has the positioning down pat. He always sits really deep, has a really classic local style, and doesn't get his picture taken, doesn't go into any contest hardly at all. Once in a while, he used to surf in the old HIC event, but basically is just one of those free surfers that you can count on being in the right place at the right time in the lineup whenever it gets good.
Jordy Smith, 8.33, and nobody else has caught a wave yet. We are down to 23 minutes and 23 seconds. Al Chapman, how classic is Al? What a character.
Well, Al is one of those stalwart guys that is always out here. Meanwhile, back on the inside lineup.
No, there's Evan Valier.
Evan Valier, nice cutback. He's been a standout so far in this event, and I just gave him the old curse there. Sorry about that, Evan.
Commentator's curse?
Yeah.
Yeah, jinxed them. But yeah, back to Al Chapman. Al Chapman surfs out here.
There's Jordy again.
Yeah, it looks like Jordy getting into a second one. So Jordy out there where Al usually is sitting way out the back, but Jordy on the inside sets up this little inside section and offering not a whole lot, but working every little bit of that face. You see him look over the top of the wave to see what's out behind him. So he's going to work himself in, and then he'll get that little bit of rip and be able to get back on the lineup pretty quickly.
Well, instead of your back against the wall needing a wave, now he knows he's going to need a specific score, but 2 scores on the board. Good for Jordy. 22 minutes, 30 seconds. Back to Al Chapman, who's absolutely one of the best characters on the planet.
Oh, he's definitely a character, and Al always rides 11-foot boards out here. He's got the biggest board generally, and he's still an active shaper and one of the good shapers for the Sunset and Waimea boards. The guys that tend to be a little more old school, like a big board with a lot of paddle power, go to guys like Al. And what's really interesting, you watch Al take off in a wave, he drops in, does kind of this casual bottom turn, always throws his hands up in the air, and he rides every single wave the exact, whether it's a 2-foot wave or a 20-foot wave. So Al's showing that consistency from being around for the last 40 years.
And when you made the list, you just said, let's be contemporary. Poncho Sullivan, I believe Poncho's only 38 years of age, 38, 39, but Poncho has spanned the decades.
Well, the reason I kind of listed Poncho there, Poncho reminds me a lot of Bobby Owens. He's one of those guys that loves Sunset, has got the lineup wired. Whenever it's good, you can see him. I've surfed Sunset Point when it's been 6 foot and just howling, and he's the deepest guy, knows where to sit, and you never see him wipe out. That's what's so cool about Poncho. And so much like Bobby Owens, Poncho will be surfing here into his 60s, and he'll still be looking stylish.
Well, it was like Nat Young, and behind the competitors area, they're getting ready. Anxious moments. What we saw yesterday is guys coming to the beach, and instead of showing a lot of emotion, like they're happy, they're sad, they want to bust their board in half, whatever the deal is, exhausted, and just thankful they're back on the beach.
Well, that's one cool thing about today compared to yesterday is they'll be able to take apart the lineup more. Yesterday you had to duck and dive, sit in a channel a little bit, let that huge set pass by, and then get in there and get that medium one. Today they can go wherever they want. They can relax a little bit more. So yeah, a little less pressure on the guys today.
Yeah, I saw Adam Melling this morning coming down for his heat, and they brought a whole quiver of boards. We just saw the back room there where the competitors put their boards, and they're showing up with about 3 different boards, but it's a little bit smaller today. And yesterday it's down to about the 8. Occasional 10-foot sets, but averaging about in the 6 to 8 foot range this morning. And it is getting cleaner. We are going to have variable wind conditions, so that means it'll probably stay glassy through till about 10 o'clock. If we're lucky here at Sunset Beach, it'll turn offshore, and it may go onshore down the line. There's a competitor area again. Like I said, you see the guys starting to show up with their different boards. And this is an interesting room because the guys psych themselves up before they walk out and then get ready for their heats. And
Adam Melling's got a game face on. He will be wearing white in heat number 2 against Heath Josky, Dusty Payne, and Josh Kerr coming up shortly. Love the list. And a lot of people out there that, there's surfers and there's competitors. There's guys that don't compete that are legends within their region. And it's great that you acknowledge a lot of the guys. Yes, sometimes they win contests. Sometimes they have a career. Other times they might be the shapers. And other times they don't shape and they don't surf contest, but they're great in the lineup and they're just part of the makeup.
Yeah, there's a really local contingent that, especially here at Sunset Beach, tends to be a little bit older. Most of the young surfers like to surf down at Rocky Point when it's small and backdoor off the wall, that area, because it's easier, it's quicker, they're going to get their pictures taken, and especially the pro guys. And the older guys who really don't care about that, they're just up here to surf. They tend to be the guys you find in the lineup at Sunset Beach. So Sunset, we talked about this the other day, used to be the proving ground. You had to make your mark here. If you didn't make your mark at Sunset, you weren't considered a full pro surfer here. And that all changed back in the early 90s with the Momentum generation, and Ross is part of that. When Kelly Slater came along, the boards went narrower, the boards went thinner, a lot more rocker for more high performance. And all those elements work against you here at Sunset Beach, because here you need a bigger board, a little more paddle power, because it's such a more big open ocean playing field. And so the emphasis shifted from Sunset down to basically backdoor in the pipeline area. And but still, you can see guys like Jordy Smith draws to about 200 pounds. He can go out there and muscle his way around here. That's why Sonny Garcia has always done really good here at Sunset Beach.
The evolution of the surfboard has made certain locations ideal for surfing. And if you go back to the early days of Pipeline, it was really difficult, obviously, to ride the logs of the Butch Van Arsdale days.
Yeah, well, we just saw Goofy Footer, just a quick in and out. And that was
Jesse Mendes.
Jesse, and in the old days, it was really hard to ride backside on those big boards. Meanwhile, here, contemporarily, guys are making it look really easy.
Well, Jesse's got a small wave to the inside. Our youngest competitor, and he is under the radar from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Phenomenal surfer, number 40 in the rankings. You go, Jesse Mendes, there's a lot of guys getting the press. And in Brazil, he gets the press, but everywhere else, you go, oh yeah, Jesse Mendes, I heard him. He has done some phenomenal things. His prime event at Trestle's a 3rd place result. At the Reef Hawaiian Pro, a 13th place result. Remember, this kid's just 18 years of age.
Well, Jesse's known for his sort of aerial attack, and he's one of those Brazilian light goofy footers that can just throw up a 360 air without even blinking an eye. But we just saw him out there throw a nice vertical backhand snap. And nowadays, there's no one that has much of a weak spot. Everyone's really filling that gap between big waves and small waves.
And Randy, this guy's got the right attitude, having fun. Jamie O'Brien,
Yeah, Jamie really going for it this year. He told me he really wanted to do solid in the Triple Crown. I was down at Pipeline day before yesterday talking to him, and he says, you know, the last few years I really didn't take seriously competing on the tour. I kind of didn't think that much about the ASP tour. I really, you know, was concerned about surfing backdoor and Pipeline, and really that's all I cared about. He says, I got a different attitude this year. I really want to do good in the Triple Crown, and I think it just shows his maturity. So Jamie O'Brien, here he goes right now as he takes off. A little bit of a frothy, soupy wave kind of there, but he's kind of pumping it. Now you see him set it up here, cuts back into the power pot, bounces nice off the whitewater, looking at an inside section, sets it up, comes around the corner, and a big slam off the top. So scoring some points on wave number 1 for Jamie O'Brien, and as I said, he's having fun out here, and that's his intentions this year, is do good and have fun.
That last move did not count. He didn't complete the maneuver, but the couple of turns and then that one good hit, he'll be scored upon. No deduction. Jamie O'Brien checks in at 28 years of age, and well, he was a wild card, sponsor wild card, won the 2004 Pipe Masters. Here we go, surfer in blue, Jesse Mendez.
Yeah, Jesse sticking to that inside bowl, and that's a pretty small wave, so maybe showing that lack of local knowledge there.
Well, we've heard about that sailfish move. It's great. Jesse Mendez does an amazing sailfish 360.
He's one of those guys, the young Brazilian kids, a lot of those goofy footers, there's so many of them now, there's about 5 or 6, but like Gabriel Medina, that have made that maneuver like it's an off the lip. They can do a big old 360 at frontside air with all the different grabs, no problem. It's like part of their repertoire.
Skating into the ocean, and Jesse Mendez has done some great things. So, Reef Hawaiian Pro at 13th. He's in the hunt for a possible Triple Crown title if he has a good result here.
That was a little bit of a crucial fall for Jamie O'Brien in that last wave. It was a really nice medium long one. Had 2 big maneuvers with that cutback and that nice rebound, and then a big sort of a tail slide. So kind of crucial for him to fall in that 3rd turn, but he should still get a decent score, at least a 5 or better, I'm guessing.
Randy, the AM swell, the Lola AM swell, calling for 8.7 feet at 14 seconds from the northwest, 324 degrees, and that might kind of hold, just drop a bit this afternoon down to 12 seconds. When we see swells go from 14 to 12 to 10, it means that it's passing and it's a little bit closer to us.
Exactly, and that's why the waves get a little closer together, but also we're losing our energy and our power there. So we'll probably see this size surf hold through till about midday. And as the intervals begin to decrease, we're going to see a size decrease. The only good thing about that is it might focus itself a little bit more on the inside reef, and with the lower tide around midday, we actually could see an improved conditions with a slight drop in the swell.
Without this wind, temperatures easily in the upper 70s going into the 80s today. Water temps just about 79 out the back, A-frame peak, and we're taking a look at our surfer in red. Wave number 4 for Smith, trying to replace a 2.83.
Look at Jordy, he's so in sync right now with Sunset. Nice big floater, and that was a crazy fall there on his face. That's not a good way to fall.
On his backhand, Evan Valier, he's got a 3.50, wave number 2 for Evan.
And I really like the way Evan Valier's been surfing in this event, although that wave kind of mushed out for him, so he kicked out. But he's got that really beautiful bottom turn that sets him up square to the top of that wave, and he's been doing some of the best backhand turns so far.
Yeah, he's got that really swing where he uses the pendulum effect of his weight, where he comes down off the bottom, and you just see him kind of hook it. Here we go, Jordy. Now Jordy sets this one up, looking really casual. You see that inside section, so he cuts back, waiting for the power to build up. And he sees this big section in front of him, and he goes, throws it up there, and he goes, bam! And he's looking like he's going to make it, and then all of a sudden he kind of comes unstuck. You see, he actually came off his board and wasn't able to keep his feet on the board. And had he been able to go down with his board, he would have pulled that off, but the board actually dropped before he did. Now here we're talking about that turn of Evans. He sets it up, and he kind of just swings. Look at this, as he just throws right up, and really with his backhand, able to get up in there, and unfortunately the wave doesn't offer more than much of that.
32 surfers remaining, the tail of the tape, 15 heats we've got for today. 14 are goofy footers, 18 regular footers. A lot of goofies making things happen. Our 3 former champions, Rayoni Montero, CJ Hopgood, Sonny Garcia. The teenagers, Evan Geisel, also 18 years of age. John Florence, 19. Jesse Mendez in the lineup, another 18-year-old. Now the Triple Crown contenders, Taj, Adam Melling, Nat Young, and Michelle Borez would be our top guys. And take a look at this. More Australians than anybody in the lineup. We have 11 Aussies still remaining, 10 Hawaiians, 10 mainland USA surfers, 2 South Africans, one of them in the water right now, 2 Brazilians, and 1 out of French Polynesia, Michelle Borez. That's the tail of the tape, and half the field are World Championship Tour surfers, WCT guys. on the rankings list. And believe it or not, take a look at the surfers that we've seen since day number 1. 7 Hawaiians have marched through since round number 1, and we have 1 Aussie in there as well that has paid his dues.
Well, that just goes to show you that local knowledge out here the last few days have been really tricky. Lots of good waves, nothing too much to complain about. We've got a ton of swell, but nonetheless, you know, it's hard. You have to know where to sit, and the Hawaiians have that little bit of an edge.
Randy, it looks like we've got Evan Valier, still his 3rd wave right here.
Yeah, I think what Evan's doing, he realizes the time's kind of winding down. He wants to get another wave under his belt, so he moved to the inside section. Not a real high-scoring wave, but enough to get probably his lower score, bump that one out, and it'll improve his score line.
Jamie O'Brien's looking for a 2nd wave, and here it is. Jamie O'Brien, his 1st wave of 6.0, and he's going to stay to the outside. So Valier moves to the inside to get a couple of quick waves. 11 minutes and 28 seconds remaining. We do have a big scoreboard up there given the situation, and it shows that Valier still hasn't got his 2nd wave score, so it shows that he has a 3.5 up there. Probably it's going to show real soon that he gets a 2.67. Things are changing.
Well, Jamie did everyone a little bit of a favor by falling on that 3rd turn, and he's still got a 6. So if he would have nailed that 3rd turn, that would have been an excellent score, you know, 8.5, something like that. But nonetheless, he's still got a solid, you know, 6. And Mendez hasn't really got his campaign started too well yet with a 3.6, and it's the same for Evan Valier. So looking like Jordy and Jamie are threatening to kind of pull away from the other 2 guys.
Well, the Billabong Pipe Masters coming up in memory of Andy Irons. It begins Thursday, December 8th, and a preliminary Surfline Lola forecast is calling for an 11 to 15-foot surf at 8 in the morning. That's 7.7 feet at 20 seconds from the northwest. Randy, about 311 degrees. That's a long-range forecast, but that sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like we might have a great opening day for the Pipe Masters, and you know, I'm really glad that we've got a clean surf here today, because yesterday was pretty wild and woolly with north winds creating a lot of chop. And this is going to just slowly improve as the morning wears on. You can already see it's getting a lot cleaner. We're starting to lose that morning bump. And it'd be great to start pipe with some surf. But back in the lineup here at Sunset.
Our surfer in blue can't get into it. Mendez and dropping in a late takeoff. And one thing about Jamie O'Brien, we've talked about him. He survives pipeline. Well, he knows how and when to bail here.
Well, let's keep a camera on that. That was a horrible wipeout. I'm not sure why he charged it like that. He must have known that it was kind of closing out down the line. Let's take another look at this, guys. You can see he got committed. Right there, he knows he's not going to make it, so he just pressed the eject button, cannonball. And those kind of wipeouts are just funky because you can get held under for a long time.
I love those water shots. Larry Haynes getting those for us. Meanwhile, back in the lineup, we've got Evan Valier.
Evan Valier's got a 3.5 and a 2.67 in scoreline. He needs a 3.01 at this point.
Getting a little thrown off by his other competitor, you know, by accident, but he ducked dove right underneath him. I think it threw him off, and he ended up catching a rail.
Well, is this swell right here helping the amount of sand that we have at pipe?
Yeah, I mean, we had a big sand buildup down there, and any kind of swell will help rearrange it. It's not the perfect west direction that we like at pipe. It really flushes the reef off. It's got more of a northwesterly component in it. So it's still going to leave a little bit in there, but what it's going to do is move the beach back, if nothing else. So we'll probably help get rid of some of that backwash effect. Pipeline hasn't really been good yet this year. We've had mostly all northwest swells.
You guys, sorry, I interrupted you there. I just noticed that Jamie did break his board. He's swimming in the lineup out there, so hopefully his caddy's out there with his backup board for him. I think the jet ski just now saw him. He's got a snapped board.
Well, we saw that wipeout where he just fell out of the sky on that one, did the cannonball.
And we got another personal watercraft, Hawaiian Water Patrol, heading out his direction too, trying to negotiate Val's Reef at high speed. Time check, 8 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. O'Brien's first wave is 6.0, and the next 2 are really just quick up and outs. He's in that 3rd spot. A couple more scores to come through. One for Jesse Mendez that will help his 2-wave total, but will not get him into a transfer spot.
So kind of a bizarre spot for Jamie to be in. He really needs to scramble over there, get his backup board in the channel. He does have time, 8 minutes. There's enough time for him to go out there, recoup, and get another backup. Or he needs a backup score. So, but what that can kind of stunt your momentum.
I like what he was doing there. He wasn't swimming really fast. He was letting his guy do the work, save his breath, get to him, give him this, and then he'll definitely go to work. There's the exchange. Jamie O'Brien wearing yellow. A 0.5 and a 0.7 on that leap of faith where it was a late takeoff. He's got a 6.0. He's looking good. All he needs is a 2.33. All scores are in right now. It's Jordy Smith in the lead, looking to replace the 3.07.
Oh, there's Jamie again. I don't know if you caught that how he did on the camera. He just got caught inside again. And this whole set is going to be on Jamie's head, so he's having a shocker right now.
Here's Jesse Mendez. He needs a 4.74. There's Jamie going to do a duck dive, and he's got a nice section there to get underneath. Here is a grab rail, suicide move. The board cavitates, and it goes out.
Yeah, he just came unstuck on that. But it was right at the very tail end of the wave, so it was the last maneuver he could have got in anyway, and he was right in the channel. And as Ross said, Jamie took that bad wipe out. Half of his board just came on shore, and he's swimming. He's trying to get to his other board.
Here we go. Take a look at this. Our surfer in blue, his fourth wave. He was looking for a 4.74. So far, so good, but now.
You can see him eyeballing Jamie there. He had to go around him. That might have thrown him off a touch. And this outside rail just slips down the face right there. Look at that. Thins out. And that was a kind of a horrific wipeout there.
And while we're watching that replay, Evan Valeri got a really good wave on the inside. We'll wait for the replay on that one.
Evan is in that second spot. He's trying to replace a 3.50. Looking back at the scoreboard on the screen, Bill Morrison, his scoreboard, you can see he needs a solid score, and here is Valir.
Wow, Evan Valir from Kauai, beautiful barrel there, just reading that perfectly. And the guys are bordering that, holding on from all the bumps and actually being aggressive. So Evan reading that wave, perfect, nice barrel. Look at this water angle, beautiful shot there. You can see his other competitor dipping through the back, sneaking through that curtain there. Awesome ride for Evan. That's going to put him smack right in the lead probably.
A little bit of love from the flow water team rider, Evan Blair, the 28-year-old, and great surfing family.
I think that, as Ross said, that's going to move him probably into first. He got a really good backside bear. I love the shot, the water shots from Larry Haynes. You can really see what goes on at Sunset Beach when you're in it. Yeah, and here's the wave that Jordy got. So Jordy sets it up, waiting for the wave to build up in front of him, comes down, gets that little inside section, tucks it up in there, and just gets a nice little shack, but he's not coming out of that one. So Jordy going for it, but didn't make it out of that one. The first one, kind of almost a repeat of his first wave without the stellar finish.
Well, we really appreciate Rockstar Energy Drink's support of the band's Triple Crown of Surfing, formulated to provide incredible energy for boost for those who lead the active lifestyle. And Randy, looking at boards, we've seen a lot of carnage, a lot of snap boards. Shapers are always busy. Usually they're, some of these guys have 2 or 3 boards on the beach and 1 in the water. Jordy Smith, 11.40. He's got a 6th wave to come through. He's trying to replace a 3.07. That's Jordy, your leader.
And Jordy's still the leader, and we'll see what did Evan's score come in for the last one yet?
No, and he needs a 6.58, and the way you're talking, Randy, you think he's going to get it?
Yeah, I'd say Evan might bump Jordy back a second after that 2 broad of his, because that was a fantastic positioning from Evan. And as I said, Evan out from the island of Kauai comes over to the North Shore every winter, and always does pretty well. He's already qualified for the Pipe Masters, and I think feeling really comfortable. Like I said, a Flow Rider, one of our sponsors. He's the ambassador for Flow Rider, the water filtration system. Meanwhile, out the back, quick in and out for Jordy.
Yeah, a quick in and out. Jordy on his, I believe, 7th wave right there. Again, he opened up with an 8.33, set the standard. He's trying to replace a 3.07. He's going to drop his second here any minute, because Evan Valier's 5th wave is going to come in solid. The goofy footer grab rail, well, it's grab rail and under the lip. Pretty spectacular wave, a 7.70. Our new leader, Evan Blair, out of Hawaii, wearing white, who's been paying his dues. 81st at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, and looks like he is marching on to a good result here.
Well, yeah, you just saw a shot there of the boys in the competitor area, and getting ready for the next heat. There's Taj Burrow, too, and leading that Triple Crown ratings, as we see a nice snap there from Evan Blair. And he is the team rider for Flow Water, which is absolutely awesome. I love bringing my canteen every day and filling that thing up, and not having to crack open a plastic bottle every 5 minutes is awesome.
Well, I guess we're up to over 6,000 plastic bottles saved by people reusing their steel bottles. Randy, what's really amazing, talking about the price of gas, and it would be considered, if you bought individual bottles, well, you would spend $12 if you wanted to get a gallon of water.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've tried to get away from the single-use water bottles, plastic bottles, and we completely eliminated by using the Flow Water system. Everybody has their reusable canteens and water bottles of their own. And what's really neat is you can go for a quarter, fill up out, as you said, if you had to buy the regular bottle, we paid $12 a gallon for water, and so the flow water system working really good for us. So I'd like to thank them for jumping on board with Triple Crown Surfing.
Hey, the Vans Triple Crown, the whole series itself has a $10,000 bonus cash purse and a Nixon watch, right? That's worth another 10 grand?
Yep, that's a diamond studded encrusted watch that Nixon makes specially for the winner of the Triple Crown. And those guys are all going for it. There's Michelle Perez, you can see, and Nat Young, and they're getting ready for their heats. Michelle won the Hawaiian Pro 2 years ago, or 3 years ago now. And he loves coming here from Tahitian. He says, the neat thing, he says, like around the tour, I surf all these events around me. He says, Hawaii's the last stop, and he says it's the closest to home, and I love coming to Hawaii because I can be feeling like I'm back in home waters almost.
Perez, well, keep an eye on him. French Polynesian surfer with great success out here. Last wave for Jordy, last 3 waves for Jordy Smith not coming into fruition. Last wave for Adam Melling, that inside little section won't replace his 4.83. It is Melling in the lead, Smith in second. Mendes needs a 7.81 now, and Jamie O'Brien looking for a 5.41. Why? He's got a 6.0. Jordy's got an 8.33, and they're trying to get a solid second score. A minute and 12 seconds remaining. Keep an eye on our surfers in blue and yellow in the lineup. They know the scores they need, and there's not, 65 seconds remaining.
That door has been left open a little bit by Jordy Smith because he hasn't been able to back up that 8.3 with a strong, say, a 5 or 6. So Jamie O'Brien still with a glimmer of light there. 5.4 is very easy for him to get, but under a minute left, you guys, and maybe a couple little bumps coming in. He's going to have to be on one of them.
Deepest in the lineup is Mendes, and I'm not sure if anybody's shadowing him. We've got 35 seconds on the clock. Jamie O'Brien in fourth, wearing yellow, is trying to get rid of a 0.50. He needs a 5.41. Jesse Mendes, surfer in blue, is looking for a 7.81 because he has not posted anything better than a 3.6. Last wave coming through, 18 seconds on the clock.
So really probably a pretty crucial mistake there for Jamie, taking off on that big old close on the inside and doing that cannonball. Here he is scratching for this little insider. Just a desperate attempt there from Jamie. Too bad, tons of potential for him to, even win this event, but it looks like he's going to bow out.
And the heat is over with. We have completed our first heat of the day. The round of 32, heat number 2 goes into the record books. Unfortunately, we lose Jamie O'Brien. You'll see him at the Pipe Masters, but O'Brien goes down, ended up needing a 6.50. Jesse Mendes, well, the youngster out of Brazil, the high-flying kid, needed a 7.81. And it was Jordy Smith and Evan Melling making it happen.
Yeah, Jordy picking right where he left off in his last heat yesterday. Just really smart surfing. That 8-point ride just put him in cruise control for the rest of the heat.
And Randy, Evan Melling, the Melling family again comes through.
Yeah, so Evan, the backsider from Kauai, really surfing smart. Radical surfing here at Sunset Beach on his backhand and making it look good. Here's the one that cost Jamie. That's what cost him that heat. If he hadn't broken his board, he might have made it, but it didn't work for him this time around.
Round 32.
And welcome back to the 37th Annual World Cup of Surfing. Yes, the Vans World Cup ASP Prime event, $250,000 in prize money, and take a look in the water. You like Australians? There's good ones in the lineup. That's Heath Josky, Adam Melling, and Josh Kerr. Also in the mix, the Maui boy, Dusty Payne.
It's cool looking at the lineup here. Well, obviously this heat is stacked, but every heat coming up, guys, watching online and on TV, sit tight because it just looks like a final. Every heat is stacked with 4 awesome competitors.
You know, Randy, when these guys get a good wave, it's great. They enjoy it. And then there's everybody out here is taking one beating in one way or another. But when you get a solid wave like Heath Josky, you feel good.
Yeah, he's really a good contestant here in Hawaii. Loves the North Shore. Did great last year, made the finals at Hall Even, and trying to get through to the finals of this one. And he sets up that inside, bit of a frothy, kind of bumpy leftover wave from the wave before, but certainly make the most of it. It's a good opening ride for Heath. And the thing is, as Ross said, every heat could be a final now. We've got 32 surfers left, and it's incredible the talent pool that we're drawing from. And no matter what heat you look at, it's going to be.
And then Josh Kerr. Josh Kerr's first wave came in at a 4.0, and he got a little secret 2.23 right afterwards. But Josh Kerr, even on some of the bigger stuff, he acts like he's surfing a 4-foot wave.
I really love that first turn. That was where he got all those points, but a little sight into the future of what we're going to see from Josh on a bigger wave. When he gets a long lined-up one, look out.
This is live action as we see Adam Melling now. Melling, late takeoff, but gets on it, and he's got great rail work.
Look how strong he is. I mean, you can see that extra torque from the other surfers compared to, you know, Adam Melling. He's got that really strong low center of gravity. Unfortunately, getting a little lip in the head there and getting stuck.
Yeah, that's what Sunset will do to you. Just when you think you've got it all wired, it'll whack you, and it did on that for Adam.
You look ahead, you assess the situation in a microsecond, a nanosecond, it takes you down and beats you. It really looked like he had it well under control. Beautiful turn.
So strong. I love his style. He gets really low to his board, a lot lower than the other guys. But look at that, right in his eyeballs there. Just a good way to wake up in the morning.
Slap you down on that one.
I think that's what is Sunset so special. Not every wave's an easy wave, and if you have a great heat, you're guaranteed to pay your dues at Sunset. If you don't pay your dues, you won't have the respect, and you'll surf it differently.
Well, what better way to wake up at home, have a cup of coffee, some toast, and watch guys get beatings out there at Sunset while you just enjoy yourself on the couch? Because, you know, it is a little tricky out there, and Randy keeps mentioning that sunlight. That could be another little element. Maybe it just gives them a half a second off their game, and consequently they're getting lipped in the head. And so this is fun to watch. There's guys ripping, and there's guys getting donuts.
You know, 16 Australians have won this event, 15 Hawaiians. Hawaiians would love to even the score this year. We had 2 Brazilians, Rayoni Matiero, Fabio Gouveia. Rayoni is the defending champion. CJ Hobgood, well, he's in the mix. USA mainland surfer, well, he's won it. Sean Thompson's won it. Martin Potter for the British Empire. Randy, if you take a look at the close photo finishes, I'm guessing that Makuakai Rothman's last-minute wave in those windy conditions was an exciting one for the locals on the North Shore a couple years ago.
Yeah, that was one of those when we had a Kona storm coming in, and we were just jamming the Konas, trying to get it done before the waves just went to crap. And it was a case of Makua went out, and you could see the wind line coming, and he goes, I'm going to get a wave, and he got this incredible wave and pulled off the wind by doing that. And literally, by the time it took the final to paddle to the beach, it was uncontestable after that. So Makuakai pulling one out at the very end with really stormy conditions that just hit us. And we saw the other day when it was really big and stormy here, and now we're seeing a lot cleaner conditions. That early morning wind starting to fan it. You can see a little bit of the offshore starting to kick in, and hopefully we'll see a little easterly flow, which could make this really good by midday.
Let me ask you a trivia question, Randy. You'll probably get it. But the brothers that have won out here, we've had a couple sets of brothers that have won.
Oh yeah, well I mean probably the most famous are the Ho brothers. You know, between Derek and Michael Ho, those guys are really the ones that dominated here, especially in the 80s and early 90s. I mean the Ho dynasty, between the two of them, they won 6 Triple Crowns, and most of the wins were out here at Sunset Beach.
And then the other brothers would be guys from Australia, right?
Oh, was it Patterson's?
Yeah, and you know I thought. Watching the last couple of decades, obviously Jake the Snake, he's here, he's doing some caddying, but his brother Paul was phenomenal out here as well. There we go, finishing things off, and that would be our surfer in red with an opening score of a 5.33. That was wave number 2, Heath Josky from Nambula Heads, New South Wales, Australia.
Yeah, that's not a good place to fall where he is. He's going to have to go all the way back around. At least it's not quite as big as yesterday, so it won't take as much time, but that's a nice little 5-minute excursion from there to get back out.
And another big one, rocks. Randy, for the decades you've been here on the North Shore, we're watching surfing. There's been a variety of craft out there. Any boat wrecks, any big drama here other than surfing that you've seen over the course of your lifetime?
Well, talking about boats, back in the old days when we had the Duke-Hanamoku Invitational, Buffalo Kealana, the famous Makaha surfer, used to do the water patrol. In those days, they used a Boston whaler. And because they didn't have jet skis back then, and I think it was in '66, the second year of the Duke meet, he had Don James in the back, and he was motoring the channel, and a big set came through, swung wide, and they were trying to take a picture, and so they weren't watching it, and they swamped the Boston whaler. It got washed in, and that inspired the scene from Big Wednesday. And Big Wednesday, if you remember that movie with Jan Michael Vincent and Gary Busey, they shot out here. It was supposed to be in the Point in Malibu, but it's actually here at Sunset. And they actually had a boat where they put it in the lineup, and a big wave came, and the whole idea was for it to eat it, and they did. And the motor washed up at Camiland about 3 days later, and they recovered the motor. So it was. If you watch the old classic movie Big Wednesday, you'll see that was filmed out here at Sunset. So I don't think the guys planned it either case, but a couple of sunken boats. The surf is what made it happen.
We saw Jason Shibata in the lineup, obviously in the corner for Dusty Payne wearing the yellow singlet. Dusty is yet to catch a wave, but we do have some scores on the board, a 4.0 and a 2.23 for Josh Kerr out of the Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia, now living in San Diego with his beautiful family. The 27-year-old comes in at number 6 in the World Championship Tour and number 10 in the world rankings. Remember a couple years ago, Josh was the air guy and he kind of got over the tour. I'm so glad he's back on.
Yeah, I remember the year he fell off tour, and
he was saying, I'm going to retire, right?
I was mad for him. I mean, he's too good of a surfer, and he's famous for his aerials and his crazy moves, but he's also known, especially amongst other pro surfers, he's fearless. He really charges hollow big waves. I could even see him surfing Waimea really well. But he's more well-rounded than people give him credit for. He's not just a good aerialist. He can really carve it up and do surf really well in big waves.
Great guy. And growing up, can you imagine 5 older sisters? Was he taken care of?
Wow, did not know that about Josh.
I think he can just deal with everything, and he's had a great life. Here we go, surfer Dusty Payne gets his opening account.
Yeah,
look at the peaks. Oh.
Now that's cleaning up here. You know what's interesting about Josh? He dropped off the tour, and the tour came to him. Think about it. That's the whole tour is now changed, the judging criteria and everything, and the tour is all about where he was at. So he was ahead of his time.
Looking at the lineup, we've got a couple more sets coming through. Very consistent surf. Surfline calling for this swell. Well, 8.7 feet, maybe dropping about 8.1 this afternoon. Basically staying the same degree out of the northwest. We're watching our surfer in yellow, Dusty Payne.
Yeah, Dusty trying to stay busy, catching that little insider. He did have one nice big carve, but that was a pretty small wave, so it petered out for him.
Right now, 19 minutes, 38 seconds remaining, waiting for some scores. Let's go down to Bo Hodge in the booth with the winner of that first heat. I believe it's Evan Valier. Bo, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, you're right. It's Evan Valier out of Kauai. Evan, congratulations. A tough, exciting heat. I don't know if you knew this, but Jordy Smith, Jamie O'Brien broke their boards in that heat. I know you saw Jamie O's wipeout.
Yeah, I didn't know that they were breaking boards there, but I did see Jamie's wipeout, big old free fall. That's kind of nuts.
Nicer conditions today. Talk about the conditions, how it improved today from yesterday.
Oh, it's just nice and clean and real sunny out. It's going to probably be a real beautiful day over here in Hawaii.
Yeah, we got great conditions. Jordy Smith started out with an 8.23, had a lead. You started pecking away with it. Talk about that backside barrel that you had out here that put you in the first place.
Yeah, you never know with the barrel out here. A lot of times they're real unpredictable. So I was just kind of like, wasn't really putting everything else together. So I just kind of went for it when I saw that section.
Yeah, of course, we know you at Pipeline. You qualified for this year's Billabong Pipeline Masters at the Volcom this past year. But Sunset, you won out here 5 years ago. You always seem to do well out here. What is it about you and Sunset?
It's just a really fun, high-performance big wave. You know, I like this wave because there's a lot of face on it, and you can really put it up there. And if your board's working good, you might as well be shortboarding somewhere, you know.
So how you feeling? Are you ready for a long day of surfing, possibly 3 more heats?
Oh, yeah, I'm physically up for it for sure. Hopefully I keep getting those waves. And the thing that I'm really happy about is that I definitely have not peaked yet. If that's going to happen, it's going to happen later.
Well, that's good to hear. We're watching live on Oceanic Channel 250. You want to say hi to anybody back home?
Just my family and friends at home on Kauai, and yeah, friends everywhere.
There you go.
Hey,
Congrats. Yes, hang on.
You got to ask him if he's hydrated.
Well, are you hydrated? I know you took some water right before the interview here. How's the hydration?
It's great. I'm all about my water.
Yeah, he's all about the water. There you go. Back up to you.
Well, you came close. We were trying to egg the words flow water out of him. Why, you know, Randy, you've got a lot of great sponsors all the way through the ranks. There's got to be 15 or 20 supporting sponsors. But you got to mention that Wyatt Taubman is the hardest working sponsor on site. The kid is here from daybreak to dawn, to dusk.
Yeah, no, we talked about the flow water. Great sponsor. As you said, we've got about a dozen or so associate sponsors and little sponsors like T-Racks, the guys who do the surfboard racks for us in the competitors area in front of Rabbit Cay Kai, Beach Marshal. Simple stuff like that really makes it good for the surfers. We got support from guys like State Farm. I mean, it's amazing. And, you know, so all those associate sponsors are the ones that make it possible to put on the Triple Crown. I explain that to people a lot of times as we're watching a replay here of Adam, and Adam set up that inside while Evan was being interviewed there. Adam looking really good. I talked to Adam earlier yesterday, and he said he would, as I said, he was so happy to be on the podium at Hall Eve, and he says he's going for that Triple Crown win. So.
Yeah, Adam Melling was showing that quickness on that replay. I love how fast he gets off the top there. It's like a karate chop.
And here we go. Take a look at Dusty Payne.
Dusty Payne hanging on that inside bowl, and it really paid off for him there. That beautiful inside barrel. Such a quick way to get a lot of points, and even a little lazy kick out there. But yeah, I mean, that's the cool thing about sitting on that inside bowl is your other competitors can be sitting outside, and next thing you know, you'll drop a 7 or something like that.
Every one of the sponsors are involved in a big way. Cliff Bar, Performance Nutrition, Sustained Energy. I mean, well, a majority, if not all the competitors have their choice of all the Cliff Bar nutrients and energy bars. Pretty amazing stuff. You've had your fair share, Ross.
I love Cliff Bars. Yeah, they're their best little energy boost, especially for these competitors out here when you don't want to eat a big meal, you just need some energy. It's the perfect boost.
Cliff Bar, great stuff. Thank you very much. Our surfer in yellow, still waiting for a score. Going for the shack. Dusty Payne, the 22-year-old, trying to replace a big score here. Looking at, well, a 9th place at Pipe. He needs some big results. He is number 30 in the rankings.
Yeah, see, he's really smart. Sitting on that inside bowl, he just got what he needed with that barrel. That's going to give him a nice little score under his belt. Now he can go outside and be more selective. But that's when you're sitting by yourself in there, that's a little luxury. If you get those barrels, it pays off.
And it shows you how quick this wave changes. He went to put his board on rail, and the wave just flattened out in a matter of a half second. You think, okay, I'm going to just wrap a turn here, and boom, the wave's gone, and you're on rail.
Yeah, that inside bowl, and it's known for its barrel, but as soon as it's done. It's right in the deep water.
Adam Melling running and gunning. His second wave is 617, and Melling still with some scoring opportunity here.
Oh, he's getting barrel number 2. Come on out, Adam. Oh, just getting clipped, but that was a huge first barrel. Impressive.
Yeah, very good for Adam on that one because he pulled out of that first one and then set up the second one. If he'd come out of that, it would be an incredibly high score, but he's still going to score well because he got through that first one.
Part of the Triple Crown family, GoPro, the GoPro HD Hero 2 cameras. Well, we've seen some phenomenal images. Can you imagine what he's seeing there? He's going, I'm going to make it, I'm going to make it.
Yeah, that wave really set up nicely on the inside bowl, and I really wish he would have came out of the second barrel. It could have been a 10. And right there, his fins just slipped a little bit, put him on the edge of that barrel, and it clipped him.
Yeah, it was amazing, and we saw Sonny Garcia with that GoPro camera on his board, I think, on the second day. And it'd be interesting to see if Sonny takes that out again, because if you get a barrel like that with a GoPro camera, you can really see what it is to be deep.
Cha-ching! You're going to sell that. That footage to the Triple Crown. Okay, surfer in yellow. His third wave comes in at a 7.40. Dusty Payne.
There's Dusty getting extended, and that's part of that little bit of a wonk, like the backwash. Look at this angle here, you guys. You'll see when that wonk gets in the barrel, that backwash, it's going to extend his knees, and that's when he loses control right there, and he just slips, and you can't do anything about that.
And unfortunately, that score is going to come through, not going to help him out. But his third wave, 7.4, that inside move. And then a 2.57 is the score he's trying to replace. Adam Melling charging hard with an 8.67.
Well, I like what I'm seeing now with it's a theme. Everyone's sticking to that inside bowl. It's getting really nice and hollow, so this is looking good for the contest today. You know, that's always good when competitors can stay on the inside, get some barrels, and go on the outside. It gives them multiple options, so everyone's not kind of just sitting there waiting for that one type of wave. Yeah, that was a big score there for Melling.
A lot of people on the island of Maui over in Hana watching. There's Alohi, Zoe, Hana, Penel, Wila, Makana, and Fawn. That's the family of Olamana Eliogram probably watching if they're not here, and he's on the beach getting ready for his heat. It's going to be an exciting one. Olamana Eliogram, Kieran Perot, Kai Otten, and Michelle Perez will take to the water in about 13 minutes. Well, they'll take to the water any minute now to get in the lineup, but they will start their heat in about 13 minutes.
Yeah, that's another stacked one. You know, sometimes you'll see heats that are better than others, but right now I don't see it. There's no weak spots. There's just nonstop. Every heat down the line is really star-studded and a lot of powerhouses and nonstop action.
Here we go. Nice A-frame out the back. Our surfer in red seems to be sitting there. Heath Josky is in the third spot, needs a 4.65. Is it going to be a late takeoff? Is he going to duck underneath it?
Well, unlike that last heat, we saw everyone kind of struggling just to get it back up. We got a lot of good rides here. Melling's already got a combined score of 14.85, so this is a good sign. Maybe the waves are getting a little more cleaned up, and it'll be, you know, not so much of a wave catching contest. Everyone's going to be competing a little more.
Josh Kerr furthest out, and then kind of towards the channel, I believe it's Dusty Payne. But look how far Josh is sitting out there.
Yeah, he is far out there, and that's risky because the two guys on the inside, Adam and Dusty, have been scoring those tubes all by themselves on that inside bowl.
Randy, sometimes if you find yourself behind, you can say, okay, I need the bomb wave. Sometimes the bomb wave works out, and other times you're waiting.
Yeah, that pretty well sums it up. It's a little bit of a throw of the dice. If you do get one of those bomb waves, you're going to get the high score. We saw that with Jordy when he sat out there and got his second wave, and it looked really good. But on the other hand, if you, as Ross pointed out, the conditions are cleaning up, and subsequently not as much bump, and so the inside section is starting to hold up, and you can pull in those barrels and come out of them. And Adam Melling showing that as he takes the early lead in this heat. But we're still got about a third of the heat left to go. Anything can happen in the last 10 minutes.
10 minutes, 34 seconds on the clock. Josh Kerr waiting for something in the 5.98 range. He cannot take the lead. Combo to take the lead, but he needs that second transfer spot. Well, the Wits, Tom Whitaker. And yeah, when you have a lot of Aussies in the water, you have a lot of Aussies probably caddying as well. They rotate, you know, you do it for me, I'll do it for you. Right. I'm not sure if they're doing the caddy thing like we see on the PGA Tour. If I win the contest and you caddy for me, I'll give you 10% of the winnings, which a first place check here, Randy, is what, 40 grand?
Yeah, so if you made $4,000 for sitting in the channel for a couple heats. Plus the neat thing about sitting in the channel, you get to watch the action from the water. And we've seen those water cam shots from Larry Haynes, and really you see what Sunset's all about from the channel as opposed to looking at it on the beach.
I used to always love caddying. It's just really fun. You're cheering on your friends, so you're part cheerleader, part coach, as we see Adam Melling here picking up another little inside gem. But yeah, the guys love caddying. It's just kind of a fun thing to do out there, to get wet, cool off, and watch your buddy hopefully make the heat.
Adam Melling just on point. Amazing rail work. Out the back, our surfer in yellow, Dusty Payne, trying to make it around the corner. He does.
Nice big hook, but this is kind of a funky wave, and he gets out. And here comes a couple waves on the outside. We'll see if Josh Kerr and Heath Josky can pick one off. They've been patiently waiting out the back for that normal kind of west peak on the outside, but looks like it might not form up for them this time.
Yeah, it's interesting that the two different swell directions. We've got a little bit of a west-northwest and a little bit of a more of a northwest, and those northwest ones come through and they line up on the inside section better because they got a little bit run coming from the outside. The ones that Heath and Josh are out there waiting for are more like, as Ross pointed out, more of the west peaks. And if you can get one of those, you can get a big A-frame peak and you get a lot of face to work for, and then hopefully it will set up the inside. But Dusty and Adam have been working that inside section more, and it's paying off for them.
Yeah, Heath and Josh are letting a lot go by. Just these mid-size waves. They're waiting for the bomb. 8 minutes, 28 seconds remaining. Round of 32, heat number 3. Michelle Perez, Kai Otten, Kieran Perot, Olamana Eliogram taken to the water. There's a fellow by the name of Kieran Perot who loves the North Shore, and in terms of following the tour, he's like a surfer's rep. Exactly what is that, Randy?
Well, we have kind of like a surfers union, you might say, and Kieran's sort of the representative. He's the shop steward for all the pro surfers, and he attends all the board meetings with the ASP directors and also the event council members, and he kind of represents the interests of the pro surfers. And being on the front line, he knows exactly what to say. He knows what they need and what their dislikes and likes are. So good representative for the pro surfers. And I'd say he's got a career in administration when he decides he wants to hang up his boards from a competitive career.
What you saw him is take out his backup board, which he'll probably give to Tom Whitaker or somebody else already in the lineup as they trade off. So he's going to do a little bit of caddying for himself until he gets into the channel and then pass it off as he paddles into the lineup. He's got 7 minutes and 23 seconds left in this heat. He better paddle fast.
Well, speaking of kind of living and dying by that west peak on the outside, as Josh and Heath are doing, we saw Kieran do that yesterday, and it paid off for him. He actually grabbed that 8.5 or whatever it was right in the last few minutes. So, you know, it can pay off, as we see up here. Heath Josky up and riding and out. That wave just kind of lined up down the line, closed down in that inside bowl.
Very long wall for him. Heath running and gunning wave number 3. He opened with a 5.33. He needs a 4.65 for Josh Kerr. His best wave a 4.0. Josh needs a 5.98. And it's Dusty Payne in the hot seat right now. Dusty has that 7.40, but he's trying to get rid of a 2.57.
Well, 6 minutes left, lots of time left for Josh. You know, Josh is sticking to his guns out there. Actually, you know, he has looking out to the lineup now as you see a shot there at the beach. He's drifting in a touch, so he looks like he's getting caught between ideas. He might be second guessing himself.
Yeah, the minute you drift in, then all of a sudden you see the bomb set out the back, and you find out chasing yourself. Randy, in casual recreational surfing here at Sunset Beach, you mentioned that Al Chapman will get wave after wave after wave, and then you have people in the lineup that might sit for an hour or two before they can even get a wave.
Yeah, I mean, Al rides an 11-foot board, so he's got the paddle power, but once he gets the wave, he pretty much is relegated to doing the same thing on each wave. The guys that ride shorter boards sit inside, are going for more high performance. They're trying to get more in the barrel, and they're going more for not so much quantity, but more quality, whereas a guy like Al and a lot of the older guys, they're just happy to sit out the back and wait for the big bombs and cruise along on them. So it's kind of whether you want to be a recreational surfer or you want to be a competitive surfer. And in the case like this one, we got Josky and Kerr. They've been waiting for those big bombs, and unfortunately, a little bit of a lull. I think what it is the high tide's coming right on, and that's kind of filling up the reef a little bit.
That reminds me of Peter Cole. He was pretty notorious for that, wouldn't he? He'd wait for a couple hours for that one bomb way outside.
Now that's what I say. The guys that like Sunset, they're patient guys. They'll sit out the back because one big wave at Sunset will make up for 3 inside sections. Believe me.
No obligations. They've got 3-4 hours to go. But there's always the guy out in the line and say, "Hey, give me one more wave. I got to go in. I got to go to work." You give him a wave, he comes back out for 3 more.
Oh yeah, and
you've done that, haven't you?
Yeah, for sure. Well, so, like Randy said, it's a very social spot too. You know, a lot of guys go out there just to have a chat.
Yeah, you got a guy like Ricardo Pomar, and he'll chat you for the next hour. Believe me. We just saw a shot of caddying with Miles Padaka. Miles another one. You know, Miles has been surfing out here for the last 20 years. He won the Triple Crown back in, I think it was 2000, and he's 10 years later. He's still dominating out here. So once you get good at Sunset, you stay good at Sunset. And this is kind of one of those places that a lot of surfers don't like because they're really intimidated. It's a hard place to figure out. But once you do figure it out, in my personal opinion, this is the best wave on the entire North Shore because you can ride it at 1 foot, you can ride it at 15 foot, you can ride it from about 8 different directions. And Surfline's got a really great piece on their site now, the Mechanics of Sunset. And I would insist that if anybody's going to ever think about competing here at Sunset Beach, you need to read that, Mechanics of Sunset, thanks to Sean Collins and the crew at Surfline, because I read it the other morning and I actually learned a couple things from it, and it's just an amazing, really helps you. And a lot of people, like I said, they're intimidated by Sunset. They paddle, they have no idea where to sit, what to do, how to ride this wave. But if you get one of those waves from the North Peak, cross the saddle, hook up with the West Bull, set up the inside section, glide through the barrel on the inside, and kick out in a channel, you've ridden a 200-yard long ride, and I guarantee you'll never match that anywhere else in the world.
And when those big norths come through that are just secret waves and the entire pro circuit has left town, you're out there with 2 or 3 people, you've scored some spring and summertime swells that are epic. There we go, Harley Davidson, yeah? Chris Davidson, always pumped up and ready to go. We'll see him a little bit later. High tide this morning, 8:36, a 1.2 going to a low at about 2:50 this afternoon, a 0.1.
Yeah, so we're about a half hour past high tide, and so you're getting these high tide lulls. Usually there's about a half-hour break on either side of the tide on both the high tide and mid tide and then low tide, and you get.
Yeah, and looking at Dave Riddle right there with binoculars, and the lineup for his boy is Jason Shibata. He is keen on the surfer in yellow, Dusty Payne.
Yeah, he's got the walkie-talkie set up there, so Jason Shibata's in the channel with a waterproof walkie-talkie getting info from Dave Riddle for anything they need, scores, where to sit, a bump coming out of the west, so that's a huge advantage there for Dusty.
Well, Dusty's been the busiest out there, but has only mustered a 7.4, which is good, but he's trying to get rid of a 2.57. He's got Heath Joshke and Josh Kerr looking for some mid-range scores to overtake him. Will the surfer in yellow play a little defense? Way out the back is still Josh Kerr. Can he find something in the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds?
This heat really slowed down. You know, we were talking about how consistent it was, and in the last 10 minutes it just kind of took a dive. So yeah, it looks like Adam Melling and Dusty Payne, it really paid off for them to sit on that inside bowl and stay busy. They picked off a couple nice clean barrels. You know, Josh Kerr, he stayed patient out there, but he's still looking for that 6-point ride, like you mentioned. So, and Heath Joshke only needed a 5. So, a couple minutes left here.
Didn't see the walkie-talkie, but he might have had something.
He had it tucked into his wetsuit there. And,
okay.
Yeah, Jason Shibata caddying for Dusty Payne there, and he's getting from up on the beach. Dave Riddle, team coach, sort of telling him what's coming, letting him know if his set's coming, and time winding down for the other guys. They still got a chance, a little less than about a minute and a half, and a small set approaching. You can see the lines outside. They see them coming, and they're going to be scratching around, see if they can pick something up in the final moments.
Dusty Payne looking to better a 2.57. Heath Joshke needs a 4.65. Josh Kerr, wearing blue, needs a 5.98. Phenomenal heat. Great surfers in the lineup. Men Wave Star, but it's going to end in a big way. A minute and 13 seconds remaining. Take a look at this bomb, and they've got to go for it.
Well, Josh is the one in line. You can see there's another one out the back that really looks good. It looks like Adam Melling taking a little paddle for this. He sees that it was a burger, so he backed out.
Now we're down to 58 seconds remaining.
Nerve-wracking for Dusty Payne. You know, he knows that Josh Kerr is capable of getting a score in his sleep, so he's just praying that nothing comes his way.
All Joshke needed is a 4.65. And Josh Kerr can't get into that as well. Looking for a 5.98. These are modest scores if the wave opened up. Also in the lineup, you see multiple colors. The next heat is ready to go. Usually 30-second transitions.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where Josh was. I thought he was on the very outside, but that could be the next heat. So no matter where he is in this lineup, he knows, both him and Joshke know, they got to get going right now.
Joshke's paddling in right now, but it might be too little too late. You look over your shoulder, you paddle in, you look over your shoulder, and the bomb set comes. 15 seconds, it looks like Adam Melling, well, he's got a throwaway score of a 5.67 and a 4.9. His two-wave total, 14.80. He did it right.
Well, I'm happy for Dusty. He needs to make a few heats to kind of secure his spot on tour, and so good on him for making it through the Maui boy, Dusty Payne, as well as Adam Melling.
Melling, it's a done deal. Boy, solid scores, two-wave total, actually 4 decent waves, and he could have thrown a couple away. Dusty Payne backed up against the wall, looking for some results, number 30 in the world rankings. Well, taking on Adam Melling, Heath Joshke, and Josh Kerr. They were going to town, weren't they?
Yeah, the boys were going to town, and like I said, they really stuck to that inside bowl.
We're going to wrap things up here and get ready for the next heat. Perez, Otten, Perot, and Eliogram. Round of 32. Heat number 3 coming up. Stay with us.
round 32.
And welcome back to the Vans World Cup of Surfing live from Sunset Beach. Beautiful HD images. Thanks, guys. Michelle Perez in the lineup wearing red. Kai Otten, Kieran Perot, Olamana Eliogram has been charging hard as well. What a phenomenal surfer. That last heat kind of fizzled. It looks like we're going to open up this one with a couple of set waves coming through. Got to ask you, if you're a black belt in jiu-jitsu and everybody in the lineup knows you are, do you get more waves?
Yeah.
Joel Tudor, absolutely classic.
Yeah, exactly. I think it'll keep it from getting that extra spiciness if you get into conflict with Joel Tudor. But yeah, he's a gentleman though, and not the type to look for any kind of trouble. But yeah, I like the fact that we got Ola here, Olamana Eliogram, against the three other veterans.
Take a look in and out. The classic pullout here at high speed where you're not flying off the top of the wave, you're punching through, kind of maybe instigated by backdoor surfing by Sean Thompson of South Africa. The Standing Island pullout, have you heard of that? What do you guys call that, where you're punching through?
I remember watching that surf movie. I don't know I can't remember who made that movie, but I remember thinking that was the craziest thing ever for him to attempt that kick through that Sean Thompson did that you're talking about.
You drive through the back of the wave.
Basically, now it's just, I don't know if there's a name for it. It's a kick out. But yeah, that was back in the day, especially if you didn't have a leash on. That saved your board from going in.
Well, we'll ask Randy and get his input on it. Well, there's a guy, when they come out of the water, there's not a lot of high fives and clapping and cheering and claiming. Everybody's coming out of the water saying they survived the heat.
Yeah.
Or even if they didn't survive, they're out of the water safely. There's been some beatings down there and some humble pie.
There has been. And with that sunlight that Randy mentioned earlier coming over the mountain, it was really bright the first couple heats. It looks like it's gotten a little higher in the sky, so not quite as much an issue. Yeah, maybe the guys will be taking a little less gas, hopefully. The first couple heats, we saw some wipeouts.
Well, Time Warner Cable. Surfer Pole Awards, congratulations to the winners for the 2011 Surfer Pole Awards Oceanic Surf Channel VIP contest, and they are FBI Hilo's Tyler Nishimura. From town, Honolulu, Shane Hirota. From the country, yes, Haleiwa, Barbara Taule. And from the center of paradise, yes, Mililani, Judy Kosaka. Kaneohe's Iona Kamalu, and I believe from Kaneohe as well, Todd Gruppen. So hopefully I got your names right. We'll see you at the 2011 Surfer Pole Awards live in 1080i HD from the Turtle Bay Resort on the evening of December 6th. That's beginning at 9 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. in Hawaii. So if you're Time Warner in California, take a look at 9 o'clock, 8 p.m. in Hawaii. We're going to start things up. Time Warner, proud broadcasters of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing.
Well, look at this lineup here, Dave. Lots of really good waves coming in. And there's that big set that Josh Kerr waited so patiently for, only just now coming in outside. Let's see if someone can get in line for it. A lot of the guys in that last heat, Dusty was, especially Dusty and Adam, were sticking to that inside bowl. And this is a beautiful classic West peak here, just on your screen now. Looks like the surfer in white, Kai Otten's going to scrap into it.
Is it user-friendly? Will there be an inside bowl? Surfer in white, Kai Otten, the 31-year-old from North Manly. Oh, look at this section. Oh, it's going to be thumpy.
Yeah.
Watch out, Kai.
Oh, he stabs it nice off the lip from Kai, and there's even a competitor on the inside bowl, so even though they're on the same wave, there's no interference because they're, obviously they didn't interfere with each other. But wow, what an aggressive move there from Kai.
Two different sections. Now, for Kieran Perot, he did get a couple of little waves that didn't work out. So that was his third wave, actually, as he's paddling out, picking off that corner. First wave for Eliogram was a 6.83. We're watching Kai Otten's opening score here, and it looked good from the outside, and then it walled up on him.
Little setup cut back here, and you won't see this very often, two guys on one wave at sunset, but watch this vertical backhand snap straight off the lip. Huge rebound there. I mean, that's like what you do on a 2-foot wave, and that's a solid 6 to 8 foot wave at sunset. And then you pound over. This is the same wave way down the line on an inside bowl. And as you mentioned, Kieran Perot trying to stay busy. He saw the last two guys make the heat on that inside bowl. Beautiful little snap there from Kieran. He's just trying to get a couple waves under his belt.
Kieran Perot with 3 waves, Eliogram with a 6.83, waiting for Kai Otten's move, and that was a beautiful one, and everybody in Manly and all his mates going, yeah, basically he made 90% of it.
Well, he's going to get rewarded for that because that's not your normal go-to move out here at sunset. That was very high risk, critical, in the pocket, and the judges, I mean, that's all over the criteria. They're going to reward him for it.
30-minute heats. We've got 23 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. This is heat number 3. We've got a big day planned. We will crown a champion today. We will give out $40,000. Unfortunately, you and I are not part of that $40,000 gift. It'll be the guy that wins this contest and has a shot at that Triple Crown title. I'm going to get Randy back in the booth. I got two very important questions for him.
Okay.
He's over there listening to messages, but right now, let's check in with Bo Hodge, with the winner of that last heat, who played it very smart. Bo?
Thanks a lot, guys. Well, Evan Valier was wearing white. Adam Melling is wearing white. White's the good color of the day. Adam, congratulations. An 8.67, a 6.17. You got on the ball early, and you kept a good pace in that heat number 2.
Yeah, it was good to actually get some today. You know, yesterday I had a bit of a tactic, get a few quick, but I couldn't get over 5. So today I wanted, you know, to step it up a level and, yeah, get barreled off that end bit. It's pretty good.
Yeah, we had 2 broken boards in the first heat. I don't know if you're aware of that, but Jordy Smith and Jamie O'Brien busted some boards. So still a lot of power out there. Talk about the conditions from yesterday into today in your heat.
Well, it's changed a lot, you know. Yesterday, my heat, there wasn't too many waves and there was a lot right up the point. And today there was a few sets coming in the middle and sort of I got the reform of them and they stood up good on the bowl. And yeah, when they get there in that bowl, they can slam you pretty hard. As I come out of my second one there in the barrel, I just got taken out, slammed.
Well, you're sitting good for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Second place at Haleiwa behind Tajborough. You're into the quarterfinals. What does the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing mean to you, and do you want to win it?
Well, coming into the end of the year, you know, it's a pretty big thing you want to, you know, achieve at the end of the year, and all the good guys have got it. So yeah, it's always been a dream of mine since I was young, coming over here to get in the finals and, you know, have a chance. So this year could be mine. But yeah, there's a lot of good surfers in the running, so it's going to be hard.
Well, you got to the next step. Also, a big win down in New Zealand this year. Talk about the O'Neill Coldwater Classic and how that's really helped you this year.
It's helped a lot, you know. It gave me some points at the start of the year, you know, a bit of confidence to get into the next few contests at Snapper and that. And yeah, it's a cool place. The first time I've been down to Gisborne, and yeah, it's just good to win first event.
Do you like the way the ASP has divided into world title, primes, and then the star events? Do you like the new format this year?
Yeah, I like the prime events. It's pretty cool, you know. It gets a lot of the good surfers to all the events, and they're not hard. I mean, they're not easy, sorry. And yeah, it's good to get all those points from the primes as well.
Well, congratulations. Good luck to you in the quarterfinals.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, there you go. Adam Melling. Back up to you.
Adam Melling. Thank you, Bo. Adam Melling with a big result at the Billabong Pro Jeffreys Bay at 9th. That's his best on the World Championship Tour. And Bo leading to that he won that 6-star, not prime, but 6-star event in New Zealand, the Coldwater Classic. Randy Rarick back in the booth and taking a look at those points. Adam Melling making things happen. Dusty Payne gets there as well, gets some points. But I got to ask you, we were talking about the Standing Island pullout. Well, let's take a look at this wipeout, and it had people on the beach groaning our Olomana oleogram.
Right here, he's trying to get down the line, and he gets lipped right in the head. Just wow. That's again, if you're at home having your coffee, enjoy yourself, because he just got all the pain for you.
Yeah, that wasn't a Standing Island pullout. That was a Standing Island pounding.
He wished he could have pulled. Okay, so give us a take on actually, instead of straightening off or pulling up and out the top of the wave, where did that come from?
Well, what it was is the guys who actually really perfected it were early shortboard guys, and it really came into its own about the mid-'70s. Sean Thompson really comes to mind, because Sean, down at off the wall and back door, they would pull into the barrel, and you couldn't straighten off because you either get it on the head, just like what happened to Ola there, or else you didn't have time to get out the back. So they figured out if they could tuck their board in and just kind of dive into the wave, and that's why while you're still standing, so it's called a Standing Island pullout, and you pull out into the wave and out the back, and if you execute it right, you can actually come up and bounce out the back and not even get work. So interesting way to avoid that closeout.
The only thing is your eyelids that get full of water and they roll back on. Hey, then I've got to ask you this. This is a surprise question here, but who could qualify for the Pipe Masters? Hawaiians, internationals, whoever has the best results in the first two events, what's the situation with that wild card that is a Triple Crown wild card?
Well, we have both a Triple Crown wild card slot, and the ASP is also holding back a slot, because last year, a good example, Heath Joski did really well in Haleiwa. He did well at Sunset. He didn't have enough points on his own to get in, and so they already assigned the wild card slot. So this year, the ASP is holding that back. So if it's an international surfer who does well at Haleiwa and ends up doing well here at Sunset, he can qualify for the Pipe Masters and get that wild card from the ASP. If it's a Hawaiian surfer and he's in contention for the Triple Crown, he can get that spot. So there's actually 2 spots available to qualify for the Pipe Masters, depending on how you do on the first event and this one here.
Well, we're going to see Michel Perez, Pipe Masters. He is number 9 on the World Championship Tour, number 13 in the world rankings. He's a phenomenal athlete. That's his first wave. He's been very patient. We're going to see a round of 48 surfers at Pipeline?
Correct. What it is, it's a little bit different format, and we have overlapping heat format where there's actually 4 surfers in water, but you're only really contending against 1 surfer. So they have the overlapping heat format, which allows 2 different heats going on at the same time. You can see a shot there of Taj Burrow getting ready to, he's leading the rankings. And Taj is one of the top guys who came for both Haleiwa and Sunset. A lot of the guys only focusing on pipe, so a lot of the top contenders are not here. Taj says, hey, I haven't won a Triple Crown yet. I want to win the Triple Crown this year. So he's leading the rankings going into it. But that's the whole point, is with the Pipeline format, normally you have 36 surfers. Here in Hawaii, we add an extra 12 local surfers who get in. The local wild cards are spread through the first round, and it's a unique format. So we have a rule here in Hawaii: we're not allowed, unless you get a variance from city and county, to do man-on-man heats. And the reason being, they want to process the events really quickly in Hawaii, so the recreational surfers have plenty of time to surf. A lot of rules and regulations that don't apply anywhere but here in Hawaii. So the ASP has modified the format to work for the Pipeline, and it's the closest we're going to get to do man-on-man heats from day 1 right through. Now, we do have the unique situation where we have applied for a variance, and we will be doing man-on-man heats from the quarterfinals on down the Pipeline. So,
like last year. But the overlapping heat's really good, and they're usually 40 minutes long. The first heat has a priority. The second heat comes in, and for 20 minutes they surf without priority. A pretty tricky system. You, Kelly Slater, and everybody, and Billabong is formatted together, but it works out quite well.
Yeah, it's actually been utilized in a couple other places on the World Tour when they realize the swell's not going to hold. So it's a good way to condense the event, get it done faster, but at the same time have the surfer's ability to only focus on one other competitor while in the water.
That being said, 3 days to complete the Billabong Pipe Masters?
Yep, it's a 3-day format down at Pipeline. This event here, a 4-day format, because we have 128 surfers, 4-man heats all the way through to the final. Down there we only have 48 surfers, but because of the overlapping heat format and longer heat times at 40 minutes, we can complete the event in 3 days.
Will you and Al Hunt come up here as we close out today and tell us exactly who's in the hunt for the who might have won the rookie and who's in the hunt for the Triple Crown wild card seeds? I'm
not sure Al Hunt can make it up to the tower, but we'll get the information from him at least.
Okay, here we go. Some waves out the back. It's been a slow one, but Michel Perez is opening a 6.67 helped him out. 6.83 for Elio Graham, and everybody. Other than that, it's been slim pickings. Michel Perez here.
Michel surfed this wave really nice. Stayed nice and patient at the beginning of that wave where it was a little bit mushy. Right here, it starts to build up on the reef. Such a powerhouse from Tahiti. Look at all that spray. Really stylish surfer. And right here, another nice, strong wrapping cutback. And he even gets a third turn here on the inside. Really smooth cutback. Really strong surfer from Tahiti. And that's going to be a solid way to start his heat there, 6.67.
And here we go, live action surfer in yellow. Looks like Kieran Perot. This is his 4th wave. He's trying to better a 6.0. He's looking for a 4.68 on a white one. A lot of froth.
Yeah, we had a high tide right about 8:30, and usually about a half hour after high tide, you have the low tide or the high tide lulls. So we're the last part of that last heat that we saw Josh Kerr and Heath Joshke didn't get any of those sets, and it's kind of carried over into the beginning of this heat.
Oh, we missed this, but yeah, big old drop in there. We have Kieran Perot in the back with Kai Otten in the front. So obviously a mistake there for Kai. You can see Kieran Perot almost feels guilty there, and he's coming around that section.
Yeah, they're not racing each other to push one another off at all, and Kieran Perot stays with this wave.
Well, they haven't called it an interference yet, but that's going to be definitely looked at by the judges.
The interference would be scoring potential, right, Randy? If you're really not interfering against the guy and you're out of his way, and you pull out fast enough. And
yeah, if you get out of his way, if the judges deem that you did interfere in his scoring potential, then they'll call it on. If you get in and you get out fast enough, you saw Kai looked over and realized he was in front of Kieran there. He got out as quick as he could.
Yeah, and scoring potential on a smaller wave, meaning collapsed a section of a wave where he couldn't do it. Well, he's not going to collapse any section out here.
Broken board here, Dave, from Olamana Eliogram. So he's getting back out in the lineup. There's Caddy's got that duty of swimming in with a broken board.
I think we've seen 6 broken boards already, and it's only the third heat of the day.
Yeah, asking our security boys down there, keep an eye on them, and they've been counting 6 to 10 every day.
Okay, let's take another look at whether this is an interference or not. You can see that both guys are paddling out there. And Kai actually gets up first. He looks like he's going to go, and then Kieran gets in behind him.
Well, did Kai want to go left on that wave, the goofy footer?
That's a mistake there from Kai Otten. He knows, even though it was maybe his wave, like his turn, normal free surf, it'd be his turn. Kieran Peril had the inside, as we like to say, and this is a predominant right out here, so that's a pretty easy call for the judges.
That was a weird one, and from what I saw, and hopefully nothing's going to happen, these guys surf it out. But yeah, on a smaller wave, if you collapse a section or you impede his progress for getting the turns and the moves in, but right there, that was just so unusual. Well, Olamana Eliogram with a 6.83, and the last 2 waves didn't work out, changes boards, these 30-minute heats, best 2 waves out of a total of 15 they can catch.
It's interesting that potential interference call. In the old days, actually that would have been Kai Otten's wave. It was the first person to their feet, regardless of their position, and it really created havoc. So they got away. They basically said, look, one man, one wave, and we'll see if the judges deem that an interference or not.
Well, a lot of the World Championship Tour surfers that are very successful really are not big fans of 4-man heats. It's just a grovel fest out there. They want to, look, I just want to surf, and let's act like it's a tennis match.
Yeah, when it's a 4-man heat, it gives you the option to hassle. Since there's no priority, if you're sitting in, say, second place, and there's a guy in third who needs a score, that guy in second place has the option to hassle you the last couple minutes.
Every wave he can hassle you, and he can paddle you all the way around to the Turtle Bay.
And a man-on-man heat, that gets alleviated by the priority system. So it's a lot trickier. More tactics come into hand with 4-man heats.
We're watching our surfer in white, wave number 3, Kai Otten. No interference call so far. Kai is looking for a 4.48 at this point. A very strange heat, a couple of solid waves. 6.67 for Perez right now, has him in the second spot. A 6.83 has Eliogram in the lead. We're down to 11 minutes remaining.
And here's another prone stand-up here from the Tahitian, Michel Perez, pulling into that barrel, but that thing shuts down. And we'll see if we can get JD to cue up Olamana's first wave. I'm not sure that we saw that. It was right at the beginning of the heat. The highest score of the heat so far is 6.8. He snuffed that one right at the beginning of the heat. I don't remember seeing it. And here it is, right on cue. Thanks, JD. And this is Olamana from Maui. Big ol' hook. Look at that crazy snap. Gets airborne, pulls it off nicely, regains control, gets his feet back in the wax, and it kicks out. So a big score for one move, but that was critical.
You asked JD, and JD asked Lyle, and Lyle asked Chucky.
That's
how it goes. There's a crew of like 40 guys in the back here.
Well, they're on top of it. I mean, that took 3 seconds, but for them to cue that up. But I love the new scoring system. Back in the day, that would have been maybe a 3.5. Nowadays, the judges really reward the high-performance critical surfing. Even if it was just one move, he got almost a 7 for that.
You know what? When we were flashing back, you and I were giving the eye. Adam Melling's. Or no, it was Kai Otten's wave.
Yeah.
Kai Otten getting a 2.57, which he just about rode out of it. You thought that might have been underscored just because of the move off the top. And then Michel Perez gets a 1.8 on that closeout inside section. They are scoring the wave, and they're probably tracking
I wasn't aware that Kai kind of fell. For some reason, I stopped looking. I thought he made that move, but obviously you pointed that out, that he didn't ride out of that maneuver completely, and the judges, that they don't like that. They want you to ride out of that move completely.
Ross,
otherwise,
that's why you and I are talking, and they're up there judging.
That's right.
Some of the greatest moves out there are the 1s and 2s. They might not have been completed, but spectacular surfing nonetheless. And for Perez, a 1.80 into his score line, and it was a closeout, maybe at Standing Island. It looked like he punched out the back. But Perez is your leader. Eliogram in the second spot. Kieran Pro needs a 5.21, and Kai Otten needs a 5.64. And here comes some waves. And take a look. That is the jib, and the movement of that camera is worth its weight in gold, isn't it, Randy?
Yeah, you can see it's still early morning here in Honolulu, and the fans just starting to show up. Usually, doesn't get crowded here until about 10:30, so a little bit light turnout. It is a school day, it is a work day, and even though it is Friday, you'll see that stands completely full come midday.
Just like NASCAR, Randy.
Meanwhile, back in the lineup, look at this inside barrel. Oh. Kieran Perot pulling in and hoping to go for it, but shutting down him. That's what he needed.
He read that nicely as far as that was what to do in that wave to pull in, but unfortunately that sort of backwash clamped it.
Well, he pulled in with speed and then started maybe gravitating to the top, thinking it was going to pitch at the end, and it just collapsed before he got to the pinch part. But aggressive surfing for Kieran Perot, looking for that 5.21.
Well, interesting, you guys. I still haven't seen an interference dropped on Kai Otten, so maybe they deemed, hey, you know, he was in front of him, but he didn't hinder the ride.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. They were, you know, even though Kai got in first, Kieran got in second, and Kieran really was able to make that wave, and Kai didn't screw him up. So as long as it didn't screw up his scoring potential, then they didn't call it interference.
I really like that. I think that's such an awesome new adjustment to the interference rule, because I think, you know, about 10 years ago that probably was an easy call for an interference, but you know, even though Kieran snaked him, sort of, you know, he might have got underneath him, Otten didn't get an interference, and that's how it should be, because he didn't hinder the ride.
Remember, they're not looking at the screens right off. The initial scores and the initial decisions being made are from the naked eye, from the judges up here. If there's any question, then they'll analyze it through a replay. Well, I thought both of them were out of position too far on the corner. I mean, that's why even Kai looked like he was going to fake a left. Here we go, surfer in yellow to the inside, trying to make it around. This is the inside bowl. Kieran Perot is relentless on this inside section.
Well, that section's all or nothing, and that way, unfortunately, turned to nothing. So just a little bit on the shoulder. But look at Blue outside, Ola, trying to back up that nice 6.8, and he does get around it. That was pretty crazy with all that whitewash exploding around him, and a wild floater. He actually, like an accidental air.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit just trying to work around that corner, and he came around the corner and really wasn't in sorts, and went for there and just lost it. That, you know, we do have the Hawaiian Airlines air show. We haven't seen much, but we've seen a bunch of air drops today, and I think some of those that might qualify. We saw that one of Jamie O'Brien where he just dropped out of the wave, broke his board. That one there where Ola came around the corner and it just dropped out of that one. So
that'll be a fun replay.
I think with these light winds, we're going to see a big, huge alley-oop on the inside.
I think you could be tripping on that one. I don't know if alley-oop's too safe of a move out here. But maybe a floater, yeah, a big float or a big old hook.
Well, Randy, in the early days, talking about some of these hot dog surfers like Rabbit Kick High and stuff going to the shortboards, the floater was actually called the roller coaster.
Yeah, in the old days on the longboard, you really couldn't ride the top part of the wave, and just by fluke, a couple guys got thrown up there. They meant to kick out of the wave, and the actual lip caught them, and they came back over with it, and thus the name of the roller coaster was invented. And then as boards got lighter, they were able to finally get it out of the wave, and we can see surfing today, it's left the wave, and it's in the air now. On the inside, small little wave, as we saw a broken board there on the beach, and
Heliogram.
Quick little one for Ola, in and out.
Well, Kieran Perot has left that inside section, and he is moving out. Heliogram is in the inside section. Michel Perez is out waiting for a bomb. He's trying to replace a 1.80. He has a 6.67. Well, it seems to be the hardest thing you can do out here is get two good waves. You can always get a decent score, but trying to back up the score has been difficult.
A couple waves coming in. Hopefully we'll get some of those backup scores we're talking about. See if the guys can get in the right wave. You know, some of them are lining up on the reef just awkward and closing out, so they're just patiently waiting. Look at this next one, though. This could be a good one.
Yeah, it was interesting. Michel Perez paddled for the first one, got himself out of position for that second one, and now he's scrambling around just trying to pick some up. Here we go, a whitewater takeoff. Quick in and out for Kai. Nothing that he could really do with that one.
Yeah, he looked down the line and it was just small and going to go nowhere. But still more waves out the back, but it is a little confusing.
There's still some morning sickness, as we like to call it, too. And what that is when there's no strong trade winds to clean it up, it has a little bit of mumble and jumble. The waves kind of bump around. So hopefully that easterly winds will pick up just a little bit and it'll really brush it clean.
Randy, you know about morning sickness, don't you?
This morning, definitely.
You had fun last night. It was a chamber party.
Yeah, we were at the Turtle Bay Resort and hit the surfer bar, and a lot going up at the hub. Meanwhile, back in the lineup, Michel a little too deep on that one. So Ola over on the inner side, he gets it, takes advantage of it. So Michel a little too deep. Ola going under the barrel, nice little floater kind of
golf clap there for Ola. Really smart surfing there, picking off that inside bowl, a barrel and a float. So that's going to be a really cool little backup score for Ola.
Ola is leading this by 0.03, so it's going to be blown open, and it's going to be everybody trying for a second wave, trying to overtake Perez.
Right.
We're down to 3 minutes and 28 seconds remaining. We're watching heat number 3 of the round of 32. We are going to finish today and award $250,000 in prize money. Those that have been eliminated have been picking up checks. Olamana Eliogram going to get rid of that 1.67 in a big way, and here's a crazy floater.
I like how he tucked into that barrel really quick and then backed it up with a floater just before it went into the deep water. One more little, cheeky cut back there, and so that's going to be a great backup score.
3 more feet on that board, and it would have been a roller coaster.
Yep, there you go. So, as I said, interesting how equipment has changed the maneuvers that the surfers are doing. Modern surfing always contemporarily changing, and always the younger surfers trying to come up with new maneuvers, don't want to do what the old guys did anymore. And here at Sunset Beach, really an equalizer effect.
I just like the names you guys had back then. It was very Beach Boyish with the Standing Island kick out and the roller coaster. They're very G-rated. I like it.
Well, in terms of slang, what was the guy in the lineup that was just not the greatest surfer, always in the way or on the beach or a poser? The name Kook? Or?
Well, he was a kook, and then you have the Hodads. The Hodads were the guys that had to look like surfers.
Sounds like a good band.
And, yeah, well, and the other thing I used to love, Jerry Lopez's favorite word is bitchin'. That's a word that we used back then when something was really good, it was really bitchin', and you don't hear that one anymore. So as Ross pointed out, the vernacular has changed along with the surfing as well.
Surfer in yellow running and gunning, needs a 5.48, trying to overtake Perez, who's trying to replace a 1.80. 2 minutes remaining on the clock, and thanks to Bill, who's brought us that scoreboard from the Gold Coast of Australia. Surfers probably know what's going on in the lineup and the score they need to improve upon and their position.
Yeah, that's huge for them. That's all that info that used to be a question mark. Now they know what they need.
Yeah, we introduced that at Hall-E. We've been fine-tuning it, and we've got it really great now on the front of the scaffolding. The surfers can see actually the scores they need to advance. And we're getting down to the final moments of this particular heat. We'll be wrapping it up, and I'll be taking an exit and get back to running this event. And I think Shea Lopez will be coming on along with some special. There's the scoreboard. You can see it there. That's some scores that the surfers need to improve upon. So the surfer, Ella, he's got the 6.07. That'll improve his score. Surfer in the number 2 spot needs just a 1.8 or better to go into first. And then the last 2 scores, you can see the ones on the bottom left and the bottom right, that's what they need to at least get into the transfer position.
And if you're the surfer in white, you say, oh, I'm lower right. That means I'm in 4th place.
Exactly.
And that means 4th place points and prize money. We're at the business end of the deal here, and 4th place is fine, but 3rd place is that much better for your pocketbook and your world ranking.
Well, speaking of pocketbook, Ola's pocketbook's going to be looking pretty solid. He got a 6, so way in the first, like you said, Dave.
Well, it looks like we got Sonny Garcia and Shea Lopez going to come back up into the booth here for the next heat. We're down to 30 seconds remaining. Any buzzer beaters in the lineup? Here we go. Out the back, surfer in white needs a score of a 5.91, and this could be a score for him.
Oh, beautiful turn, lots of spray. One more section here, and that's going to be really close. Let's see if he can ride out it. That's what he got barred for in that last wave when he had that huge snap. Kai Otten making it interesting here.
And you see him looking at his watch. He knows the heat's going to finish.
Done deal. This heat done and dusted. Waiting for some scores. The round of 32, heat number 3, it is over with. Coming up next, Nat Young, Travis Logie. It looks like Evan Geiselman and possibly Taj Burrow. But right now, we're waiting for some scores. Let's take a look at some of the waves here. Well, starting off with a serious plan of attack, Kai Otten.
Kind of a funny heat for Kai. He had that non-call interference, in front of Kieran Perro, but what a snap that was. Just coming unstuck, judges not rewarding him for it.
The best 2.57 we've seen.
Yeah, that was an awesome snap if he would have held on, but we do have scores coming through. We'll let you know as soon as we see them.
And then Michel Perez, he gets through with a 1.8 in his scoreline. A 6.67 does it. A really close heat. Olamana Eliogram on the beach, getting it together in the water, makes it happen, even with a broken board. A 6.83, a 6.07. We'll be right back with more action. The Vans World Cup of Surfing continues live from Sunset Beach.
To those of us who share these islands, flying is a way of life. Every day, Hawaii flies with us.
Round 32.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach, the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy. We're at the Vans World Cup of Surfing, and we've got a great heat. Triple Crown point leader Taj Burrow will be in blue. The young Nat Young out of Santa Cruz in yellow. Evan Geiselman from Florida in white. And Travis Logie from Durban, South Africa in red. In the booth, I'm Bo Hodge. We're joined along with a Vans team rider, Shea Lopez, and 6-time Triple Crown champion, 2000 ASP Men's World Champion, and 2-time winner of this event, Mr. Sonny Garcia. Welcome back, guys.
Thanks for having me again.
Thanks, Bo. It's a great day here at Sunset. The sun's shining. We've got 6 to 8 foot of surf. A little inconsistent side, but as we've seen, some great potential out there, and hopefully these trades clean it up throughout the day without dropping tide.
Yeah, the waves have cleaned up quite a bit since this morning. This morning it was looking a little sketchy, you know, when I first pulled up. Wasn't that many waves, but it's actually looking really good now.
This is red Travis Logie from South Africa up on a quick opening ride, really tight in the pocket there on his backside. A lot of the guys have dropped down in size on their boards today, and it's allowing them to get extra maneuverability on these smaller waves at Sunset we see. And a good opening ride there for Travis.
Yeah, I talked to Travis. I said, how's the injuries? He goes, mate, no injuries. I'm 100%. We're not going to talk about injuries. So, you know, he's feeling good. He's feeling healthy. Of course, we saw him down in Chopu in that exciting heat with Jordy Smith, and then coming into the tour halfway through. And he's having an excellent year.
Yes, he is. And he had a number of injuries he sustained during that Chopu event, and a great showing. And he also, throughout this year, he's had a number of illnesses, just, you know, flu virus, and it can be very difficult traveling the world to stay at 100%. When you're up there, you want to keep that.
Yeah, yes. especially nowadays, you know, and they have so many events. You know, it's just those CT guys, you know, they have their 10 or 11 events, and then they have all the 6 stars and the prime, so that's quite a bit of traveling.
That one world ranking really put a lot of pressure on these guys to keep traveling around the world, and as we saw, it looks like some of the top seeds elected not to surf in that first Hawaii event just to get a little extra rest and prepare themselves for such a challenging lineup here at Sunset, and then the big finale at Pipeline.
Yeah, Pipe's going to be a good event, you know, especially, you know, when all this swell's been moving the sand.
Here's Nat Young. He's got a nice looking wave, and so impressive on his backside over the years. A former Coldwater Classic winner at a very young age, and now attacking the Prime Series and hoping to get on that World Tour. And that was a well-surfed wave with a number of critical backside snaps.
This kid has grown into a man. I mean, he's grown up so much in the last couple of years, and you know, he's filled in, and man, his surfing's just getting better and better.
Let's watch the replay. Last of yellow, courtesy of Vans. Sonny, take it away on this bottom turn.
Looks like a little bumpy, but you know, he just cleaned up, and gee, man, he's just laying into turns. You know, it's
he has gotten a lot bigger, huh, Sonny?
Yeah, some of these kids are just, I mean, just getting bigger, man, and their turns are just looking so polished. I mean,
no, it's really cool to see he's drawing those same lines as a couple years ago with that extra weight and power. It's made a big difference out here at Sunset.
Yeah, Sunset's it's a really hard wave to surf, period. But to surf it backside, it's a lot harder, and making it look really easy out there.
You can see he's only 20 years of age, and he's got a number of years to improve out here.
Yeah, that's just, I mean, the surfing nowadays, the kids are surfing so good, and at such a really young age. I mean, at 20, I was still trying to figure out Sunset, and you know, he's out here just doing a really good job.
Well, coming into this event with that final showing over at Haleiwa, he's moved up to number 51. So, you know, he's knocking on the door, and here we go. Surfer in blue, Taj Burrow, the leader of the Triple Crown.
Wow, he's surfing really fast out there. And I believe he's not on that Old Faithful, a different board, and unfortunately gets caught behind that section.
I talked to all the guys as they checked in with Uncle Rabbi Kai, our Hall of Fame beach marshal. All the guys are taking out 6.6s as their board, and Nat Young's taking out a 6.8 as a backup.
Wow.
Yeah, it seems like a good size range for these guys to get in the pocket. I know Sonny you're thinking about something a little bigger?
Yeah, I'm thinking I still might ride my 710 and try and sit out the back and pick waves. You know, like I said before, these young guys are surfing so good, and it's so hard to compete with them, you know, on the up and up. So my game plan is to ride a little longer board, you know, get a little bigger wave, and maybe not do as much turns, but maybe a little bigger ones.
What were you riding your heat against Carissa?
I rode 7.6, I think.
Yeah, because that was a similar size to this day, a little messier and more spread out, but that board looked perfect as you jammed a number of big turns in the pocket.
Yeah, no, I always ride a little longer board, and especially this year because I didn't train as hard, so I'm a little bit on the unhealthy side. So you know, I need that length and the thickness to get me around.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's throw it down to Kaipo Guerrero. He's got Ola down below in the green room. Take it away, Kaipo.
Thank you very much, Bo. I'm here with the last heat leader, Ola Mana Eleogram from Hana, Maui. Good job, Ola. I want to say, first of all, great heat. Talk a little bit about your heat out there and kind of the shifting peaks and different lineups happening.
Yeah, it was really, it looked really good this morning, and it is really good. It's a lot better than yesterday, a lot more cleaner. I only have a 6.6 right now, and I actually just broke it, so I was on my brother's 6.6 to the last half of the heat. And yeah, it's really good out there. It's just really hard to find the right waves. You can sit up the peak and get one nice turn in, but then it's going to close out, or you can sit down at the in bowl and hope to get one that stays open. And it looks really good from here, but when you're out there, it's just so much different, and you're just all over the place, and you're just, I mean, 30 minutes goes by pretty fast. Comes down to 10 minutes, you start panicking and stuff. Like, I was trying to place a 1.6 for the longest time. Michelle made it with a backup score of the 1.9, so it's just like it's hard to get that second wave.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, the time machine out here at Sunset Beach. Half-hour heats, but they go by really quickly once you're out there. As a local pro here in Hawaii, what does this Vans Triple Crown of Surfing mean to you?
Well, it means everything to me and all the Hawaiians and everybody. Like, you hear the top surfers say that the best thing besides world title is the Triple Crown. And I didn't even really do that much contest this year, the QS. I just did enough just to try to get me a spot into the Triple Crown. That's like my goal for this year, was to get into the Triple Crown. And that's most Hawaiians' goal, is to get into the Triple Crown. You want to surf here at home, you know?
And you're doing a good job. You and another Hana brother coming out, Hank, also from Hana. So both of you guys still in the competition. We'll see Hank later. Both of you guys getting some support from a local company to make this happen, right?
Yeah, we're stoked. Our sponsor is Local. They're called Local. They're all about eco-friendly and like about sustainable products and all that stuff. And they're really good. Me and Hank had no sponsors, and that's why I didn't do any of the QSs really this year, because I had no money to do it. And they jumped in, picked us up, helped us go to Puerto Escondido, do a trip down there for a contest, get some points, and then they hooked up me and Hank at the house right here across from Rocky, which is epic. We can surf Rockies, and we're walking distance from Sunset. So it's Local, right on. Thank you guys.
All right, so mahalo to Local, and shouts out to all the guys over there at High Tech Maui as well.
I'll say my mom. Mom, I love you. Everybody in Hana, right on.
All right, so we're going to see more of Ola Eleogram in the quarterfinals. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Kaipo. Congratulations. Sonny, great to see. And he's talking about the local support. The last Hawaiian to win the Vans Triple Crown was you back in 2006. We've had an Aussie string ever since then.
Wow, we're gonna have to try really hard to put an end in that.
There's the results from heat number 3. Ola in first, Michelle Perez with that backup 1-point ride. Kai Otten goes down, and then also followed there in 4th place by KP, the runner-up at the Billabong Pipeline Masters. The breakdown in this 32 in this round of 4, Sonny, we're looking at 11 Aussies, 10 Hawaiians, 3 from California, 3 surfers from Florida, 2 from South Africa, 2 from Brazil, and also 1 from Tahiti. In the Hawaii breakdown, 4 surfers from Oahu, 4 from Maui, 1 each from Kauai and the Big Island. As we watched from the last interview, this was Evan Geiselman.
Yeah, this is a surfer from just down the street where I live in New Smyrna Beach, and picking up a nice little wave. He's a Triple Crown rookie this year, and he's getting dangerously close to that Rookie of the Year title.
Oh, he surfed good on that wave. Did some really good carving turns.
We'll get a look at Nat Young. Nat opened up with that 5.67, that backside wave, so he's got an early lead right now. Currently in second is Evan Geiselman, Taj Burrow in third, Travis Logan in fourth, but we're awaiting last of Travis Logan. I know JD's got the replay, and let's cue this up right now. This will be last of yellow, Nat Young.
That's a good-looking wave. That's middle peak there, coming off the point, and a lot of fan off the top there. And I like when he fades back and sets up a really deep bottom turn to just crack it at that little bit of white water. Really well read by Nat Young.
That was great. See at bottom turn, he's actually grabbing the rail on the bottom turn. That I think that's so cool. These guys are getting really low.
Travis Logie gets incredibly low. And when you see the guys fade back into that foam and come out with such projection, really setting up these bottom turns. On the backside, you're able to do that. You come up really close to the pocket. Front side, you usually come up either into the lip or out more for a carve.
Yeah. Travis really surfed that last wave really good.
This is an important heat for Travis, as we saw Kai Atten just go down in the last heat, and he's getting dangerously close as well to requalification. 22,000 points is about that bubble, we think, with Al Hino speaking to him earlier, and both Travis and Kai are right there on that bubble.
Yeah, they're 33-34, so Travis Logie knowing that, and I talked to him about it. He goes, hey, I'm excited, I'm having a good contest, I'm looking forward to my heat, so he's going in with a positive attitude.
Yeah, and they're right about 21,650 points, both of them, so making this heat could be the difference.
Last wave for Travis Logie, a 5.73. Last wave for Nat Young, a 4.23. So our situation right now, Nat Young out of Santa Cruz, California, in yellow in the lead, followed by Durban, South African. Travis Logie in red, now needing a 4.17 to go to first. On the bubble right now, out of Florida in white, Evan Geiselman needing a 6.33. And our Triple Crown point leader, Taj Burrow from Western Australia in blue, now needs a 6.73.
Yeah, very tight heat here. Taj Burrow unable to come up with anything yet, but there's some more sets coming to the lineup. You can see him rolling through. If anyone's in position, this could be one of the better sets of the day.
I noticed on that last little wave that Taj took, his board looked a little funny taking off. Maybe something wrong with the fins, or just having a hard time with the bumps.
Well, here's Evan, Sonny, on a nice looking wave in that set, really high up into the lip. Don't know if he's going to get around this section for one more. Possible. Fighting to get into that inside bowl, and as he gets into the channel, too late for a turn.
Got off two pretty good turns on that wave. I think that should be a...
I liked how high he got up in the lip on that second one.
Yeah, pretty good score.
Good start for Evan Geiselman. He looks to get that Triple Crown Rookie of the Year title.
Yeah, that's sponsored by JN Automotive. Nixon time counting down 17:05. Let's take a look at last wave from Evan Geiselman, Shane.
So many of these waves at sunset, you have to read what it's going to do down the line. He took off on just such a frothy thing and really did well to get high up in the lip. A little air under his board. So hard to turn when it's white, but now he's out in the green place and he fits in that second turn, Sonny.
Well, that was a good turn and a pretty critical spot in the wave. So she's needing a 6.33. I think he's pretty close to that.
Yeah, and he's going to get a really nice score on the board and really set up 16 minutes remaining to get back out in the lineup and get out there and just put some pressure on his other competitors. With the smaller conditions, you're going to see more of the guys getting closer in the lineup together. It's possible heated paddle battles.
Surfers getting ready for the next heat. Heat number 5, we can see Ian Walsh out of Maui. 4 surfers out of Maui in this contest. Wow. 4 from Oahu and 1 each from the neighbor islands in this round of 32. And Ian's won out here back before at the XL Pro, an event that you won many years ago, Sonny, back in 1992.
Yeah, Maui pumping out a lot of really, really good surfers. I mean, not surprisingly, because Maui's got a lot of some of the best waves in the world. So, these kids are just, they're just pumping them out, man.
Well, Ian Walsh has made the semis a number of times out here, and he's focused and determined to get into this final and take out the win.
Well, Ian's, one of the premier big wave riders now. I mean, that guy charges anything. Paddle in, toe in, you name it, he does it. And his small wave surfing is pretty incredible as well. So, really well-rounded surfer.
There's a shot of Lincoln Taylor. He'll be up against Dane Gudauska's Team Vans rider, along with C.J. Hopgood coming up in heat number 5. Talk about the conditions today, Sonny. Shay and I were just praying and hoping this wind would lighten up yesterday. We never got our wish, but today we are being blessed on the last day of the contest. This is what you want.
There's Nat Young again, Sonny. These guys are taking it to Taj out there, really getting all the waves.
Wow.
So critical, really high in the pocket there for Nat. I really like the way these young backsiders are attacking Sunset.
Yeah, these guys are ripping. I mean, today the waves are a little smaller, and the sun came out, and it seemed like the wave is starting to line up a lot better than they were yesterday. And I mean, being that it's a little smaller, these guys are going to really be attacking the waves today, and not having to really worry about getting cleaned up. So we should see some really, really good surfing as the day goes along.
Here's the Vans replay, last of Nat Young.
Watch this bottom turn projection, so high up in the lip, straight vertical at the outside peak at sunset. That's an extremely difficult maneuver to pull off.
Yeah.
There's so much water moving in this lineup, even on a smaller day. Yesterday was almost impossible conditions at times. The sets rolling through. I talked to a number of guys that, without ever catching a wave, they had to do a lap around, so they got pushed in.
You know, it's always funny when you get a heat and then you notice the guys that aren't comfortable out there in the bigger waves, because I won't say any names, but during my heat, one of the sets was coming in and one of my fellow competitors started taking off toward the channel, and I was just like, wow, you know, it's going to be that big. But,
here's the H-65 Dolphin helicopter, courtesy of the Coast Guard. This is the main rescue helicopter that is stationed out over at Barber's Point and doing their normal fly around. Sonny, you're familiar with these guys?
Yeah, I mean, you guys are always around. You have the wave get big and people get sucked out to sea. You know, these are guys that are going to come and get you.
They're flying right over the lineup here. I don't know if it's some of the same guys that were on the morning show with us the other day. I'd like to thank them for coming out. The U.S. Coast Guard was a great addition to the morning show in the green room with Mark Healy, and just appreciate their efforts and keeping everyone safe, especially in these high surf advisories on the North Shore.
Yeah, you know, on the North Shore, we definitely need something like that all the time. So it's good to see them buzzing around and making sure everybody's safe.
Let's get an update. We've got a series of flurry of wave scores coming in here, and then we got Nat Young with that 5.1, so that is now his low wave, his last ride. Combo that with his first ride, a 5.67. The surfer out of Santa Cruz in yellow still remaining in the lead. Travis Logie in red still in second place, needing a 5.04 to go into first. In third remains Evan Geisman. Now he only needs a 3.17 to get out of third into second place. And Taj Burrow, the Reef Hawaiian Pro champion, still in fourth place, Sonny. He needs a 6.73. Welcome to the broadcast here at Sunset Beach, the Vans World Cup of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy. I am Bo Hodge, joined along with six-time Triple Crown winner Sonny Garcia and Vans team rider Shea Lopez. Welcome.
Thanks a lot, Bo.
Thanks.
Pleasure to be up here in the booth with you. The best view you can get. Sonny, I know yesterday he commented on how nice it was to relax and really see the screens and get prepared for his heat. He's like, can I come up and do that again?
Yeah.
And I'm like, sure thing, anytime, Sonny.
Definitely an advantage, you know, coming up here and taking a look and getting to see the lineup.
Well, this is the view. We're on the same level as the judges, so this is what the judges see.
Well, it's good. Well, at least I get to take a look and see what they're seeing.
Because you always see it from point of view as a competitor.
Yeah, we're always looking in from the water, from down on the beach. So, you know, having this little view from a little higher up, you really get to see the lineup and see where it's hitting the reef and what kind of wave it should be taking.
And at home, watching this webcast or on all the great oceanic cable stations across the Hawaiian Islands in Southern California, you're going to get to see the same replays that they're seeing at home.
Yeah.
Here we go, Taj Burrow on a big drop out the back, and he needs a big explosive score of a 6.73 to get out of fourth place. Nice round-out cuts back into the whitewater section, carves a turn back in. This is the Taj Burrow that we know.
Yeah, I think he might have changed boards, didn't he?
It looks like he has. He didn't like the way the other board felt, and he's really milking this wave out and gets a beautiful layback snap on just a weird connector wave all the way through to the channel that just kept offering up little turns. And there's now on a much bigger wave out the back, Sonny, but didn't wall out.
Some of the waves today are going to be a little challenging, you know, not hitting the reef, and you know, on that wave, particular wave of gnats, you know, that just had that warble.
Here's a shot of the main tower. We're up above. We're on the right-hand corner. Right below us is that scoring screen. Sonny, can you see Bill Morrison's screen and the wave scores and the numbers?
I'm going blind in my old age. I really can't see the flag or the clock.
So you're old school and you rely on, you know, instinct. And here we go, Travis Logie.
Travis is on a screamer. Two great backside turns in the hook. Didn't get the third in, but those first two turns were very nice, and he's going to increase his score line quite nicely with that 3.17 dropping with potential 6+ ride.
Let's watch this replay. Last takeoff, late takeoff from Taj Burrow.
Yeah, that was a really late takeoff, you know, and like I said earlier, I noticed that he had changed his board, and this board looks a lot better than the one he was riding earlier. And, you know, he picked up a pretty good wave. You know, now he's just going to need to get out there and get one more good one and hope to get into a transferred spot.
You can see with the variable winds today, still a lot of bump, but it's smooth between the bumps out there today. And if we get any kind of trades, it's going to turn on. And here's that wave of Travis's that I really appreciated his commitment to off the top in the hook. See how steep it was where he was turning.
he's turning the critical parts of the wave.
Yeah, that was beautiful
Great
surfing from Travis Logie. That could be an excellent score.
Travis coming off a great performance, a semifinalist down at Tahiti, really proving himself in the big surf, and I think that's given him a lot of confidence out here today at Sunset.
You know, Travis has been surfing. You know, he's been coming to Hawaii for a little while, and he always surfs good here. I just think that, you know, he's just probably getting a better feel, and like you said, you know, maybe getting a little more comfortable. But, you know, I always see him charging. You know, he surfs good at pipe, and, you know, pipe's one of those places where there's so many guys out, and it's really hard to get a wave. So, you know, for any of these international guys to go out and do well there is a statement in itself.
Nixon time counting down 8 minutes, 55 seconds. We're on standby for last of red. And Travis Logie just locked in a 7.5. So he goes from second to first with a 7.5 and a 5.37. Nat Young now needs a 7.56. So almost an identical score, just a little better to regain first. Evan Geiselman now requiring in third a 5.04 surfer in white for Taj Burrow. Locked in a 4.77, but everybody else is doing better than him. He needs a 6.0 to get out of fourth place. And we're seeing two of our finalists out of Haleiwa in this heat. So Nat Young, a little bit of payback for Taj maybe in this, because remember, Nat got fourth at Haleiwa when Taj won the Reef Hawaiian Pro.
Definitely, and I talked to Nat, and I told him it looked like he just let off in the gas in the final. So happy to be there, and getting to a final in Hawaii is such an accomplishment in itself that maybe he just wasn't looking for the win. And I told him, you get at the Sunset and you attack every heat like it's a final and you go for wins. And he is a Triple Crown threat with that final place here and making heats in Sunset. We're going to see if potentially he can get a spot in the pipeline.
Yeah, well, we're going to be on standby for that. And there's the situation here in heat number 4. Nixon time 7:50 remaining. Again, Taj Burrow, you wouldn't think he would be down so long, but Sonny, you noticed the board change, so he kind of was undergunned there and maybe regrouping. So the second half of the heat.
Yeah. Sunset's a hard wave to surf, and, you know, trying to figure out your boards. You know, sometimes a board will work one day and just definitely not work at all the next day. So it's always good to get out here early and figure out your quiver.
There's Ian Walsh playing fun with the cameraman Larry Haynes out in the Water Patrol cam, and great shot, great angle. I love the Water Patrol cam because you know why? It shows the thickness here of that wave at Sunset.
Yeah, to look in from looking in from the water, looking in the lineup is a whole different feel. I mean, from the beach, you go, oh, look, kind of like a big wonky wave, and then you get to the inside and you're just like, holy man.
Okay, there's Nat Young again, another good-looking wall from way up the point. This could connect very well on the inside reef here, as those waves that hug the point offer a lot of steep wall to get a number of turns as he keeps connecting on his backside. One last, it's about his 5th or 6th turn. He's really commanding the lineup out there.
That was a really good wave. I mean, you know, just to go out the back and get one of those is really, you're taking a lot of risk, you know, getting caught inside or getting too far up the point. You know, paid off for him. That was a really good wave.
Well, I tell you what, Shay, you've noticed something about Nat that you didn't see in the final. You know, he was, you know, not sure of himself. He is sure of himself in this heat.
Gaining confidence with every wave and every heat he surfs in out here. And he's just such a cool kid. He travels a lot with my brother on the Prime Series. And my brother doesn't like to travel with many people. He loves traveling with Nat. He's a good kid.
Yeah, well, that's a good influence. And here he goes. Nice, hard, aggressive turn, Sonny.
Yeah, like I keep saying, man, this kid has matured into a really good surfer. I mean, not to say that he wasn't surfing good when he was young, because he was killing it. He just, you know, just with the side that he put on and his surfing is just so much more polished.
And I was talking earlier about him possibly getting a spot in the Pipe Masters. Last year we saw Julian Wilson up in contention for the Triple Crown win. He didn't get that spot. This year the ASP is reserving 2 spots. One of those is if there's a potential guy that's not in pipeline from outside of Hawaii in the Triple Crown contention, they'll save that spot for possible Nat Young and Pipeline Masters.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. And, of course, the other spot will be the leading Hawaiian contender. And right now we've got a couple of big guns going into that, and that's John Florence. But he's already got a seat because he's already in for a wild card for Yaden Nickel. And plus he already won the Vulcan Pipeline Pro. So he's got multiple entries into that event. So we may even have another Hawaiian coming in. Hello, Sonny.
Maybe if I do well enough today, maybe I get...
You're going to be battling with Adam Melling, though. He's still in there.
There's so many, you know, to me, I'd much rather see some of these young guys get in there and compete. I mean, I've been surfing in this for the last 26 years, and I'm happy just to be in this event and doing as well as I've done so far. I mean, you know, I'd much rather see one of the younger guys go for it and and actually, give it everything they got and win it.
Well, Evan Valier in contention for that right now. He went in the seat early this morning, got a nice tube ride. And there's not many surfers out here on their backside. He's my favorite surfer on his backside right now at Sunset. And at Pipeline, he's right there at the top of the list as well.
Yeah, definitely ripped the Pipeline.
Also just heard that world champion Mick Fanning has a neck injury, and he had to pull out of Pipeline. So CJ Hobgood will be taking his place down at Pipe. So ever-changing situation as we'll keep you posted. Here we go. Taj Burrow up and riding.
Frothy wave out the back. And these are the ways they've been working for the guys and they clean up. But that one didn't have enough wall, and he's looking to improve on only a 2.17, but those guys ahead of him have a couple good scores already.
Yeah, that was actually a really smart deal to kick out of that wave and not try and milk it for something that he needs a 6, and definitely wasn't worth getting a 6 on that wave.
Nixon time counting down, 3 minutes 45 seconds. Welcome to Sunset Beach. We are in heat number 4, round number 4 of the exciting $250,000 Vans World Cup of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy. Also being produced by ASB Hawaii and our other great co-sponsors, including Nixon, GoPro, Cliff Bar, Surfline.com, Flowwater, State Farm Insurance, Roadrunner, High Speed Internet, JN Automotive, sponsoring the Rookie of the Year, Surfing Magazine, Turtle Bay Resort, Climb On Sunscreen, Wave Jet Propulsion, Hawaii Tourism Authority, Skull Candy, Oceanic Time Warner Cable, Hawaiian Airlines, Dr. Leland down at the Kaina Kai Clinic, and Terry Hui and the boys down at the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Mahalo to all of our great sponsors.
You can see that scores line up there on your screen, watching at home on the Webcaster TV. Got a very tight heat with all surfers, a couple good scores. If Evan Geiselman and Taj Burrow able to connect with a good set, they could run all the way up to first and second.
They're not needing that much of a score. I mean, Geiselman needs a 5.04 and Taj needs a 6. I mean, that's just getting a wave and surfing it. So
both those guys can get 8s at any time out there.
Those guys. I mean, Taj is capable of getting. I mean, definitely standing up and getting a 6.
I mean, we saw in Haleiwa, he was doing these layback frontside barrels. He was pulling off 9s, almost 10-point rides out of nowhere.
This day and age, needing a 5 and a 6 for anybody on tour is not much.
Well, this is a big lineup here at Sunset. You can see those guys spread out, trying to figure it out. This is when you get critical here. With just about 2 minutes remaining, these guys are going to have to decide where in the lineup they want to go and who's going to be in contention to take them out. I know that Nat Young and Travis Logie really want to make this heat right now. They're going to put all the pressure they can on Evan and Taj.
Well, I think they have a lot more on the line here, too. Evan Geiselman, he's number 59 coming into this event. Travis Logie, number 34. And, Nat Young, hey, he wants to prove himself, and he did at Haleiwa, and he still has something more to prove.
Yes, he does. And another great result from Nat Young here, potentially getting into that Pipe Masters and setting himself up. I see him as a definite threat next year on the Prime Series or the Qualifying Series, whatever it is. It's yet to be determined because Nat Young, he's got it all. Frontside big airs and that backside. You can get him at Bells Beach or Snapper, he's going to put it down.
Yeah, he definitely would be a well-welcomed surfer on tour.
Nixon time, 1 minute 14 seconds remaining. There's the breakdown on your top right-hand corner. Travis Logie out of Durban, South Africa in red in first. Nat Young in yellow in second. Geiselman needing a 5.04 to go to third to second. And Taj Burrow, our Reef Hawaiian Pro Champion. If he goes out, guys, this is really going to open up the ball game for the Vans Triple Crown. Again, he needs that 6.0 you were talking about, Sonny.
Yeah, now we're down to under a minute. This is when everything starts to get interesting. Everybody goes into panic mode, and either they'll get a really great ride or really great wipeout trying to get that wave.
This is when Sonny starts grabbing me and holding my leash, and I can't get away from him. And it's just like I've got this blanket of Sonny over me in my heat.
Yeah, this is when when you're in that position, making the heat, you do whatever it takes to keep that person off the wave.
Remember, we saw it Pipeline a few years ago with Dean Morrison and Damien Hobgood. That was a pretty famous battle there.
The funny, when in 1986, my first year on tour, I actually surfing this event, and Buzzy Kerbox pulled my leash on a 15-foot set and let me go over the falls. Luckily, I still managed to make the heat, but those older guys were just
they were brutal.
They were gnarly back in the day.
There's Taj Burrow, and he's an early exit here in the Vans World Cup of Surfing. This Triple Crown race is really heating up there.
Yeah.
But it was a major upset.
It was this man right here, Travis Logie out of Durban, South Africa with that 7.5 and those aggressive snaps. And Nat Young also squeaking on through too.
Yeah, great performance from Nat. Couldn't be happier for him to be up there in the quarterfinals. And Evan Geiselman, great showing. And I believe with a third place finish, he has secured that Triple Crown Rookie of the Year. Good job, Evan.
Yeah, we'll keep you posted on that. Really happy for Nat Young. He'll go into the quarterfinals. Unfortunately for this man, Taj Burrow, he's going to have to rest on his laurels, and we'll see the defending, well, 2 years ago, he was the Pipeline champion. He'll be going back to Pipeline to try to regain that momentum. Stick around. We got heat number 5 of the Vans World Cup of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy coming up next.
Round 32.
Welcome back to the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy. We're at Sunset Beach for event number 2 of this exciting event, the $250,000 Vans World Cup of Surfing, and we've got an exciting heat right here. Former champion C.J. Hopgood out of Florida in the blue, Lincoln Taylor in yellow from Australia, Ian Walsh from Maui in the white jersey, and team rider from Vans, Dane Gudauskas in the red jersey. Now let's watch first wave from Ian Walsh in white, Shay.
Interesting takeoff there. He had to really battle Dane Gudauskas for that wave. And Ian Walsh came up fourth with the early entry and got a nice couple turns in. Good surfing from Ian, and he's just really committed to making this final and winning Sunset this year.
I want to welcome you to the broadcast. I'm Bo Hodge along with Shay Lopez, and also bringing back Vans team rider Dylan Graves. Welcome back, Dylan.
Thanks, Bo. Stoked to be back. Glad I didn't say anything that wouldn't allow me to come back.
Well, here we go. Former champion C.J. Hopgood. You're looking to go be a student. Watch this man backside. He really knows how to attack this wave.
Oh, wow, that was an incredible turn right there. That end section is so hard to negotiate sometimes.
Look out the back. Here's Dane Gudauskas on one of the biggest waves of the day here. He's got
Big Daddy Ding Dongus.
He's got this wall stretching out in front of him, trying to line up these bumps. A big hump in front of him, and he can't get to that next section.
Boy, you read that perfect. You saw that bump, and it just kind of clipped him up.
Yeah, it didn't connect through to the inside bowls. That was a bigger wave, but still not quite big enough. The tide's still high. They're not connecting through the inside bowl yet.
Yeah, that had a funky little side wedge to it. It looked a little strange. A weird little wave selection there for Dane, but he's going to get back out there, and we got, who's this, Lincoln Taylor? Up and riding.
Yeah, he faded through the lip and didn't have much in front of him, so he kicks out. These guys are going to really make sure they get on 2 quality waves in their 30-minute time allotment.
Again, welcome to Sunset Beach. We're in our 4th and final day. We're going to crown a champion. $40,000 goes to the winner today. It's going to be exciting. We're in round number 4, heat number 5. I'm Bo Hodge, Dylan Graves, Shay Lopez. Welcome to the webcast, the broadcast. You're watching on Oceanic Channel 250 and High Definition 1250. Welcome from the Hawaiian Islands and all the 10 million viewers at the Time Warner cables over in Southern California, from San Diego all the way up to the coast, to the desert cities and on the coastline. We welcome you to today's broadcast, and we couldn't ask for a better day for the final. This is what contest directors want. They want nice, sunny conditions, ideal with the big surf, and especially what we went through at Haleiwa, the stressful 9 days of no surf, squeezing 4 days into 3, cutting down the heat times, and having some marginal surf at Haleiwa, not Haleiwa standard. We have sunset standards out here today.
Yes, we do, Bo. Haleiwa, it ended up fine. We had a great air show, the Hawaiian Air Show, sponsored by Hawaiian Airlines. 250,000 miles went off in spectacular fashion. We haven't seen the airs here, but Haleiwa was full of them. Here at Sunset, we're seeing just tremendous effort from all competitors in the big surf.
There's Evan coming back up on the beach over to the beach marshal. We've got a few partial scores coming in, nothing to broadcast, but once Ian Walsh's score locks in, that'll be the high wave right now. Go ahead, Dylan.
We got the big daddy Dane Dalmas in the lead right now with he's only got a .90, but it's enough to have him in the lead. Oh wait, no, bite my tongue there. Ian Walsh into the lead with a 3.33, but it's early in the heat. All the boys
CJ scores.
Yeah, CJ's going to drop in a score, and he'll vault to first. He'll even double the last wave of Ian Walsh with a 6.67, and nothing speaks highly of experience. In the year he won out here, just monster big attacks underneath the lip were just historic.
He's such a good surfer, so well-rounded. I was talking to him yesterday afternoon, and I've noticed that he was kind of pulled away from the tour a little bit. He wasn't concentrated. He was kind of burnt out, and he found out that he might have a chance in Pipeline. He didn't surf in Haleiwa. He came out to Sunset, give it a go, and now he's into Pipeline. And a good result here in Pipeline, he's going to qualify for that next year's tour.
Yeah, and we need him on tour. He's a world champion, and he's a good ambassador of the sport, and you know, ASP needs CJ Hubbard.
Yes, he's won a world title. He's been up in so many finals, and him and his twin brother Damien, they're such good guys. They've come to your house in Puerto Rico a number of times.
Oh yeah, I've surfed with those guys a bunch, and actually saw CJ win earlier this year. As soon as he fell off tour, he went to the Azores and schooled all the guys on the QS earlier this year. So he's definitely deserves to be on tour, and you know, I mean, he's a world champion, so there's no doubt he deserves it.
There's no better ambassadors than those two twin brothers, Damien and CJ, for the sport of surfing to spread.
Such classic guys too, such good characters to have around, and you know, they always make everyone laugh, and good, you know, fun guys to surf with, and they always push everybody. So you know, it's awesome to have them around.
Well, I tell you what, Shay, Taj Burrow going down in the last round, that's going to really open up the Vans Triple Crown of surfing. Of course, we've seen dominant years with Andy Irons and also Sonny Garcia up here, who have won the first two events and pretty much had sealed the deal before Pipeline. We already have a world champion with Kelly Slater. That's just going to add more to the drama as we head down to the pipe. But here we go, our heat leader, CJ Hobgood.
CJ picked up this wave way in the inside bowl. He's able to get a nice first turn and then fattens out, which is a carve into the channel. But a nice backup wave to complement his 6.67. Now he can go way out the back and look for another high-scoring wave.
Yeah, he put himself in a nice position there to just cruise, and you know, here we go with the replay right here. He looks like his board looks really good. He got into that thing early, came up, did a really nice first turn, and yeah, the wave kind of died after that, but he did a good job to get one more in there, and I think that's a perfect setup there for him to, you know, go do what you said.
He brought down 4 boards. He's prepared today.
Yeah,
well, 4 boards.
Dane Gudalski's brought down 4 boards as well. He's got his brother Tanner caddying in the channel with 2 of those 4, and then Dane's riding a 610. 2 610s in the quiver, and then what's the other boards?
2 610s and a 6.8 backup, and here we got Ian Walsh up and riding on a bomb.
Yeah, it's a good-looking wave. Kind of catches that rail, though, and lost his speed. You can see those bumps that we saw earlier from Dane, and then that one is from Ian Walsh as he catches that rail.
Yeah, it looks like those big those north sets come in, and they look hard if they don't connect right with the bowl. It's really funky.
Yeah, no, it's been a full morning on the high tide, and I believe it is currently high tide at this moment, and it's here we are looking at 10 o'clock high tide, 10:07 right now. So dropping tide, it really likes to out here in the lineup at sunset.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about the sun, and then Jerry Lopez always says when the sun hits the wave, always breaks better. You know, so a little bit of a Hawaiian karma out there, and we can see that all morning long. We are halfway through this round. The first 4 heats are done, and so we have the first 8 guys graduating into the quarterfinals. Now we're going to work on the second half of the. Now we're working on the second half of the draw here in round number 4. And let's take it down to the beach. He's got Travis Logie. That's Mr. Kaipo Guerrero.
All right, yeah, thank you, Bo and Shay. I'm here with from Durban, South Africa, Travis Logie. He was our last heat winner. Doing a good job out there. Only 3 waves ridden, Travis. Only 3 waves ridden, and that's, you know, a wave every 10 minutes. Talk a little bit about what's going on in the lineup here at Sunset today.
Yeah, that 30 minutes goes by real quick because the paddle outs are so long. I mean, some guys, I mean, my first wave I got a 3 on, and it took me pretty much 10 minutes to get back out. So, you know, you gotta choose your waves pretty wisely, and yeah, watching myself surf right there. Yeah, but it flies by, you know, and the paddle outs are so freaking long. Wave choices is super important, and you know, I had Jake Patterson in the lineup caddying for me and just drumming it in my head. Just don't take off on the crappy ones. Choose your waves wisely, and then so I pretty much just try to sit and pick off some good ones and get the job done.
All right. Well, you had some really good caddy knowledge out there. 2-time World Cup winner Jake Patterson being your caddy, so probably that helped out. But time management, a big thing. You know, taking off on a wave, you're kind of committed to it. You don't get a lot of swings at it because of the long paddle. What size board you riding today in these conditions?
I stuck with the same board I used yesterday, a 6/8 Bushman. It feels really good. It turns really nicely. So even when it gets a bit smaller, you know, it's good because I can balance the waves real easy. And yeah, having a longer board that turns real good feels like such an advantage, you know, because there's so much water moving around out there that you need a bigger board just to get into them.
And it looks like a lot of the Goofy Foots performing pretty well in these last couple days of competition here, being able to do those really tight backhand snaps. What does the Vans Triple Crown of surfing mean to you?
Oh, it's pretty huge, you know. It's probably the 3 most important events for all the guys on the bubble. The world titles most of the times normally sold up by then, but the qualifying always goes down to pipe, and yeah, these 3 events are pretty huge for me, you know. I've just been super relaxed. I haven't even been looking at the ratings. It's been like, you know, just if you get through heats, you get through heats. If you make it, you make it. I've got really cool sponsors behind me and 3 awesome coaches, and you know, I've done my best this year. Had up and down year, and you know, it's super important events, but I'm just taking my stride.
Well, it looks like it's working for you, Travis. We'll see you in the quarterfinals. Congratulations, and I'll send it back up to the guys in the box right now.
Thanks a lot, Kaipo. Congratulations, Travis Logie. And here are the results from that last heat. That's heat number 4. Round number 4. Logie in first, Young in second, Geiselman in third, and our Triple Crown point leader, still our Triple Crown point leader, Taj Burrow in fourth. And now his quarterfinal heat will be Ola Iliogram, Jordy Smith, Travis Logie, Dusty Payne. Our 2 South Africans are going to meet each other coming up in that heat. So 2 Hawaiians, 2 South Africans, quarterfinal heat number 2.
Yeah, some great heats coming up. We just saw CJ Hobgood just lay it all out on the line on a big closeout reentry, unable to manhandle that whitewash and came unstuck there on the landing. But great effort and just commitment from CJ on another big hit.
Man, he got pounded right there. He just came up like just a few seconds ago. His board was tombstoning. Here we go with the replay. Grab rail bottom turn. Wham! Tried to get that thing up there.
That wasn't just a grab rail bottom turn. He yanked that thing off the bottom.
Here's last of red. This is Dane Gudauskas.
Yep, he had a nice little wave out the back. Gets it very high up on the foam climb. Difficult maneuver here at Sunset. And unfortunately for him, this high tide, it fattens out here on him and doesn't really let him get any more scoring opportunity, just cutting back into the whitewash there.
That was nice for him to just get a couple turns off, though. I'm sure he's feeling his board more. And I know he got a surf out there this morning and said it was, you know, still a little challenging with all the bumps, but yeah, you know, he's looking good, and he just needs to get on those good waves.
3-1-3 for Dane Gudauskas, Vans team rider. Now only needing a 1-5-1. That battle for second place being contended for because C.J. Hobgood, a former champion, out here with a 6.67 and a 3.67. Up and riding out of Maui, Ian Walsh.
Beautiful drop as he picked off the corner of that outside peak, and he's setting up a couple nice carves. And this wave potentially let, oh no, kind of a mistake there as he goes down on the whitewash. Had a couple more sections in front of him.
Yeah, that looked tricky there. The wave was huge when he dropped in, and then it just kind of died out and got kind of funky there on the inside. That was unfortunate there.
Wave selection is just so key out here in the Sunset lineup. It's not always the biggest wave, it's the best wave out here that lines up all the way across and get a number of turns. Still flashing back on that yank off the bottom of CJ. Got so critical on the lip. That was a lot of commitment.
Yeah, I love seeing stuff like that. Just guys, you know, putting their bodies on the line. You know, he saw that lip and he didn't care how he got there. He just grabbed his board and just threw it up in the lip, and that was incredible to see.
I'll tell you what, if you think this heat stuff, look at the next heat, guys. We got Jolson Taylor there from Haleiwa, Reef Hawaiian Pro champion, also a winner out here at Sunset Beach at the XL Pro. He's up against Tonino Benson, Damian Hobgood, twin brother of CJ, and Ace Buchan, and Ace was on fire yesterday.
One of the top 5 scorers of the day, and here is Thomas, Dane Gudauskas, and he's looking to
Oh, he wants to switch.
Oh, we're doing
Here
a
comes
switch here.
Super Caddy Tanner Gadauskas, psyching to get into some of the action.
I love the hand signals there from Dane.
That was awesome.
Looked like a third base coach giving signals, huh?
Yeah, that was you bringing some baseball tactics in the Sunset here. Here goes Ian Walsh.
He's looking a little skittery today. I don't know if his board is right for today's conditions as the bumps. That was an incredible maneuver.
Can he hold it?
No way.
No, but what a good aggression there. And we're watching our two leaders right now, guys. C.J. Hobgood won the 2008 World Cup, and Ian Walsh in white. Let's watch the last of Ian Walsh, the 2005 XL Pro champion out here at Sunset.
See his board? He's probably on like a 6-6. It just doesn't seem like he's drawing comfortable lines. He throws it all out here because he has to, because he hadn't really committed anything before. And watch that foam ball take him out.
That would have been insane. Here's Big Daddy Dane Damas on the replay here. You see all the bumps there. He did a really nice job there on that turn. That was beautiful. I think he took off pretty wide on the bull on that one. I think he just wanted to
I got the hand signals. No, it's not a switch. He's wondering if he should be out the back or sitting wide for the next peak. He was trying to see where in the lineup, because we see CJ further in, Ian way out. So just trying to get the lineup sus and where the best waves are coming in for him.
Here we go. In yellow, this is Lincoln Taylor out of Australia. Sees the closeout, guys, so he has to bail, and we saw a lot of that yesterday.
Yeah, you got to watch out for those peaks when they come at you, and it's hard because you don't know what's going to happen when you take off. Sometimes you're like, oh, is this thing going to run? Because when they run, the best ones look like closeouts. You got to give yourself a chance to get in there and hopefully have that end bowl open up for you.
It's a low-scoring heat right now, with only CJ having that 6-6-7, then just a bunch of threes, battling 3s and 2s, and this is anybody's heat, and we get down to 13 minutes left.
There's Tenito Benson out from the Big Island getting ready for his heat. We can see Liam McNamara, former Pipeline Pro champion, as his caddy. He's got all the safety gear. So 2 Hawaiians, 2 Aussies coming up. The next heat, our heat leader, C.J. Hobgood, up and riding.
This is why he won this back in a few years ago at Sunset. He knows how to serve the place, and he attacks it. And when he makes his maneuvers, he gets big scores.
I always remember that final when he did that big hack in the bowl. Him and Tommy Witz were battling that year. That was really exciting to watch. It was huge, and those guys were just going blow for blow on these massive sections. And that's what you want to see out here, is this guy's going for it on the bowl.
Definitely. Out here at Sunset, if you can commit to the lip, commit to the floater, anything tight in the pocket and hard to do, it's just so difficult to even get a turn off at Sunset Beach.
I got to give Ola Eleogram props in his heat. He got barreled, came out, did a floater, like airdrop floater, and that, I mean, I don't see how you could do much more on a wave out here. That was, that's what I think you would want to see, the judges want to see.
Hey, there's a shot of the T-shirt booth and all the people starting their Christmas shopping here on the bike path, the world-famous bike path here at Sunset Beach. We've got T-shirts, tank tops, men's, women's tees. They got Triple Crown towels, posters, and you can shop online at triplecrownofsurfingonline.com, and you can buy your own Vans World Cup of Surfing T-shirt, or maybe it's a Reef Hawaiian Pro T-shirt or tank, or and the nice little rainbow there in the background. Also the Billabong Pipeline Masters, and there's the website for you, Vans Triple Crown of Surfing online store.com, and you can get it online. You can get all your Christmas shopping. I know I went first day. I've learned my lesson, Shay, through the years. You got to go day one. That's when all the sizes are here locally. But online, you got all the sizes all available. You don't have to worry about the stress. But get it early, get it now.
I already grabbed a bunch. I'm taking home for Christmas presents.
What a great heat we got in the water right now. Our 2 Sunset Beach veterans and champions, one of the World Cup, one of the XL Pro, are sitting 1 and 2. 5.6 for that last wave shave for C.J. Hobgood has really solidified his lead. Ian Walsh counting at 3.33 in the 2.5, holding on to second place. But right now, Dane Gadauskas only needs a 2.71 to get to second. And for Taylor, in yellow, only needing a 3.83.
CJ's kind of run away with this heat right now with 11 minutes remaining, but it's just such a battle for that second, third, and fourth position. Anything can happen. In one set, all 3 of those surfers can get good scores. And this is an interesting heat, and I'm really excited to see this wrap up here.
Yeah, CJ, is a really smart competitor and knows that, probably if he gets a certain total, which, probably is close to what he's got right now, 12 total, that he'd make it through the heat or win, especially with how, difficult the conditions are. There he is right there, paddling back out. Looks like he's smiling, enjoying his session out there.
Well, that's what you want to see. You don't want to be all tense and all stressed and all stressed out. He's got that comfort zone, and he's smiling, and he's at ease. And here we go, team rider from Vans, Dane Gadauskas.
Oh, yeah, Dane.
This wave can connect through the point. It's really frothy right here. If you can get some momentum going, it's going to clean up in front of him. Hopefully it doesn't die out, and it looks like it's already fading out into that channel section. And that was the first wave of the set, and he might have over-frothed that a little bit, because as we talked yesterday, second and third waves of the sets have been cleaner and bigger and offering more scoring potential.
Yeah, but we're not seeing anybody on that second wave, and the third wave is not going to produce anything. So, you know, he made the wide choice there in this series. But, yeah, yesterday it was the multiple waves of the set.
Yeah, but needing a 2.71, he might have just got enough to squeak into second. And if he can do that, get back out there before, unfortunately, White, Ian Walsh has a pretty good-looking wave here with a nice opening carve. And this is going to be a good-looking score if he can stay on his feet. It's cleaning up here through the inside. A couple turns. This is a better wave for Ian.
Oh, yeah,
nice tack.
That was beautiful. That was a nice little wave. It wasn't a big wave, but like you were saying, Shay, it's just one of those waves that hit the bowl right, and that's what you're looking for. You're just looking for one to connect all the way through to offer for at least two good maneuvers, and Ian Walsh picked off a cherry there.
Let's watch a replay. Last series, courtesy of Vans. First off, this will be Ian Walsh in white.
See how foamy it was. Similar to Dane's wave previously on the first wave of the set. This is about the fourth wave of the set. And it has a little more lip. Funky turn right there, but this is the money turn right here, Dylan.
Yeah, he was just setting that thing up so that he could come into this thing with all of that speed, and he utilized that right there. He put that thing, turned it hard on the rail. Yeah, that was a great turn. That'll be a good score for Ian. He'll probably go up in the second with that one.
I think I saw what fins he was riding on that car. That's a really good one. And here's Dane. And you can see it was a bigger wave out the back, and it got foamy, and then it really just didn't wall up. He's trying to eye out a section to do anything critical. It's so hard to move your board when it's that foamy.
Yeah, that was a tricky wave there, but I think, you know, Dane's just trying to stay busy, and that's what you got to do out there. It's, you know, here at Sunset, because you never know what can turn into a score. You could all of a sudden be locked into a bowl that's a 9, and that's what everyone's after.
Well, last wave for Dane Gudauskas, a 2.97. He does jump up in second, but we have yet to see the wave score for Ian Walsh. There it is, a 6.17. So Ian confirms second place now. Dane Gudauskas still in third, needing a 6.37. And for Lincoln Taylor, now needing a 7.5. Our leader remains C.J. Hobgood in blue with a combination of a 6.67 and a 5.6. Nixon time, 8 minutes remaining.
Well, while we got a break in the action here, I'd like to do a little shout out to everyone at Mango's in Puerto Rico. They're having a Vans. They're watching the webcast live, doing Vans giveaways there in Puerto Rico. And hola, ¿cómo están? To everybody there at Mango's. Hope you guys are having fun.
How important was the search there last year? I was watching the webcast, and it looked like the turnout was amazing.
At the search, yeah. Oh, that was incredible. That was, you know, the biggest contest we've ever had down there in Puerto Rico, and it was amazing. You know, getting to see all the top pros rip, you know, the home spots like I grew up surfing and seeing, and it was an incredible experience. And getting to surf in the trials and then actually making it in, that was, you know, probably one of the highlights of my career so far. I was really, really stoked.
Well, you got to surf a heat against Kelly Slater. Had to be one of your childhood heroes.
Yeah, I mean, everyone looks up to Kelly, and he's, you know, the best surfer of all time. And, you know, he's just when he was going for his 10th world title, it's kind of a weird feeling going up against him, because everyone wanted him to win it in Puerto Rico, so that, you know, Puerto Rico would be in history forever. And yeah, so it's kind of it was a weird one going up, but I wanted to win, and I wasn't going to back down, and I tried my best, and, you know, he got me in the end, and it was, you know, it was an exciting heat.
It really was. That was a great heat to watch. A lot of excitement. The crowd in Puerto Rico just embraced you as their local hero. It's so cool to see you get cheered up even after a loss.
Yeah, that was fun, man. Everyone on the beach that day was just hilarious. They had music going. Everyone was fired up, and it was just great to see them support surfing like that. That was so much fun.
Here we go. Here's the stats and the situation here in heat number 5. You can see C.J. Hobgood, the 2008 World Cup champion, with a comfortable lead of a 12.27. Ian Walsh, you can catch him with a 6.11 with a 9.52 wave total. Dane Gudauskas still needs a 6.37 to move out of third into second. And for Lincoln Taylor, a 7.5. Nixon time, 5 minutes, 55 seconds remaining.
Yeah, very critical juncture here for Lincoln Taylor and Dane Gudauskas. If they're going to stand any chance, they have to keep Ian Walsh off of getting another good score with that 6.17 in his score line, another 6, and they're going to get in a very sticky situation.
Yeah, so Dane needs a 6.37, and Lincoln Taylor needs a 7.5. totally, you know, manageable scores to get. I think they need to get themselves on the right waves.
Yeah, they need to get those scores. Ian Walsh, they need to keep him from bettering that 3-3-3.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, I think it looks like Dane is out the back. They're probably all paddling each other. Oh, no, they're kind of, looks mellow. Dane's on the inside, hunting. Look at that guy. Look at, we all know what Dane's after. He's after a big barrel or a big floater. We were talking about it last night, and we know he just wants to put it all on the line. So.
Well, coming into this event as the Vans team sponsor into round number 3, he's doing well. He's ranked number 212, so you know he's going to get some valuable points here. Ian Walsh coming into this event only doing select Hawaii events. Of course, his big thing is chasing the big waves around the world. Number 207, Lincoln Taylor in the top 100 at number 70, and we talked about the importance for C.J. Hobgood, number 32, with a critical cutoff at number 32 after the next event. So. There's the situation of the world rankings for our 4 surfers in the water. And again, Rockstar, Nixon, GoPro, Vans. This is such a great event here at Sunset Beach. What a beautiful day we have here. This will be our final day. Our next day of competition could be next week, Thursday, with a big monster swell for the Billabong Pipeline Masters. Keep tuned to the Triple Crown of Surfing website and ASBWorldTour.com, and we'll keep you posted on that.
Well, we've got a set coming through the lineup, and it bowled through the inside. Unfortunately, the guys weren't in the lineup in the right spot. We see the beach crowd enjoying the sun. Bettors in the lineup unfortunately missed that wave as it barreled through the inside bowl. And I know Dane Gudauskas would have loved to just attack that thing.
Yeah, I just looked out and it looked like he was just a little too far inside, but I think that was the wave he's after, and that would have given him definitely the 6-1 or 6-3-7 he's looking for.
Going back to CJ and his requalification hopes and dreams, but first, a quick in and out from our competitor. If he makes it out of this heat like it looks like he's going to do, he comes up in that safety bubble that Al was talking about, 22,000 points.
Plus, he's got entry into the Billabong Pipeline Masters, so that's even an extra bonus he didn't know he had coming to Hawaii.
Yep, and for someone that was kind of burnt out on the tour, he went and got revived there with his Azores prime win. Still kind of took it easy, didn't go compete in those 6 stars in Brazil that we saw Kolohe win. And then comes out here, gets a chance at Sunset. Looks like he's going to move into the quarterfinals and then still possibly just have an incredible performance like we've seen so many years at Pipeline.
I like his approach because he's just kind of, you know, cruising his way through these events, doing the ones that he likes and enjoys. And yeah, you could tell. I've surfed with him a couple times out, you know, at Rocky Point and Pipe and, you know, backdoor, small Pipe and backdoor, and he's looking really, you know, like he's enjoying himself.
Are you watching us live on your computer? Are you watching us live on Oceanic Cable as we're watching Liam McNamara, Water Patrol, for the next heat in the water for Tenino Benson? Don't forget, free Vans Live 2.0 app is available for all access to Vans surfing, skating, even music events. Now available for iPhone, iPad, iTouch, Android phones, tablets, and everything. Get to the iTunes store or your Android apps available there for free. Again, Vans Live 2.0. It is a must for your smartphone.
Look at that, Vans team rider, newly signed and put on the performance of the day yesterday on his first 2 waves. Dane Reynolds, looking forward to his heat coming up.
A 9 and a 9.37. Not only does he have the best 1 wave, but he has the best 2-wave combo in the contest of the Vans World Cup of Surfing.
Talk about feeling it.
Oh yeah, he's surfing against John Florence in that next heat.
He's got John, and he's got defending champion Rayoni Montero. And don't count out Mitchell Colbert. He's been on fire out here. That's going to be a banger of a heat. That's heat number 8, the last heat of this round.
Put on your seatbelts. It's going to be a wild ride today. Some incredible heats coming up at Sunset Beach.
A little more manageable today, so I think it'll be exciting to see these guys like John and Dane, you know, Mitch. They're all going to be, you know, going huge on those end bowls. Oh no. Dane.
I don't know if Dane knows what he was doing, but he dropped in on a surfer who had already had first maneuver on the wave. So that was Lincoln Taylor in yellow. Wasn't a big explosive wave. I don't know if it was going to offer the opportunity for those guys to go from 3rd and 4th to 2nd. But
here he goes, straight into it. He's just, he doesn't care. He just wants to surf.
There we
Look at
go.
this guy.
That was better.
That was insane. That's what, yeah, there he is. You see? I love Dane because he's so passionate and he's just so surf stoked.
That sequence of events was amazing. He drops in on his fellow competitor. And if you know Dane, you know that he didn't mean to. He just didn't see his fellow competitor.
Yeah, let's watch the replay. Here we go. Already committed, but then there's the closeout set. And the judges, you know, back in the old day, well, that would have been a dropout. But maybe they're going to say, hey, it was already yellow's wave. He already committed to the wave. So we're going to just have to wait and see. It could be an interference.
What we did see is he kicked out and got right into this great barrel on the inside bowl and makes it.
That was incredible. Maybe, you know, who knows? We'll see what the judges score that one. But, you know, with the interferences and how they, that was insane.
Claiming, hey, we saw 3 times in Haleiwa, surfers with interferences advance on into their heat. So.
Yes, we did, Bo. That was Adam Melling, our finalist, won a heat with interference and went all the way up and got second. Now, Adam Melling is a very serious threat for the Triple Crown.
Yeah, and we also saw Ian Gentile in that Carissa Moore heat, also with an interference, battling interference. But there's the sound of the horn. That wraps up Heat 5. We'll try to get you the update from the judges as they're going to confer. But what an exciting heat from all of our surfers, but especially the 2008 World Cup champion, C.J. Hobgood. It was all his.
There's Lincoln Taylor. Unfortunately, didn't get the waves he wanted. Great performance. Staying Goodhouse, because we're still interested to see if there's an interference call. He probably got the score he needed, but with interference, it's going to be iffy. C.J. Hobgood, our heat winner. Great performance from start to finish. Former champion out here, and looking good to get back on the World Tour.
Yeah, Ian Walsh made a great charge. Love that layback. Couldn't hold that maneuver, but he backed it up with a 617. But Dane there, giving the hand signals as a third base coach and communicating to his caddy.
So full of energy. We love it here at the Vans World Cup of Surfing. We'll come back with all the action right after this.
State Farm, this is Jessica.
Hey, Jessica, it's Jerry Newman.
Jerry, how are you doing?
Fine, I just got a little fender bender. You know, it's funny, it only took 15 minutes to sign up with that new auto insurance company, but it's taken a lot longer to hear back.
Oh, Jerry, I'm so sorry.
I would love to help, but remember you dropped us last month.
I miss you, Jessica.
Jerry, are you crying?
No, I bit my tongue.
Find your local Hawaii State Farm agent at www.sftraffic.net.
Get to a better state. State Farm.
Round 32.
And take a look down the beach. There are some lenses there, and I'm thinking pretty powerful telephoto lenses, making sure the sun's at their back and shooting into the throat of Sunset Beach. Spectacular day here on the North Shore. David Stanfield with Ross Williams now into the booth. Round of 32, heat number 6. Tonito Benson, Joel Centeo is in the lineup, along with Hobgood and Buchan. Which Hobgood? Well, the other one. It's Damien in the lineup now. Two guys, twins, born 1 minute apart. Both goofy footers, both out of Florida. One living in California now, but just phenomenal athletes. It's so unusual to see identical twins just make such a big impact in any sport.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool. A little side note there, the CJ is making a push to get back on tour after sort of getting knocked out. But yeah, they've been such good surfers for a long time. And Dave, check this out. There's tons of swell out there. Look, someone paddling for this big old wave here.
And possibly Adrian Ace Buchan. We see a goofy footer stand up, and he, you know, in yesterday's highlights, just talking about great surfing, didn't really push this man right here, but he is on rail and firing.
Yeah, he has that type of surfing that suits this wave, really carvy. He's not really, he can do big airs, but he's always looking to do a big carvy rail turn, and that's what you want out here.
I believe the 4th best two-wave total in a heat prior to this one right here for Adrian Ace Buchan. And, you know, sometimes the getting into the waves is not the most glamorous thing.
Yeah, a lot of bumps and jumps, but he got over all of them finally right here, and this is where it smoothed out on the reef. And this is what I was talking about. Big old rail carve there. Nice round turn on probably like a 7-2, something like that. So Ace is strong enough to carve those big long boards around, no problem.
We've got Tonino Benson, Joel Centeo, Damian Hobgood, and Adrian Ace Buchan in the lineup. Buchan's wave looks like it's going to come in at a solid score. Coming up next, well, I believe we're going to see Hank Gaskell, Matt Wilkinson, who's getting worked on or just finishing up as they clean and repair the staph in his arm. Try to do that.
Ooh, nice turn there from Damian Hobgood, and on the inside bowl here. So he's sticking to that theory that a lot of the guys have been having success with on that inside bowl. And this is Tonino Benson here, Dave, from the Big Island.
And Tonino Benson, 22 years of age, and is a good shot at things. The way he's been going, really great surfing. Unfortunately, a 113, 113th result at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, but he seems to dial it in here. Tonino Benson.
Yeah, Tonino is definitely one of our young stars from Hawaii, and he's definitely looking to pick up a big result here.
I think Liam McNamara might be caddying for him in the water. And here we go with a replay of our surfer in yellow, Damian Hobgood. Hobgood started off with a couple of quick waves, a 0.57, a 1.50.
Yeah, Damian obviously sticking to that tactic on the inside, maybe squeak in a barrel, grab a 5 or a 6, and then he can go out and wait for that nice big set out the back on that west peak.
Well, it's like the Gadauskas brothers. It was great to see all three of them travel on the globe, and then all of a sudden we see Damian Hobgood and without CJ, and things are looking good maybe for that return of CJ. Damian Hobgood, number 13 in the World Championship Tour after 10 events, and in the One World ranking, he is number 12, looking to climb up, maybe replace a low score.
Yeah, CJ was, probably not really considering requalifying, and all of a sudden on Mick Fanning bowing out with an injury, and he's in pipe, so that's a lot of points for him to grab there.
Yeah, I didn't surf the Reef Hawaiian Pro.
Right.
So looking at some, making up some lost points right now is CJ. Damian in the water, still waiting for scores. It looks like Buchan's score might be in that mid-range. Hawaiian Airlines, well, Hawaii flies with us, inter-island, U.S. mainland, other cities international as well. Australia, South Korea, Thailand, Philippines, Samoa, Tahiti, and Japan. I'm waiting for the big first air reverse or alley-oop. Raj, you don't think it's going to happen out here?
Dane Reynolds is in Heat 8, I believe. If anyone's going to maybe go for it, it would be that guy. But it's just not favorable out here for a big, any kind of aerial.
So you might think at this point it might be decided that what happens at Haleiwa. However, we have seen some spectacular errors. Dane Reynolds at backdoor.
If we get a smaller day at backdoor and pipe, for sure. I mean, guys can take to the air there, and there's big old launching pads. The only tricky thing at backdoor and pipe, it's shallow. So, guys that are doing big airs, they don't like to land in the flats, and backdoor is kind of notorious for that. Well, lots of waves coming in here, Dave. I see a nice west peak coming in here. It looks like Ace Buchan might have the lineup. I take that back. That looks like, who is that?
It's our surfer, Joel Centeo.
All right, this is our Hawaiian, Joel Centeo from right down the road at Haleiwa. Nice big opening carve, waiting for that wave to stand up on the inside. Look at this barrel possibly tuck in here. Nope, goes around it. Maybe one more big carve section. Joel's such a strong surfer, and that's what he's known for right there, that big torque. Another nice carve there, so a good wave on the board for Joel.
Lots of movement on that. He seems to be in top form on a HIC Eric Arakawa board. I believe it's a 6.9 RP model. It's about a year old. I said, what's he's kept it in the rafters, and Joel Centeo making things happen on that board. He looks really, I don't know, looks in form. Great response.
Unlike short boards, guys will only ride a short board for a few months. Guns, in Hawaii, you can use them for a few years. You put them back in your boardroom after you're done, and sometimes you only use it a handful of times a year. And it does look really good under his feet. He looks confident, and this is where he had to go around that little mushy barrel. And this is what Joel Centeo is known for, that big, strong arc. Little extra torque there at the end. I love that, throwing lots of spray.
Just bringing around a couple more degrees than normal and into the whitewater, which is pretty a dicey situation. The whitewater here is so powerful.
So strong, yeah. I don't care who you are, it can buck you off.
Well, 22 minutes, 38 seconds remaining. That first wave per Buchan comes through at a 5.60, and the way we're looking at it, those are keeper scores. Waiting for the official results to come through that last heat to give you an update, but like we lost somebody with an interference call.
Right. Me and you weren't in the booth, but I believe it was Dane Godowskis had all kinds of action with possible interference, getting a score, and so in and out. So we'll have to wait and see what happened there.
He was busy. Got a lot of waves. So a score comes through for Tanita Benson, his first wave of 4.77, and now we're waiting for Joel Centeo. Now, if you're looking at those scores and what they're doing, the judges are looking at possibly what everybody's been doing out there, everything on a scale.
Right.
And you think Joel Centeo might have got the better of the other two rides.
I really do. Yeah, that was definitely the best wave, I believe, so far in this heat. But you're right. They want to, especially these opening exchanges, they want to set the tone for the heat. They don't want to go too high or too low, and then they'll be trying to make up for it later. So if they get the scores right at the beginning, they're set up for the rest of the heat.
Right now, let's go down to Kaipo Guerrero with CJ Hobgood in the green room. Kaipo.
All right, thank you. I'm here with CJ Hobgood, the last winner of the last heat. CJ, you're a past champion out here. You know what it takes to win. Surf the good heat. It's a long day. We still have quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals to go. But the question is, what's it take to win out here at Sunset Beach?
I mean, honestly, I don't really even know what it takes to win out there. I know it takes a lot of luck. It takes being very smart, and at the same time, it takes being you got to be a smart, crazy man. I don't even know if that's even a word or it exists, but you got to like know when to just bulldog it and then know when to kind of dodge and stuff. So I honestly, people ask me like, oh, what year I won, and I'm being truthful, like I don't even remember, because like, I mean, I saw Melling out in the heat before, and like he just cracked a smile for a second in the barrel and the wave slapped him. I mean, like, you just gotta it's like riding a bull, man. You just gotta go, all right, I'm gonna have fun. I hope, you know, the best. I come out and I'm on the beach just smiling. So I'm just stoked to make a heat. I mean, I really only did 3 turns in that heat. 2 turns I made, and 1 I got rolled pretty good. So yeah, I mean, I'm stoked.
Yeah, big playing field, super unpredictable because waves break in so many different places on this reef right here. And then even when you take off on a wave, you don't really know exactly what that wave's going to do. What you rode in that last heat? What size board, and who made it?
Yeah, it was Tokoro 6'7", quite a few years old, and yeah, it felt good, you know. I mean, sometimes you're like looking up at the lip and you're like, oh, I want to be there now, and sometimes you're just like trying to get up there as quick as you can, but you got all this speed and your fins are humming and this is going, and I know one time I was trying to get up there and I got up there a little bit late, but yeah, you don't want to, I don't know, you know, Travis Logie inspired me the heat before, man. He was just cranking them, and I was like, all right, Travis doing it, all right, I want to have fun out there, so yeah.
Well, the Goofy Footers doing pretty well so far in this round. We saw Evan Valier, we saw Travis surf a good heat, we saw Nat Young surf a good heat, and we saw you come through that heat as well. And you guys all kind of have a similar trait, really hard off the bottom, real patient with it, and then have that lethal backhand hook out there. And the judges are rewarding you for that.
Yeah, I mean, I was stoked, you know, and then I was paddling back out. My brother was yelling at me and telling me how bad I suck. So that's fun too, you know. And then Ace was out there, and it was, yeah, man, those guys are gonna go off. So hopefully, maybe a Goofy will get in the final. I don't know.
Right on. So hey, congratulations. We're gonna let you prepare. It's gonna be a long day. You got quarters, semis, and finals to go. So congratulations to CJ Hobgood. We're gonna send it back in the booth to you boys up there.
Thank you very much. PBR, Professional Bull Riders Association. That's it. Can you stay on this way for 9 seconds?
Dave, you tapped into exactly what was in my brain. I love that analogy from CJ. That's really what it's like. You got to hang on.
What a great interview. Those two guys just say that they will think about it, and they'll say exactly what they feel.
Yep.
And again, an inspiration, another Goofy footer out there. Travis has been so quick this year, lightning quick on everything he's ridden. I don't know. There's a new Travis Logie out there. There's a lot of new people. Even Taylor Knox after San Francisco said, it's the new Knox, right?
Right.
Everybody. Oh, look at this guy.
Yeah, big old Sonny Garcia, and he's a regular footer. We've been talking a lot about how the Goofy footers are making a push this year, but Sonny will show you how he attacks this wave, and he's always looking for that barrel.
He could do the PBR. I think he would really bash some of those bulls, which have some crazy names.
I don't know if a bull would appreciate him riding one of his. He might, you know.
take him around
punch
the
it
neck.
or something.
It's not calf roping, it's not steer wrestling, it's bull riding, Sonny. Leave that bull alone. 29th Annual Bands Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. And on the water we have our patrol keeping an eye on our boys in the lineup. They've done a great job.
Yeah, that was brother Abe Lerner there, and I don't know how he grew that beard so fast, but yeah, legendary lifeguard here, jet ski master.
Yeah, I talked to him at the Haleiwa, and he was clean shaven.
Sans beard today. So I saw him in the lineup yesterday at Waimea during the ceremony. I was like, wow, Abe, what, did you take some pill to grow that beard? That was really fast.
Only baseball players can do that.
And he's got a red beard. Interesting.
Well, we are here at the 37th Annual World Cup of Surfing Bands, bringing in this event. We're into the 6th heat of the day, and the round of 32. We're going to run through 15 heats. Ace Buchan is your leader right now. 2 waves, a 5.60 and a 6.5. Yeah, looking good there.
There he is.
Boy, what a great shot from the channel.
And that's the guy you want in the lineup when you're surfing big waves. Abe is an excellent ski driver, and man, what a sight to see. If you're struggling, near drowning situation, that guy is in there and out of there, take you out of the lineup.
And they would call first response. The ski driver and the lifeguard get there. The lifeguard that would dive down, first responder. And in these situations, it is so critical.
Yeah, they're in sort of a mobile unit. They drive their ski around, and if they're needed somewhere, they can drive right down there, pop that ski in the water, and get out there and save someone.
Taking a look at our surfer in white, wave number 2, Joel Centeo. Opened with a 5.77. He's been on point. Here we go, closeout section.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
That was cool, Dave. He looked like he hesitated just for a second, but it actually worked out for him, and he hit the lip just in the right time.
How many things went through your mind? Standing island pull out, just a stab, just getting slammed, and just incredible quick reaction there.
He almost went for a roller coaster after that standing aisle, but yeah, no, watch this. I love how this is just a setup turn right there, and then this next section stands up for him, and this is that beautiful Joel Centeo carve. Little extra whip there at the end, and he hesitates just for a second right there, and then he goes, oh, I better hit it anyways, and luckily he just got his board on top of the lip.
How crazy would a still photo be of that? The compression right at the lip where the board hit the lip. Spectacular. Joel Centeo, the 28-year-old.
Yeah, luckily he has strong legs, because that lip pushed back at him pretty hard.
He was the Nose Guard Rookie of the Year back in 2003. Well, Nose Guard is now sponsored by JN Automotive, and we do have a rookie that was surfing this morning, not in competition anymore. There will be a award presentation for this year's JN Automotive Triple Crown Rookie of the Year, or Rookie of the Series, the 2 events here leading up to Pipe. Let's go down to Kaipo Guerrero. Kaipo, what are you doing? What kind of problems are you causing?
You know what? I'm here with a talented young man, Evan Geiselman from New Smyrna Beach, Florida. He is this year's Vans Triple Crown, the JN Automotive Rookie of the Year. I believe he's the first Floridian ever to receive this award. It's $1,000, or Brad from JN Automotive said he'd take $5 grand off of anything on the lot, and he can even ship it to you for Florida. So first of all, I want to tell you congratulations. I also want to hear what this means to you. I know, you're portrayed in the surf media as this aerialist, this high-performance surfer. We've seen some great clips from you in a lot of the surf films that we saw you going off in Haleiwa and some of the smaller conditions on those lefts. So one wave in particular, 2 frontside air reverses blew my mind, right? Different story out here in Sunset Beach. You dealt with some manly stuff and came away as the Rookie of the Triple Crown. So what does this mean to you?
It's a really big honor. It was my goal actually coming here this year, and I was actually a little skeptical of even kind of doing the whole Rookie of the Year these 2 events this year. I was almost going to wait till next year, but I was kind of in a position in the ratings where I was like, have to do it, and yeah, it was definitely my goal, and I've always wanted it since I was really young. So I'm really excited, and yeah, it's a big honor. And like you said, yeah, I think I do kind of get hyped as doing a lot of airs and whatnot, which I like doing airs. It's really fun, but I love bigger waves, and yeah, getting to win an award over here in Hawaii is pretty big, and yeah, I just love all types of waves, so it's cool.
What was your experience out here, yesterday in the washing machine, 10 to 12 foot sunset? Talk a little bit about that.
It was wild. I was just I've been working with Sean Hayes over here, and we kind of came up with a little game plan out there, and I got my 2 waves, and yeah, it's just I'm not that experienced out at Sunset, but I love the challenge, and yeah, I was just licking my chops all day, getting ready for that heat. My last heat and yesterday, I was loving it. It was really fun.
Okay, one last question before I send you away. Sean Purple Hayes is a breathing coach right now, teaching you guys, how to maximize your breath. How long can you hold your breath?
I honestly haven't done any of the hold my breath training yet, but I'm gonna do it, and he definitely has been teaching me though to like calm down, like breathing and just keep calm when I'm out in heats, and yeah, I think it's helped a lot for me, and he's great. I don't think I'd be getting the results I've gotten without his support, so it's been really good working with him.
All right, thanks, Sean Hayes, and congratulations to Evan Geiselman, this year's JN Automotive Triple Crown Rookie of the Year. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Well, let me suggest that he consider the Bentley GT Coupe, and I think you can rent that for $699 a day, or you probably can buy a Bentley Coupe for $250,000, $300,000, and he's going to get $5,000 off.
No. Oh, that's a bargain.
That's a bargain. Well, JN and the exotics, and if you're ever over here, you can take a look at their pre-owned cars, but now and then you see just the craziest car on the planet. They have them, and you can rent them, and I'm looking at this list. You can rent a Lamborghini Gallardo, all right? The Gallardo, there's a 2008 model, and it goes for a deposit of $10,000 and $19.99 a day.
Well, I'm sure they have a clientele out there that's what they want. They want to rent that.
When you see the Quattroporte Maseratis and the Bentleys, well, there's people out there driving them around the island. They're going 35, 45 miles an hour. It's good to have a car that's capable of a high-speed police chase, but you're usually cruising 35, 45, but a spectacular cars they have.
It's all about the chick magnet, right?
Yeah, could use that car with surf racks, please. In the lineup, well, a couple of good waves. Joel Centeo's quick snap off the lip there in that closeout central, that section right there at 7.77 has him in the lead. Now he's looking to better a 5.77. That's on the scoreboard, so he knows he's in first, and he's trying to better a 5.77. Ace Buchan with a 6.5 and a 5.60. Looking pretty solid. It's Hobgood and Benson now needing some scores. Hobgood needs an 8.27, and Benson looking for a second wave of a 7.33. Here we go out the back. Surfer in blue, Ace Buchan, big wave.
Really big wave, Dave, and he did one nice big carve. Look at this wall ahead of him. Another little under the lip carve. Unfortunately for Ace Buchan, that went ahead and broke on the inside bowl, but a couple of big open face carves.
You just about said toilet bowl.
I'm sorry, I'm biased. I love Haleiwa, so that it's just on the tip of my tongue at all times.
Well, I've said it a couple times too. Congratulations to Evan Geiselman out of Florida, now living in San Clemente, the JN Automotive Rookie of the Vans Triple Crown. Congratulations, first Floridian, as we take a look at this goofy footer, Ace Buchan.
I love that he had a chip that went right into that west bowl. Look how big the wave got. And it just catapulted him right into this section here. Big old open face carve. That was actually a second turn, kind of under the lip. So nice little wave under his belt there. And Ace already has a 6.5 and a 5.6, so staying busy there.
Big waves out there. Somebody just trying to duck dive maybe 8 to 10 feet of white water right there. And on the corner we have our surfer in white, Centeo. Has he picked this thing up? No.
Yeah,
Joel, looks like he's got it.
Yeah, it looks like Joel and Ace are kind of dominating this heat, picking up all the waves. But there's a standing aisle kick out there, Dave, right there.
Beautiful stuff. Hey, last year Julian Wilson won the rookie title. Here we go, surfer in red, and it's Benson. Wave number 2. Is he still on this thing? No?
Little in and out there.
So, Julian Wilson won last year, Alejo Muniz in 2009, Yaden Nickel 2008, Jihad Coder 2007. Jordy Smith, when he came here, lit things up with 2006. And back-to-back Huntington Beach surfers, Brett Simpson, Timmy Reyes, and then prior to that, we saw Joel Centeo in 2003. A lot of great surfers over the years, lighting things up, making things happen, their first ever Triple Crown.
Here's that kick out. He saw nowhere to go except out the back, so he's out of there. Smart move. Yeah, that Triple Crown Rookie of the Year, it's really telling. Most of the guys that win that go on to have a lot of success in the Triple Crown. You don't win one of those awards by fluke. It's usually because you got, all the courage and all the tools in the shed to win an event out here.
Taylor Knox in 1992 was the first of our rookie series. Now you go, why isn't John Florence? Well, John Florence had already entered a couple of them at the age of 12 and 13, and just getting into one event, you're kind of nixed.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Don't get that run. So you've got to really come over here, have never done an event in the Triple Crown, and make it happen. Tori Barron won in 2002. Jamie O'Brien 2001 out the back. Big bomb of a wave for Tonino Benson.
Yeah, Kona Boy Tonino on a nice looking wave here. A little opening cutback to set up for this inside section. Nice hook onto the lip there. And just getting bucked off that bull that CJ was talking about. The bull, Sunset, got the best of him there.
Well, the ocean has been morphing and changing. We started off with a 7:45 morning show where we saw clouds so low it was fog,
right?
And it wasn't the bog from the Big Island. It was actual just really low clouds and unusual morning conditions, but a lot of sun compared to yesterday.
Yeah, kind of funky way to start the morning with that weather, but the north wind has stuck around just a bit, but way less effective than yesterday. So smoother conditions, even though it's a little chilly for Hawaii, which is actually kind of nice to keep us cool. But you know, hopefully it'll clock around just a little bit, and we'll see it get groomed out and a lot smoother.
That was the peanut section for those 20 years and younger.
I missed that. I didn't see it.
Just a lot of hot kids coming over here, and so impressed of what these surfers are doing in the lineups, and totally two different playing fields from the Reef Hawaiian Pro at Haleiwa. It was really an exciting contest. Phenomenal work. Look at this guy, the madman, Harley Davidson. He paddling out on his 610. I asked him when's the first time he came over here. He was part of the Rip Curl team at the age of 15, and a lot of surfers don't realize that, or a lot of people watching don't realize that the parents release their kids to like a team or a sponsor or a manager and say, you're going to go surf Hawaii for a month and a half, 2 months, and you're part of the program. You're paying your dues and you're getting a learning experience.
Oh, see a beautiful bottom turn and a big old snap off the top there from Ace Buchan. Let's see if this wave can double up for him on the inside bowl, give him another section. And it does. Another nice little bottom turn, big old hook. Look at that spray off of Ace's board. Perfect technique. So two beautifully executed turns there from Ace. That's going to be a big score.
He's looking to better a 6.33, needs a 7.05 right now. Now the scoreboard for the surfers that are in advancing position will say what they need just to improve their second wave score of their high two. Well, a 7.05, he probably doesn't say that, but he's trying to improve a 6.33 to hold off Benson and Hobgood. Benson's first two waves, a 4.77 and a 2.37. There's the scene. And not as crowded as it was opening day. And we wrapped up Thanksgiving weekend with the first day of the contest on Sunday.
Well, I love how square Ace came off the bottom there, and that allowed him to get up on the lip and actually do a sort of a tail slide there. And then he was really patient, waited for this wave to double up, and another big hook. Look at all the spray coming off his board there. Beautiful turn there from Ace Buchan. So he's going to make it really difficult for Tonino and Damian Hobgood to get back in his heat.
Take the lead. He needs a 7.05. Always good to be in the lead. Hi, guys. Always having some fun. And would that be Jake over there with the hat backwards there?
Jake the Snake.
Well, he was busy yesterday. The guy that's went out here and has had phenomenal performances, making sure that his team is prepared with backup boards in the channel.
Somebody get Dane a jacket. He looks a little chilly. Come on, team manager. Snake, get to work, buddy. Get him a little a jump on, Mike.
Here we go, another couple of set waves coming through, and we're still, I believe, here comes the score for wave number 5 for Buck, and again, he's looking to better his 6.33 in the score line.
Well, the sun is out. People are starting to strip down, get in their bikinis. That's a good sign for us. Maybe that trade wind will clock around for us and smooth up the conditions, but there it is, Dave. Another 6.53 for Ace Buchan, so he's really staying busy. That's a lot of similar scores, 6.5, 6.3, and a 6.53.
He did not move up to overtake Joel Centeo, but what he did now, Tonino Benson needs an 8.26, and Damian Hobgood in yellow in fourth needs a 9.20. That's got to be a little disheartening when you're out in the lineup and you look back and you see your color and it's on the bottom row and it's a huge score you need.
Yeah, and look at this, 3 minutes left. This heat went blazing by really fast, so that's a giant score to need.
Real quick, JN Automotive Group, obviously sponsoring the Vans Triple Crown Rookie, and we appreciate them. Chevrolet, Mazda, Audi, and the Exotics come ride with us. They've got some, well, they support the surfers and the surfers of all Hawaii, and actually the traveling surfers coming in. If you're going to come in, you can rent from them as well. Obviously, you can buy, but JN Automotive, thanks so much.
Yeah, I know Roy Powers and Alana Blanchard. I'm not sure if they have any other team riders, but they really appreciate it. And what a great sponsor to have. You know, Jan Chevrolet, beautiful cars, and I know Roy Powers. Whenever I see him driving around, it's usually a pretty cool looking vehicle.
Looking at the lineup with 2 minutes and 23 seconds remaining, maybe a pulse or two coming through. We do have the other surfers in the next heat, in heat number 7, mixed in the lineup. So to spot exactly where they're at, it's kind of difficult. Eliogram right there, and I believe that's Kai.
Yeah, some of the Maui boys there represented well this week. A lot of them doing well. And last week too, our last event, well, in Haleiwa, that little young batch from Maui, they're representing well.
That's the money shot right there.
There's the money shot right there. We heard you. Well, yeah, some powerhouse surfers coming out of the island of Maui, and they're all trying to follow a guy named Dusty Payne, first guy to ever qualify for the World Championship Tour out of the Valley Isle. Here we go, deep in the lineup. Our surfer in white does not need a score. He's your leader, but trying to replace a 5.77 Joel Centeo.
Nice big carve off the top here, and he's waiting for that section to come up again. Pins it off the top again, and just getting a little loose there, laying back too much and coming unstuck.
Now, does Ace Buchan keep an eye on Benson and Hobgood with 1 minute and 18 seconds remaining? Tall order for Benson to get at 8.26 and a 9.20, but Sunset Beach can deliver some nuggets. The best single wave we've seen, it was Dane Reynolds' 9.37. So these guys are under that 9.37 range. It's possible out there. Here is a bomb breaking on the second reef.
I don't know what Joel and Ace did in this heat, but they did it right, and they've been on every good wave. And look at this thing. This is just a monster. Probably Tonino Benson was looking for this wave, and instead he's going to have to come in on this heat with it on the head. What a way to end the heat. 40
seconds remaining right now. The second one is still big and frothy. There's a huge corner to it.
Oh, I just saw him duck dive on the left. That was a big old West Peak. That's one of the biggest waves we've seen this morning.
And there's a third one who's stacking up out the back. 25 seconds on the clock. And all of a sudden you're in a competitive heat to survival mode.
Yeah, you can see Tonino kind of paddling in no man's land and all that whitewash after that giant West Peak came through. And so that'll be frustrating for Tonino and Damien Hobgood for that matter. But what a heat from Joel and Ace.
What a wake-up call for the next heat in the lineup as they were sitting and they got caught on the head as well.
Here we go, Tonino, last heroics. Let's see if he can do something crazy. He did get this before the horn blew, and he's going to have to do something absolutely nuts to get that giant score.
I believe it's Hobgood.
I'm sorry, that's Damien Hobgood. And he's already got a couple turns, just missing that last section.
Hobgood looking for a 9.20. And we've wrapped things up. Well, Joel Centeo starts off strong with a 5.77. It stayed in his scoreline. He ended up winning by just over a half a point, 0.50 for Ace Buchan. It was Centeo in white and Buchan in blue. They could do no wrong.
They couldn't, and I love the way Ace surfed this wave here. He had a couple of really nice bottom turns, and that's what Sunset's all about. I mean, it's good technique, and it'll set you up for these beautiful carves.
There you have it. Damien Hobgood and Tonino Benson unfortunately have been eliminated, but good fortune for Joel Centeo and Adrian Ace Buchan. The 29-year-old from Avoca Beach, New South Wales, Australia, advances through with the local boy, the 28-year-old from Haleiwa. Stay with us. The World Cup continues. Thanks to Bands.
I'm Roy Powers. Come ride with us.
round 32.
Here we go, the round of 32, heat number 7 on the water. Chris Davidson, Sonny Garcia, Matt Wilkinson, and Hank Gaskell. Hammer and Hippie, Hana, Hank, the 25-year-old phenomenal standout, ASP Hawaii wildcard, taking on some veterans in the lineup that hold no prisoners. Take a look at this first wave for Chris Davidson.
Chris Davidson, known for his power surfing and really good technique. He loves the big forehand carve, and what a good wave to do it out here at Sunset Beach. Eyeball in this section here. Look at that beautiful carve there. Lots of spray. And as we've been talking about all event, he's just such a character. And he backs it up with another little lip climb there. So that's going to be a big score for Dave.
Davidson on the 610 might have changed with the 6.8, but opened with a 610, we think, that first wave. And then Matt Wilkinson, you see the blue on his left elbow, getting his arm dug out again and trying to fight the staph infection. Making things happen here. What a great surfer. He came to the beach with 4 beautiful women, a filmer, somebody else carrying another board. He has an entourage. And then for Sonny Garcia, well, here's the legend himself, the 41-year young Sonny Garcia from Waianae.
Absolute legend for representing Hawaii really well, and unfortunately that wave was just a little one. But yeah, this is a stacked heat, and I love Wilco. He's, like you mentioned, he's such a character. He's always doing something kind of funny and quirky, but once he gets in the water, that dude can light it up. He's got one of the best backhands in the world.
Well, I was over there watching him dig out his elbow and kind of work with the antibiotics and everything that they're trying to clean that out. I don't know if he's going to keep that bandage on, but it's waterproof, or he's going to change it out every heat. Well, it's a long day if you're doing it. This is his first heat of the day. This is the round of 32, heat number 7. A couple more to go if he wants to win this thing.
Yeah, he's on strong antibiotics, and I definitely think that he's making a special appearance. I'm sure the doctors don't want him to be out in this ocean, but a lot of points, a lot of money out here, so he's making it happen.
Works of art, you go. Works of art, yeah, it's a surfboard. What's a surfboard? It is shaped for a specific surfer, and the way that surfer rides, his weight, where he's surfing, and the changing conditions. You can have 2 guys identical in height and weight, but have totally 2 different surfboards. The shapers have to be artists with this special vision of looking at the board and making it right. The rocker and the outline. It's amazing what they do. They don't get enough credit.
It's really, there's so much preference with surfers, and to have that relationship with a shaper is huge. The best surfers in the world have really tight relationships with their shaper, but yeah, there's a lot of variables there that can change, and all the way down to the fins, the weight of the board. Now there's polyester and epoxy. There's so much stuff going on, so there's a lot of preference.
And you gotta love the glassers and the sanders and everything else, but the shaper himself always asked to make the magic board, and you can take a look at 2 boards on the beach, and unless you surf those, you wouldn't know which one was a magic board. Here we go. Sonny Garcia has been working this inside, and not happy about the first 2 waves he was going after. Still looking to score some points. Davidson's first wave is rail work. Pretty powerful, a 5.33 to start things off for Chris Davo Davidson, which he says the funny guy, 34 years of age, out of North Narrabeen, northern suburbs of Sydney.
Interesting, and Matt Wilco getting a 5.93 there, even though he did come unstuck on that last turn, but they really love that vertical attack. I'm a little surprised on Chris Davidson's score. I personally thought it'd be higher than that. I thought he surfed really well on that wave, some nice carves, a lot of spray, but he's got a lot of time to back it up and get out there and get to work. So, and Hank Gaskell, meanwhile, has been surfing, a real standout in this event, has yet to catch a wave.
Of these 4 surfers, the best results at the Reef Wine Pro, well, Chris didn't make it there, but a couple of 33rds for Wilkinson and Gaskell, and I believe a 97th for Garcia. Not necessarily the best. Here we go out the back in blue. Hank Gaskell.
Speaking of Hank, we were just saying how he didn't catch a wave yet, and that was a beautiful late drop. Little hook under the pocket. He's looking for this inside section. One big move here. Nice brown carve there. Getting a little swirly, but he pulls it together. And out the back, Dave.
Out the back, surfer in red, wave number 2. This is Chris Davidson, number 24 on the World Championship Tour and number 37 in the world rankings. That's why I was surprised when he didn't make it to Haleiwa, but he's got this event and he's got pipe to help him get up into the One World rankings, into the top 32. Important heat for Chris Davidson. Right now, let's go down to Bo Hodge. Bo, who do you have down there?
Well, we got a former winner down here at Sunset Beach. It was the XL Pro, but I bet you that experience really paid off. Joel Centeno, congratulations. A 7.77 and a 5.77. He needed every inch of that because Ace Bucket had a couple of 6-point rides and a couple of throwaway 6-point rides. He was really pushing the limit.
Yeah, definitely. I had a decent start and then with a 5.7, then got to 7.7. But at the end, I couldn't really like solidify and back that 7 up. And Ace was catching a lot of waves, and I kept hearing the scores. You know, he kept coming up a little short, so I kind of hung on to first place. And I mean, Ace is a tough surfer out here. He's so strong on the backhand. But I'm just glad we both made it.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, he was runner-up to the Vans Triple Crown title to Parco in his second win. But talk about boards. We're seeing a lot of guys riding 6.6s out here today. What'd you ride?
I decided to ride a 6.9. I was kind of debating between the 6.9 and the 7.0. 6.6 is just too small for me. I mean, you're going to go out there, I mean, they're still pretty good sized waves, and you want to push hard, and I feel like on a 6.6 I'd probably be spinning out. So I took the 6.9 Eric Arakawa round pin model, and it felt good.
Was that the same board you were using out here for the HIC Pro?
I used it on one of the days at the HIC Pro, one of the bigger days, and then I went down to a smaller board for the final day of the HIC Pro.
Yeah, a good semi-final finish over there. You had a good result. Hey, you're in contention, quarterfinals of the Vans World Cup of Surfing. I know this event looms large for you. You lost a lot of points from the event down at Haleiwa. You're now number 93. You want to regain those points from that win 2 years ago.
Yeah, definitely. I was really bummed to have such a bad result at Haleiwa, but it was 1 to 2 feet, and it's kind of anybody's game when it's like that. And I'm just stoked to be doing well in this event, and I feel like I'm getting better and better each heat. I had a slow start the last couple of days, but now I'm feeling strong, and I'm ready to go.
Hey, 10 Hawaiians made this round as we're watching the round of 32. A lot of good guys, 4 guys from Oahu, 4 guys from Maui. You got to have a competition between you and the Maui boys, and we see Hana Hank in this heat.
Yeah, definitely like the Maui boys. I mean, I had a couple heats with Ian Walsh, and I just love competing with them. We all been competing against each other since we were so young, and we have fun out here, and we're very comfortable out here. So hopefully we can all make it and make it an all-Hawaiian final. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that, hopefully. But a lot of people watching live on Oceanic Channel 250, High Definition 1250. You want to send any shouts out?
Definitely say hi to my mom, Jana, and my dad, Jason. They're probably watching, so love you guys, and hope to see you guys soon.
Well, it could be an Ironman day. 1 heat down, 3 to go, possibly, hopefully, but quarterfinals up next. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, back up to you guys.
There we go, that 6.9 RP, the rounded pin model, working for him. He's had that for about a year now, and it's his go-to board. It worked in that last heat. Joel Centeno, a couple of moves out there. One thing, that last wave we saw of Matt Wilkinson, he's not a one-trick pony. He can surf a lot of different conditions. We saw him win the Coldwater Classic over Tonino Benson in 2010 in kind of wild and woolly and cold conditions in Santa Cruz. And then he lights things up here, and he is, again, under antibiotics, in pain, can barely paddle with that left arm, getting it worked on every heat. It's crazy, but when he gets on a wave, it shows a lot of talent for the 23-year-old goofy footer out of Copacabana, New South Wales.
His surfing almost contradicts his presence on the beach. You know, he's really laid back, doesn't take anything serious, joking around a lot, and then he gets out there. Hopefully we can cue up that replay of his last wave during that interview, but he goes out there and just nails it, and it's just nothing but business and surfs out like a man on a mission. But, you know, such a character.
Yeah, just beautiful turns. 8.33. That's how you go from well, you're needing a score to the lead. So an 8.33 and a 5.93 for Wilkinson. Now Chris Davidson, his third wave came in at a 3.17. He's in the second spot. Hank Gaskell, a solid 5. He's in third, now needing a 3.51. Garcia needs a 6.5. Let's take a look at Matt Wilkinson. They call him Wilco.
I think Wilco gets 3 vertical blasts on this wave out here. And check this out. This is the first one. Lots of spray. Really good technique there, and he's going to come off the bottom again and see him eyeballing it. Really vertical, and look at that, into a carve. So it's almost like a vertical snap, and then he carves out of it. And the third one, a bonus section here off the lip, actually releasing the tail a little bit. So the judges loving that. Excellent score.
Wilco, in 2009, we first saw him here at Sunset Beach, a 33rd in this World Cup, and then a 17th last year. Well, making things happen. He definitely goes for it. He's dealing with an injured arm, staph infection. His elbow went into the reef in Tahiti earlier on. And now he's muscling through.
He's muscling through. Barring some crazy interference, he's going to be flying into the quarters, so he's going to have to keep that bandage tight.
Sonny Garcia out there. Well, the legend himself. Been very busy in the lineup searching around, and let's see where he is at.
Yeah, Sonny had a couple of little weird soupy waves that he just basically had to kick out of, so he's waiting for his first good score. Hank Gaskell did get that one 5-point ride, so he's on the board. And Chris Davidson, a couple of mediocre scores as well. So other than Wilco, everyone's kind of looking to get that first big score.
Getting Classic, Van's first surf film. You got to check it out. Several years in the making. Van's Getting Classic Volume 1 intersects the lives of some of the great characters on the Van's team. Joel Tudor, Nathan Fletcher, the Gadowskis brothers, the Florence family, and Dylan Graves, Alex Snows, Andrew Doheny, Kalani Chapman, and Jason Ratboy Collins. Visit offthewall.tv to download your Van's Getting Classic Volume 1 for free. Check it out. A lot of great stuff. Beautiful puffy sky clouds there. They've lifted a little bit. Things are good.
Well, here we go, up and running. This is Chris Davidson, the character that you love so much. I think you call him Harley Davidson, and just coming unstuck there, little bobble off that whitewash.
Well, he's the one that told me that his dad was going to call him Harley, and his mom said, no way.
Okay.
He's going to be called Christopher.
I know people have been calling him Davo for many years, but yeah, he's become such the character.
Coming here since the age of 15. Let's get back to that when they do come over, the youngsters, they might not even be qualified to surf in this event, but they have such talent. They have team support from their sponsors, and they get to surf the North Shore, and sometimes they're relegated to doing a little housework in the dishes and cleaning things up. So there's the routine there that they have to go through to pay their dues, but in the lineup they're asked to go, well, they get to go surfing.
That is, it's so important because coming to the North Shore, it has such a presence. There's a lot of energy here, a lot of scary waves, scary people. And to be able to come here as a young teenager, to get those kind of nerves out of the way and get a feel for it, you know, the people, the surf spots and all that, you know, it's really important for some of the big companies to get their up-and-coming stars out here and to get used to the North Shore. As we see up and riding, this is Sonny Garcia out the back as Hank Gaskell finishing off on that ride. And out the back, Sonny on another soupy wave, so a little unlucky. He's 3 for 3 there with really kind of torn up waves from all the whitewash.
Well, you want to win something right now, and if you're on the computer, it's going to be hard on the TV, but if you're on the computer, check out facebook.com/bands. And the question is, I believe, to win some board shorts, yeah, what Surfer Pole Awards? Oh, there it is. There's the question. What Surfer Pole Award was John Florence nominated for?
So I'm guessing this is last year's, or is it this year? All right, well, we'll find that out. That John definitely up for any kind of award there, with all that talent he's got. So get online and get that question answered.
Looking at the lineup with 15 minutes remaining, a couple of waves coming in right now. Matt Wilkinson, your leader. Davidson trying to hold off Hank Gaskell, who's got a 5 and a 1.0. Hank needs a 3.51, and then Garcia looking for a 6.50. And who's going to be coming up next? Well, Dane Reynolds will be grabbing the blue singlet. John Florence, Rayoni Monteiro, and Mitch Colburn. Colburn, the goofy footer out of Australia, has been running and gunning.
That is a stacked heat right there. That could definitely be a final. I know we say that a lot, but that is really true for that setup right there. And, you know, John has been definitely a standout out here, and Dane Reynolds has been throwing 9s out like no problem.
Yeah, it's you got to shake your head every time Dane does one of those moves. You go, what did I just see? And, you know, borrowed a board last second yesterday, a little step up and lit things up with some spectacular scores. He's got the best two-wave total of an 18.37. He'll take to the water going up again. So we saw in white the defending champion of the World Cup.
It's kind of funny, you know, we're talking about how Wilco sort of has that laid-back presence on the beach, and Dane Reynolds reminds me of that same sort of deal where he looks like kind of always really humble and almost shy and awkward on the beach, and then he'll get in the water and just destroy everyone. So it's funny how some of these surfers, another guy that comes to mind was Tom Curran. He was also like that, really humble pie on the beach and go in the water and just tear everyone apart. See Dane Reynolds' caddy there, Jake Patterson, a winner out here at Sunset Beach. So a very good man to have on your backup board.
Well, Jake, let's see if he can go out and back in and keep that cap.
Yeah, well, better today than yesterday. Yesterday, I would say no way, Jose.
It would have blown off.
You could pull it off today.
And getting out in the lineup, not an easy thing. Sometimes, well, you want to time it. Everybody, all the surfers trying to time the shore break. We had a surfer, a caddy, actually break a board in the shore break, just trying to get out.
Good. Oh, look at that.
There we go. You do it. You know what? When a camera goes on, you're guaranteed you're going to be picking your nose. I was telling that to Shibata the other day. Shibata was showing me where he was keeping the radio and out in the lineup. And I go, yeah, you guys, he goes, you guys got me on camera. And I go, yeah, there's two ways to get on camera. When you're doing something you weren't supposed to do or when you're picking your nose. Funny kid right there, isn't he?
That was a cool shot there at John John. You saw basically Team John John. You saw his mom up on the scaffolding and his shaper, John Pizell, there. So everyone's down here excited to watch him go out there and tear it up.
Well, what's going to happen for Sonny Garcia right here? He needs a 4.98. Garcia did post a 3.53 on his third wave. We're down to 12 minutes, 18 seconds. And they're not working that inside bowl. They're a little deep in the lineup, way out the back, surfing yellow, scrambling. Matt Wilkinson, he loves the big bombs, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's all four of these guys out there waiting to get that backup score. Actually, Sonny, well, actually, Sonny is the one in fourth place right now. He hasn't even gotten that first kind of 5-point range score you need.
Well, Wilkinson can't get into it. Davidson does. Davidson looking to better a 3.17 in the second spot, in and out.
Yeah, he's going to get out of that. That thing closed out, and he's got a nice little West Peak bomb on his head. Not fun to duck dive, though. There he goes right there. You just get bounced around like crazy. Try to duck dive a 7.2 under that big whitewash is not easy.
Ross, I've got to ask you, the Reef Hawaiian Pro at Haleiwa's Ali'i Beach Park, who won that event?
This last event?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't even remember. Who won? Tell me, Dave.
Taj Burrow.
Taj, that's right.
Now, who won? Well, I've got to tell you, Clash of the Legends.
My brain is fried, sorry.
Ross, did you have fun in the Clash of the Legends out in the lineup?
I sure did. We had a ball. Me and Shane had a couple little tangle-ups, and we had a lot of fun. We were laughing, and Kalani and Rob Machado, you know, that was really a cool honor for us to be out there.
And I don't know, just looking back, the scores that you had carried over for the next day, one extended heat or two heats, and you won by 0.06.
I wish I would have. That second heat would have been so cool if I just would have grabbed a beach chair and a sippy drink with a little umbrella and watched the second heat.
And not gone out and still won.
We didn't have better. None of us bettered scores, I don't think, except for maybe Rob. So yeah, we you know, the waves. We got one big lull in that second heat, which is unfortunate. But at least we took a bullet for Taj to take down that final. And
well, there you
they
go.
had sets.
Yeah, every other heat was firing. Our surfer in yellow coming up next. He is just 19 years of age. He has already won the Vulcan Pipeline Pro this year. He has already won the Dahui Backdoor Shootout. He jumps on the World Championship Tour. And his results, 13th at Trussell's, 25th in France, then 9th in Portugal. San Francisco at 25th. Well, he's number 22 in the world rankings, and we're going to see him on board a long time, and they're touting him as a future world champion.
Well, he's such a tall, lanky kid. Look how tall and skinny he is. I believe he's over 6 feet, and he probably doesn't weigh more than $160. But man, what a talent! And he's still growing. You know, he's still filling out. And in the last couple years, that kid has gotten so good. It's amazing how much he's improved.
Yeah, last year he surfed 16 events, 62 on the rankings. Here we go, surfer in blue. Hank Gaskell needs a 3.51.
Wow, nice surfing from Hank. A couple of really nice slices before that big old off the lip. So that's going to be a big score for Hank.
Right behind him, Sonny Garcia. The guys that are in third and fourth, the two Hawaiians trying to chase down the two Australians. We got 9 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in this heat number 7 of a round of 32.
Well, Sonny Garcia playing catch-up. Hopefully we can cue his wave up. We missed the first half of it. I'm not sure what he did. But that was a really good wave for Hank Gaskell.
And take a look at this. They're one camera on Gaskell. Now we go to Sonny Garcia. Sonny looking for a 4.98.
A little setup turn there, just a check cut back into this big section here. There's that Sonny Garcia. Big old slice and even a rebound. Really made that look easy, but that was not. The big whitewash that he hooked off of.
Well, at Sunset Beach, the obvious thing here, if you've got experience, you kind of know the lineup. You've seen various waves. And if you're a visitor, you can get really lost out there. But for everybody, it still seems wave selection and trying to pick off a wave, a good wave, before it has even broken is kind of difficult. You and Randy are talking about always take a look at the set. If you do see 2, 3, 4, 5 waves, don't catch the first one, maybe not catch the second one.
Especially yesterday. Yesterday had that extra bump. Today it's just a little cleaner, but yeah, and that goes for almost any surf spot. A lot of times when it's bumpy, that first wave of the set will go through and clean it up, and then the second wave and third wave will be way more surfable. So yeah, that's something to think about. But when you're in a heat and you need a score, that's really hard to pass up a wave that looks all right.
Scrambling for some scores right now. Sonny Garcia needs a 4.98. Gaskell needs that 3.51. 7 minutes and 52 seconds remaining. That means the Aussies, well, they see themselves, they're going to wait for something a little bit better. For Davidson, though, he's just trying to better a 3.71. He's been busy. 5 waves for Davidson right now. A lot of quick ones up and out. And it is Wilkinson. And he did this yesterday. Basically, 2 or 3 waves. That was it. He didn't spend a lot of time paddling. He's out there, he's injured, he's going to just make sure he gets through the heat.
Yeah, why not? He's got a couple of really big scores, basically almost a 6 and then an 8.3, so he's on cruise control. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of score drops for Hank Gaskell. That's going to make it really difficult for Sonny Garcia. He's got a few scores dropping right now. It looks like it's going to be in the mid-4 range, so it could be Sonny and Chris Davidson looking for a score here in the last 7 minutes.
Nixon, one of our sponsors here, sponsors of the Nixon WTA, winner take all watches and accessories on the web. You can visit them at nixonnow.com. Thanks for the great support. And there's a lot of guys that would love to win a $10,000 watch.
Diamond crusted Nixon watch. Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Not bad. Surfline, also our official forecaster for the 2011 Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. Know before you go. 20 free HD cameras in Hawaii, 14-day forecast at surfline.com as we take a look at the lineup. And there's some pulses, but they've got to be selective. It's wave selection right now for our top 2 surfers, and the other guys may be scrambling for the scraps. Our surfer in white, Sonny Garcia, needs a 4.08 in and out.
Well, you can tell Sonny's in search mode. He knows that he got his back up against the wall, so he's looking and hunting. Sometimes, that looked like, wow, what did he take off on that wave for? But a lot of those waves on an inside bowl, they'll pop up and you can get a shack, and that's just an instant way to get a score and get back out there.
What does Ross Williams and Sonny Garcia have in common? Well, besides loving surfing and having great families, Sonny won in 2010 the Clash of the Legends Championship at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, and he edged out Mark Akalupo, Tom Curran, and Tom Carroll. They had some good waves.
They really did. That was so fun to watch. I mean, I was like a little kid in the booth watching those heats.
Sonny Garcia, also a 2-time champion of Surfer Cross, and he loves his motocross. He is a 5-time Hawaiian Pro champion at Haleiwa, 6 times Triple Crown champion, meaning, well, of all the years, of all 29 years, he has been the best surfer at all 3 venues, or sometimes 2 venues, and has won that title. Sonny Garcia in the lineup finds himself in 4th spot right now. Guess what happened? Hank Gaskell gets the score of a 5.27.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that score, but I've said that a couple times in this heat, so basically what that's telling me is the judges have kept the scale a little bit on the low side. So even though it was a 5.27, that's an absolute keeper right now. And that's got Chris Davidson and Sonny, on the outside looking in. Sonny needing the 5.8, so Sonny needs a wave better than that wave we watched of Hank.
Hank Gaskell moves up to 2nd. Chris Davidson looking to get rid of that 3.17, specifically a 4.94. That's to go to 2nd. And then for Sonny Garcia now, that 5.84. We're down to 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
Another big set rolling in here. It doesn't look like this wave's going to form up to anything really soupy. When I say soupy, that's just got all that whitewash left over. Although Sonny is taking a look.
Sonny's looking at that inside bowl to make something happen here. Again, his score line shows a 4.43 and a 3.53.
Yeah,
there you go.
Other than Wilco, I mean, everyone's kind of in the same boat. They just got those really mid-range scores. So I don't know where Matt Wilkinson is, but he's got to be just in cruise mode.
He's furthest out, it looks like, and maybe a little closer to the channel. Just sitting to his inside is Chris Davidson. Also, Gaskell's out there. Sonny's moving away from the channel, and it looks like he's paddling in their direction. 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. And this next wave, I'm thinking somebody might be on it. All three surfers are paddling out the back. It looks like a pretty modest wave, though, and it's just going to roll through. Is anybody going to even think about it?
There's some time, Dave, and I do see some lines coming in, so we are set up for a dramatic finish. Super attainable, those scores.
What I see out there right now, Hank Gaskell must know something. It looks like he is shadowing Chris Davidson.
Interesting, yeah. He's in second place, but not by much. So hopefully, with the new scoreboard here, that they can see where they stand exactly.
Look at, and Hank says, well, look, if I'm going to better my score, I'm going to keep Davidson off a wave. Right. Davidson just needs a 4.94. Gaskell trying to better a 5.0. Here come the waves.
Yeah, we were just eyeballing that. Look at this. It's marching in right now. And the key is to be in the right place at the right time. With these west peaks, they can end your heat. You literally get that on the head, it's done.
Guess what? This thing is big. It's out there. These guys are on the far end. Sonny Garcia in prime position to do the Sonny deal.
Look at that big old whitewash marching through, and we'll see if Sonny can get in position. I like him out of all of them. He's on that inside bowl where it could reform.
Keep an eye on Sonny Garcia looking for a 5.84.
You could see him looking for that. Maybe this next one could stand up for him.
Sonny Garcia now has 2 minutes and 28 seconds to need the wave out the back. Davidson needs a 4.94. Sonny's paddling, gives it a look down the line, says no, backs off.
Yeah, the right choice there. A couple minutes left, that wave closed out, so could be pretty frustrating for Sonny here and Chris Davidson. They're on the outside looking in. They need a little score there, and after that set and all that energy, it's looking pretty calm now, so not sure if any waves are going to come in after that.
The boys champion, the amateur champion back in 1996, Sonny Garcia won his world title in 2000. He finds himself to the inside wearing the white singlet, needing a 5.84. And a couple of those waves, well, there was an opportunity, but not good enough. Sonny didn't want to jump on it. Here we go, surfer in yellow, and it's Wilkinson. This is a shore boat. He's just coming in.
Exactly. Basically a victory lap, and he's just going to kick out.
Now he might take one on the head. Well, he's got 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. He pulls out of that wave, surprised with that, with his injury, and he's in the lead.
I saw Chris Davidson paddle for a little peek. He was really deep on the lineup, so he's either going to get one or not. If he doesn't catch a wave where he is, it's going to be, cleaned up time. He'll get pushed all the way in. There he is paddling.
And our surfer in red, Davidson, looking for a 4.94.
That's not going to do it. That wave's really deep on the lineup, although he did a really beautiful hook. I love the way Chris Davidson surfs. It's, a little unfortunate for him to lose his heat because he did some of the best surfing, but wave, just those waves were just a little short.
Well, you thought he might not have got, you deserved a better score for that 5.33, but then you said they've kept the scale.
It did. I mean, because also Hank Gaskell had a really nice wave that I thought was higher than the score he got, but. And again, they gave Matt Wilco a 8.3 on that one with the 3 backside hooks. So, I'm sure Davo will be showing us that he's a little unhappy when he gets in.
Well, our man that has won this event a couple of times, 20 years on the World Championship Tour from 86 to 2005, checks in at 41 years young. Yeah, our oldest competitor in the lineup looking for a 5.84. There's 20 seconds remaining. Can Sonny Garcia find a buzzer beater of a wave to close things out?
I'm not sure if it's going to happen. And another unhappy captainer, too. We're talking about Davo with Sonny. So competitive at the age of 41. He really wants to do well out here.
And the countdown to end the heat. It's done and dusted. Matt Wilkinson with 3 waves. That one, I'm not sure, a 0.50, maybe a 4th wave as well. But an 8.33 on the second wave. He opened up with a 5.93. Matt Wilkinson, Sonny Garcia always out to make things happen. There's Davo, the Aussies, ready to go. Wilkinson and Davo into the lineup up against 2 Hawaiians.
I love how Davo surfs. He's just so crisp. Watch this forehand carve, lots of spray, and that's just beautiful technique. And there's that Matt Wilco, that 3 backside hooks that gave him that giant score. He was uncatchable after that.
Last couple of heats that Wilkinson surfed, basically, if there was a rule, you only get 5 waves. Well, he's been right in there. He does not surf a lot. He just takes the best waves, make it happen. Sonny Garcia, unfortunately, a 4th place result. Davidson, a 3rd. Advancing on, Wilkinson and Gaskell. We'll be right back with more action from Sunset Beach.
round 32.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach. Day number 4, final day of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing event number 2. This is the Vans World Cup presented by Rockstar Energy, and what a heat we have for you now. And here we go, up and riding in red. This is Mitch Colburn out of Australia.
Very quick start for Mitch as he got into the set. A very nice looking set. 3 waves way out the back. John looking very comfortable in this lineup, picking up an early wave. Inside bowl didn't line up for him, unfortunately.
Yeah, John looks super relaxed, and that's kind of his trademark style, essence. And, you know, I bet you he's on a shorter board than most of the other guys out there today, and he knows this lineup better than anyone, I'd say.
Yeah, his familiarity with every break on the North Shore is why you're seeing him be such a tough competitor at such a young age.
Yeah, John's awesome because, you know what, he's so dynamic in his surfing. You know, he can do the massive airs and all that whole air generation, and then, you know, he just looks so comfortable out here in his backyard at Sunset Pipe and Haleiwa, and, you know, I think you'd have to imagine that he's feeling comfortable in these positions, and I would guess that Triple Crown title is not without it. Within, you know, he can get that easily in
this year.
This year, or the next couple years. You never know.
For sure.
Every year, probably, I'd imagine, for the next
many years
decade.
to come. And
So,
his heat yesterday. Did you see his heat yesterday?
Yeah, he's explosive.
Yeah, he had that big lip where he had the 8, one of the highlights, and then more impressive, that lip was nice, but I really like the man carve he did on an earlier wave. Just a huge rail line, and he's been working with Poncho Sullivan, and you saw a lot of that influence in that carve as he really powered all the way around.
Yeah, he's got a lot of great influences here on the North Shore. You know, I mean, obviously with Poncho here at Sunset, and then Jamie O'Brien, I know, is a great influence to him at Pipeline, and they grew up surfing together all the time. So, you know, I mean, John's been seeing the best surfers in the world come to his home breaks since he was in diapers. You know, so if anyone has a better learning tools in his front yard, it's John. You know.
Well, let's introduce our surfers out in this heat. In red from Australia will be Mitch Colburn. In white from Brazil, our defending champion, Rayoni Montero. In yellow, the man you've been talking about, John Florence. In yellow, the Hawaii top contender for the Vans Triple Crown. And Dane Reynolds yesterday with the best one-way performance and two-way performance so far in the Vans World Cup of Surfing. He's in the blue jersey. He had a 9.37 yesterday and a 9.0 in the final heat of the day.
Yeah, it was a really explosive performance there. Just put on just trademark carving, growing up in the Point Breaks area of Santa Barbara. You can tell he knows how to get that front side carve. He has a 2.77. We didn't see that during the break. And Mitch Colburn's wave came in at a 4.5, Bo.
Yeah, this is going to be a big heat. This is the last heat of this round of 32. Coming up next, the first heat of our quarterfinals, the final 16 surfers. So we see Dane Reynolds with a 2.77 and a 1.13 in third place, in second place right now because of that first scoring great wave from Mitch Colburn, a 4.5, and he's backed it up with a throwaway of a 0.2.
Yeah, but isn't it refreshing to see Dan Reynolds out here at Sunset Beach and really giving it a good dig? You know, you always see his video parts. A lot of them, you know, come from California. And everyone knows his surfing talent's so explosive and like he's such a powerhouse. And
speaking of a powerhouse, there's Sonny Garcia on the screen coming in from that heat loss, but he's got a big smile on his face. He's been just enjoying this event with his wife on the back of their car. They're just sitting on the truck in the parking lot, helping out all the kids here. Sponsored surfer by Rockstar and GoPro. Good to see him here in the Triple Crown.
Yeah, he's been great. You know, he's such a positive influence for young kids. You know, he really laid down a path for these kids to go, hey, it's possible to come out and do this. And Sonny won a world title, and you know, I'm sure he's super proud of that. And it's pretty awesome to see that now giving back to the younger kids.
Here we go, John Florence in yellow taking off behind the peak. Can he make it around this section? He's trying to work his way up through, and he doesn't find any scoring potential there, guys, so he'll kick out.
Yeah, he wisely kicked out of that as it fattened out.
Here comes another little wave into the lineup. It looks like white. This is Rayoni. I believe he's last year's champion, right?
Yeah, he won last year. I talked to Rayoni. He's taken out a 6.7.
Wow.
Talked to John. He's taken out a 6.8. 6.9 for Dane Reynolds, but the board he used yesterday was a 6.11, and he's got Jake Patterson on the channel with the 6.11 on standby.
It's funny, man. You know what? Everyone has their little, like, you know, number game. I don't think there's that much of a difference between a 6.11 and a 6.10 or a 6.9 and a 6.11, but it's just everyone has their little, like, you know, it's kind of like not good luck, but, you know, I don't know. What number did you have? And you're like, some people go odd, some people go
I was
evens.
always even.
So, yeah, it's funny, but it doesn't really make that much of a difference, but it's in your head, right?
Everything's in your head out there at Sunset Beach, and right now we see surfer in white Rayoni on a nice little inside bulk. He's going to get up into the hook, nice carve. Has a beautiful style, and he surfs so aggressively with a clean style. It's a nice combination.
Yeah, he's looking to just get his heat underway, maybe build a house. You know, these other guys have a couple low scores in the bag, and he wants to join them and kind of build a foundation and get back out the back and look for a big scoring ride to put himself in the lead here.
Nixon time counting down 22 minutes, 45 seconds. Hey, we'd like to say congratulations going out to Joe Brown from New York City. He had the answer to the last trivia question, and it was the best barrel, best performance. Well, who was that nominated? That was John Florence in this heat right now. So you got a Vans Aries Series, board shorts, and be listening for more trivia questions. All you have to do is log on to facebook.com/Vans and enter to win for the next trivia question.
Oh, Dane, how long have you been wearing that pair of Air board shorts?
These ones, you know what's funny? I actually got these ones, I think it was a year ago in Hawaii. So, and I've taken them on every trip I've gone on. And, you know, these ones aren't the stretchy ones, but they're so comfortable. And I pretty much have kind of two go-to pairs that I love to wear, and these are one of them. And pretty much every session that you've seen me ever wearing board shorts is either in these ones or the other pair. So.
Well, I noticed with those board shorts, the more you wear them, the more you wash them, the more comfortable they get.
They're like Levi's. Yeah. They're like Levi's, you know, and that's what I've been telling. We've been sharing information with the guys at Vans because they've been super, you know, into like how can we make them better, and you know, they've been great, receptive to feedback, and these board shorts are insane, so comfortable. I don't get rashes, and you know, it's pretty insane. I like that when I don't get rashes anywhere near my leg.
That should be a primary factor because, you know, board shorts, that's got to be important.
Yeah, it's huge, Bo. I mean, it's a bummer when you get all rashed up and shaved. And
here, look at this.
Wow, who is this?
Of course, it's John, the local boy, on the perfect position, carving back into the pocket. Even got into that foam, and that's difficult. Oh, not happy about that closeout section from little John.
You know, today the waves are kind of stretching out a little bit further in the bowl. Sometimes, like, you'll notice the guys are taking off and the waves look kind of perfect off takeoff. And as they're riding them, you can see the bowl section kind of steepen up and kind of stretch out, and kind of before the guys can even be aware of it.
That opening wave you got, it really came across the bowl and had that big lump, and you were unable to really get any rhythm, and then from there it's just kind of...
Yeah, well, that's what happens, you know, and it's almost a transfer of a new energy, so it's kind of a difficult one to read.
Yeah, we've got Kaipo Guerrero down below with the winner of the last heat, I believe is Wilco. Take it away, Kaipo.
All right, thank you both. I am down here with Matt Wilco Wilkinson, probably one of the most entertaining surfers on tour out of Copacabana, Australia. Wilco, first of all, let's talk about this thing here, the elbow. What's going on there?
Yeah, I got a staph infection. I think I got it from Tahiti a few months ago, and then it's just been in my system, I guess, and I got a little bit run down from training, and it popped up on my elbow, and I've been out of the water since. I haven't surfed since my heat in Haleiwa, so I was feeling pretty unconfident when I came out here yesterday. And then, I don't know, I got on a brand new raft and it feels pretty good, so I'm psyched. I'm having fun out there.
The new board you were riding?
Yeah, it's a Pang. I just got it over here, and I was pretty excited to get a few free surfs in, but I wasn't allowed to surf, so I've just been on the couch watching the event, and I guess trying to remember how to surf a big board just by watching other people ride them.
Well, you did well out there. You won your heat handedly. You're the fourth goofy footer in this round to win their heat, so some of the goofy footers are doing well out here. Talk a little bit about, you know, you're just on the ball. You're surfing in the heat out here. You've been on the couch, and coming out cold out here, you're on all cylinders.
Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of freaking out yesterday when I paddled out. I was like, haven't ridden a board over 6.0 since Chopes, and haven't done a turn on one since probably here last year. So I went out there, and I guess I was just fresh. I was sitting on the couch, and I was so excited to surf. So I think that just got me ready to go and more excited than I usually am. So I don't know. I'm frothing. That first wave in that heat, I took off, and the thing just walled up, and I was like, yes, this is going to be a 9. And I did the first turn, that felt really good, and then fell off on the second turn. I still got a 6, so that gave me a lot of confidence to know that I could get big scores with just one turn, and then I linked a nice one, so pretty happy with that heat.
So I think the rest is doing you well, Wilco. What about, I love your blog site, Out to Brunch, check it out. Some entertaining stuff you put on out there. I know it's a side gig. I mean, this is your focus, but it's good to see. It's good to see what you guys are doing and bringing entertainment to surfing. I think that's a great thing for, you know, the surf community as a whole.
Yeah, it's definitely fun to do. We have on tour every event. You get there and the comp runs for 3 days out of 12, so we always have so much downtime, and we're always doing kind of fun and dumb stuff. So I got a guy traveling with me and filming, and we try and think of funny stuff to do and stick it up there, and everyone seems to be laughing. No one's got too offended so far, so I'm having fun with it.
Well, we're enjoying it. We're going to let you get some rest and prepare for the quarterfinals. Congratulations, Wilco. And we're going to see him in quarterfinals. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Kaipo. Congratulations, Matt Wilkinson, and the results of the last heat. Matt Wilkinson, 14.26 in first. Hank Gaskell, ASB Hawaii Regional Champion, in second place with a 10.27. Chris Davidson, 8.63 in third. And there's the breakdown. And six-time Triple Crown champion Sonny Garcia goes down in fourth place. An exciting heat. Wilco injured, but still going strong, Shay.
Yes, he is. I mean, looking at those replays, that new Pang looks on point. Even saying how he fell and still got a 6.
Yeah, I mean, Matt looks, I mean, the serving, his backside is just trademark. You know, I was watching him at Snapper Rocks, and it was crazy during the first event of the season. I was just blown away. And, you know, every event on his backside, he seems super confident and comfortable and explosive. You know, and Sunset was no different. That's for sure.
Let's watch the last replay. This is Dane Reynolds on his last wave in blue.
He's got an inside wave, but very clean wall. It's a little caught on that first turn, and he gets up to this lip, and he's just a little late. And he comes off the floater, and you can tell from his body English he wasn't happy with that wave at all.
That's hilarious, you know. He definitely lets his emotions hang out right there.
Hey, we're seeing a lot of body influence out here. We saw John kind of pissed off at his wave. We're seeing Dane a little bit of reaction here, and usually we don't see that from these guys.
You know what? This is a huge heat for John, surfing against Dane Reynolds. They're just push each other. Two of the best, my two favorite surfers in the world right now, I'd say.
Well, I mean, as well as Mitch Colborn, who had some crazy movie sections in past years in Modern Collective, and then Rayoni Montero. You know, arguably the first Brazilian to win out here since Fabio Gouveia, if I'm correct.
You're very correct.
And, you know, I mean, he's no slouch, and this stuff really suits him. So I'm sure he's hungry to get after Dane and John as much as Dane and John want to push each other, you know.
Let's give you an update on the current situation right now. We're waiting for last score of blue. That could change everything up, so we'll be on standby for that. 15 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. We're halfway through this heat. Been a kind of a sluggish heat. It hasn't been as high performance as we've seen all earlier in this round.
Well, maybe the guys are just a little bit frustrated. You know, maybe everyone goes out there with really nice expectations. The sun's out. The trades just started picking up. It's beautiful. And, you know, the last heat, Wilco was ripping. So these guys' expectations is probably a little higher than what they've gotten.
Well, they haven't gotten the waves to really unload. And when they get those waves, as you see a couple peaks coming through the lineup, potential paddle from Mitch, and now Dane pulling in under the lip here. You can punch through this. No,
yeah, but Sunset, you know, it truly is a case-by-case, heat-by-heat, you know, situation. And, you know, you can't really compare heats to other heats. And just because, I mean, the conditions are just changing so fast, and the tide and the swell. And so it makes for a really interesting, you know, every heat's their own little under the microscope.
There we see Nat Young, one of our first quarterfinalists, getting ready for his heat. Fourth place in Haleiwa, in contention for this year's Vans Triple Crown title. We saw Taj Burrow go down. He's got Adam Melling, who was runner-up, also in that quarterfinal. That's coming up next.
Great heats here. We were talking about conditions in the heats, and I know that your heat was pretty low scoring until the end there in the flurry of action. What was going down out there?
Yeah, my heat was hilarious because me and Ian and Lincoln, we started out the back, and the set seemed to be capping out there. You could get a good entry. But, you know, they just ended up kind of petering out, and we couldn't really get that many scoring opportunities. And, you know, just a couple minutes ago, I was in third place. I think I needed a 6, and Lincoln took off, and he was kind of on a deeper peak, and I was on a wider one, and I thought maybe he couldn't get around it, and went, but unfortunately got the interference, and then kind of rode a wave like Dane Reynolds here, looking for the inside bowl barrel. But, yeah, you never know what's going to open up for you out there, and you kind of have to move through the lineup. And, I mean, I was stoked that was my first time. I mean, of all the sessions I've ever surfed out here, which must have been a lot, you know, all the hours I've put in, to get a backside barrel out here, I've never gotten that. You know, it's crazy. And as frontsiders, you know, it kind of happens more consistently. But, I mean, I was bummed because I got the interference, but at the same time, I was like, wow, what a cool thing.
Well, let's talk about it. Here we go. We got the Vans replay, and here you are. And you didn't see him, and then I think, when did he come in the picture for you?
Right there. Here. I was like, oh, darn it, Lincoln. Dude.
And you kicked out, but then we thought...
I thought if he maybe could have ridden it through, then maybe I wouldn't have got it. I don't know. But this is my next wave, and I was just like, whoa, cool, it's barreling. And I'm like, let's get high, and it's kind of a funkadelic wave. And, you know, I did my best to stay high in it, and, you know, I came out and then got handled right there by the lip.
But
and
you
then,
stood your ground there. 7.1 and the claim.
Yeah, dude, that's the Shooter McGavin. You know, I was so pumped. I was my first barrel ever, and I was just riding on pure joy at that point, you know. And I went out to the channel. I was smiling. I was stoked. I told Tanner, I was like, "Did you see that? I was stoked." And you know, things happen, and I wouldn't change it.
Yeah, you came close to even making that heat with interference, and Ian Walsh just got you. But great performance there. It's so fun to watch you. So much animation. We had that thing where you're doing the cross up with your hands earlier with your caddy, Tanner.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm a little bit animated, and I really wear my emotions on my sleeve. But, you know, the truth is I just have such a deep love for surfing, and I just love it. You know, I mean, think about the feelings that Raoni's getting right here dropping in, and it's just a beautiful face, and he's just carving it up like turkey dinner, you know. So, you know, wow, this is a great ride for Raoni right here. And
second big hack off the top. He's currently in fourth. He's counting a 3.17 and a 0.5. Here we go. John Florence.
He read that line perfectly as he got hooked up.
Oh, that was killer.
Wow, he read a great line and got huffed out on that thing and got the lip on the head. A lot of action out here at Sunset today, and John Florence read that wave perfectly.
Yeah. John Florence with 2 huge wins earlier this year at Pipeline, the Vulcan Pipeline Pro, and Hui Backdoor Shootout. And, of course, he's got a backup second place at a Prime event earlier this year, which helped him get him on the tour with Yaden Nickel with the injury. But let's watch this shake, courtesy of Vans.
Dane.
Wow, he's just super high on his board. You see that? He's got a lot of control. It's a really tight barrel. He's riding really high up in the wave face, and he just gets spit out. And then he tries to scoot back to kind of readjust, and then just gets axed. Oh.
Wore the rail right there in the side. That was not a good wipeout. And here's that replay of a beautiful carving surfing by Raoni Montero, one of the most passionate surfers on the tour.
Yeah. Raoni, you know, he's got tons of energy in his surfing. It really comes through, and that's a really nice carve. And he's looking, you know, to start building his heat. And, you know, I think that would be a mid-range score. And, you know, that's not a bad way to start off your heat, especially out at Sunset.
Well, currently right now, here's the last of Mitch Colburn, a 3.07. Nice bottom turn. Hits the lip, and then he gets axed, too. So, again, a couple of incomplete rides there, but we'll be on standby for last of yellow, last of white. That's going to shake up things. Dane Reynolds currently in the lead as we see a kick out from John Florence. Dane Reynolds counting a 5.33 and also a 2.77. Colburn in second in red out of Australia with a 4.5 and a 3.07. Let's see, John now needs a 3.65. He's got a 3.93 and a 2.0. Raoni Montero in white now needing a 4.41. Nixon time, 10 minutes, 15 seconds.
And here goes Raoni again. So many waves have been ridden in the last few minutes. Great foam climb airdrop out of the sky there, Dane.
Wow, he just went power on power right there. And to actually project over the lip when the Sunset has so much power on the inside bowl is really a difficult thing to do. And as you see, it actually gave Raoni more speed off that lip to allow it to get to that second maneuver.
Great surfing from our defending champion at the Vans World Cup of Surfing.
This heat's firing up right here.
Yeah, Mitch Colburn. And of course, we saw him in that exciting heat with Carissa Moore and Sonny Garcia earlier, and he was the one who squeaked out the win out of that heat.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Mitch. Mitch's surfing out here has been really good. He looks like he's got great boards under his feet, Shay.
He looks so solid and confident in his surfing and his equipment. It's really translating. He's got that backside carve around in the pocket. It's so difficult. We're really animated up here with Dane Gudauskas today.
Hi, I'm Bo Hodge, Dane Gudauskas, Shea Lopez. Welcome to the broadcast. An exciting day. History will be performed today here at the Vans World Cup of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy, a $250,000 event carrying a 6-star prime and raining $40,000 to the winner today.
Yeah.
The second leg of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Taj Burrow, our winner at Haleiwa, down. We got Adam Melling, Nat Young from the final of Haleiwa coming up in the next quarterfinal heat. Jordy Smith, always a contender here at Sunset, whether it's been the Edsel Pro or the World Cup. And there he's got a board, no fins. He's coming up.
Is he pulling out the Elia trick? No.
Looks like he's got a fresh stick with the changing conditions. It's smoothing out, really cleaning up. He might be dropping down in board size or broke a board earlier in the day.
Well, he did break a board in heat number 1 this morning.
Wow. Well, you know what? Jordy is one of my favorite surfers to watch out here. He's always so confident, and this wave really seems to suit him. And I would say he's kind of a front runner for my picks on, you know, getting into the finals at least out here. And I think he surfs exceptional, so I can't wait to see what he's going to do.
Now, watching those highlights from yesterday and watching him this morning, he just commanded every turn, so much power, and he goes out and surfs smart heats. We saw a great performance from Dane Reynolds that we have throughout the years, but one heat can be 18 points in the next heat. Like right now, he's sitting on a total of only a 5.33 and a 2.77. It's hard for Dane to get that consistency factor like Jordy Smith.
Wow, some early scores are dropping in for John, and that was a big big score, Shea.
Well, last wave of Rayone Montero, 6.4, but he's got another wave to back that up, so we're still waiting to see that score. And again, John's wave's going to shake everything up, and he's currently in fourth, needing only a 4.18 to get to second. But if he gets a 5.64, he'll go to first, and he's got that and more already.
Yeah, he's looking like he's in the money zone right here, Bo.
But Rayone Montero's,
wow, Rayone, baby.
That was the one, the airdrop.
Spicy.
So we're going to wait for those scores. So it's going to be John and Rayone. So we're going to be on standby here.
You know, it's exciting to see that they're really rewarding different kinds of surfing. You know, that we got the 2 ride, which just took tremendous skill and wave selection, which I believe is a skill set and should be rewarded. You know, and then you got guys like Rayone who did maneuvers, and he's going to be, you know, possibly rewarded with a great score too. So
8.83 guys for John Florence. He goes from fourth to first, and he's backing it up right now with a low score of a 3.93. And second, Rayone Montero, defending champion, with a 6.4 and a 3.17. And I believe we have a backup score still yet to come from Surfer in White. We're going to be on standby for that. Dane Reynolds down to third right now. You can see his 2-wave score of an 8.1, now needing a 4.25. And for Mitch Colburn in red from Australia, now needing a 5.08.
So right when we were talking about that heat being a little slow, a little different, the fireworks started. It was wave after wave. We couldn't even keep up with it. And they're enjoying the action on the beach, aren't they, Dave?
Oh, that girl looks bronzed right there. That's cool. She might need some lotion applied later because she looks sunburnt, but it's good. So here we go. We got some nice waves coming through the lineup, and all the competitors seem to be in the spot.
Yeah, we're just waiting for this set to come through. Beautiful lines coming through as we have sunny conditions. Trades have picked up and the tide is dropping. We're in for a tremendous finish to the Vans World Cup, and there's the U.S. Coast Guard plane flying overhead, making sure everything's safe.
Yeah, those guys do a great job, so thanks to all those guys working hard and letting us do what we do here.
Yeah, shout out to all the veterans out there in the military. A lot of military support out here. A lot of military surfers come out here onto the North Shore and the east side, the west side, and the south shore. And a lot of competitions. They have an all-military contest over at White Plains over on the west side, and also over at Kaneohe Bay and the Marine Corps base. So our shouts out to all the veterans and the military out here. There's Nat Young, fourth place out of Santa Cruz from the Reef Hawaiian Pro. And look at that lineup. Adam Melling, Michelle Perez, Evan Valier. All guys have been standouts so far at this event.
Yeah, that's going to be a great heat to watch, Bo. And right now we got John Florence looking to back up that big score of 8.83. And with a little barrel ride, a little pocket schnoz, and, you know, maybe you can come around it, but I don't think so.
If he was looking to throw away that 3.93 with something better, and with that snap and a little cover up, he might have just replaced that.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, he's just looking to extend himself. It looks as though right now he's in second place, so I'm sure he would feel a lot more comfortable being in that top spot.
Yeah, let's watch a replay. Last of John Florence, courtesy of Vans.
Nice little snap to set up this quick cover up in and out as he doggy doors down. In a 4-point ride, we'll see him move into the lead, so that's an important position to get into.
Yeah, John's, you know, I'm just happy to watch John surf out here. And, I mean, his surfing at Haleiwa was exceptional, and that was on small lefts. And now you're seeing the variety package, 2 rides and big man carves, and definitely challenging waves out there, though.
A 5th place at Haleiwa. He's in contention for the Vans Triple Crown. And, of course, we haven't had a Hawaii Triple Crown winner since Sonny Garcia in 2006. It's been all Australia with Pete Durbridge, and then the last 3 years from Joel Parkinson. But right now, Tajborough bowing out in the last round. So it's going to make it all interesting. Adam Melling's got something to say. Nat Young's got something to say. And I bet John Florence in yellow will have something to say before all is done, because we have yet to go to his home break at Pipeline.
Wow, incredible setup here on the Vans Triple Crown standings.
Yeah, gosh, and you know, it's just going to be so exciting. And Nat Young, can't forget about Nat Young, kind of a dark horse for the Triple Crown. But his surfing was so explosive at Haleiwa, and his backside out here has been phenomenal, honed at steamer lane.
And I was talking about this earlier. The ASP last year, we saw them forget about the potential of a non-Hawaiian being in the race for Triple Crown, and Julian Wilson wasn't allowed entry into Pipeline. This year, they're waiting until after sunset to award their wild cards. Nat Young could be in Pipeline.
Yeah, that would be cool, man. I would be so stoked for Nat. And he's such a great kid, and he seems to really have found his feet in the second half of the year here. And here's Rayone on kind of a mid-range size wave, and kind of a bumpy one, but he's carving it up.
I don't like this wave selection here. He already has 2 6s in the score line, and this wave's not going to even come close to those earlier scores.
Yeah.
Get out the back and hope for something better and bigger.
Maybe even a 2 ride would suit him pretty well.
And look, he 4.03 for John, moves him just ahead of Rayoni. So now he's waiting for Dane Reynolds, looking for a 7.5, or Mitch Colburn, 8.33.
Here we go. This is John Florence up and running. Big bottom to a nice man gouge there, and then just loses his momentum. And they're surfing in.
Oh, man, that's a big man hack from Dane Reynolds right there. And, I think he didn't kick out with his negative body languages earlier, so maybe he's pretty excited about that and going to carry that positive energy into his next ride. And, could that be possibly a 7.5, or you think a little bit
Well, let's
lower?
take a look at it. Courtesy of Vans. First off, Dane Reynolds.
This is way up in the point. He's changed positions in the lineup. He was in the bowl earlier. Now on the point where this wave's standing up much better for him. Whips it way around in the pocket. And another, both hands behind the back. Releases the fins a little on that turn.
Yeah, that board looks really good that he's driving it. I'm pretty stoked for him that he decided to go for the 6.9, is that right? And that thing looks whippy and snappy and carvalicious. So he's on fire, and I'm sure he's going to be waiting to see what that score comes in as, Bo.
Yeah, that is 9th wave so far in this heat, so he's been quite busy. 2 Vans team riders in this heat. We find him first and third right now. That's John Florence in yellow in the lead. Dane Reynolds in blue in third. He needs a 7.5, so we'll be on standby for that. Waiting for the scores last of White and Rayoni Montero. And like you said, Shay, it's not going to be the score that he needs to improve on.
No, it's not. Look at the girls enjoying all this action from our Australian surfer, Mitch Colburn. Good looking wave, setting up a nice carve in the pocket, deep off the bottom, tight in the hook. Oh, beautiful carve there, Dane.
Oh, stay on your feet, Mitch. Yeah, nice. So he's got to be stoked. I mean, he needs an 8.33 at the moment. And, unfortunately, we only have 1 minute and 25 seconds to go. But that was a great campaign starter right there. That could be a very solid score.
He's going to get close to that score potentially as we look at this Vans replay. And beautiful style. I love how deep he goes to the bottom before he starts these turns, Dane.
Yeah, Mitch has got great technique. He kind of does this really cool weight on, weight off thing to allow his turns to look really dynamic. And here he's going to get really high up in the pocket, carving, and kind of comes right into the lip right here. And that's where the energy is, Shay. So that makes it a little bit harder to stay on your board at that time.
Good surfing from Mitch.
Yeah, he's fired up. But I don't know if he'll have another opportunity to make it back out in the lineup with 48 seconds to go.
No, he's coming in. He knows that was his last-ditch effort. We'll have to wait for those scores and see if he's going to get that 8.33 needed.
Last wave for Rayoni Montero, defending champion of 4.37. So he still holds down second place. John Florence in yellow in the lead. And the scores coming in for Dane Reynolds did not impress the judges. And here goes John yet, coming out, muscling through the barrel on that whitewater wave.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really strong ridden barrel right there. You got to be really strong to come out of that throwing lip. And, frontsiders have a really good advantage of holding against the wall, staying high and tight. And as you saw John right there, he was able to find right in the right spot to come out of that barrel like a watermelon.
That's the big difference, frontside and backside. It's so much easier to change your line in doggy door.
Yeah, and here's Rayoni. Is that a buzzer beater? Oh, see, this it's wompy. I think that's a good word to describe the inside section. It's wompy.
Well, what a heat to round out the round of 32. And there's Pancho Sullivan, one of the caddies out in the water right now, as we see him paddling back in from this heat. And it looks like we're going to see John Florence and our defending champion Rayoni Montero advance on into the quarterfinals. And there's a couple of our surfers, Vans team riders, getting ready. He knew he was on camera.
Yeah, that's funny.
He looked relaxed in the water before the heat too. And Mitch Colburn, he's just been surfing unbelievable out here. That score didn't come up high enough to make it out of that heat. But John Florence, Triple Crown favorite at the time. Dane Reynolds, great performances. It's just cool to see him out here competing and giving his all.
Yeah, he looked insane, man. And I really hope he comes back to surfing this event next year. And, I think everyone just loves to see him surf, and John as well, and all the guys. I mean, that heat was insane, so hats off to everybody.
Defending champion Rayoni Montero still in it with a chance to defend his title. Great surfing from the young Brazilian.
Yeah, wow, watching his form, that man has some power. So that was a great extension floater, and I'm sure he's going to come in, rest up, and get fired up for the next heat.
Stick around. We got quarterfinal heat number 1 of the Vans World Cup of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy, the second leg of the Vans Triple Crown. Stay tuned for more.
with us.
Quarterfinal going to be really, really good.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach. We are in quarterfinal action of the Vans World Cup of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy. The second leg of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, and here we go. Evan Valier out of Kauai in red, Michelle Perez from Tahiti in white, Adam Melling, runner-up at Haleiwa in yellow from Australia, Nat Young from Santa Cruz, California. Let's get you updated on the scores at the end of that last heat. John Florence did score 7.5 on this last wave. Mitch Colburn a 7.17, and for Dane Reynolds a 4.5, and the results were official. It'll be John Florence in first, Rayoni Montero in second place. Third place goes to Mitch Colburn, and there's Dane Reynolds. Unfortunately, take fourth place. Caught 10 waves, but none really as explosive as yesterday, Shay.
No, he was all over the lineup and really put on a good performance, just catching a ton of waves, but didn't line up those correct waves to get the high scores like we saw his other competitors. I'd like to welcome Vans team rider Tanner Gudauskas, one of the Gudauskas family we love so much.
Hey guys, good to be back. Stoked.
There's John taking some photographs of some fans back out on the beach and coming back in first place form. And what an exciting day we have out here, Tanner.
Oh, the conditions are unbelievable today. It's really turned on, and it looks like it's getting better and better. Oh my goodness, here goes Adam Melling on a crazy little barrel ride, and he pops through there really nicely, staying low on the board, and this will be a good start to a heat right here.
A great start to the heat by Adam Melling as he attacks that inside bowl. He was going for 10s on that wave.
Oh, that was really nice.
Well, he already made it out of the barrel, so you knew it was a good keeper of a wave. Why not turn it on and make some turns and make the most of it?
It's going to be an excellent score.
Definitely. He's in the quarterfinals. He's definitely looking at the finals day here, and it's like, why not push hard? He made the final in Haleiwa. He's looking good, feeling good. Let's do it.
Yeah, he came out here outside of the bubble for qualification. Now he looks to be in a great position. And excellent just technique as he pulls through that barrel and strength to come out of the foam.
Not done yet. Watch this bottom turn and hit. Nice carving turn right underneath the lip. And if he could make this one, this would have really accented everything.
Yeah, that would have solidified a crazy good score. But almost looked like maybe just got a little bubbled off on the end bowl there.
This is live action from Nat Young. He's got a foamy thing up on the point, trying to fit in some maneuvers, and he goes over the falls again. We see that a lot from Nat. It's either he makes it or he falls hard.
I was curious this morning. I was looking at Nat when he was doing his bottom turns, and there's a black strip on the bottom of his board. I don't know if that's a carbon strip or if that's just a black drawing or not.
I believe it's a carbon strip to kind of keep that board in one piece.
Here's the Vans replay last of Nat Young, and look at the lip coming on the shoulders.
And he was really trying to go straight to the bottom, set up close to the pocket, because if you don't go back into the power here, like you see him again, setting up that power fade and getting those good top turns, it's so hard to get tight in the pocket.
Yeah, Natty boy, he's doing a really good job of getting aggressive into the lip today.
He's wearing the lip right there.
He really got the lip.
So he'll be paddling out for more. Also, we're still waiting for first waves of red, first waves of white. Well, I guess Michelle Perez had a small counter of a 0.27, and for Evan Valier, not yet. But yeah, that wave for Adam Melling, no scores in yet for the judges. We are just in the early stages of this 30-minute heat, quarterfinal, heat number 1. We're down to 16 surfers in this round. We're going to throw it down to Kaipo Guerrero. He's got an interview with Mr. JJ himself. Take it away, Kaipo.
Thank you, Bo. I'm here down with John Florence. John, that heat was pretty stacked. Mitch Colburn, defending champ Rayoni Montero, of course, Dane Reynolds and yourself. So on paper, that was like, wow, we needed to see that heat. Went out there 3/4 of the heat. No one really put a bigger score than like a mid-range 5, a 5.33 for Reynolds. And then you flared up at the end. Talk a little bit about, what was going on out in the water, through that 30-minute heat.
Yeah, it's really peaky right now. There's just peaks everywhere, and it's so hard to be in the right spot to find a wave. I paddled too deep in the beginning of the heat, and then saw Dan, I'm getting waves from the inside, and then I was kind of tripping out, and I was like, oh, I got to get a wave, so I paddled back in there and ended up getting those 2 barrels.
That was unreal. And another thing, John, I noticed is that it looks like you're kind of having fun. I know it's stressful, but it looks like you're taking this whole competition thing pretty lightly, and you're being very successful with that.
Yeah, especially out here, it's one of my favorite waves, and surfing with 4 guys out is so fun because it's usually pretty crowded with guys on penos and stuff. But it's still stressful, like when heats like that where no one gets a wave for the first 15 minutes, and you're just like, there's 15 minutes to go, and no one has a score. It's stressful.
Okay, talk about the equipment riding, your boards, John Pizell shaping your boards, the surfer-shaper relationship, pretty important.
Yeah, he's been shaping my boards ever since I was little, and we've been working on boards pretty much just the last 8 years or so, and just perfecting them. And all my big boards, like I could be comfortable going on a brand new board, and yeah, it wouldn't faze me.
All right, so we're gonna throw it back up to the booth. Congratulations. We'll see John Florence coming up in quarterfinal number 4. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Kaipo, and congratulations to John Florence advancing on into quarterfinal number 4. He is backed up by Rayone Montero in second place. Third place, Mitch Colburn out of Australia, and Dane Reynolds, Vance team rider, in fourth. But what an exciting heat. 16.33. That is the third best two-way performance in the competition.
Wow, just John's just so polished out here at Sunset. We knew he could surf Pipeline, but seeing him do this kind of performance at Sunset, that's leaving a mark on my mind.
Well, right now, he's got a semi at Haleiwa. He's in the quarters. He's in contention for the Vans Triple Crown.
It's pretty radical. Like you're saying, Shay, like I think everyone knew he was really great at pipe, and what were you thinking about his performance at Haleiwa? It was pretty outstanding as well this year.
Yeah, his small waves, his performances have been around the world, just on the upswing, every event. And his aerial surfing at Haleiwa was just incredible. He was hucking full rotation, backside, no grab, 360 airs on every wave, pulling them off, just landing so hard. And now finding barrels where it's so difficult out here at Sunset almost every wave.
Talk about a well-rounded surfer.
Yeah, that's what it takes. And another well-rounded surfer that has 11 titles under his belt.
Yeah, John with a second place at the Mr. Price Pro earlier in South Africa, and also a semifinal at the Quicksilver Portugal. So those two six-star primes really helped elevate him into that slot into the midway venture when Yaden Nickel got injured. John Florence was next in line to come into the World Tour.
And that's really cool that the 6-month cut kind of helped John get on right there as well, but it proved that John was a World Tour surfer, and as soon as he got on, he was making big leaps, and it was just like, it seems so perfect for him to be where he's at right now, and it seems like he's really comfortable surfing against the World Tour guys and putting it down in good heats.
You were in Bolito when John got second, your brother won. The waves there looked incredible. It must have been a tremendous thing to watch.
It was crazy. Every day was unbelievable, like 6 to 8 foot and beautiful right barrels. And Pat looked really good in form, but John was definitely like the guy to beat in that contest. And it was awesome to see through the quarters, semis, and the final going at like that. It kind of came down to it, and we're looking like, okay, Pat, keep going, and John kept going as well. And into the final, it was pretty rad being a spectator that we knew we were going to guarantee hoist somebody out of the water.
I remember watching it. They kept pushing each other, especially in that final.
Oh, the final was great to watch. But it looks like we got a wave right here from Adam Melling, maybe backing up that first score.
Yeah, it's so fast. Adam Melling coming from Lennox had a great right point break from Australia, and his style suits that very well. He was a second-place finisher at J-Bay 2 years ago, and now here at Sunset, just fitting in perfect turns in the right spot, reminiscent of Mick Fanning and his great performances out here.
Yeah, his style looks really similar, and it's a really power-based frontside gouge style, and it's great for Sunset.
Now, guys, he's opened up with a 7.83, so he's going to take a chokehold of this heat right now, early in this heat, but still anybody's heat. Let's watch the last replay, courtesy of Vance, of Adam Melling.
I like this crank off the bottom. Wow, such projection in the lip. And like you said, Adam Melling, he's just been on fire, and he doesn't always get the results you think he should be getting.
He's a dark horse. It's crazy that he still hasn't just popped through on the World Tour and just made another final like in J-Bay when that first year he was on.
Yeah, I really expected bigger things, but he's still young and coming up and getting familiar with the World Tour, just the whole system.
Well, like your brother, he had a 6-star win down at the Coldwater Classic in New Zealand this year, so that's really helped him. And with that second place at Haleiwa, it bumped him up to number 29 coming into this event. So a little bit more comfortable position, because not only he has this result as a quarterfinal or better, but he's got Pipeline waiting for him.
Perfect. And I think, it's interesting about not knowing who's dropping what coming into Pipeline as well, but I believe Adam Melling is one of the guys who got a result there last year that will be dropping that. So I'm sure he's looking to buffer that right here at Sunset going into Pipe, knowing that he'll need to replace some points.
Yeah, that's an interesting position to be in with this one-world ranking system and having your points from the year before. We know Jeremy Flores won't be competing. He was last year's winning. He'll be losing 10,000 points. Wow. Kieran Perot, second place, he'll be losing that 8,500 points, I believe, or 8,000. So big changes in the standings here coming up for Pipeline when all those points disappear for our competitors.
It's crazy. It keeps you on your toes as a competitor.
Yes, it does. Very busy year for everybody doing both tours.
Last wave for Adam Melling, a 5.0. He has got a commanding lead right now. And there's the T-shirt booth. Vance Triple Crown of Surfing T-shirt booth, selling a Christmas items. And there's Adam Melling paddling back out to the lineup, comfortably in the lead with a 7.83 in the 5.0.
What is that in his ear, guys? Did you see that?
Yeah.
Earplugs. He starts with the earplugs.
Okay.
Adam Melling does.
I thought we had a little Bradshaw Lamb Beachley thing going down.
No, yeah, Adam, he always starts with the earplugs. I don't know why he does, but I've noticed that, yeah, he does.
Surfers here, that's a bad thing. I know I'm about 90% closure right now.
So you think Bluetooth technology is entering the surf world here at Sunset?
Well, I thought for a moment it was, but it was Michel Perez up on this wave, and he doesn't need any technology. He's just brute force out there and carving that board around. He's up on the board here with a nice looking wave, and after a slow start, he's going to be happy with that wave.
Yeah, Michel Perez, the 2008 Reef Hawaiian Pro Champion. Let's watch a replay last of Perez here in white.
And if you look at the just commitment to his power-based surfing, just yanking his whole body around through those turns.
The thighs on this guy right here, he's got tree trunk thighs. It's like Akalupo, just woo. And I love how he just always puts 100% commitment through every turn. It's pretty rad to see.
It's cool. He uses his whole body. He's such a powerful surfer that when all your body comes together from those turns, it's a great combination.
Nixon time counting down 18 minutes. Don't forget you can watch all the live exciting action courtesy of Vans Live App 2.0. Download it to your Android phone, to your iPhone, to your iTouch, to your iPad. And if you're not watching on the computer or Time Warner cable, hey, you can take it to your smartphone. You can listen to it as like a radio station or watch it in the palm of your hand. It's a free app. You've got to have one.
That's insane. It's good to go anywhere.
Here we go. I've been waiting for this guy to catch a wave. This is Evan Valier. And right now, he's my favorite backside surfer at Sunset. You can see how quickly he gets from a prone takeoff to releasing the tail at the top there, Tanner.
Unbelievable. And now he's going to make the section and go vertical in the whitewater. He goes very vert every snap. He's looking to get really progressive here at Sunset.
I just, I'm impressed. Every wave he surfs seems to place his turns perfectly. He knows this wave. He's been a former winner in the XL. So Evan Valier is making us proud on the backside.
The heat's on.
Yeah, he's already a qualifier for Pipeline, but here his first wave, nice, smooth, carving turns, and he's always looking for his next maneuver, isn't he?
He's got it dialed in out there. He's got an early barrel in his first heat today that I really liked. And just reading this lineup at Sunset, it's so difficult. Like John said, it's hard, it's really peaky, and there's no defined lineup. And here's Michel Perez again.
Oh.
Great surfing there, Tanner.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that was this is sick. How fun is this right here, watching all these heats?
Hey, we got the best seat in the house.
This is unbelievable. Every heat is so stacked, and these guys are ripping.
Well, Michel Perez, still his last score not entered in. He's counting two waves right now under a point. That's why you see him with under a two-wave total right there. So we're waiting this score and his previous score, and that could get him out into first place.
And here's that replay coming up. And just eyeing the prize right here in the lip. Perfect placement.
Yeah, I remember in Dane's heat this morning I was caddying, and CJ Hopgood did a similar thing that Michel just did right here, is get a wave kind of from middle out the back, and then when you're paddling out, back it up immediately and kind of create the rhythm through the heat and hopefully just kind of capitalize. It worked well for CJ in his heat, and be interesting to see how it goes for Michel.
Yeah, you can get lost at sea out there for quite some time. Evan Valier's first wave was 15 minutes into that heat.
Let's take some time right now and go down to Vans team rider Layla Hurst down on the beach. Hello, Layla. How you doing?
Hey guys, I'm doing great. So I found some girls on the beach and I have a couple questions for them. Who is your favorite surfer in the contest?
John Florence.
So you must be really happy because you just won that last heat. Tell us why you like him.
Because he's like my age and seen him around on the North Shore a lot and he's just chill.
He's a little cutie.
Yeah, he's cute for sure.
All right, well there you have it. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Well, the girls like John. That's a no-brainer.
Yes, for sure. John is equally impressive on the beach with the girls and the ladies as he is in the water on the North Shore, rolling the bike path.
Yeah, the whole Florence family seems to do well.
Yeah, the Florence family, from the mother to Nathan and even the little one now. So, they get around from the North Shore. Now starting to see the mom travel the World Tour. Saw her in Europe with John as he was venturing off over there. So, congratulations to all the Florence family. So, again, 5.9 last wave score for this man right here, Mr. Spartan, Michel Perez, and we're still waiting yet for another score, Shay.
Yeah, it's been kind of a slow start, but I'm looking forward to see what Evan gets. And early scores aren't as high as I expected. 4.2 for some great surfing. That prone takeoff straight in the bottom turn, directly up in the lip twice. And see what those, he's got two waves to come in, so we'll see if they come in at and set the tone here to get down to 14 minutes in this heat.
There's a shot of Dusty Payne walking off to the side towards the lifeguard tower, getting ready to get into the water. Well, Graduating from the round of 32 into the quarterfinals, we had 11 Aussies. Only 3 of the 11 Aussies have made it into the quarterfinals. 10 Hawaiians, 7 of the 10 Hawaiians have made the quarterfinals. Out of the 3 surfers out of Florida, 1, that's CJ Hobgood, made the quarters. Out of the 3 Californians, 1 Californian, that's Nat Young, who's in this heat. Our 2 South Africans in the round of 32 have both made it, though coming up in quarterfinal heat number 2. Our lone Tahitian is Michelle Perez in this heat, and Rayone Montero, defending champion, the lone Brazilian, still remaining in the final 16.
Yeah, just wow, look at the crowd on the beach. And I might get down in the sand and start talking to some people down there, getting the feel and the vibe. I got a break. You got a break after this, Tanner. Get on the beach with me?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're not going to hesitate to put some sunscreen on, get down there in the sand, and check it out from the perspective of, you know, beach going.
Yeah, it's good to get in amongst the locals here in the North Shore community.
I love the beach. I love it every time getting down there in the sand, and yeah, it looks like a beautiful day here.
Well, you guys, before your heat, you and your brother Dane set up camp down on the beach away from the crater area up in the point, your little good vibe zone.
Yeah, we get the little good vibe zone going up a little closer to backyards, and it's a different view on the beach, and it's nice having your own little personal zen den, is what we like to call it before your heat. And,
here's a shot of Ola Eleogram out of Maui. Busted a board in his first round heat today. Now he's got a couple of backup boards, and he'll be coming up in the next heat. He's got 2 South Africans, Jordy Smith, Travis Logie, and fellow Maui surfer Dusty Payne. So it's Maui versus South Africa, almost Maui versus Durban.
This is sick. It's going to be a great heat.
It really is. And Ola, last night I saw him at dinner, and he was saying how he only had 1 board, a 6'6" Pang, and he was just like, it's perfect. Hope I don't break it. First heat, he goes out, breaks it, and he's borrowing his brother's board now.
Ola Mana is like, his surfing is punk rock. It's just 100% all the time. It's like, watching this heat this morning, he got a barrel straight into this crazy floater and pulled it right into a gouge. You know, it's just like only Ola would just be able to pull that one off.
Score for Evan Valier. They've readjusted the score. I think the judges have.
Wow. They heard me, maybe.
I don't know if they heard you, Shay.
No, looking at the replay, and they have those great replays and can break it down. It's in live action without our great camera work here. It's really far out in the point, and then they get the replay and they get that zoomed in action just like you at home on the webcast.
Yeah, and they have multiple angles too. They have different cameras up on the judging tower. A 5.43 for Evan Valier. Last 2 waves for Michelle Perez, a 5.43 also, and a 5.9. There's former Triple Crown champion and winner from 10 years ago, Miles Padaka in the channel. But still, our heat leader remains the man in yellow, Adam Melling, with a 7.83 and a 5.0. Nat Young, where is he? He's in 4th place with a 4.0 and a 0.77. He now needs a 7.33 just to get into 2nd to get into the semis.
Yeah, Nat got left out of those last couple exchanges, and he's back there in 4th, but still 7.33 for Nat. It's just a couple backside hooks.
That was pretty interesting that John said it's a whole bunch of peaks out there, and when I was caddying for Dane, it seemed definitely like that. And you can get lost easily, and as well, you can get in rhythm easily. So I think it's almost like you got to stay active through the lineup and hope that the wave almost, in a way, finds you so that you know, you can kind of get your rhythm going.
Yeah, that's very important. We saw you and Dane transferring hand signals about where in the lineup that you felt from the channel angle the best peaks were coming in.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was really hard in that position to be a caddy, and there was so much going on where I was that I wasn't able to see that the wide peaks had fun ones as well as the deep ones. So we were kind of assessing to go deep. Oh, yeah, Kai, that's sick.
Yeah, Kai Garcia doing some water patrol duties with Uncle Terry Oui and the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Our shouts going out to them. Adam Melling, runner-up at Haleiwa, leading in this quarterfinal heat number 1 with a combination of scores of a 7.83 and a 5.0. You can see in 2nd place, former Haleiwa winner from 2008, Michelle Perez, now needing a 6.94 to go into the lead. In 3rd, sitting on a 1-wave score. Remember that, a 5.43. The next wave of 5.91 or better will get Evan Valier into the top 2. And for Nat Young, needs that big explosive score we talked about, Shay, a 7.33 to get out of 4th out of Santa Cruz.
And when you're in these heats and the time's winding down, you're watching your watch and just so much anxiety involved in where you're going to be on that next set. You just want to catch anything to start ripping to get your score, and right here it's just about patience.
Yeah, sometimes the less you think, the better you are. It's a tricky one.
Tanner, let me ask you, what is Vans doing next year? What are you guys planning explosively for 2012?
In terms of videoing or?
Well, just everything in Vans, surfing, Vans and surfing.
It's going to be a great year. You know, we're looking down the pipe of kind of doing some more video projects. We've been having a great time doing the Getting Classic series. And, you know, I think we're just going to continue on trying to do some trips, maybe with camping as well, get that involved. And just always having a good time.
And of course, next year, the 30th anniversary of the Vans Triple Crown. I know the big bosses are planning something big. Randy Rarick's just drooling. He can't wait till next year.
Oh, yeah.
They really got under wraps. I don't know what's going on. It's top secret, but it's going to be big. We know that.
Well, how about the young amateur surfers in the Vans team? How are they all doing?
Oh, unbelievable. We got, Corey Colapinto and just a whole bunch of good kids coming up. It's great.
My little brother, he's on the program back in Florida, repping it, and saw a good little video of him surfing some Gulf Coast wind swell the other day.
Oh, sick. That's so rad.
And, of course, we've got the Florence kids over here and a lot of great Vans team riders out here in Hawaii, too.
Nate and Ivan have been charging. They're actually quite large now. Nate is definitely the same size as I am, as well as Ivan, and they're classic humans. They're great to hang with, and so it's great.
Well, the other day, after the big waves, they were behind the house just rummaging through the sand and the wash, whatever was up on the beach. They picked out 4 coconuts that were actually growing coconut trees through them, and then they found a couple of papaya trees.
I saw that. That was rad.
So there's a shot of the main tower. There's the time remaining, the Nixon time, that 8 minutes and 24 seconds, and Bill Morrison's scoreboard. Can you see that as a caddy on the outside? Does it help you as a caddy, and did it help Dane as a competitor?
That's insane. Yeah, you can see it as a competitor out the back. I know from my heat I was able to see it, and as well as a caddy, it's really nice to have that. It's more about, just as a caddy, you want to know what the scores they have, but it's nice to know what they need as well. So, you give a look right there, and then you're like, hey, you need a 5.9, or you need this or that, and a lot of times you need less than you think you need. I think it's something. Here we go. Looks like we got white. Michelle Perez just charging.
Yeah, Michelle, not quite sure of this wave selection, so he'll kick out. Look at the waves on the outside, guys.
This is a good set. Who is this?
Come on, Nat.
Rolling over that double up, unable to get into that inside section. See all the competitors trying to scrape. It's such a big lineup at Sunset. It's really hard to read, and you can see with even 4 surfers out there, no one's able to get on that nice wave, because it peels all the way through the inside perfectly. Now this third wave of the set, and this is the wave Randy Rarick always talks about.
And you know what's funny about talking about earlier, Shay, you're saying a little bit of anxiety in the water, is that you kind of can beat yourself down at this time in the heat when you're like, I need to get a wave, paddle back out after that wave, which is a football field length, and then get another wave. Is sometimes it's pretty daunting, but it can be done, definitely.
Yeah, a lot of guys ride the bigger boards out here just to cover ground.
Yeah, it seems like you definitely need to have your SS good boards. Like you got your boats out there.
And you need a strong board too.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we were talking about with Nat Young and that carbon strip across the bottom. We've seen a lot of the short boards nowadays. They have the carbon patches on the rails and the tail, because those powerful aerials and those turns get a thing called tail cancer a lot, and that just ruins your boards.
Oh, it's so crazy when you got to fix it, keep fixing it. That's why they call it tail cancer, because it keeps coming back on you.
Look at the great crowd on the beach here, enjoying the beautiful Hawaiian weather. It's like this just almost every day.
I love Hawaii. Can I just say that? It is awesome.
Water's perfect, the air's perfect. And now, hopefully we get some better sets to come through that lineup. That was one of the better sets of the day. Unfortunately, nobody can get in position.
Yeah, I think they were all out of position. They were too far inside, right?
Yeah, it was crazy. It definitely looked like Nat had a couple goes there, but didn't really link up onto anything green-faced.
Well, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors here at the Vans World Cup of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy. Remember, this is the second leg of the exciting Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, our third and final leg, kicking off December the 8th with a possible big monster swell. That's the Billabong Pipeline Masters. Many shouts out going down to Nixon, GoPro, Clip Bar, Surfline.com, Flow Water, State Farm Insurance, Roadrunner, High Speed Internet, JN Automotive sponsoring our Rookie of the Year. And we got more information on that later. Surfing Magazine, Turtle Bay Resort, Climb On Sunscreen, Wave Jet Propulsion, Hawaii Tourism Authority, Skull Candy, Oceanic Time Warner Cable, and the Surf Channel at 250, and all of our sister stations out in California. Hawaiian Airlines sponsoring the Hawaiian Air Show. And something tells me Pipeline's going to play a factor in the air show. Maybe, Shay, just maybe, for 250,000 Hawaiian miles.
Yeah, you never know. We've seen some big airs over the past at either the lefts and the rights there, as guys aren't afraid of the reef anymore, and they're attacking that place.
Oh, yeah. I grew up watching Christian Fletcher videos, the Astrodeck videos. He was going huge at big ramps at Pipe.
Yeah, Nathan Fletcher and Christian Fletcher never shy away from coming out of a big barrel pipeline and right into the air.
Just a big boost ramp.
Well, Nathan Fletcher is the judge of the Hawaiian Miles Air Show.
Oh, rad.
Yeah, so Vans team rider, he is going to decide who has the best air, who's going to get that 250,000 miles air package, courtesy of Hawaiian Airlines.
Nobody more qualified than Nathan Fletcher to make that call.
Especially here, he knows exactly what's going on.
Well, time's running out, guys. We're under the 5-minute mark. I think it's a little bit of stress time. I don't know. Calm, cool, collective. Evan Valier, as always is. He's sitting on a one-wave score of a 5.43. He's in third, needing a 5.91.
Yeah, I'm really surprised he didn't get his local knowledge. I thought he would have picked up one of those sets. Just shows you how difficult Sunset is. Even when a set comes in, your chances of catching it are low.
Yeah, I think he's probably maybe looking now under 5 minutes. He's like, okay, one opportunity, one good wave. I need a 5.9. You know, Nat Young is looking for a little bit of a better wave. He might be feeling a little bit more stressed, but he's been ripping this whole event. So a 7.33 for Nat is totally feasible.
Yep. Look at these peaks. Might have a surfer on the next second or third wave of this set, but unfortunately, what happens too is a big set comes in and pushes you way out the back, and then the next set's a little smaller, and it can move 100 yards inside of you.
That's so true, and those ones sometimes get really buttery.
Yeah, they can, and things do look to be buttering up on the beach.
Oh, doggy.
Make sure you have your Climb On sunscreen. There's plenty of samples down there on the beach, and you can look at them online, courtesy of the TripleCrownOfSurfing.com.
Yep, I don't know about 3:30, and the ocean's looking pretty flat. I'm getting nervous on the beach, and you know Evan Valera and Nat Young are going to look to scrape into anything.
Here goes Adam Melling here on a kind of a smaller one. It looks like it's growing onto the reef. Oh, beautiful.
How well read was that?
That was
Snap
sick.
under the lip, into the barrel. He is on fire today, Adam Melling, as he's increasing his point total and looking good for World Tour requalification.
We may be looking at the Vans Triple Crown Surf Champion right there, because he's such in great command, especially in this heat. His performance at Haleiwa, nice carving turns. Here's the Vans replay.
I love that. It was almost similar to something you'd see Tom Curran doing. Would you say, Shay?
Yes, very unique how they go in. Instead of just stalling for the barrel, they snap before the barrel, read it so well that they're able to get 2 and 1 right there.
Pretty rad.
Adam Melling counting a high of a 7.83, a low of a 5.0. So what does he need to improve on? Well, that low wave of 5.0, he's only counting 2 waves right now.
Yeah, it's Evan Valera only has 1, and it just, these guys have been all over this lineup trying to find these peaks that John said it's so hard to line up right now. There's great waves in all areas, but Sunset's such a vast playing field.
It's so crazy that you could be looking exactly right here where Nat's looking left. There's the peak breaking. And you just feel like, where is that thing coming from? Is it in the channel? Am I in the spot? Who's in the spot here?
It almost looks like a massive beach break out there.
Nixon time counting down 2 minutes, 15 seconds. We're on standby for last of yellow. What does Nat Young need? A 7.33. And I bet everybody in Santa Cruz is on pins and needles right now for young Nat.
Oh my goodness, Nat's been having a great run over here, and he does have a ton of home support in Santa Cruz, and it's really cool to see him surfing at the lane. Like this year, it's like all the boys show up at the lane and support him, and it's just rad. You know he feels the love there.
Yeah, they really get behind their surfers there at the lane. And if you've ever been in that contest and had a local surfer and all the locals are on that point yelling down at you, it's a daunting place to surf.
They're very close to you. You realize how close they are.
And here we go,
Here we go
on the
now.
lineup. This is the guy we're talking about, Nat Young, on his backside.
Oh!
And on the outside, we can see in red, finally, Evan Valera working down from the point, racing, and then all of a sudden sees the closeout, so he has to bail, Shane.
Yeah, he got sucked way out the point, tried to connect those 2 peaks together. And it was actually the left coming out and looked much better than the waves he was on.
Wow, look at how insane this wave coming in right here is. Oh, maybe Evan, that wave may be used as a little bit of a tool to get in the spot for this one. Hopefully he can make it around the whitewater.
Yeah, that was a good decision there to get back into the spot as he found himself too far up the point. But after that wave, he's got some lineup here on the inside.
Oh,
and you know, that's the pressure getting to you right there. After sitting so long with only 1 wave, and he surfs so amazing out here. It's just all falling apart here at the end of the seat.
It's also crazy when you're taking off on those foamy ones. When they get a little bit of foam on the face, it's already hard, you know, with a little bit of a warble, and you got the foam. Now you're trying to deal with that. There's a lot of stuff that can bump you off your board there.
Great score coming in for Adam Melling. He'll definitely win this heat. This is the man having the backup. This is Michel Perez.
Yes, our 2 World Tour competitors, Melling and Perez here, are sticking it to the younger guys, Nat Young and Evan Valera. And even though you're surfing does the talking, your competitive skills, doing the right waves, that can really make a difference in making the heat.
Gosh, Shade, but as a Goomy foot, I gotta say I'm a little bit biased. I love the way Nat and Evan surf.
I really did. I was looking forward to seeing those guys come through this heat. Evan Valera, my favorite surfer on his backside, and Nat Young, great young kid from Santa Cruz, and just giving it his all here.
Well, I tell you what, Evan really tried to force the issue, but that's what he was doing. He was forcing the issue. Yeah. He should have tried earlier. There's the horn. Quarterfinal heat #1 in the books, and as you said, the 2 veterans got out. Adam Melling, Michel Perez, but it was an exciting heat, even though we had a lot of lulls.
Yeah, this Adam Melling, tremendous performance. It's so difficult to come through that whitewash ball, Tanner.
Staying low in the crouches, regular foot, he's loving it.
Melling will graduate along with Michelle Perez, the 2008 Reef Hawaiian Pro Champion. Watch this turn. Wow.
I'd have to say Perez, with the power surfing he does out here at Sunset, he'd have to be a favorite to take this year's title.
Yeah, definitely. It's looking good.
Stick around. We've got quarterfinal heat number 2 featuring Jordy Smith, Travis Logie, Dusty Payne, Ola Eliogram. It'll be South Africa versus Maui at the Bands World Cup of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy. Stay tuned for more action.
So your policy looks good. Is there anything else?
Why'd you buy my husband a Falcon?
I didn't buy anyone a Falcon.
Saved us a lot of money on auto insurance. I used that money to buy a Falcon. Ergo, you bought me a Falcon.
Should get a Falcon. Most people who switch to State Farm save on average about $480. What they do with it, well, that's their business.
Oh, that explains a lot, actually.
Another reason people switch to State Farm.
Find your local Hawaii State Farm agent at www.sftraffic.net.
Get to a better state.
Quarterfinal, going to be really, really good.
And welcome back. We continue with action in this prime event, the Vans World Cup here at Sunset Beach. Well, the waiting period would have gone to December 6th, but we're going to wrap up things today. Take a look in the lineup. We've got Olamana Eliogram, Jordy Smith, Travis Logie, Dusty Payne, guys that have been on point, guys that have snuck through. Kind of a combination of the two in the lineup, but you need a little bit of luck every heat, don't you?
Oh man, well, as we see a replay here of this is Olamana Eliogram, and yeah, these are stacked heats. Every heat from here on out is just nothing but business, and nice first snap there from Ola, and then that wave gets kind of soupy. But man, Dave, it got sunny. The trade winds have clocked around. It's really cleaned up out here. As we see, look at that shack, late drop. That looked like backdoor right there, and that's Dusty Payne screaming out of that. That's going to be a huge score for Dusty. What a way to start your heat.
Oh, you guys in the truck, camera operators, replay. The images here are spectacular. We're going to have to see that again. That was unbelievable late takeoff, and he gets to the bottom, sets his rail, and then he's just adding points as he continues down the line. Give it to me again from the water. Look at this.
This just looks like backdoor, just really late drop right under the curtain, holding onto that inside rail, and what a smooth, clean barrel there for Dusty. I thought he was done right here, and he goes into a clean roundhouse. And Dusty's really good at banking off the whitewash. Watch how vertical he gets. Bang, right up off that whitewash. And then he even gets a bonus section here on the inside. Does a big old lipper and throws lots of spray. So that's going to be a giant score for Dusty.
Unbelievable opening for Dusty Payne.
Boom.
Gosh.
Cool shot there.
Well, he's looking for results, and his one world ranking coming into this event. He went from 26th at Haleiwa, then placed 17th, but he needed a result there. Now he's 30th. Well, I'm thinking he's now in good position to make things happen. Dusty Payne, spectacular move. Second year on the World Championship Tour, number 32 in those rankings and number 30 in the world rankings. Oh, the wind is clocked off just a couple of degrees, switched around, and look how beautiful it is.
It's brushed it clean so nice. It gives it such a better look visually. You look out there now and you see the line stacking out to the horizon. You can see the wind blowing offshore. And look, everyone's just barrel hunting now.
Eliogram. Whoa, nice move to get out of that. It was a closeout. And now he starts gaining some more points here.
Olamana, just a little guy, but you saw how powerful he was with that big old carve and flicking out the back there.
Well, Dusty Payne, Travis Logie, Jordy Smith, and Olamana Eliogram. And if you had to say, okay, there's a couple of lines in the lineup, they're going to play hardball. These two South Africans are best of friends, 23-year-old Jordy and 32-year-old Travis. They will help out one another, I think.
That's pretty dynamic. I didn't notice that till you just said that. So two South Africans pitted up against the two local boys. So we'll see if any tactics come into play. But, you know, out here, Dave, there's so much room to wiggle. It won't happen.
Late takeoff for Travis Logie, the goofy footer, 32 years of age, out of Durban.
And how many times do you see that out here at Sunset Beach? Someone just with a weird, awkward mid-face wipeout.
And looking at those initial scores, Dusty Payne.
Wow, there you go, Dave. 9.0. What a way to start your heat.
And let's go down to Kaipo. Kaipo, who do you have?
All right, I'm here with the last quarterfinal 1 winner, Adam Melling out of Lennox Head, Australia. Adam finished second at the first jewel of the Triple Crown over there in Haleiwa, the Reef Hawaiian Pro. Adam, looking good. You're in semifinal number 1. Congratulations. What's it going to take today to win out at Sunset Beach?
I definitely reckon it's going to come down to waves. You know, if you're on the best waves in the final, like Taj was down there, you're gonna win for sure. You know, there's the occasional barrel out there still and some big walls. So yeah, if you're on them ones, you're gonna win it.
Congratulations, my man. I'm going to let you get prepared for semifinal number 1. Adam Melling out of Lennox Head, Australia.
Well, does that mean that there's a tighter battle for the Triple Crown title? You know that Taj has won down at Pipe. As these guys start marching through, Perez is still in the hunt as well. Things are going to get really interesting.
Perez, right.
So watch out what's going on here. There's the beach looking down towards Rocky Point.
Yeah.
Pipe. Now back in the lineup, the wind is just clocked perfectly.
Well, Adam Melling, and did Nat Young make that heat with him?
I don't think so.
No, he didn't. So that's going to put him into the lead for the Triple Crown. Interesting. You know, the pressure will be on him, Adam Melling, at Pipe to try and keep that Triple Crown, and that's a prestigious, what a win to take that title down. That's huge. He's going to be thinking about that a lot.
Well, you needed to win to read Surfline's Mechanics of Sunset Beach. Look at the massive West Peak out there.
That was so cool looking, and just that offshore spray makes it look so much more amazing when that West Peak stands up. It just sits straight up like a skyscraper.
Well, the reality, looking at today, we're seeing surf in the 8 to 10, maybe 15. Nice pull in. Dusty Payne again. Threading the needle, working the inside, thinking he's at backdoor pipe.
That was on point, and he kind of threaded the needle through 2 of his competitors, too. Watch when you see a replay there. He tucks under the lip and avoids 2 of his guys as they're duck diving. What a barrel there by Dusty.
Dusty opened up with a 9.0. And now, wave number 2.
There's that guy, the first guy, ducked right underneath him. Watch the second guy as he comes out of the curtain there. Oh, Dusty is just sitting pretty right now. The heat's only been going for 8 minutes, and he's got a couple of bomb scores.
Well, you know what? I want to give our crew a lot of props, but you know, I don't know if they got the water shot.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Maybe.
Look at that. He just threaded that perfectly, and he actually squeaked out just a hair early to avoid. It looks like it was Jordy Smith.
And look at Dusty Payne, though. Take a look at this replay.
Beautiful cut back there and right in the channel. What a way to start the heat.
The waves are getting almost Richter. Take a look at this.
It's really cleaning up out there. I mean, everyone is on barrel mode with this.
Olamana Elio Graham. He opened with a 5.5, 3.67.
Look at that late drop, getting airborne, falling onto his inside rail, right into that inside pit. Look how hollow that wave is. And he is super deep, Dave. Oh, look at that. He's standing straight up. That was the best barrel of the contest by far.
And look at and Ollie's over the sled.
He's got to get extra points for that. Come on. I hope I see a 10 here.
Oh,
this has got to be a 10. And he backs it up with a sweet little tribute body surf.
A very Kelly Slater-ish. Here from the water, Larry Hayes. Take a look at this drop.
It's a 10, Dave. Came in, and look at this beautiful late drop onto his inside rail, and the barrel is just getting hollow right there. Look at that, standing straight up. Every point was worth that 10. I can't believe that was sick barrel. Watch over the mat here. Boing. That was sick.
So Dusty Paynes opens up with a 9.0, probably going to get something at least in the 8, and then Olamana Eliogram with a 10.0. What does that do? The South Africans have to get busy right now. Yeah. Jordy Smith with a 3.93 and Travis with a quick 0.20. Things are changing in the lineup.
Oh, I got goosebumps right now, Dave. This is cool. I guess that answers your questions about the question about the South Africans against the Hawaiians. The Hawaiians taking a commanding lead right now.
This could be the heat of the contest. Still waiting for scores for Dusty's second wave.
And Ola, you could see all the energy he got from that. He heard the score, and he is kicking to get out the back right now. I mean, nothing will energize you like
Look at this to the inside. Elegum looking at us. Oh, backdooring it again to the inside. He's found a nugget.
Oh my God! Another sick barrel there for Olamana. That was amazing. He threaded that perfectly.
Well, I flashed on the red singlet and him working the inside, and Olamana is doing something like we would probably see out of a Mason Ho. Just hunting the barrel from the inside now.
I mean, this was within 45 seconds of his last barrel. He just went right back to that inside bowl, tucked behind it, and look, again, the barrel grew. Look how extended he got. He's getting all styly and casual in the barrel. That almost looks like Matt Mondragon's picture for that famous inside barrel. That was amazing.
The Euro Replay, thank you so much, guys, for all these HD cameras on the beach and in the water. Phenomenal job. What an exciting...
Olamana could come in. Him and Dusty could almost come in right now. I mean, this is amazing.
Dusty's second wave an 8.5, and they threw out an 8.2 on that one. But the perfect 10 for Olamana as he paddles out. Yeah, this is the greatest free surf he's had at Sunset. Well, perfect 10s across the board, and Larry Haynes getting the shot and the smile. Great job, guys. And there's more waves out the back, so let's take a look at see what's going to happen with Smith and Travis Logie. Right now, well, the Hawaiians have comboed the South Africans. In fact, Olamana Eleogram is in second. Even with the perfect 10, he's trying to replace a 5.50. We'll see what it gets on his fourth wave. And there is Travis Logie now.
You know who, I mean, Travis is right there. Jordy Smith is out the back, outside right now, just going, what just happened? You know, he didn't even see Olamana, and he just got a couple of bomb scores on the inside.
Well, he's got to look back to the beach, and he sees Blues in the upper left box, and Blue needs it better, an 8.5. Take a look at Travis's wave.
And we've been talking all contests how the goofy footers have almost had an advantage. But, Dave, that's for maneuvers, because goofy footers can go square off the bottom and kind of peg the lip. Now that there's this offshore wind and a lot of barrels going on, you know, nothing scores higher than a pit, and Olamana just showed it.
There we go. It's still the perfect thing. The ultimate thing in surfing is getting inside the barrel, and we're seeing this as the wind has clocked around a bit. Hopefully it's going to hold. Forecast tomorrow for if you're free surfing, well, we don't want to tell you how good it's going to be here on the North Shore.
It's looking good, and, you know, I have every confidence that this wind's going to stay good all afternoon. It's nice and sunny. It could even get more offshore as the day goes.
Elio Graham with that audible move to the inside and the cover up again. Wave number 4, 7.83. He takes the lead by 0.33. The Hawaiians now in that situation where they're looking really good. Payne trying to replace an 8.5. Elio Graham trying to replace a 7.83. Guys can't believe it in the lineup that they're looking back.
And we haven't seen this yet. I don't believe I have, where both third and fourth are comboed. They need a score of 17.51, a combination of two waves.
You'd look on the beach and you go, is that their two-wave total? No, they're posting these scores on the inside. But there's some monster surf out the back, and remember Jordy and Travis. They have been just really in top form. Look at this wave out the back. Anybody going to get on the corner? To the inside here, it looks like Jordy Smith.
I really like the look of this wave, Dave, and it's going to set up for a barrel in here. Let's see if he can sneak in it. Jordy Smith coming unstuck there.
You know, he was going for it.
Really uncharacteristic. Usually Jordy does not fall out here, and maybe it just slightly rattled from hearing those scores. I mean, that would rattle me. Hearing a 10 and then the guy backing it up, you know, 45 seconds later with an 8. It's like, what just happened?
Well, he looks around. He goes, I've been sitting over here. I'm going to go where these guys are and move to the inside. Dusty Payne with a 9.0. We thought it couldn't get any better than Elio Graham with a 10.0. And each of those two Hawaiians have packed it up with an 8.5 and a 7.83. Spectacular performance right now. Easily in the top 5 of the two best wave scores. Coming up, well, got a good one. Quarterfinal heat number 3. It's going to be C.J. Hobgood, Hank Gaskell, Joel Centeo, and Rayoni Monteiro.
If we see Jordy and Travis get back in his heat with like a big score, like say a 9, something like that, this is the makings of one of the best heats, you know, in the history of Sunset Beach here. And the winds have turned way offshore. The barrels are just lighting up right now, so this is exciting.
Travis here looking at that wave, can't get into it. Jordy though, oh no, Elio Graham's got it on the inside. In and out. They can catch 15, best 2 will count. And when you're having so much fun and things are working out like this, I don't think that he's going to come out, even if he posts another 10.
Well, it's got me on the edge of my seat. And JD, our director, mentioned the tide has dropped out. It's gone pretty low, which is good for that inside bowl. That reef just a little more exposed. So the waves are really hollow. You saw both those barrels of Olamana. We should even show them again. They got so hollow at the takeoff, but also it kind of had a little rebate on it. It got hollow again, where he got super extended, and just it really was the most hollow waves we've seen the whole event.
To the inside looking, and that is Eliogram. Let's take a look at it again. We can't get enough of this. Olamana Eliogram.
I love that airdrop, and he just falls right onto his inside rail. And right there, you're thinking, oh, that's a sick barrel, but look how long and hollow it gets. He even gets extended. That was just sick. I love that little claim there with the hands behind his back. Ollie over the boogie board.
Ollie over the sled on the ski. Our camera operator out there getting a great shot and good wrap.
Look at this little body surf tribute there to Mark Cunningham. That was just sick. Look, he even made the body surf move.
Yeah, he got back on the board and stood up again. I completed that maneuver. That was meant to be in classic and from the water.
Wow, this wave was even more hollow, Dave. Look how airborne he got off that drop. And right here again, the wave gets more hollow. Look at it. That was amazing. Such a sick pit.
And in that pit, a high line to a low line, back to the high line. He really threaded the needle so well.
Oh, here we go. That's the second barrel. And this is where it looked like it's done, and then it goes again, and it extends on that reef. And that could be from the low tide. Look how shallow it is.
There's a feel-good wave, a 7.83.
Oh, so sick. He got really extended right there. And that's when inside bowl at sunset is at its best, when it just breathes and stays open and lets you out.
A lot of people supporting this event. Wavejet Propulsion, check it out. Revolutionary water propulsion system. Visit wavejet.com, one of our proud sponsors of the band's Triple Crown of Surfing. Well, the lineup, well, there's a little pulse off to the point area. There's surfer in yellow, Travis Logie, probably cannot believe, shell-shocked. He's comboed by 17.51, as is Jordy Smith, the number 7th ranked surfer in the world. Number 6 in the world rankings is out there, and he needs a two-wave total of a 17.51. Some opportunity might be heading his way. He's wearing the white singlet, and his fellow Durbanite wearing the yellow singlet, Travis the Goofy Footer.
Well, on paper, Jordy Smith and Travis Logie definitely the favorites in this heat, but local knowledge goes a long way, and Dusty Payne and Olamana definitely knew to kind of hang and creep around that inside bowl, because that's where those shacks are.
You know, it was like when somebody hits a home run in the World Series, there's cameras dedicated to watching not the home run or the hit, probably people in the stands. I can only imagine what the caddy was seeing. Olamana's caddy and Dusty's caddy, which I would assume is Jason Shibata, in the lineup, how excited they were.
I'm jealous of caddies today. This is a fun day to be in a channel, rooting your buddy on. You know, it's nice and cool out there, and no one has a better view than those guys out there in a channel looking into that pit.
Day number 1 and day number 3, not that fun to be in the channel.
Yeah, then I'm happy to be up here. Today, yeah, they got a cool job today. But Olamana, look at it, Dave. He's sticking to that inside bowl. He's like, why should I mingle with those guys? I'll just hang on here.
No, he's going to get another 10, then he's going to get a backup 10, then he's going to come in. That's his game plan. Deep in the lineup, take a look.
Yeah, it's such a world of difference with that offshore wind.
Now they're going to take a couple on the head here.
They sure are. It looks like Dusty Payne and Jordy Smith were out in the West Peak, and they got that right on the head.
There's another one right behind it, and take a look for Olamana Eliogram to capitalize on that. He pops over. This thing, the finger of reef, it really stands up, and it's going over to Camiland, but still bringing in some wave to the West Peak. 5 waves written for Eliogram. Here we go, surfer in blue, Dusty Payne.
Dusty just getting hung up there, and that's one thing that we haven't seen so far in this event. With a really strong offshore wind, you have to be careful of getting hung up out the back. If you turn too high on the face, sometimes that offshore wind can kind of blow you out the back.
Catch 22. We had light winds this morning, but we had a little bump and the waves didn't open up. Now we got the winds. It's opening up. Here we go, out the back. Important wave for Jordy Smith. He's looking for at least a 7.83 to get out of the combo land. Actually, a 7.51 to get out of combo land.
Well, that was a really nice first turn there. A little layback snap into the pocket.
Let's go down to Layla, right? Layla Hurst? Hi, Layla. What's going on?
Hey, guys. So I found some boys on the beach now, and they're absolutely freaking out about Ola's 10s. Please tell us about it.
It was the sickest thing I've ever seen. Ollied over the freaking sled. It was dope. We're just stoked. When he got that fifth 10, we all just stood up, just started doing just hula hoop crazy things, cartwheels. It was awesome.
So do you want Ola to win?
Dude, I'm all about the Maui kid. Yeah, have him win. That's awesome. He's a stud.
Yep, he's pretty amazing. All right, guys, back to you guys.
Well, they're stoked about Layla being in between them as well. BYU students right there taking a day off. We're watching our surfer in red, Elio Graham, wave number 6. Also behind him, we're keeping an eye on Dusty Payne. Payne looking to replace an 8.5.
Really powerful cut back there, and it backs it up with a big old tail blow. And that's the kind of moves that we're seeing now. Look at, he's going to get a bonus section here. Oh, big Larry layback, just getting hung up.
I don't know. I was feeling some kind of crazy air move. He had so much speed. Here we go. Into the barrel goes Jordy Smith. Can he punch out?
Wow, he traveled a long way, but that thing just pinched on Jordy. So he knows what he needs to do. I mean, he's got to be hunting right now. He's got to get back in it with a big score.
9 minutes, 28 seconds remaining on the clock. Keep an eye for Travis Logie out the back. Our surfer wearing the yellow singlet. Again, the combination situation. He needs a 17.51, so he needs a 7.5 and a perfect 10. Can you get a perfect 10? Ask Olamana Elio Graham.
Yeah, and Jordy is such a freak. I mean, he can get big scores, no problem. So right now, you know, he's dangerous still. Even though he's sitting in third, he has nothing to lose. So with that kind of talent and you know, he has nothing to lose kind of vibe out there, he'll be going for it.
Well, coming up next heat, surfer in red, CJ Hopgood right there as he paddles into the lineup. There's 8 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Well, they were very important in terms of coaching and giving instruction and helping out. Now it's just the cheering section in the lineup, or in the channel right now, cheering on these guys. Last couple of waves really not factoring in for anybody. Still trying to get out of the combination situation is Logie and Smith. Turtle Bay Resort is the official accommodations for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. You can discover true Hawaii over there. Spectacular swimming pools, slides in the pools, a little area to surf and learn how to surf on one side. Beautiful little kitty mama's beach on the other, where you can actually go out and swim with turtles within a protected reef. It's just paradise.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's the hotel on the North Shore. It's the place to be. There's great golf courses, beautiful pool with slides, and it's such a nice spot.
What's your favorite, Fazio or the Palmer course?
I love Palmer. You know, it's obviously really hard, and it can make you feel like you don't know how to golf. But it's a great golf course, and the Fazio, you know, is a lot more fun. You can attack it, but so both of them are beautiful golf courses.
Great place to lose a bet or two, and then you jump over to Lele's and have a nice lunch or a meal that night, and you pay your bets.
A lot of people do that too.
Yeah.
They'll golf all day and then go sit at the bar and think about that double bogey they just had.
Well, there are the tents to the left. That's where the judges are, and the beach commentators and the web. We're in the upper left, and that's right below us is that screen. You can see that off to the distance, showing that Surfer in Red is looking to replace the 783. Olamana Elio Graham is a 25-year-old that kind of looks like he's 18.
He does, other than his Movember mustache, you know, that makes him look a little older. But man, the only thing he can really do, which is nothing but really bragging rights, I think, is maybe outdo Dane Reynolds and get higher than 18.37. Right now he's got 17.83. So, you know, if he wants to get really cheeky, maybe he can go out there and get an 8.5 or a 9 and better Dane Reynolds total.
Olamana from Hana Maui, and we just saw a surfer in the next heat coming up, and he would be from Hana Maui. On Hank Gaskell coming up, and he'll be wearing white.
Yeah, Maui represent. They're doing good. They're smashing this heat, and I'm excited, Dave. This offshore win, it's just put a whole new feel to this event, and hopefully we'll see a lot more barrels like those ones we just saw. And let's not forget about Dusty Payne. I mean, he's had a couple incredible rides. He's got a 9 and an 8.5.
Last way for Jordy Smith, a 2.50, not factoring in. Last way for Dusty Payne, not factoring in a 6.17. And 2 or 3 throwaways for Elio Graham. We're down to 6 minutes remaining. To the inside, going for broke. Elio Graham needs another 10.
Yeah, he tucked in and he squeezes out, and he's basically just having fun right now. Nice little cutback, and he's just sticking to that inside bowl. Why not? You know, that's where the barrels are. He's got nothing to lose. Just hang out there, stay away from the other guys.
Well, if those other guys are going to do it, they're going to have to do it out the back and have a little bit of luck of finding the big bombs. Jordy Smith is in third right now, looking to better 4.83, but still in the combination situation. So for him, he specifically needs that 7.51. It's the band's Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. It's 17.83 and a 17.50, easily in the top 5 of all the two-wave heats we've seen throughout this entire contest the last 3 days.
Wow. I mean, they can definitely come in and high-five each other. What a heat for them to go out there. Both buddies from Maui. They killed it. The only thing they have to be careful of is letting their guard down in the next heat. You know, they got a lot more work to do if they want to win this contest.
There's opportunity out here right now. I'm not sure if it's going to become quick and fast enough for Smith and Logie to get out of the combination situation, but there's some waves out there. 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock.
Well, we're sort of just hung over from that, flurry of barrels, and it's almost like the lineup is too. So hopefully we'll see one more shebang before this heat ends. There's still 4 minutes left. I'd like to see a couple more pits.
The two scoring waves for Oleogram and Payne, obviously worthy of our highlights reel.
They're going to be an automatic.
Looking at the past champions, it was Mark Richards winning here 36 years ago, 1975, followed by Ian Cairns. Look at this, Jordy Smith deep in the barrel on a massive wave out the back. Now he's trying to get out of the combination situation. Got to watch out.
That's going to do it. That's going to be a big score and a rare barrel on the outside peak. That was nowhere near the inside bowl there. So not only did he get a nice big barrel outside, then he backed up with a big carve. So Jordy, I mean, he's going to be hunting. He's going to have to get back out there. There's only 4 minutes left.
Yeah, but if you're going to get something at the 4 minute mark, you're going to get something hopefully for him above a 7.51. And if it's a perfect 10, that's all he needs then is
right.
A 7.51.
It'll give him a shot. If he can get something like an 8, then yeah, he's going to need.
Jordy's going to paddle over and go for the bowl on the inside, but outside, this is a full-on West Peak.
Yeah, this is on the very outside, so pretty rare. That just tells you how good the conditions have got. And another little section to back up that barrel. Big old, strong, look how powerful Jordy is. Putting all that weight into that rail, throwing lots of spray.
Judges are going to take a look at that wave and possibly the other 7, 8s, and 9s and 10-point rides we've seen. Oleogram giving it a look. And that's the scene he sees as Jordy from the outside gets covered up.
Well, Ola's like, yeah, that's cool, but that wasn't as good as mine. That's probably what he's thinking. But look at that cutback. Such a sick shot. Jordy's a really strong kid. Look at all buckets.
Wave number 5. There's 2 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. Scores are now starting to drop through. And it looks like there's a couple of 8s. There's a 7.8 probably be thrown. 7.93. I would love to have a 7.93 like that.
Wow. So that gives him some hope. Now he needs a 9.57, so anything could happen.
Here we go, Surfer in Blue. Wave number 5, Dusty Payne looking to better at 8.50.
Wow. That was one of the better carves I've seen this event. He actually slid his tail and airdropped off the inside bowl, so incredible turn there from Dusty.
Jordy Smith back out in the water now, out of the combination situation, looking for a 9.57. Dusty Payne trying to better an 8.5 here.
Yeah, Dave, check this turnout. I mean, this is incredible. This is on the inside section, so further down from where Jordy just got his wave. Now, watch how much torque he puts in that. He actually releases the tail. That's like a small wave maneuver, and air drops down and stomps it. Incredible move there from Dusty Payne.
And watch the exit. Very cash. Going to put on the brakes.
That's
basically
a non-claim claim right there.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like, I just stomped that move.
Done deal. A minute and 50 seconds remaining. Let's see. Check the lineup. Jordy Smith, wave number 5, a 7.93 out of combo situation for Travis. Well, he's having a shocker. 2 waves, a .20 and a 4.73 for Travis Logie. Still looking for 2 waves. Jordy Smith, keep an eye on our surfer in white. Is he going to try to make something happen?
I don't know. He looks a little bit deep on the peak there, so he's almost in no man's land. He needs to go over where Olamana got those barrels or way out the back. So I think really local knowledge is paying off a big in this heat. They know exactly where to sit and hunt down those big scores.
Well, a 9.57 is what he needs. He might have heard that score. Obviously, every time you catch a wave, you're looking for a perfect wave. Well, now he's being asked to get something real close. 60 seconds on the clock. Here comes a wave.
Yeah, maybe one more shot for Jordy. Let's see if this gets over to him. Nice and offshore. Look how pretty this day got. Look at Travis Logie here giving a paddle. And Travis is a good surfer, but he just got the energy sucked right out of him. And with all those barrels, it was like we almost forgot about him.
deep in the lineup, and that's not going to offer a lot of opportunity for Travis. Down to 30 seconds. Here's Jordy, last hurrah. He needs a 9.57.
He's not going to be, finished. He'll throw some buckets, nice little lip climb, but he knows it's over. And Jordy's such an awesome surfer, but that's going to be the end of the line for him in this event.
Well, Jordy Smith has succumbed to two Maui surfers, Elio Graham and Dusty Payne. These two guys just lighten things up and coming in, finishing things off with one of his more memorable, if not his best heat of his career.
For sure. And, if I'm his good buddy or caddy or whatever, when he comes in, I'm going to say, good job, but stay focused. You got another couple heats to go. Let's win this thing. That was incredible surfing.
Dusty Payne started things off with a 9-0. He thought he was at backdoor pipe, but this is Sunset Beach. You don't do that unless the wind clocks around.
We had a little bit of everything. I mean, obviously, Olamana had that sick barrel, and then this is another good barrel by Dusty. But this was amazing. I mean, I'm almost speechless. Look how hollow that thing got. He just stood straight up, claimed it, hop little ollie over the boogie board. That was so sick.
Absolutely unbelievable surfing. You think that heat was great? Coming up next, we have two former champions against two Hawaiians. Hank Gaskell, Joel Centeo take on CJ Hobgood and defending champion Brioni Monteiro. It doesn't get any better than this at Sunset Beach. The Vans World Cup continues live. Stay with us.
Quarterfinal going to be really, really good.
Well, it's not every day you get a standing ovation at Sunset Beach, but I saw at least 20, 30 people stand up. Most of them ran to congratulate him, but Olamana Elio Graham, what a spectacular heat. The 25-year-old from Hana Maui, and his number 192 ranking is just, he's climbing.
He's going to skyrocket, and even me and you, Dave, are on our feet right now.
Look, and here comes Dusty Payne, high five. The Hawaiians take down two of the most powerful surfers on the planet out of Durban, South Africa.
That's good to see, and they just got to buckle down now, try and channel some of that energy into their next heat.
And channeling some energy right now, frustrated probably would be Jordy and Travis. They're going to take out and unleash their anger at the Bonsai Pipeline, possibly next Thursday. You don't want to miss the Billabong Pipeline Masters in memory of Andy Irons.
Yeah, I love the way the conditions look here. It's just giving us a whole new vibe to this event. And like you said, the forecast is looking really good here in the next few days.
Looking at the face of Travis as he walks in, just like what hit him. Got blindsided out there.
He literally got blindsided. He wasn't even in that heat. What can you do,
Well, we've already got this heat underway. There's 26 minutes, 28 seconds remaining, usually about 30 seconds in between the heats. Just nonstop rock and roll here. Gaskell with a 5.50, a couple of quick waves for Centeo in and out, and Brioni stands up and turns and gets a 1.30. Will that 5.5 stay in the scoreline? I don't know. In these conditions, you're thinking you might need something in that 7 or 8 point range to move through.
Well, they watched that last heat, so that just got these guys fired up, and they're going to be completely, especially the two Hawaiians who have, just maybe a little bit of an advantage to know where to sit. they're going to be looking for that inside bowl, and that's right where Olamana got those 2 huge scores.
If you're watching us live on your computer right now, well, you can go mobile. You don't have to miss any of the action. The free Vans Live app, that's the 2.0 app. All access pass, the Vans Surf, Skate, music events, and available for iPhone, iPad, iTouch, Plus, coming soon, any day for the Android phones. Let's take a look at Hank Gaskell. Hannah Hank, the 25-year-old, wearing the white singlet, finds a cover-up.
And Hank Gaskell is no stranger to this lineup out here. Kind of a silent assassin, and a nice little start to this heat, as everyone likes to say, just getting his feet in his wax, and not going to be, it's just a 5-5, but nonetheless, it kind of calms the nerves. It's a score.
Our ASP staff, our Prime and Star Tour manager Al Hunt here from Australia, has been doing it since day one. And good to have him here. Our ASP Hawaii administrator runs the show here in Hawaii for ASP is Faith Bensel. And Mano Zul, chief technical officer that's making it all happen, whether it's the scoreboard or the internet, doing a great job. Mano Zul, Robson Machado is our systems operator over there, making sure that the judges and the terminals are right, as JP Pimentel is doing the replays for our judges. Dave Shipley, Richie Porta, Jack Shipley, Jeff Klugel, Pratamo Rent, Yannick Saran representing Europe, James Zaborskis, Luli Pereira, and Icaro Caballero. And working very hard is Lapo Cochino, who is our spotter, eyes on the water at all time, and picking off colors a quarter of a mile away. Let's go down to Bo Hodge. Bo, you probably got 1 or 2 people that are pretty happy.
Well, I got Team Maui down here. Dusty Payne, second place. Mr. Perfect 10 over here. Ola Eligram, first Dusty, a 9-point ride. You backed it up with an 8.5. What an exciting heat out there in the water in the quarterfinals here at the Vans World Cup of Surfing.
Yeah, I couldn't paint a perfect picture. Me and Ola getting through, and I was just stoked to be out there with Ola, and I was like, I hope we both make it. But you got Jordy and Travis, and they're both veteran competitors, so I knew it was going to be a tough heat. But yeah, me and Ola just locked into some good ones, and I watched Ola's perfect 10, and I was just screaming in the channel. I was like, it was one of the best waves I've ever seen at sunset.
Did you feed off the vibe? Did that adrenaline go into you and just perform with that? You had that backup wave?
Yeah, I was psyched. I had my 2 waves, and that was Ola's first high score. So yeah, I was pumped. It was a long heat after that, though.
Well, congratulations. We saw you in the final 2 years ago. You know what it takes to get back there. I think this time you're hungry for a win, aren't you?
Yeah, I'd love to win at Sunset. This is my favorite event, and one step closer.
Okay, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, Dusty Payne. Now, let's get to Mr. Perfect 10. Let's talk about that barrel. It was so much fun to watch from the beach. It looked like it didn't close down like so many barrels do out here at Sunset. Talk us from beginning to end, and especially when you had to jump over the sled of the Water Patrol.
Yeah, there's barrels out there. It's just hard to find them because you want to sit up deep and get the good ones. But I think I'm not sure which wave that was. It's all blur, but I think Travis was a little too far out, and I just whipped it underneath him, and I was just on my toes on the drop, just thinking, come on, we got this drop. And then once I pulled in that barrel, I just saw how hollow it was, and I'm like, I'm coming out of this thing. Came out, and the jet shoes, and then I just had to bunny hop it real quick, and yeah, it was just so good. Such a good feeling. I've been making heats with like average scores, 6s and stuff, so it feels good to really get a good score on the board and show that I can surf Sunset, and I'm just really, this is the best I've ever done in the Triple Crown, and I'm really stoked.
Well, we're really excited for you. Even though you had that perfect 10, then Dusty backed his wave, a 9 with an 8.5, still found you in second place, and then you had the 7.83. Talk about the second barrel.
Yeah, the second one, I knew it was barreling. My little brother out there caddying, and he's killing it for me, doing an amazing caddy job for me and Hank. And he's just telling me, bro, it's barreling so hard on this inside, stay right here. And I pretty much went right back to the spot where he told me, and I grabbed that barrel, and I was gonna pull in again, and then like it looked like it was like all warbly, so I tried to pull out and got kind of lit, but I'm stoked.
Now you're riding your backup board. Is this your brother's board?
This is my brother's board, yeah. So I don't even have any boards. I broke all my boards, so this board works actually better than mine though, so I'm stoked.
Well, it's the magic board. Congratulations. We're gonna let you get some rest. Semi-final action. All the best to you and Dusty in semi-final number 1.
Right on, thanks. I want to say a shout out to my girlfriend Monica, my brother, my caddy, my mom, and all the Hana boys and Maui boys. Aloha.
There you go. Dusty Payne, Ola Eliogram, a perfect 10, the first perfect 10 down here at the Vans World Cup of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy. Back up to you guys.
Well, Monica's just probably 30 yards from him, watching and screaming in the competitors area, watching beautiful young lady, watching Olamana Eleogram. His first pro contest, so get this. Age 15, Faith Riding Pro here at Sunset Beach, 2002, a 7th place result at the age of 15 in that star event.
Well,
obviously he's done it out here before.
He's looking very comfortable out here. He's got it wired, so yeah, even though he's from Maui, he looks right at home.
And for Dusty Payne, well, Dusty, the 22-year-old at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, a 17th place, and now he's still marching through. Hannah Hank, wave number 1, a 5.5. Here's wave number 2, still waiting for the score.
A couple of really wicked little snaps there, really whippy, and that's going to produce a pretty solid score there. And then CJ, nice long carve. That's what CJ is known for. Look how cool his style is. Really calculated, really smooth looking, and he actually comes up to the top here and gets really vertical, throwing tons of spray. And CJ is just such a nice surfer to watch. He never looks like he's flailing around. Look at that lip climb. Really smooth surfing there from Siege.
CJ Hobgood checks in at 32 years of age and continues to march through. And he is right now 32 in the rankings, looking to climb up quite a bit. He was booted off, unfortunately, second half of the World Championship Tour. Ironically, a world champion loses his spot, then all of a sudden things open up, and we'll see him at Pipe, right?
Like you said, he didn't even enter Haleiwa, so I'm not sure that he was even thinking like that. And then next thing you know, he's got a really good chance of solidifying a spot on tour next year. So I hope he does, because he's an amazing surfer, obviously a past world champ, and you know, I'd like to see him back on the main stage.
Well, there you go. Matt Wilkinson and Wilco wrapping up the arm again and again for every heat. They take it off. They take a look at the injury and the staph that is growing or hopefully being handled on his arm, and they've got to clean it every time, and they've rewrapped it again.
Yeah, they're going with a different theory. At one time, they had almost like a makeshift dishwashing glove there chopped off, and then they had duct tape, and now they got some, looks like almost saran wrap or something, some type of plastic with the duct tape. So hopefully this one will work.
They'll be in a waterproof dive suit by the end of the contest.
Got to keep that thing tight and clean. That's the main thing.
In the lineup, everybody's got 2 waves, so the situation is this. Rayoni Monteiro, our surfer wearing the blue singlet, defending champion out of Brazil, Saquarema, Brazil, 29 years of age. Looks to win this title again, because if he doesn't, whatever he gets, well, it's going to replace last year's huge points. He's on a mission. He's got a 1.30 to start things off, but a 7.5 in his score line, and he's not your leader. Your leader's Hank Gaskell, 2 wave scores, well, totaling a 5.5 and a 3.33. And if you take a look at the difference, if it was a man-on-man heat, Hank Gaskell's got the edge by 0.03. That's kind of ridiculous, but we've seen guys win Legends contests with a 0.06.
Hey, every point counts, so you got to give it your all.
A couple of hundredths of a point. Congratulations on that. A lot of fun. Great surfing, and Reef doing a phenomenal job. Heath Nutty Walker and the entire team, PJ and everybody having fun over here.
They did. They came out here with a big team of guys, rented a couple houses, and they really have a good time, and they make sure that they put all their energy and focus into that event, and it showed. That was such a really fun event, and it seemed like the competitors and everyone had a good time.
How can you wipe the smile off that kid's face? Olamana Eleogram. Here we go, surfer in red on his backhand. He's got a 5.27. This is wave number 3 to the inside.
Yeah, there's CJ, and he's going to back up that another turn, the little whitewash climb there. Unfortunately, that wave getting a little mushy. And on the outside, this is Joel Centeno, just a little too deep.
Joel was looking for the barrel, looking down the line, maintained a lot of speed, and it closes out on him.
Well, that's the choice to make right now. Sit on that inside bowl for the barrel, or go where Joel was, way outside, and try and connect one through.
Hank Gaskell looking for the barrel. He's found it. Can he come back out? A second barrel.
Squeeze out.
2 for 1, and he gets the pinch.
Just got pinched there. He did everything he could, but that end bowl, especially on the end when it gets on a smaller wave like that one, it'll definitely not hold its shape. It'll pinch down.
Way out there looking for the bomb peak is Rayoni Monteiro. But let's take a look at some replays. There's nothing going on out there right now as we take a look at CJ Hobgood's 3rd wave.
Really nice first turn, and then unfortunately this wave got a little fat, and which means just went into deep water, so he wasn't left with much but a little whitewash climb here. I like the look of his board, though. He's surfing good. He just needs to grab a better wave.
And here with Gaskell.
Hank, nice little barrel here. He tucks in, actually makes it out of this section and goes for the second one. And when the wave's a little bit smaller like that, it just shuts down, and he got kicked off his board.
It's like that first one, he actually grabbed the rail.
Yeah, he did. He got, well, that was a smaller wave, Dave, so he got nice and tight there and grabbed that rail for stability.
Here we go to the inside. Nobody taking a look at this wave, but the offshore winds are fanning it perfectly. Out the back, waiting for the bomb. Rayoni Montiero, what's he going to do?
Rayoni has been surfing really good in this event so far, and he's so strong. He's been doing some of the biggest cars so far of the event. So it seems to me that he's sticking to his guns on that outside peak so that he can get a couple big hooks in. And he's already got that 7.5, so he's sitting in a pretty good spot right now with the halfway mark left.
Joel Centeo wearing the yellow singlet. Joel's got another wave to come in and out. His best wave so far, kind of a shocker, a 1.53. So he's been looking at things, and now he scrambles to the lineup. Furthest out, wearing blue, keep an eye on Rayoni Montiero, a massive peak out there, feathering, just absolutely beautiful. Might not be the perfect wave. The next one, though, might come his way. Right behind him is Hank Gaskell. Then comes CJ Hobgood paddling very strong as well, trying to get in the lineup. Rayoni lets this first one go.
And you can't see it on camera right now, but there's a big old peak. It's already breaking. There it comes into your frame. And Rayoni is sitting in the driver's seat. He's furthest out and the deepest, so we'll see if this wave reforms for him.
Is he going to get it on the head? It's going to be a late takeoff for somebody who's up, and it's Montiero, and this is the defending champion with a huge wave on the inside, the bowl.
And this might reform for him. See if he sets it up, and he's sticking to that big power hack. So good at that. Rayoni's been the best in the business out here so far this event. Wow, I really love that surfing. So strong.
Wave number 2, it looks even better. Running down the line at top speed is Hank Gaskell. Here's the moment of truth.
Just in that whitewash line from that first wave, Rayoni's wave was a monster. And Dave, I love how he just stuck to his guns with his game plan as far as I'm just going to do big hooks, and I think the judge is going to love that.
Joel Centeo, his best wave ridden a 1.50. That's probably going to change here as waves continue to pulse through here. Joel's repositioning himself out the back, a 65th at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. Been an HIC boy for a lot. Here we go with a late takeoff. Difficult to do this.
It's really awkward. You know, you can have a hard time getting up to your feet when you're on your belly like that with all that speed. And this is where the wave stands up and he goes, you know what, I'm just going to tag it. Big old power hook, throwing tons of spray, so strong. He gets really low to his board. Look how low he is to his board. Another big power hack. So 2 big moves on a set wave. I have a feeling the judge is going to love that.
Boy, the way he set his rail and just his body was basically almost parallel to the wave. Just the most committed, serious bottom turn, and half his board was buried. There's your defending champion. Can he make it through? He's already posted the 7.50. Interested to see what his third wave is going to be. He gets a little support from his crew on the channel, and he paddles back out as fast as he can. Ironically, you don't realize this. They go, oh, he's paddling out. No, these people, they're paddling at the fastest they can. They're basically out of breath for 30 minutes unless they're sitting and waiting. It's just nonstop. You don't want to be sitting in the channel and paddling casually and miss the best wave of the set.
And they're breathing hard because not only is it physical, but they have so much adrenaline going through their blood that expends a lot of energy too. So you really have to breathe and try and calm yourself down because mentally you can really overdo it and get too excited. So when you're paddling back out there, it's not only physically challenging, but you got to really calm yourself too.
Well, those waves don't come to fruition. They're just kind of big A-frame peaks that feather off. Looks like everybody's going to get back into the lineup, and we've got our surfer in blue coming up next. Well, that should be Adrian Ace Buchan. Also off in the distance, John Florence. Ian Walsh will take to the water, and Matt Wilkinson as well in our quarterfinal heat number 4. If you place fourth place in the heat, it's equal 13th result, and you pick up $4,750.
Well, there we go. Rayoni got a nice score there, 7.27, so way out in front, and now everyone's playing chase.
On the bike path,
Mr. Sonny Garcia holding the baby. I'm not sure whose baby that is. And up and riding, this is CJ Hobgood, a little under the lip, trying to get around to that inside bowl, and he presses the eject button. And looking outside, a little bit of break here. I do see some lines way out the back, though, but just beautiful conditions here, Dave.
It was Travis, and it looked like Twiggy there. Is that Twiggy?
Oh, I'm not sure. I saw Twiggy there.
Yeah, probably. Was he probably invited into the big wave?
Oh, Twiggy, yeah. I did see him yesterday, yeah. He was at the ceremony for the Eddie Cow.
There you go. This is how you lose your top in this shore break here. No matter what your age, you're going to lose your trunks. Pounding shore break. There's red flags everywhere, but the locals having fun, and they know how to deal with it if you're a tourist on the North Shore.
Yeah,
Speed warnings.
Yeah, it looks inviting. You know, the water's nice and blue and clear, but that shore break can snap your neck.
Just gotta. They've probably been in the shore break since day one, since 1 or 2 years old. They kind of know what they're doing.
Yeah. But not your typical 15-year-old girl there. You know, that's pretty cool that they can handle that shore break because that's a lot of power.
10 minutes remaining on the clock. Everybody's got at least 4 waves. 5th wave for Joel Centeo. What has happened to Joel Centeo? Well, this guy has posted a 1.53 and a 1.47, and people are just anxiously waiting for Joel to unleash the 28-year-old. He mentioned early on that his parents, Jason and Jen, are probably watching. Ashley, his wife, just the whole family. He has a huge support crew. He is one of the nicest guys on the planet, and early in his career, he was a standout that we saw. Joel's just awesome.
Oh, he really is.
His amateur career.
Joel Centeo, and everyone knows him at double shakas, big smile on his face, but a very serious competitor. And like you mentioned, what has happened to Joel? He's sitting in 4th. He's just looking, hunting. He still needs to get that first score on the board, but there's still a lot of time for Joel.
It's a weird competition here where you can go out and have one heat and you squeak through another heat. Everything goes right, and then you have a shocker.
This is a real testament, too, to Rayoni. He won last year over at Boneyards, way up the point, even at Backyards in 2 to 3 foot conditions. So you could say, he just won because it was small. But guess what? Here it is in classic Big Sunset, and this guy is tearing it up out here, so I'm really impressed.
The wrap job on Wilco is not looking too good. It's coming off his arm.
Oh, man. Well, we'll get the doctors back on that. He does have 8 minutes. Not a whole lot of time to get back out there.
Well, one thing, Leland Dow does travel with a lot of the doctors. ASP usually has doctors around the globe. He's done the South Africa bit. I've seen him in Tahiti and stuff. And when you get these little tiny coral cuts, little tiny ones, they are serious.
Oh, they can get flamed up so fast. All that bacteria on the reef, and it just sticks in your bloodstream, and really easy to get staph.
But it's good. It's live reefs that we have around the globe, hopefully. And case in point, Climb On products, reef safe. There's products out there that absolutely kill everything, and Climb On doing a great job supporting this event and their technology chemical free.
That's so good, and it's taken a while, but everything seems to be going in that direction. Just more earth conscience, and that's always a good thing.
Get excited! Look at the waves coming through. Well, Ian Walsh is ready to go. Walshy wearing the white. He'll be in the next heat. 2 Hawaiians, John Florence and Ian Walsh, will take on 2 Australians, Matt Wilkinson and Adrian Ace Buchan.
Yeah, Walshy, no doubt, psyching from that other heat with Ola and Dusty, and watching the waves right now. Still just a little bit of a hangover from those barrels that Ola picked off, but still lots of time left, so I'd love to see a couple more inside bowl shacks here.
Well, that first wave was a spectacular left going over into Boneyard. The right had sections to it, really difficult to figure out. To the inside looking is, I believe, Hank Gaskell and CJ Hobgood looking for that inside bowl.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like they're hanging for that. So, there's no lack of effort there. Everyone knew that Ola Amana got those sick barrels in there, but if it's not there, yeah, you got to paddle out and get the waves where they're breaking. And then right now that seems to be more where Rayoni has been, which is outside.
Keep an eye on Rayoni now. He's turning, going. He's halfway between the inside bowl and outside, and boy, he's clicking things off. Wave number 5, trying to better a 7.27.
To me, he's surfing like he's in first place. So he's out there. He knows that they have to catch him. So, he can afford to sit around on the inside and kind of take a few waves. And if it doesn't pan out, that's fine. I got my scores. It's the other guys that have to hunt for that, that big score. So Rayoni, surfing a really smart heat.
So Hobgood's got to keep an eye on Gaskell. Gaskell right now in 3rd spot needs a 3.44. And for Hobgood, he's trying to better a 3.67 here. Key wave for Hobgood with 6 minutes remaining.
Really far on the inside and going to squeeze off one more turn. Lots of spray there from CJ, but not sure how big the judges will go with that, being that it was so far on the inside.
Well, in your career, how many times you've gone out there and said, hey, you know what, it wasn't a pretty heat, but I got through, and that was the game plan?
I never mind making a heat when I have low scores. You know, it's all about kind of a chess match. You just want to beat the guys in your heat, and then when you make it to the final, then yes, that's when you need to buckle down and get those big scores. Beautiful turn there from CJ, but that was just all the way on the inside.
In these four-man heats, you're asked to beat two other guys, basically.
Right.
Just out-surf two other guys.
And, you know, just ask someone like Kelly Slater. He's so good at that. Really stays patient and tries to just do what he needs to do for that heat. You know, you don't want to surf 110% every single heat. You don't have to. It might take too much energy out of you.
Well, it looks like, is that Poncho or is that?
That looked like Poncho, yeah, caddying for, I believe, John.
Yeah, John coming up next, wearing the yellow singlet. Quarterfinal heat number 4.
All right, come on, boys. Let's see another shack. There's 5 minutes left here. Hank doesn't need much of a score at all. So CJ in a pretty, well, CJ's scores are dropping right now, though. So they did like those 2 snaps.
Already in the semifinals, Adam Melling and Michelle Perez in quarterfinal heat number 2. Olamana Eleogram and Dusty Payne, no surprise there.
There you go, Dave. CJ, they liked it. 6.23, so I'm a little surprised, but they were beautiful snaps. He threw a lot of spray and rewarded. So now Hank Gaskell's job's a little harder. He needs a 6.0.
Goofy footer CJ Hobgood. Raised and I believe still living in Melbourne, Florida.
You know, Joe Centeo, he really needs to get 2 waves. So with 4 minutes left, he better sit on that inside bowl and pick off a couple of quick barrels.
CJ's the oldest of the 2 twin brothers by 1 minute. As we take a look at the beautiful beach scene here at Sunset Beach right off Cam Highway, there are waves coming through. 4 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. This looks like a really good set.
It does. I see stacks out the back. It's like at least 3 or 4 lines. And who's holding the lineup right now? It looks like Joel Centeo is out the furthest.
Making a move, Joel Centeo. Now again, some of the waves are too big out the back. It gets just a little crazy. This one looks manageable, and then all of a sudden it's starting to disappear.
You need that big west peak that has a wall on the inside. That's the dream wave at Sunset. You know, some of these west peaks are too peaky. They don't have a wall on it. So if it's a set, that's cool, but it's not a no-brainer. You have to pick off the right one, which is that inside bowl needs to line up for you.
Time and time again, you say it's just the hugest playing field out there, and you can get lost at sea, and you go, why? Isn't it just breaking in one spot? No, there's about 4 or 5 or 6 different lineups, and depends on the swell direction.
And you know, it's so different from free surfing. Free surfing, you know, you can mess around. You can play with this whole lineup, which is really far out the back for the north peaks and then way on the inside. But in a heat, you only have 30 minutes, so you got to really buckle down and do what's the safest as far as getting 2 big scores.
Hopgood trying to replace a 5.27, goes on the offensive. There wasn't any defensive move right there. Joel Centeo not out of it, but right now he needs a 9.71 because Hopgood 6.23 a while back. So Hopgood is up the ante. Hank Gaskell needs a 6.01. Hopgood with that wave kind of takes him out of position. So keep an eye on Hank Gaskell and White to try to post something like, the other Maui boys with some huge scores in the previous heat. Down to 2 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Monteiro, our surfer in blue, trying to replace the 7.27, looking solid. Hopgood's got to keep an eye on Hank Gaskell and White.
There's the Brazilian Reone on a little insider, and I basically think he's just staying out of the way of the other competitors. He knows that that's not going to be a huge score. He just, steering clear of trouble.
Last thing you want to do is break your board if it's your favorite board as you approach the semifinals and you've got a good position.
Very smart for him, and he knows that this is the quarterfinals, so more work to be done.
Joel Centeo needs a 9.97. Yes, we've seen one better wave than that. We've seen a perfect 10. Can't get into that one. And turning and can't get into it as well. Gaskell looked at that as well.
Yeah, that one was kind of in between. It just shifted over to the inside bowl. So if I was Joel, I'd be squeezing over there, anything to get 2 waves. But now, he's down to the time frame where he can't do that anymore, a minute and a half.
Last chance here, maybe 1 or 2 waves coming through. Deep in the lineup, Joel Centeo needing a miracle wave, and Hank Gaskell needing a very attainable 6.01. Take a look where Hopgood is. Is he going to get in his way? It looks like a Centeo here.
Yeah. Poor Hank, he knows he needs to score, but he's being paddled deep by CJ as we see Joel Centeo up and right. Nice little floater, and that's going to be in that big old deep spot. But you know, this is one of the, well, here he goes. He's up and riding.
A gift from C.J. Hobgood. Hank Gaskell looking for a 601. Can he pull it off?
Lots of spray, another little setup turn, and then he backs it up with a closeout maneuver there. So that could be, and he might ride this all the way through valves.
Yeah, he's going to do the valves dance here, shallow on the inside. He might go off to the left here, but here comes Hank Gaskell looking for a 601. 35 seconds remaining.
Wow, cool little maneuver there, and he pegs it. Look at that fist claim. You be the judge at home.
Claim.
You be the judge at home. Was that a 6? That was really close. I mean, there's definitely an argument for that. What do you think?
Well, that's in that average range, the 601, and
that was a cool. That even though that was all the way on the reef at valves, that was not easy to do. I mean, he totally got airborne there, fins released, and he nailed it. So with a couple of big solid turns on the outside. So interesting.
He opened up with a 5.50. We're ending things up right here. That was CJ looking to better a 5.27. It's in the judges' hands right now. They're probably going to take a look at some of the replays and try to match these scores. And
I'll go out on a limb. I think he got it. Compared to CJ 6.23, I think he might get it.
Well, the smooth moves and a little bit of jiu-jitsu or karate, he's ready to go. Game face on for Rayoni Monteiro from Saquarema, Brazil. The 29-year-old going out to defend his title. But watch out, a couple of Hawaiians in the lineup, Hank Gaskell and then Joel Centeo. C.J. Hobgood comes in as another guy that has won here.
Yeah, CJ, you know, world title, and I don't know, I'm just speechless right now. I think Hank Gaskell might have got him.
Still waiting for Gaskell's score. Last wave for Centeo. Probably won't do it. Looks like it's not going to happen. Gaskell was looking for a 6.01, and the scores are in. 2 more, and Hank Gaskell goes from 3rd
one judge
to 2nd place.
He got it. Oh, my gosh.
We'll be right back.
So your policy looks good. Is there anything else?
Why'd you buy my husband a Falcon?
I didn't buy anyone a Falcon.
Saved us a lot of money on auto insurance. I used that money to buy a Falcon. Ergo, you bought me a Falcon.
Should get a Falcon. Most people who switch to State Farm save on average about $480. What they do with it, well, that's their business.
Oh, that explains a lot, actually.
Another reason people switch to State Farm.
Find your local Hawaii State Farm agent at www.sftraffic.net.
Get to a better state.
Sunset Beach, another tricky spot, another place to prove yourself. If you can win out at Sunset, you can win anywhere.
You know, Sunset has so many different moves. You never know exactly what it's going to do.
At Sunset, you'd have to have the right positioning, right equipment.
Sunset can be a lot of fun, but it can be pretty scary as well.
Quarterfinal going to be really, really good.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach. Exciting action at the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy. You're watching the Vans World Cup of Surfing. And let's get you, getting my breath. I'm Bo Hodge along with contest director Marty Thomas. Kaipo Guerrero, fellow announcer, will be coming up. Here we go. Quarterfinal heat number 4. We've got in this heat Matt Wilkinson, Ian Walsh, John Florence, and Ace Bucket. But let's talk about the recap of what just happened in heat number 3. We saw a 6.17 by Hank Gaskell, Marty. He needed a 6.01.
Well, he did everything he could on that wave. That was a questionable wave, whether or not it was going to be good enough and give him enough scoring potential, but he absolutely served to the best of his abilities. We see John up and riding on his first wave. And Hana Hank just really went to town on that wave, went all the way into valves. Look at John, just Look at John just going to town on his first wave, coming unstuck there. But yeah, Hank Gaskell just finished it off. You know, he had the inside section there, and CJ Hobgood had to give it to him, and he came all the way to the inside and exploded on the inside at Val's and got the score.
Hank Gaskell, the ASP Hawaii Regional Champion for 2011, makes it through. And let's watch this first wave, John Florence from the North Shore, Marty.
Yeah, nice start there by John, a little layback snap. Really low on his board, beautiful rail turn there, just carving that cutback. Unfortunately, he doesn't finish the wave though. That could have been a really good score had he completed that last move. He's still probably going to score, you know, a decent score, maybe in the 4 or 5 range. But John capable of really big scores out here. He'll be hunting down 8s and 9s.
29 years the band's Triple Crown of Surfing has been run. It all started back in 1983 with Michael Ho winning the first event. And we're going to talk about that little history piece that we just saw prior to the beginning of this heat. But before that, let's go down to the beach with Kaipo Guerrero and the exciting winner from the last heat. Take it away, Kaipo.
Thank you, Bo. I'm down here with Rayoni Montero, the winner of the last quarterfinal. He's going to find his way into semifinal number 2. He is our defending World Cup champion. You know, last year, smaller situation. You came up the victory. Big win for you. You're in the semifinal number 2 right now, Rayoni. What's it going to take to win out here at Sunset Beach today?
Oh man, it's first I have to say it's a big pleasure to be here again, to be in Hawaii. This is the place that I like to be. You know, I like to come back every year and try to do good in the contest because it's really important here. The end of the year, it's where you can step up or you can go down the bottom. So I don't know. I'm trying hard. I'm trying to just to relax out there, try to catch 2 good waves, and I think it's working the way I'm doing. And I don't know, man. I'm just trying to relax and focus and of what I did last year because it was kind of huge for me win here at Sunset. This is the place that I spend most of my time surfing out there, training, because I really like this wave, since 2-foot wave into, I don't know, 10, 12-foot wave, and I don't know, I'm just trying to relax and trying to get the good waves, and yeah, man, I don't know, I'm just feel lucky because the waves, I'm finding the waves, and I'm not falling off, and I'm riding Paisel surfboard, local shaper, and feels really good out there. It's a 6.7, but yeah, man, I don't know. I'm just happy to advance to the next round, and I'm gonna try hard to be in the final.
Very good. We're gonna let you get ready for that semifinal right now. Congratulations, Rayoni. Good man. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Kaipo. Congratulations. Very respectful of the history, and that's what we were talking about. Rayoni Montero, last year's champion. Here are the results from the last heat. 14.77. A great score for a 2-wave combination from Rayoni Montero. Hana Hank comes out at the last second with that 6.17. Scores a second place, outpoints former champion, 2008 World Cup champion, CJ Hobgood for third place, and Joel Centeo go down for a great showing from the local surfer out of Haleiwa.
Yeah, unfortunately, Joel Centeo going down, but great to see Rayoni. You know, he gave away a secret. He spends a lot of time practicing out here at Sunset Beach. Well, a lot of guys don't do that nowadays. They're spending all their energy down at Pipeline and off the wall areas. We see John Florence. And John's not too experienced out here at Sunset, but you know what? This kid can surf anywhere. He's adapted all types of conditions. And again, he comes unstuck. So I don't know, you know, I'm sorry to see him not finish off those waves. He's got a couple good turns under his belt, both of his first 2 waves. And just, I don't know if he looks a little too relaxed, like kind of a nonchalant attitude there. But on the contrast, you got Rayoni Montero, who just fights for every turn. And Rayoni's focused. He's a defending champion out here, as we see Ace Bucking on his opening ride.
Yeah, this is courtesy of the band's replay. Nice snap underneath the hook of the wave. And those are the critical sections. That's what CJ Hobgood did out back in 2008. Good carving turns. And Ace Bucking, he's been surfing this whole contest very aggressively and very fluidly.
Well, that's right. And that's something that the goofy footers have an advantage on their backhand. If they're able to attack the lip, they can go vertical. As we see Ian Walsh, a replay of his opening ride, doing the belly takeoff there. And Ian Walsh, a former winner out here in the XL Pro. And I really like his style. He's very heavy on the back foot on these turns. Look at that carving cutback off the top. Great turn there by Ian. Straight into the next move, and unfortunately that wave just shuts down.
And here's John Florence, the third wave in that set, Marty.
Yeah, nice snap there, layback snap, just playing with it. And another carving cutback. And then you expect him to finish strong, and once again, he just sort of loses it there in the whitewater, and kind of uncharacteristic of John not to complete his waves.
So we'll be on standby for 2 wave scores for John Florence, one from Ian Walsh, one from Ace Buck, and yet no waves yet for Matt Wilkinson. Aloha and welcome to Sunset Beach. We are in quarterfinal heat number 4 of the $250,000 6-star prime Vans World Cup of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy. I'm Bo Hodge along with contest director Marty Thomas and co-commentator Kaipo Guerrero. Kaipo, welcome back up to the booth.
Thank you, Bo.
There you go. All right, thank you, Bo. So it looks like we got another good heat. We ended up with just a beautiful afternoon here at Sunset Beach, and the surfers really stepping up in these improving conditions.
Yeah, just ideal. We saw the wind chop yesterday. We had the size, Marty. Yesterday was, bordering on victory at sea, but still, the guys made it look good. But today, the cleaner conditions is just what a contest director wants on the last day, right?
Oh, it's great. I'm just so pleased to be in this position, to be able to finish the event in really strong surf. And like you said, Bo, we did have some strong north winds yesterday, and they've switched more to the northeast direction as the days progressed. And now it's just corduroy lines. It's near a flawless sunset. It's maybe some of the old timers would say that it gets better than this, but when today's surfing, it's allowing for tube rides, it's allowing for progressive surfing. The surfers, it's not too big where they can't attack it. They can ride, at 6'8", 6'9", 6'10". We're seeing vertical re-entries. We're seeing guys really attack the wave, and that's really exciting for the viewers.
Well, let's talk about the history piece that we saw right before the beginning of this. 29 years the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing has been around. We alluded to 1983, the first year, wherein Dane K. Aloha won the first 2 of 3 events at the Triple Crown, but it was Michael Ho with 2 seconds in the first that won the event of the Triple Crown. And now 29 years later, I know, Marty, you've been a competitor many of these events. Now you're on the backside as a contest director. How exciting are these series of events?
It is very exciting, Bo, and it's nerve-wracking. If you see Ian Walsh up and riding, fading, which is a classic move at Sunset Beach when you fade, it sets up the wave. He's looking down the line. Not a lot of open face there for him, a bit of white water, so it's not going to be a huge scoring wave, but it will be, one of his top 2 so far. As we see out the back, Matt Wilkinson attacking that wave. He was deep up the point, yeah, Kaipo?
Yeah, Matt Wilkinson out of Copacabana, Australia. Very, very entertaining surfer. A great guy, and he's been couch bound, so, he's only been surfing in heats. He's got that staph infection. You can see his attempt to wrap the elbow, and I think right before the start of his heat, he had some saran wrap or something around that elbow. That came unglued, so Matt Wilkinson fighting through that injury.
Let's watch the Vans replay, courtesy of Vans right here. Ian Walsh, nice gouging. Marty, you talked about his technique and working on that back foot.
Yeah, he's really using all the rail on that board. You can see the wider stance when he goes into his cutback. I really like Ian Walsh's style out here at Sunset. He's going to need to get the right waves in order to get through this heat. We're into the quarterfinals, so there's no gimmies. I mean, you really have to go out there and attack it. You have to have good wave selection, get the best waves, but you also have to execute the maneuvers.
Let's watch Wilco here. Nice rebound off the white water, scores it, and then this was another wave of Wilco. Take it away, Kaipo.
Yeah, Wilco just great on his backhand, really innovative in the way he's able to attack, and you can see the leverage, for the goofy foots with their toes pointed down and able to hook off the top, gets that floater, and drops in through there. Matt Wilkinson, he has that outstanding backhand surfing that he's been using all year on tour to his advantage.
Well, I tell you what, we got 2 of the most exciting goofy footers in the water right now with Ace Buckin in blue and Matt Wilkinson in red, the 2 Aussies in this heat. We can't tell you that Ace Buckin opened up with a 6.17. John Florence in yellow opened up with a 7.0. He has backed it now with a 3.9. First wave for Ian Walsh, a 6.57. So these guys are throwing everything out in their opening rides.
Yeah, there's Rayoni. He's so stoked. Yeah, great to see the defending champion doing well.
And good to see Rayoni doing well in these larger conditions. He came in through with a win last year. It was point surf, and definitely smaller. And Rayoni really taking it to town here in some, like Marty said, very, very good Sunset Beach.
Late takeoff for Surfer in blue. Second scoring wave for Ace Buckin, Marty.
Ace Buckin getting it on the outside west peak. He's hoping this wave's going to line up and wall up on the inside so we can get some maneuvers. A couple of little sort of mid-face cutbacks. Nothing real. There we go. There's that vertical reentry right there. Ace just lined that one up and just executed that perfectly. A little fist pump there. He's pretty stoked with that turn.
Yeah, he knows that's going to be a keeper. Opened up with a 6.17. Only needs a 0.41 to get into second. And if he gets a 4.73 or better. But still, we're waiting for other scores. Matt Wilkinson, an 8.6. Here's the advanced replay of last of Ace Bucket.
Yeah, it's a nice wave right there. Get it on the outside West P. Couple cutbacks, setup turns. He's looking down the line. He's seeing, waiting for that inside section to build up. Little setup turn there. A little bank off the white water. And here he goes. He sees it, and he just goes straight vertical into the lip. Nice little airdrop.
Yeah, that was the money turn on that wave. You can see Ace just feeling it. He know he hung on through the storm, and just a little fist pump right there, stoked on that. And we'll be awaiting that score. And Ace, one of the nicest guys on land that you'll meet, you know, out of all these pro surfers. The guy's just so unassuming, such a nice, just a gentleman. And you put him in the water, he is, you know, really a good tactician. He puts together good heats the majority of the time.
Well, I tell you what, a year ago I was on a Hawaiian Airlines flight heading over to Kauai for AI's funeral service over at Honolulu, and I was sitting next to Ace Bucket and Matt Wilkinson. And they were just so honored they were going. I can't believe. And so I was getting their perspective of what was happening because they were there in Puerto Rico and the vibe, and also in Portugal prior when Andy was surfing. And they just had just positive things to say. And they looked up to AI and everything. And they really love coming to Hawaii. This is not like their second home.
Well, John coming unstuck again. That's 3 waves in a row that he's fallen. And I go back to that first wave he had. He got a decent score. It was a 7.0. And he fell on his third maneuver. Just think if he would have made that last maneuver, he would have gotten a really big score. And here he is again, trying to find some rhythm. Nice vertical snap there. Carving cutback, and he finishes that wave.
So that one should help John's situation. His low of a 3.9. We'll see what that comes in at. And, but just the grommet in him, he just stays busy out there, and it always looks like John's having a good time.
Yeah. Well, John always has a good time. I mean, you know, his whole life is surfing, or skating, or surfing, or skating. I mean, you know, that just assumes his life.
You know,
now he's on the world tour as well.
Last winter, we saw bombing pipe for the Hui backdoor shootout. It was 10, 12 foot, hitting the first reef, looking like the meanest pipe you've ever seen. And John was just playing on the sand, and he would go out there and just get these kegs, these absolute just giant barrels, and he seems very unaffected by everything going on.
Well, Marty, right now, John is the highest ranked Hawaii surfer, number 22, only been on the world tour half the year. Thank you, Yaden Nickel, for getting your injury, but that he was the next in line because of Yaden's broken leg. He was able to surf a couple of World Championship events, but he had a great showing down in South Africa, second place to Patrick Gadauskas in the prime, another third place, and a fifth place over at the Haleiwa, which has vaulted him to number 22.
Oh, he's sitting pretty good for requalification for next year, and I expect big things from John. He's on the world tour. I don't see him falling off the world tour for many years to come unless he chooses to do so. He's good in all conditions. You know, he's deadly in beach breaks with all those aerial maneuvers. He absolutely charges pipe. I think he's probably the standout surfer at Pipeline now, just because he has that youth. He just goes for it at any cost, and he doesn't even think twice. He'll go backdoor. He'll go, you know, on the lefts and just charges. And now he's proved himself to be a pretty good sunset surfer as well.
Here we go. Ace bucking up and riding on this third wave kite ball.
All right, Ace off the bottom. He's going to have to race down this wall a little bit to fit a turn in. It's going to get hollow, and he's grabbing rail, pulling in, and he's not going to find an exit out there. And that's the classic tale out here at Sunset.
Yeah, not for Ola, but for Ace. But he is leading right now, guys. A 7.17 and a 6.17 on his first two rides. Ace bucking in blue in the lead. In second, out of Maui, is Ian Walsh, and the Maui boys are proving their own here at Sunset Beach. A 6.57 for Ian on his opening ride. Backs it up with a 4.83 as we watch the replay last of Ace bucking, Marty.
Yeah, nice snap there. This wave sort of racing down the line. He's not able to go up to the top, so he's going to, you know, figure I'll try to get a tube ride here. Very difficult to do get a backhand tube ride here at Sunset.
And look at that wobble on this board, guys.
Yeah, you could. Well, maybe he was trying to do a little bit of pump to get a little bit more speed, but unable to exit. And we see live action here of Ian Walsh. And he's just saw that wave shoulder off, so he thought he'd get out of there. That's not going to help his cause.
Third place right now, John Florence sitting on a high out of 7.0, a low of 3.9. He only needs a 4.4 to go into second place. And Matt Wilkinson, a one-wave score of an 8.6. He needs a 2.8. Here's the last of Ian Walsh in white, courtesy of Vance.
Yeah, that was a nice west peak. Unfortunately, there wasn't an inside section, so not much more than that big drop. And that's why wave selection is so important out here at Sunset. Even though it's a good wave out in the back, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to connect all the way to the inside.
Late takeoff, Wilco on a screamer.
Well, that was a horrific wipe out there, Kaipo.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And but remember, Matt opened up his account with an 8.6. So if he backs that thing up, he's going to be right back into this game because he does have the largest single wave score of this heat so far.
Let's watch this again. Take it away, Kaipo.
Well, that's what happens at Sunset. Offshore winds hang you up there and just gets engulfed. Little speed wobble
Oh
out
my
there.
goodness, that was a horrific wipeout, and going so fast, didn't have much time to penetrate the water there. I'm sure he got tumbled.
Well, we've seen about 5, maybe 6 broken boards already today. Live action, John Florence in the barrel. Can he come out?
Oh, nice.
Yes,
little,
he can.
Nice little cover up there for John. And a little carving cutback as well. He's got that technique where he drags both of his hands. That's I don't see how he does that.
Well, you know, he's developing a new style as we speak. Let's watch the water angle, courtesy of Larry Haynes and Mike Prickett out in the water.
Oh, that's so difficult to do at Sunset Beach. There's so much water moving up the face. See how he's really high and tight there. He'll drag his front arm as well. Just slow the board down, and he sets up this cutback. Little wobble there on that bottom turn. Might be riding a smaller board this heat.
You know, I talked to John, and he's last heat. He said he felt it on. He was a little bit overgunned. He had a little bit of a big board. Was having hard time turning it the way he wanted to. So he did step down a size on his board selection.
Yeah, you could see that in that little wobble. He had so much speed going. When you have that much speed, it's more difficult to set your rail, especially on the bottom turn. And if you ride a smaller board, man, you got to be really on your toes and nail your turns. Otherwise, your board will skip.
This heat,
exactly what happened there.
This heat is going to be the heat of the backup because everybody's got a solid wave. Right now, Ace Buchan, his high is a 7.17. Right now, John has a 7.0. Ian Walsh, a 6.57. And for Matt Wilkinson, is an 8.6. So it's going to come down to the backup wave for this quarterfinal heat number 4.
Saw Ola getting ready for his next heat. See if he can back up that great performance he had in quarterfinal number 2 of the perfect 10.
So, Marty, you got to be happy with the Hawaii ASP field. We started with 10 Hawaiians in the round of 32. 7 of the 10 have made the quarterfinals, and right now, 3 are in the semifinals, and still 2 more in this last quarterfinal heat. So, looking very good for the local surfers here from Hawaii.
Well, that's right, and it's a great opportunity that the locals get. There's guys that don't necessarily have the means to travel as much as some of the other international surfers, guys like Kate Gaskell and Ola, and you know, and even Evan Valerian, who made it into the quarterfinals as well. And it's good to see those guys doing well. I mean, they live here in Hawaii. They surf these waves every day, and they can keep up with the best of them.
Last 2 waves from John Florence, a 7.23 and a 5.43 has put John Florence in the lead. He has a combination of a 7.23 and a 7.0. Second place, Ace Buchan with a 7.17 and a 6.17. He needs another 7.07 to go back into first. Ian Walsh in third. And here we go, up and riding is Ace Buchan.
Ace Buchan on a big facey one, and that thing just kind of goes the wrong direction. He wisely kicks out. He knew that was going to improve his situation. And that's kind of the tale of Sunset Beach. You got to keep on being busy out there. You never know what these waves are going to do. You know, there's so many different pieces of reef out here, so many different peaks, that it really is a mixed bag out there.
Yeah, and you don't want to stay on a wave that's not going to improve your score. So Ace Buchan kicked out, and he's right back into another one, whitewater takeoff, which is a bit awkward, and unfortunately he just can't find his footing in that whitewater.
Well, third place right now, Maui's own Ian Walsh with a 6.57 and a 4.83. He needs a 6.78. You know he can get that. Matt Wilkinson in fourth. Well, he's got an 8.6, but his backup, Marty, is a 0.83. That was that horrific wipeout. He only needs a 4.74, and he's back in the top 2. Nixon time, counting down 7 minutes, 40 seconds. Seemed like the heat has just started. I mean, these 30-minute heats, you think, wow, they're long heats, but they fly.
They go pretty quick, especially when you're a surfer. And out here at Sunset Beach where the paddle, I mean, it can be, you get caught inside or right away all the way to the inside, looking at probably a 5 to 6 minute final. And John up and running, quickly gets out of that wave. So he's hunting for something special out there. He's got a couple good waves under his belt. Now he's looking for an extra special wave, you know, and he wants to get a deep barrel or something that's going to open up with some big maneuvers on the face.
Let's watch Ace Bucket here, Keipo.
Yeah, look at Ace winding up here. Nice hook off the top for Ace. And he's just got that turn patented. And make it two. Very, very in control. Strategic and surgical with his attack here. Looking to improve upon his low of a 6.17. We'll see if that does it. But, you know, I want to applaud the call by Marty as well as Randy Berrick on running half-hour heats through this entire competition. As we see in white, that's Ian Walsh.
Yeah, Ian with a nice bottom turn here, looking for that rail-to-rail turn, Marty, like you've been describing.
Yeah, it's got a bit of white water, but he's doing a nice job of getting some open face carbs. Judges really like that committed surfing. Finishes strong with a nice little re-entry there on the inside. So it's going to be a decent scoring wave there for Ian. It's going to be one of his top two.
Yeah, well, he needs a 6.78 to move into second place. So we're going to see how the math plays out on that.
Yeah, that's going to be a close one.
Ian Walsh, the 2005 XL Pro champion, right here at Sunset Beach each and every year. He's always one to contend with at Sunset because he's a man that searches the biggest wave, whether paddle in, toe in, at Jaws, around the world, he goes for it. Here's the last of Ace Bucket, Marty.
Yeah, nice water shot there. You see Ace just executing that bottom turn, top turn perfectly. He's lining it up. He's looking up to the lip there. Another carving turn. And Ace looking very comfortable out here at Sunset Beach.
Ace, a runner-up to Joel Parkinson 2 years ago for the band's Triple Crown title, treats this like a world title chase. Here we go. Here's a band's replay of Ian Walsh.
Yeah, Ian Walsh, you can see that great rail-to-rail surfing that has been the key to his success out here at Sunset Beach. And even through this frosty face, he doesn't let that affect him at all. Puts it right on rail, snaps off, turning off his fins, and puts in a strong and just hangs up to that super difficult end section just to get another maneuver in. So well done by Ian Walsh.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Ian. He's not really known as a contest surfer, only does a handful of events in the course of the year. I think less than 4 events he does. But he's got a good competitive mind frame. He takes it very seriously. He goes out there, he's focused, he's concentrated, and he's got good results considering how few events he's actually competed in his career.
Well, right now he comes in this event number 207 on the world ranking for Matt Wilkinson, number 27. For John Florence, number 22, and for Ace Bucket, number 17 on the world ranking. And taking a look at Haleiwa, Ace Bucket was 25th. And we're looking for the last one wave score for Ace Bucket from the last judge. And we'll give you a situation update. He needs a 7.07 to go from second to first place to overtake John Florence. Nixon time counting down 4 minutes, 25 seconds remaining.
Yeah, another thing with Ian's success out here, I think, is the fact that he's a big wave surfer and he's a strong paddler. That is one key element of being a successful surfer out here at Sunset Beach in this giant
Well, you got to be with the waves that he surfs. Ian Walsh, the guy charges some of the biggest waves. He and Shane Dorian, they paddle in some of the biggest waves in the world. And scores in for Ace Bucket in that last score.
A 7.67. Ace has regained the lead. He drops his 6.17. John Florence now needs a 7.62. That only pushes up the margin for the other two surfers, including Ian Walsh and Wine in third. Now needing a 7.66, but we're still awaiting his last wave score. Matt Wilkinson now needs a 5.63, and here's the breakdown. Look, 3 of the 4 surfers in double digits, and Wilco just a half a point away.
Well, Wilco, this is showing you how difficult and why it's so important to have half-hour heats out at Sunset. Opened up with still the highest single wave score of an 8.60, and he can't find a backup right now.
Yeah, we talked about that early in this heat. Every surfer had a solid one wave. It's going to be the backup that gets these two guys into the semifinals.
Yeah, we're going to see some shuffling going on still in the last 3 minutes of this heat.
Last wave for Ian Walsh, now a 6.8. Now he needs a 7.43. Nixon time, 3 minutes, 13 seconds. And right now, John Florence looking at back-to-back semifinal results. He was a semifinalist down at Haleiwa with a 5th place showing. And Marty, he's on the verge right now of going back-to-back here at Sunset.
Well, that's right. But I'll tell you what, Matt Wilkinson only needs a 5.63. And but time's ticking away. He's going to need to do something special here. I'll tell you, they gave Ace Bucket a pretty high score for that last wave of 7.67. And, he had 2 sort of mid-face turns and not much else. I'm a little surprised at how high that score was. But he's sitting there pretty comfortably in first place. And John, he's got to protect that second place. He's looking to do better a low scoring, a medium scoring wave. So we'll see what happens here in the dying minutes.
Nixon time, 2 minutes, 28 seconds remaining. Many mahalos and thanks going out to our sponsor of surfline.com, Sean Collins. Marty, been feeding you guys just excellent information. Love the updates via the emails that he's been sending you guys.
Oh, that's right. I read those emails dozens of times a day. I'll wake up in the middle of the night and read them. It's the first thing I look at in the morning are those emails from Surfline. A lot of detailed information. Just it's been very helpful, and I'm so glad we decided to run the second day, which we got some criticism because it was a decreasing swell, but it's really played out great. We've cherry-picked the swells with Surfline's help, and now here we are, day 4 of the Advanced World Cup of Surfing. We have near flawless sunset. It's 6 to 8 with some 10-foot sets. Really nice conditions, great tide. Guys are getting barrels. We've seen a perfect 10. From an event promoter, contest director standpoint, I can't be more happier.
And 2, you'll have a week to regroup for the Billabong Pipeline Masters, and guess what? Day 1, we're looking at another monster swell.
That's right. We're looking at a solid west-northwest swell for the 8th, 9th, and 10th. Which could be up to 15 feet. Going to get all the sand out of there and hopefully set up for some great surfing action there at the pipeline.
Yeah, it was a late start to this winter, but it's a good start now that we have all these Aleutian storms all lined up and giving us swells here on the North Shore. Well, for Matt Wilco Wilkinson, the clock is his biggest rival right now.
And 2 for Ian Walsh. Look, a 13.37 in third. That could have won a lot of other heats, but when it gets to the quarters and semis in this round, you really got to step up your game.
Well, both Ian and Wilco have less than a minute right now to get your wave, and I dare say if Wilco just gets to his feet and does a couple of turns, he's going to be in advancing position.
Well, look at out the back, Kaipo. We got Ace, John, and Wilco all in the same position. And those guys are fighting for the top 2 spots. Ian Walsh left all alone. There goes Ace. He's in first place, so let him go. Come on, John. No damage here because Ace is already in first. John needs to pay attention to Wilco out the back. So you see Ace buck. I don't think he's going to better his top 2 scores with this one.
Watching on the outside, Nixon time, 20 seconds remaining. Quarterfinal heat number 4. Can John Florence hold off Matt Wilkinson? Look at Ace tear apart this wave right underneath the hook as it crashes down. 10 seconds on the Nixon watch, and we are counting down the final seconds. Quarterfinal heat number 4. We can hear Rocky on the PA with the final seconds is just about to be done, and there it goes. So Ace bucking, John Florence, our last 2 semifinalists here at the Vans World Cup of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy. And Marty, Kaipo, what an exciting heat.
Well, unfortunately for Ian Walsh, coming up short than that one, but John able to hang on to second place. Solid surfing here by John. Nice carving cutbacks, sliding the fins out. Unfortunately for Ian Walsh, had a couple nice turns, but just not enough. And Matt Wilkinson with the highest scoring wave of the heat at 8.6 with this massive floater right there, but unfortunately not a backup wave, so his run comes to an end.
Stay tuned for more exciting action. We have the semifinals on deck featuring Adam Melling, Michelle Perez, Ola Eliogran, and Dusty Payne. You are watching the Vans World Cup of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy, the second leg of the Vans' exciting 29th year of the Triple Crown.
Semifinal, going to be great.
We are in the semifinals of one of the most spectacular events on the World Tour this year. We are at Sunset Beach. It's semifinal heat number 1 of the Vans World Cup of Surfing, part of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. Shea Lopez, Ross Williams, I'm David Stanfield. Are we ready to run and gun? We have got now about 2 hours of surfing that's going to be off the Richter scale.
It really is. The waves have turned on, that tide has dropped, the trades has picked up, cleaned up. We saw that 10-point ride in Ola's earlier heat in that quarterfinal. One of the best waves I've seen in competition out here.
Did we just see Matt Wilkinson go down, yet he posted the highest single wave score of the heat?
Yeah,
it's like something in an 8-point range?
8.67, and definitely one of the standout in this event. So, and here's Ola coming fresh off of that 10 and that 8. Incredible heat. So let's see if he can manage all that buzz he had from that that heat. Sometimes you can get a little hangover from it, and so we'll see if he can back it up. Nice tail slide there from Ola.
Yeah, really good looking equipment under his feet. He's on his brother's 6.6 Pang after he broke his 6.6 earlier.
Well, the last heat they were in, these two guys, Olamana Eleogram and Dusty Payne, just went on a tear with a 17.83 and a 17.50. Let's go down to Beau Hodge right now with Adrian Ace Buchan in form. That's why they call him Ace.
Congratulations, Ace. An exciting heat, a lot of drama. That 30-minute heat felt like 5 minutes. It went by so fast. Did it go by as fast for you guys on the water?
Sort of. You know, I knew it was going to be a really tough heat. The waves have really improved, you know, and everyone was posting pretty solid scores. So, you know, I had a reasonable start and just tried to build on it. And it was one of those ones, you know, you just had to keep fighting. And, you know, everyone was posting scores. Wilco had a really big score and then had a couple of bad wipeouts. And, you know, I just tried to stick to my guns and it worked out.
Yeah, an exciting heat for you. One more question for you because we know you're going right back out. Your backhand attack. It looks like, you know, Aki. It looks like Tommy Carroll. It looks like C.J. Hobgood. Do you go back and watch these guys as they surf Sunset Beach to maybe put it into your repertoire?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, those are the guys that I grew up, you know, looking up to and idolizing, you know, not just here at Sunset, but all over the world. And, yeah, I've just really always wanted to do well at Sunset. A couple of semi-finals here before, and love to be in the final later on.
Well, good luck to you in the semi-final. Hopefully we see you in the final.
Thanks.
There you go. There's an excited Ace Buchan coming up in the next heat. He's got a quick turnaround. Back up to you guys.
Well, there's two things. You're never going to lose your memory when you loan somebody some money. And surfers, they never lose their memory when they have a great result. 2 fifth-place finishes right off the bat. In fact, Dane Reynolds knew he had a 9th back in 2007. A place like Sunset Beach, any kind of result where you're paying your dues, you remember it. And watch out, Ace Buchan, 2007, a 5th place, and last year a 5th place, ready to do a bit better this year into the finals.
Interesting too, Jay. Sorry, we had this kind of battle early on in the early rounds with goofy footers and regular footers, and we were almost kind of coining this the year of a goofy footer, but now we only have 2 left in the semis. So the regular footers, especially when that wind turned offshore, with all those barrels opening up.
It's so hard on your backside. I was talking with Dane Gadauskas on the webcast earlier, and he was so happy. He said that's his first good backside barrel he's ever made out here, and he surfs out here pretty much every time there's a swell.
Real quick, Will Morrison, 16 years old, the winner of the Australian Junior titles here today, or maybe tomorrow. Coffs Harbour, New South Wales. Currumbin Alley Board Riders, member of the Palm Beach Currumbin Surf Excellence Squad, wins the under-19 MR titles. And why do we say that? Because his dad provided the scoreboard, yes. Mr. Morrison is here, proud of his son. SurfingScoreboards.com. We've got to congratulate the coach, Ben Pelby, and Phil McNamara, who coaches Mick Fanning, helping out his son. He wins the titles, the under-19 titles at the age of 16. Listen to that name, Will Morrison. We'll probably see him here soon.
Well, last year he got second. He was watching live on his phone in tears because he got second in a close final. And then this year he was ecstatic, coming up, shaking everyone's hand, hugging everybody. Check out my son. He's on the stage right now winning. And great moment there for Bill Morrison.
Okay, the lineup, it is set. The stage is ready to go. Another 30-minute heat. 23 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. Eleogram with a 4.0, and here comes some waves. Gosh, that is a beautiful big peak, and underneath the lip, taking off in white, is Michelle Perez.
Michelle Perez getting smashed by that big lip. And another interesting note for this semifinal number 1 here, Adam Melling could really take a commanding lead on this Triple Crown points if he makes it through to the finals.
Shay?
Yeah, Ola on a quick little wave, backing up his earlier 4 point score, and just get a couple more turns in, and he'll be happy to get another 4 on the board and go out and look for some bigger and better waves, as we still have so much time left in this heat, 23 minutes remaining.
I got to ask you your game plans, and let's just individually, what would you do? You're in this heat, or maybe you're in the next heat. What would you do? Looking at the conditions, is it stay to the inside bowl, or is it go out the back and wait for 2 good waves, or just get some scores on the board? Shay, what would you do?
Being on my backside, I'd be all about that outside peak. Like we saw Ace and Wilco just surfing tremendous on their backside, lots of hooks and good combination maneuvers. Your front side, Ross, what was your strategy?
You know, it'd be dangerous to stick to one plan out there. That we've seen a little bit of both work today, so I definitely would take my time paddling out on an inside bowl. I'd have my radar up, because those inside bowls, man, that's where the scores are.
Here is Michel Perez, the Tahitian, the 25-year-old, number 9 on the World Championship Tour, 13 on the world rankings, looking to basically win this event. There's not a lot of pressure for him to do, you know, to have any kind of specific score. He's here because he loves Sunset, he loves powerful surf, and again, he said time and time again, if it's not Tahiti, it's Hawaii.
It really is. It's 2 of the most powerful places in the world for surfing, and here's that inside bowl. Dusty Payne, a little too deep, and he goes over the handlebars.
It's pretty interesting, too. This heat is all really, I mean, Olamana is a pretty small kid, but the rest of them are just powerhouses. So really strong, and what a bizarre wipeout. Let's check this out. Well, actually, this is Michel Perez.
Yeah, this was that previous wave we saw with a couple nice carves, and it really fattened out and didn't allow him to get that lip into the critical part of the pocket. It's a slopey, shouldery wave, and a lot of times that happens at Sunset. He's able to muscle around those turns, though.
One thing I like about Michel Perez, he reminds me of that Polynesian Tahitian style, where he gets those arms kind of moving around a little bit more. You can just see that Tahitian influence. And check out this wipeout.
That is...
that's a neck slap.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the guys land on their heads out there, take the lip of the head. A lot of guys would be getting massages down there in the physio, keeping those neck muscles loose. And
I didn't quite get it. What happened up there? Did his right foot get caught? His right knee? What?
He got caught looking down the line, and his body tried to get ahead of his board, and that's exactly what happened. Before he knew what was happening, he was going over that outside rail.
Yeah. I do that really good on a skateboard. When I hit a rock on the skate, it's just boom.
I do that on a bicycle over the handlebars. I remember doing that many times racing BMX as a kid.
Well, looking at the lineup, another little couple of peaks coming through. 4 surfers in the lineup. Yes, you've seen a lot of prime events over the course of this season where they go from 4-man to 3-man to 2-man. Well, it's different here in Hawaii, and the playing field is big, but you're still competing against a couple other people. You got to beat 2 guys in this lineup to move on. We are watching semifinal heat number 1 with 20 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, and the best wave ridden so far looks to be the 4.5, Michel Perez, last wave ridden.
I keep thinking of Michael Mungaberry's famous photo with that big West Peak fanning up out there. It's so cool with this wind turning offshore. It really flares up outside, and you can see those sets just marching in from like a quarter mile out to sea.
Yeah, it's very daunting to be up there on that peak and see it growing as you're paddling into it. We have this trades. This is ideal trade wind conditions now, and that's the first time during this event we've seen that.
Here is Michel Perez again, wave number 3.
The strong Tahitian, a nice bottom turn. He sets up every maneuver so good by getting really square off the bottom. A little squirrely off the top there, but he manages to hang on, and then he hits that infamous deep spot.
And he does the Sonny Garcia face wipe. Just so much offshore wind and water blowing into his face.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about Michel Perez and his great Polynesian style. One of the best surfers ever and funnest surfers to watch out here at Sunset. Poto David would go out there and just command the lineup, drawing classic lines all the way from that north peak through that west bowl, and then just pull in deep in the inside bowl.
You know Poto's watching right now. So the one guy here that's looking to climb up the world rankings, not on the World Championship Tour, Olamana Eleogram, the only guy to score a perfect 10 in competition in this event, the Bands World Cup, number 192. Watch him climb the ratings, okay? Tomorrow or late this evening, go to the world ranking list and take a look at Eleogram. Right now he's 192. That's going to change drastically.
Yes, it will, Dave. And what I'm pulling for in this event is our 2 Maui surfers, Ola and Hank. They have a sponsorship out of Maui, the local company. But if they're able to win that 40 grand, they could be on tour next year.
Surfer in yellow going for the tuck. That's Olamana Eleogram. You saw that new operator for the jib. I guess they got rid of Davey Boy.
That was the famous Lily. She's the little girl that's called the last 2 winners at Haleiwa, and I tell you what, she's more famous than a lot of surfers nowadays. She's getting a lot of camera time.
So the last 2 years, she goes up to who she thinks is going to win, gives a little lucky wrist bracelet, like a little rubber thing, and they go out and end up winning. And when Taj heard about that, he goes, "Sure, I will wear it, no problem."
Yeah, they're called a silly band. It's a little rubber thing, and yeah, she was actually a student of my wife who teaches 1st grade at Sunset Elementary, and yeah, she's a little star in the making.
I loved her interviews there down at the Haleiwa event. Just so articulate for such a young kid. Is that your wife's teaching skills there?
I would like to say it is, but that girl switched on. You know, she's really smart.
Okay, take a look at the scores. Michelle Perez, a 4.5 and a 4.7 in the lead. Not by much, but it's just about getting out of this heat. Elio Graham, his opening score of 4.0 is still with him. He's looking to better a 3.60, and here comes what looks to be a solid set.
Yeah, you can see it fanning off those outside reefs so that it cleans itself up into the lineup at Sunset, and all our competitors are spread out over a vast area.
Look at that next peak, just beautiful thing out there, just flaring up with all that trade wind. And, you know, one cool thing about that, it's no secret when a set comes, everyone's completely alert.
Adam Melling ready to go. Melling's got to get kick-started. A .43 and a 1.33. Is he up on this one? Looking for maybe a whitewater takeoff on the corner, but this corner is not going to bring you over into the inside bowl. This is way over there, and here he is, Adam Melling.
Adam Melling, just getting stuck out the back here, and even Dusty Payne not able to get in that way, but you know, interesting, that inside bowl, everyone's kind of steered away from it. It was the spot, obviously, when in that heat with the perfect 10 going down, but now they're all creeping outside, and I think the culprit for that was Rioni. He really stuck to his guns out there on that outside peak, and it worked for him with those big power hooks.
Well, the game plan you might have out there needs to be flexible as you find out if you're getting the scores or you need the scores, and then you're going to get the, you know, somebody's going to be barking you from the channel. Here we go, Surfer in red, and Adam Melling.
Yeah, we have a serious battle for this Triple Crown ratings lead after Sunset, and Adam Melling and John Florence are going head-to-head right now.
I'm not sure about the girl on the left, but the girl on the right knows how to surf. I've seen her surf quite a bit.
That was,
I believe she lives on the island of Kauai.
All right. There's a tremendous amount of talent coming out of Kauai.
I think it was Tatiana Webb.
Nice. Well, our Vans team rider's been down on the beach a bunch. Layla Hirsch, she's from Kauai, and she comes from just like that talent bed over there is just producing so many hot surfers. And the Maui surfer here, the outer island is just coming on in the last few years. Ola Ilagram, his 10-point ride, looking for another tube. Not to be had on that one.
Well, he backdoored that thing, but unfortunately he was not quite on that shallow reef on the inside bowl. He was in the middle, and that's that infamous deep spot, so that got the best one there.
As we come into this semifinal, we got a flash on the duration factor, the marathon factor, the endurance factor of these guys in the lineup. Are they hydrating? They've got some good meals underneath them. Do they have the energy? Because it's going to be one long, exhausting day. To get through this and then go into a 35-minute final is not going to be an easy task.
Well, there's a caddy that you don't mind having, and he's been doing some work for John. And speaking of John, that next semi, you guys, is stacked with Ace Buchan, John, Rioni, and Hank Gaskell. So, wow.
The action's just been unbelievable. You guys were calling that heat where the 10s and 9s and 8s were just going down. It seemed like wave after wave was an excellent score. I saw the replays, luckily enough. I can't even believe the water angles we got to see.
All right, this is Dusty Payne pulling in deep and high, and that wave just kind of not shallowing out like those ones we saw from Ola. So he did all he could do there, but unfortunately that wave not kind of pitting the way he needed it to.
Did you guys get a chance to have lunch today?
Lunch was amazing.
The paella was incredible. The yellow rice, the garlic chunks.
Well, let's thank Sharks Cove Grill, Canoe Kitchen, private catering, chef, restaurants. Well, you tell you, they've got all the events for weddings. Great job. We really appreciate the entire family, the Naylor family. Thomas Naylor running the show here, feeding the masses. Thank you very much. Sharks Cove Grill and Canoe Kitchen.
Here we go, Adam Melling on the inside, pulling in high, but that wave just clamping down. And one thing to note here, that inside bowl, it is nice and hollow, but you can't pull in too deep. If you're a little too deep, it has that pinch. So if you remember, Ola's barrels were pretty far on the edge, and that's where it really kind of hollows out and drains. So we'll see if they creep over there. But right now, it looks like they're having a hard time deciding whether to stay outside or not.
Ross, you talked about that deep spot between the two lineups. There's that middle peak, and then it can sometimes break off into two separate waves before the bowl. And getting across that spot is so critical.
Especially when the wave's borderline smaller or medium. Yeah, it won't make that connection.
I see little Mrs. Good Luck over there at the Beach Marshal tent and talking to John Florence. Does that mean something?
She might have handed John a silly band, and that's good night for everyone else.
Here's a peek. Here's a surfer in white, Michelle Perez. Not going to get it as we see Adam Melling paddle back out. Melling has mustered a 1.33 and a 1.07 currently in the third spot. Dusty Payne a 0.23 and a 1.77. So we're talking really modest scores. Nobody over a 5-point ride, and now they're battling for this one. Surfer in yellow, Eliogram.
Eliogram deep on the peak, getting around this section, and he's going to kick out as it goes into that deep spot we've talked about so much. It's so important to get away with a good amount of wall to carry through with some power.
Well, he flashes on those feel-good 10-point rides and 9-point rides. That's what he's trying to do on the inside, but somebody keeps pushing him a little bit deeper.
There's Reone Montero from Brazil waxing up his trusty board there from John Peisel. Looks like it's working good for him, and yeah, he's probably going to go right to his peak on the outside there. And there's a nice shot of John Florence, the long, lanky surfer from the North Shore.
He's also riding Peisel surfboards. So great local shapes. And Reone, good to see how versatile he is. Last year winning out on the point here, and then this year there's been such a variety of conditions. The big challenging reforms, 12-foot reforms rolling through the lineup to perfect 6 to 8-foot sunset now.
And there's Ace Buchan holding on to that beard. And yeah, I mentioned that earlier, Shay. As we see on the inside bowl, there's Ola up to his old tricks, sticking to that very inside where that wave really hollows out.
Well, he is in the second spot right now, trying to better a 3.60. A 5.2 will take him to the lead. Just get out of this heat and into the final. There's one thing to be said about being in semifinal 1 as opposed to 2. 2 does not have a lot of turnaround time to do any kind of resting, hydrating, checking out the boards. Now these guys here, first and second, will have 30 minutes to get ready. Olamana Eliogram on point.
Wow, what a sweet, aggressive little cutback hack to set himself up for that sweet little barrel, and just getting hung up in the wind a touch. But if you guys noticed, that was way on the end, so that's where that wave kind of hits that reef just right and hollows out. And he's on top of it. That's his little spot.
Kind of having a magical day, and you'd hate to see the bubble burst by anybody else, but everybody's kind of going through the motions, and Olamana Eliogram doing a great job here. Our surfer in blue, Dusty Payne, he needs a good result here.
Yeah, looking for a qualification again coming into Hawaii. Dusty Payne was nursing an ankle injury. Looks shaky at Haleiwa, but much better here at Sunset Beach.
I was worried a little bit about the swell this morning, but it's just stacking out to sea. So nothing to worry about now. I mean, for a while there, I thought maybe it was going to go flat on us, but every 5 minutes, it just seems like a 5-set waves coming in.
Final thanks, Patrick Beamer, Shai Solomon, Bridget Moss, Daniela Perez, and Rosie, Jim, and Lauren. Thanks so much for feeding the masses for 4 days here. They're here first thing in the morning. To crew arrives at about 5 in the morning, and we set up for an 8 o'clock start. Now it's time to stretch and breathe deep. Make sure you've got your caddy and your right boards on the beach and paddling out in the lineup.
These long final days are so important to stay fresh. And here we have red Adam Melling on a beautiful looking wave, high line through the barrel. He can punch through this. No, not going to make that section.
I really thought he was going to creep out of that one, but
he had a similar barrel in his heat before where he was able to push through and get a big score.
Well, this place, when it does deliver that opening barrel, it's that much sweeter because it's so difficult to read, and that section is so tricky.
You really need to get a lot of energy focused on that inside bowl. Some of those ones that just kind of barely hit it, they don't get super hollow, but if you can manage to find that one that has a lot of energy and a big line on that inside bowl, it'll definitely pit.
Dusty Payne in blue. Let's see if he's going to turn and go. And
beautiful looking wave, but not the right shape, and no one's in position. See, those offshores have really picked up.
Well, a lot of people involved in this event. ASP Hawaii and the entire crew has done a great job, and we've got our veteran judge up there, Jack Shipley, head of ASP Hawaii. Has been around since the inception of the Triple Crown. Congratulations to him, Maria, having a birthday recently. Also, Rabbit Kekai, our beach marshal. And working with Aaron as well. Aaron down there working beach marshal duties, doing a great job. Good staff. That's headed by Randy Rick, Marty Thomas, Sean Wingate, obviously executives Doug Palladini, Maz Berbaba, and Bill Kiley of Window Seat. Jordan Velarde, our TV web producer, Chris Stelby, Mr. Jeff Donner, and the whole crew. That's the upper end, the executive staff that wears the suit and ties. Yeah, right.
None of this would be possible without their tireless efforts. Thank you so much for everyone involved.
Okay, so we're looking at the lineup here, and they possibly see something feathering out the back. The question is, if you're in the lineup paddling right now, where are you going? Where are you going to set up?
Well, there's a fine line between going too far out and too far in. So everyone's trying to, and then also you have the other guys in your heat trying to push you up the point. So it's a little bit of cat and mouse, and it's also a lot of positioning. And that's where a lot of the times we see the local knowledge kind of paying off. But it's no secret, every time a set comes, you got a solid minute warning. Things just marches in.
Like this shot right here, nice and tight, and as you pull out, yeah, there are waves on the horizon. Where do you go? You're kind of the whole lost at sea syndrome out here.
It can make you paddle in a circle, literally.
You really do. And just Michel Perez on this first wave of the set, really far up the point here, Ross.
Big old bottom turn. He's going to hack this thing. Look at that. Oh, and I just jinxed him there. That wind really got the best of him.
Well, it changed from heat to heat earlier with the dead, calm winds, and now with those offshores, the guys aren't able to draw that line as high as they'd like to.
Adam Melling looking to poach this side here, corner pocket to the inside. That's going to stand up, and he's really late.
That was intense. Really crazy hack there on that inside bowl. He even released the tail, and a little bonus floater there for him, which is huge because 2 moves is a lot better than 1. I can't wait to see a replay of that turn.
It's amazing because as that set up, it looked like it was going to be one of those epic barrels on the inside, and it changed, and he handled it.
I don't know if the tides come up a little bit, but yeah, we have seen it fatten up just a little bit on that inside bowl. But man, let's see a replay of that. That was a crazy hack there from Adam Melling.
He managed so much whitewash and was able to get that second move in somehow. And here's that replay here. Red, critical takeoff and straight out of the bottom into the lip. Beautiful, powerful carve. Released the fins a little bit there. And here's where he has to hang out. Airdrop from the sky on the foam ball there, Ross.
Wow, that lip just skimmed his forehead. And you can see with his hand language there, his body language, and a little lip climb too, and even that was kind of nuts. So look at that, you could tell he was just psyched.
So anybody out there that might not know, these late whitewater takeoffs are really hard.
You're blind and you're flying and you're bouncing and skipping, and I've got the wind completely knocked out of me just from hitting one bump and landing on the next one, and then you're trying to surf with no wind in your lungs.
And you're getting up to your feet in maybe a flat, super high-speed motion where you see a lot of people and they just are thrown off the back or the wave swallows you up.
Yeah, Sunset Beach is so infamous for that. I mean, out of any surf spot, you'll see this has the most prone takeoffs out of anywhere where you're kind of fumbling around in a whitewash, just hanging onto your board, and then you somehow have to get to your feet without getting, pushed off.
And setting a rail when you get to your feet at the bottom of the wave at sunset going so fast is the most difficult thing to do.
Well, just imagine how perfect the peak would be if you could paddle at speed, get to your feet quickly, and make the spectacular drop and gain speed and then set a rail. We've seen it now and then, but it's not easy. The wind is really picked up here. Luckily for us, it is in a fairly good condition. And did he have maybe a communications in his ear?
No, we were heard earlier here, as Gdauskas told me, he wears earplugs. And with those earplugs, he can't hear the announcers at all. So this scoreboard is really important for Adam Melling, being almost deaf with those earplugs in.
Do you know why he wears earplugs?
Like most of us, I'm sure he has a bad case of surfer's ear after a lifetime in the water.
Cold water.
Yeah.
Well, I thought he had some James Bond stuff going on. I was like, wow, good for him.
Upper left, the surfer in white needs to improve on a 4.5. He has a 4.7 in his scoreline. Michel Perez, it shows that he's in first by being upper left. And then it would be our surfer in yellow, which looks a little orange there, but yes, it's yellow, and it's Olamana Eleogram. He is needing to improve on a 3.60. Now, for those trying to advance out of this heat, specific scores they need. It has nothing to do with what they've ridden. It's the score they need to advance. Melling needs a 2.53, and Payne needs a 4.77. Love that shot right there over to the point.
Wow, that was a lot of offshore wind there. And look at this next wave, beautiful. Just being fanned out by that strong trade winds. And we talk about being in the business end of things here. I mean, talk about this is the semifinals. There's only one heat between here and the finals. Anyone could win this thing. $40,000 for first place in the final. You get fourth in the semis, it's 6,500. So really need to buckle down here, pay attention to the scores you need, and not get complacent. You don't want to be satisfied. You got to really buckle down and aim for that. I mean, look at that, 40 grand. That's a lot of dough.
Yeah, there's a lot of money in these Prime Series victories now. It's really increased since the years we were on tour, Ross.
Sure has. 40 G's, man. I like that. Take that, check.
There's your heat leader right now, Michel Perez, nicknamed the Spartan. Born in the Austral Islands, Rurutu, Tumor, whose islands probably about 355 miles south of Tahiti, where he lives right now, but part of the Tahitian change. Here's our surfer in red, Adam Melling, in third, needs a 2.53. He's probably done it.
Yeah, he sure has, but that wave went into the channel. But he looks like he's on a mission.
He is surfing so precise, so fast, but at the same time, he seems to be just peaking in every heat. And that can be difficult in the final day where you're surfing 4 times if he's going to have the juice to last through a final and second appearance.
Look at the lineup right now as we've got waves coming through, offshore winds, and a surfer, I believe, in yellow, Olamana Eleogram, was looking at that, can't get into it. And in fact, 3 surfers looked at that wave.
There's going to be some sick photos from this final day here in the World Cup at sunset. The sunlight is just beaming out here, and with that offshore wind, wow, it's making it look really picturesque out here.
Shay, you've had a lot of great team members in the booth who, looking at the team, who's been joining in on the commentary staff?
Well, we had Dane and Tanner on the booth with us. Really appreciate their input, caddying and surfing in the contest. There's nothing better than having a surfer come in and join us and give their experiences today. Pat, talking to him this morning, he's at home, physical therapy, ankles getting better, but still 4 to 6 weeks away from surfing, he believes. And then, of course, the Florence family all pulling together here to watch John try and make this final.
Big team, here we go, running up with high line for speed. Can he punch out of it? Our surfer in blue, Dusty Payne. Well, look at what he did there on that wave. I would say it was perfect. It was the wave that was imperfect.
He read that perfectly. If he would have tried to go around that barrel and do a turn, it would have been kind of a soft cutback. So, that's just weird. Again, I think that inside bowl somehow lost its magic. It's been a little more fat in the last 45 minutes.
Yeah, the guys are out further. It's maybe the shift in the swell direction is aligned for the point to start showing itself. And what I noticed too is these winds blowing harder. Guys aren't getting in the waves. With the calm winds earlier, you could ride a shorter board so it's easy to catch the waves. Now with this wind coming out the face, maybe we're just seeing some problems with too short of equipment in the lineup.
Michel Perez, your leader. Adam Melling in the second spot. Eleogram is needing a 4:01. Dusty Payne needs a 5:17. This is semifinal heat number 1 with 38 seconds remaining. Key wave for Eleogram here.
He only needs a 4-point ride. Let's see. He's going to have some miracle double up, sort of like Hank Gaskell did on the inside of Val's. See his body language there. Really frustrated.
Gaskell had that miracle wave. Here's our surfer in red, Adam Melling, looking to better score of a 2.93 in the score line.
Yeah, this heat really, Adam Melling put on a great performance, but it wasn't what I expected. I thought Ola and Dusty would really get into the groove here. And Michel Perez and Adam Melling just on fire from start to finish. And our 2 World Tour surfers are putting on a display for everyone on the beach. Great surfing, Perez. Definitely impressed by his action.
Last turn on the horn, coming in, going to regroup real quick. Michel Perez, he was looking to replace that 4.50, your heat leader wearing the white singlet. It's done and dusted, and unfortunately, well, 2 great surfers that had a phenomenal heat a while back, just 2 heats ago. Dusty Payne and Olamana Eleogram could not find the waves.
Well, we've been seeing a lot of that out here where you'll have a great heat and then the next one just gets skunked. So you got to be really feeling it out there in the lineup and getting the right place at the right time.
That's his best wave, a 4.0 for Olamana. And our surfer in white, Michel Perez, he starts off strong, he ends strong. A couple of 4s, a 4.5, a 4.7, and the next one's going to come through even better.
Yeah, he put an exclamation mark on that heat with that last wave. So Michel Perez is flying into the final.
Olamana gave it a shot. Dusty Payne gave it a good shot, but it looks like it's Perez and Melling into the finals. Coming up next, we got a good one. It's Rayoni Monteiro, defending champion Hank Gaskell, Adrian Ace Buchan, and John Florence. Stay with us.
Semifinal. It's going to be great.
Welcome back. We are into semifinal number 2. Take a look. Rayoni Montero looks to defend his title, but first he's got to defeat 2 of these surfers in this 4-man heat. Hank Gaskell, Adrian Buchan, or John Florence. Well, all 4 of these guys have been making things happen time and time again. Hank Gaskell with that buzzer beater just a couple of heats ago. John Florence, obviously a brilliant young man out there. Last heat, it was Michel Perez in his last wave, a 7.33, kind of the clincher. It's a done deal. Also advancing into the finals, Adam Melling and Lord Adam Melling.
That was kind of a low blow there for the Maui boys. They lost 2 of their dudes, so we got 1 guy left with Hana Hank. So see if he can do his Maui boys proud. And right on cue, nice little barrel on that inside bowl.
Yeah, that was great surfing by Hank. And you were just talking about, I hope some people just stick to that inside bowl because great scores come in. And there was Hank on a beautiful wave. And way out the back here, Rayoni Montero, it's just great timing to be on one of the bigger waves in a long time. Beautiful arcing, huge carve into the pocket here. Gosh, he picked up a great wave. Unfortunately, he just dug that rail before that section.
That was a mistake. You know, he did not do that on purpose. So, wow, that was really good surfing up to that point, and that wind can do that to you.
Take a look at this takeoff here. Adrian Ace Buchan started things off during our commercial break and putting it on rail on his backside. The lone goofy footer in this heat.
I love the way he's able to surf on his backside out there, get off the tail, carving it so precise, and that's why they call him Ace.
Adrian Buchan looking for that first score to pop up. Also, Hank Gaskell, long paddle back into the lineup. This is semifinal heat number 2 of the Bands World Cup of Surfing here at Sunset Beach. Our surfer in white, his opening wave, Hank Gaskell.
Yeah, just as Ross was talking about the Maui boys, Hank still in contention here in the semifinal, pulling up a good wave there on the inside bowl. Like that surfing.
He's a little bit of a closet power surfer too. He's really wiry, but he throws a lot of water, super strong.
Negotiating that heavy lip and makes it look so easy, Hank Gaskell.
Well, let's see this. Watch this cut back. Wow, what a cool shot. Look at that thing barreling over the lens. Awesome water shot there.
That's a heavy, thick wave, isn't it?
It's got a lot of power. You know, it can be deceiving from just watching at home on your TV, just how big and nasty it is out there. When you're here in the live, especially in the lineup, you can get beat down.
Yeah, it's beautiful Hawaii with the trade winds blowing, the blue water. Looks real puffy and fluffy out there, but those white waters pack some punch.
Yeah, the kind of session you have at sunset is when you come in and you lean down and like a half gallon of water comes pouring out of your nose. You know, you just get pummeled out here.
And signing some autographs right there for some shirts and probably for charity as well. Adam Melling, who will be in the final with Michel Perez, who will be in it. Well, Hank Gaskell, what a good start for this heat, a 7.0 on his opening wave. Beautiful barrel.
All the way on that inside bowl too, so I mean you can get a couple of scores so quick in there. It's almost related to like at the Pipe Masters when you get a couple quick backdoor barrels. You know, you can rack up a couple scores. Your competitors are out the back like, what just happened?
Yep, and Hank is sticking that inside bowl as the other 3 competitors are way outside. He's looking at the lineup and he's just going to wait on that bowl and ride the tube to victory, hopefully.
The first couple of days of competition, we ran 16 heats, 8 hours of competition, 30-minute heats. Each surfer basically went out 5 or 10 or 15 minutes beforehand, got into the lineup for 30 minutes and came in. Today they are asked, well, if you want to win this thing, you're going to have to surf 4 times. It's a lot of time in the water.
You know, nowadays too with the big WT events, being physical, it helps, but with the jet ski assist and all that, it's not too big of a deal. Today, it really is. You're on your own, no assist, a lot of paddling, a lot of huffing and puffing. So we're going to see who's surfing good and who's really in good shape.
It's an Ironman effort, isn't it? And you've got people in your corner helping you out. It's the water, it's the drink, it's hydration, the cliff bars. It's a bit of everything.
Yep, I know some of the caddies are even taking cliff bars out in their board shorts to just, they're doing the 4 heats too. The caddies got a lot of work today, but in and out, and they're always paddling with the surfer, relaying information. So it's a joint effort and a big task here on the final day here as we see Rayoni Montero. We know he's up for the task. Last year's defending champion here at Sunset. Great read through that inside bowl.
Well, his first wave, a 3.67, you mentioned that it could have been a bit more. Got caught up on a rail, then a quick one, wave number 3. Looking at the lineup, 23 minutes and 35 seconds remaining when we complete the semifinal heat number 2. There's going to be about 15 minutes before we get underway with a 35-minute final.
Well, we saw Raoni sticking to that outside bowl, but just then he switched it up a little bit, catching a little barrel on the inside there. So, you know, it's not easy. You can see Hank right there on your screen sitting way on the inside. It's really difficult to stay there. Your instincts tell you to go outside with everyone else. So, you know, you have to stick to your guns if you're going to go for that little barrel on that inside bowl.
And the distance between those two surfers you saw in the same heat is over a football field long.
And there's somebody way, way out there. Is that Adrian Buchan waiting for the bomb? The lone goofy footer wearing the yellow singlet far out to sea.
You know, I love that it's dropped just a couple feet from yesterday because it's allowing guys to get way deeper and way further out on a lineup, and they can utilize that outside west peak.
Yeah, that's an important thing to know, because yesterday we saw all those sets washing through, and if you tried to go deep on the point, you risk, oh, look at this wave here. Hank, find another barrel. It's paying off to stick to the inside for Hank Gaskell.
Wow, backs it up with a really sweet carve, and then another barrel.
And the crowd on the beach is obviously applauding. He's got a lot of friends here cheering him on. The 25-year-old ASB Hawaii wildcard Hank Gaskell up against three guys that are on the World Championship Tour surfer. We got to remind you that John Florence jumped on at the halfway point of the year. He's on the tour as well. So some big guns in the lineup. And Hank Gaskell, no nerves at all.
And this is right on the inside here. And watch this carve here. Really leans into it. I was telling you before how he's got creepy power there. He's a little unknown for it. And then he tucks in for a second one. So now you got Ace Buchan and John sitting way out the back going, what is Hana Hank doing, man? He's killing me. He's on the inside there picking off these barrels.
Yeah, he's in the moment right now and loving life. And here's a great water shot. How quick do you have to pull up high and tight at that inside bowl at sunset?
Yeah, he made that happen, and that wave wasn't super hollow, and he just tucked in. I love this little cutty.
Yeah, great rail work combined with a nice double barrel. He's just reading this place, picking it apart perfectly.
Let's flash back to the beginning of the year in January. He won the Sponsor Me Now Sunset Open, the 2001 one-star event, but still with all the heavy Hawaiians in this lineup, knows the wave quite well. I asked him, when did you start surfing? Well, he said his dad had him out in the diaper days as he is a little tot out there boogie boarding, and then he really got onto a surfboard at the age of 6. And his friends Benel and Olamana Eleogram out at Koki or Hamoa, I believe, over in Hana. They've got their little breaks there, very isolated, but they definitely spur one another on to some great surfing.
Yeah, that's just part of the lifestyle that's really neat here in Hawaii, Dave, is everyone gets in the water nice and early at a young age. It's really warm, it's inviting, and it's part of everyone's lifestyle. So, you know, and Hank and a lot of these guys are a result of that. Just parents surf and they take their kids surfing at a really young age.
Well, it's a long day on the beach as well, and everybody's getting hydrated with their Rockstar Recovery energy drinks and their Clip Bars as well. Look at this peak out the back.
Who's that? Oh no, it's Hank, and he goes down on that one, close to a big score. But out the back, we have Ace, Adrian Buchan, on a beautiful looking middle peak here at sunset. Gonna line up this inside section here. Hopefully it comes across the bowl for him.
Well, Hank's been waiting for the bomb, and this could be it. Beautiful wave so far.
He's got that
Ace Buchan.
Weird little side warble that kind of ruined that wave for him, but not before he did a nice little hack. And out the back, John Florence, big old carving turn there. Another turn, and he's been one of the guys out here who's been not afraid to just attack this wave. So good, smart surfing there from John.
This set's been wave after wave. On the fourth wave of the set now, Raoni Montero almost loses it there on the whitewash, but regains it. Nice snap, really steep section there.
Oh, just missed timing that last section and catching the rail.
Well, that was tremendous action from all our competitors. We saw Hank on the first wave of the score, first wave of that set go down hard, and then John, I believe, had by far the best wave with two very nice turns.
Hank, Ace, Raoni, and John. And take a look. Here's our surfer in white, Hank Gaskell.
Oh, that was a great shot, getting both competitors on the same frame. And way out the back, Ace wasn't able to get a good first turn. And then, as you said, it just kind of the wonk, and that was a direct result of Hank's first wave.
Yeah, it had a weird side chop that went with the wave, and it sort of cut it in half. But how cool is this surf spot? You saw Hank pulling in the barrel and Ace on a bomb out the back. They were probably 100 yards apart.
Beautiful rail work for Buchan. Buchan opened up with a 4.50. And then right behind him, we saw Raoni Montero. And then John Florence gets his account opened up as well.
Yeah, he did. And here we're going to see it from the beginning. And you can see him waiting. He saw that line perfectly. So he took his time. nails it off the top. He's been one of the most aggressive surfers so far in this event.
He has been attacking the lip, and just the difference from last year to this year is such a huge jump in his carves, and his aerials and his two bride's always been there, but now his carves and his power surfing are matching, and he's become such a complete surfer.
And one thing, as you watch him right there, take a look what he did. He didn't bail. He was going to the corner and work the current to get back in the lineup. He knows how to do the rotation and make sure he gets out. Now, Reone Monteiro, I believe this is his 4th wave, and it doesn't end pretty.
Yeah, he started with that nice hook, and then right here he got caught between maneuvers and just presses the eject button, but not on purpose. That was just a bail.
Yeah, that water's hard right there on the inside bowl there, and that can knock you silly when you hit your head that hard.
17 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Well, Perez and Melling just relaxing and watching. Meanwhile, a lot of action out the back, going up vertical. Hank Gaskell.
Wow, really nice turn there from Hank, but that's on the very end section, so he's really sticking to that inside bowl.
Well, he has a 7 and a 7.5. It's paying off.
It doesn't really look like that inside section is made for vertical surfing. Hitting the lip like that, just amazing rail work for Hank Gaskell.
That was definitely an aggressive turn, and if for some reason that would have lined up just for one more turn to back that one up, it would have been a big score, but you can see the guys right there, and John getting some good tips, no doubt, from Poncho Sullivan. Get back out there, you got your first solid score, go back it up.
And it was just a smart move on his part, just to get out of that wave properly and not take a beating on the next 2 waves and getting around. And then Poncho gets right into his ear and gives him some props. There we go. And it looks like Larson and Kemper and the entire crew down there, they're enjoying this. Great place to be hanging out in the competitors
area.
With,
watching all
the
their
great
friends
food.
just surfing so good out there. Everyone's got to be pulling for Hank in this heat in that cheering stand. And then John, he's surfing a very smart heat. Long day like we talked about. And who's that guy?
Oh my God!
How many times have you seen Joel Centeio smile from ear to ear and throw a shaka? You gotta love that guy. Proud papa nowadays too. He's got a little baby on his hip.
Yeah, Joel Centeio, Ashley there, mom down there watching, and always smiling. He put on quite a performance as well early today, and it's helped his cause.
Talking about John, he got that 8.57, the high wave of the heat, and now with 16 minutes remaining, he's back in the lineup. Only needed 2 waves per heat. He's in great position to not only make it out of this heat, but keep his energy up and put on a tremendous performance in that final.
Him and Adam Melling are going to be squaring off for this Advanced Triple Crown title here, so yeah, he looks really focused there, but John, wow, that's impressive.
Adam's been paddling. Take a look. The rash on his belly, it's been a long day in the lineup and a lot of paddling.
Well, a lot of these guys are used to wearing wetsuits all year too, so they don't have that callus from surfing with no shirt all day, so you'll see that from some of the guys wearing wetsuits most of the year.
I think we also saw he was listening to the webcast up there in the competitors area, and he got a little embarrassed when you talked about his belly.
Yeah, but he's got zero body fat on that guy. Surfer in blue, John Florence, wave number 2, his first one at 8.57, spectacular top turn. Here comes the barrel. Oh, and he decides to straighten out.
Decides to, he made that. He got blown up and he came out of that foam ball somehow. It wasn't really a maneuver, but that was about as difficult as it gets to just survive that.
That was Kelly Slater-esque right there, just making dramatics out of that. And I think his back foot sort of slipped off, but that was a crazy power hack from the lanky, skinny John. Man, that looked like Johnny Boy Gomes.
I'm just impressed at every heat and every wave he rides out here in the Sunset lineup. Here's this replay. Watch him set it up out of the foam, staying low and compressed, and then uncoiling at the top. The serious power hack. Sonny Garcia, Johnny Boy Gomes influence. Right here, watch the foot slip off, like Ross commented, and then the lip lands on him, explodes all around him. I thought he was disintegrated right there.
That was so Kelly Slater style. He always does that kind of stuff. Just theatrics where the judges get super psyched and throw him extra couple points. But that was a gaff right there. I mean, look at this.
Watch his back leg as his foot is blown out. And he goes down to his knee.
He laid into that so hard. That was one of the funnest turns I've had to watch this whole event. Yeah, and right there, he just got ahead of himself, and that back foot came off.
Well, he was trying to pull into the barrel right there, and he couldn't get into the lip after he slips. And he straightens out right here and just wears the wave on his back, but he's able to maintain. Look at the barrel in front of him.
Too bad,
he just missed.
Yeah, that wave was hollow. He would have got a 10.
Yeah, that was a 10 if he did that snap into the barrel.
And you're saying that if that foot didn't come out, he would have been charging that barrel.
That was his intentions.
That was it. That could have been a perfect 10 right there. Not a bad wave, a 6.50. Very great entertainment for us right here. John Florence, exceptional talent. You said a little bit of Kelly Slater, maybe a little bit of Dane Reynolds as well. He's got the best of the both guys in the lineup. He could do some magic out there.
Go ahead, Jay.
He's just John Florence. I mean, he's had so many good influences from Ross Williams to Shane Dorian to Jerry Lopez. He's on the beach at Pipeline watching so many years. And look at these beautiful trade wins. Our scoreboard out the back, ace bucking on a huge wave, but no wall. Big drop, and it didn't have the section he was looking for, unfortunately.
Well, our defending champion right now, Rayoni Monteiro, needs a 9.10. Our surfer in red is in fourth. Our surfer in yellow out of Australia, Ace Buchan, looking for an 8.93. It is Hank Gaskell with a pair of sevens, a 7.5 and a 7.0, and John Florence a 6.5. He's going to try to improve upon, and he's got an 8.57 to open things up. Well, the Hawaiians taking charge of this heat,
which is good to see because we had the opposite in the last heat. So I'm loving it that the local boys are doing good in this heat. And man, John's got me on the edge of my seat right now. I'm super psyched on that surfing, and Hank Gaskell too. You gotta love that he's just sticking to that little inside barrel section. Well, there's still 12 minutes left.
The judges, all surfers, all surf enthusiasts, they've seen it all. How do you impress them? Well, with stuff like this, they've just got unbelievable. Every move is spectacular, but they've got to micro score everything down to a tenth of a point.
Yeah,
and they've done a phenomenal job this entire heat because everything's changed up. Not only the surfers have had to handle a bunch of different conditions, they've kept everything relative heat to heat, and the right two guys have advanced. There's been a couple of guys that I wish I would scored more than that, but for the most part, these guys have done a phenomenal job. Long days.
Now the judges, the work they put in, the effort to get the scores right, the checking those replays, the head judge Richie Porta and Dave Shipley from Hawaii, they're just so passionate about surfing. It's their life. Guys from Florida, Jeff Klugel, been on the judging panel for a number of years now. I talked to him in detail at home about different things. It's like he remembers heats from Snapper all the way through the whole entire year. They wear this on their backs everywhere they go, and just a great effort from all our judges. Thank them so much.
A lot of passion out there, and again, it's an international panel representing Europe and South America, Brazil, obviously Hawaii and Australia. Jeff Klugel is our head judge for ASP North America, Jack Shipley, ASP head judge for Hawaii, and then they come from around the globe. Part of a huge panel up there, making a decision on every wave. Last two waves for Monteiro into his scoreline of 4.37 and a 5.40. But with 10 minutes and 35 seconds remaining, can the powerhouse Brazilian who won last year at Sunset Beach, defeated Julian Wilson, can he climb out of that fourth place spot?
Well, these guys are lucky that John had a little slip on this back foot because there's just a little bit of a door open still for them. But, you know, there's still lots of time left, and they're obviously some of the best surfers in the world. Raoni and Ace Buchan's been really sticking to those huge outside peaks. I don't know if it's paying off, though.
No, it hasn't. Like we were talking about different strategies, that would have been my strategy. But the one that's winning right now is Hank on the inside bowl, and then John in those more like kind of that no man's land.
He's playing both peaks.
Yeah, he's going back and forth, and he's just getting, you know, a 6.5 for that one turn.
Now remember, you've got your caddies in the lineup, right in the channel there, and as they finish away, they're telling them, hey, you might want to do this. There's plenty of talking and screaming and whistling out there in the lineup. It's a couple of waves. Raoni, his wife on the beach watching closely, and the surfer, I believe her name is Natalia, and I believe they have a little daughter. Raoni, great guy, what a pleasure. Here he goes on this macking peak out the back.
Wow, this is a cool looking wave. Let's see if it stays open for him. He's gonna have to get around this section, sort of under the lip, and look at all that wind.
It's really difficult when that wind gets under your board out there, and you think you've got a good line, and you go to change it and get down the face, and the wind gets underneath your board, and all of a sudden you're going a lot slower than you think, and you're a lot higher on the wave.
That was a groaner for Raoni. He says, okay, this peak, and if it connected to the inside, off of that inside barrel, it would have been the perfect way to do it, as opposed to just poaching the barrels. He's going for the big stuff out the back. Well, he's stepping it up, but it's just not coming to fruition on the inside. That was his fifth wave. He will try to improve on his 5.4. So if you're in fourth spot and you've got a 5.4 and a 4.37, well, you might not get the 9.1, but if you get a better score than that, it'll help your two-way total. Here's our surfer in white, Hank Gaskell, in and out.
Ace on another giant bomb out the back here. This is his third big wave in a row. Let's see if this one stands up for him on the inside. Big sort of setup carve. He's going to get around this section here. Right there, he's trying to decide whether I should hook it or get in the barrel, and he sticks to the hooks. One more big backside move here. Nice surfing there from Ace.
That's a very critical surfing, high in the lip. He had to fit in turns, but he also had to maintain his speed to get around those sections at the same time.
Ace Buchan making it look so easy, coming from the location of Oka Beach, New South Wales, about an hour north of Sydney's northern beaches, home to Ross Clark-Jones and Glenn Winton and Mark Sainsbury, Shane Powell. A lot of great surfers come from that area, and he is just making things look real easy on a very difficult wave.
See how high in the lip he got there, hanging it into the wind. And then here he cuts out of the lip, very sharp, almost breaking on his back. He's able to fit in this third turn. Just really well-read wave here by Ace Buchan.
Anything above a 5.57 will help him. An 8.93 is what he needs. There's 7 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. And there we go. With a little bit of assistance and coaching, he heads back out to the lineup and didn't get an eye on his coach. Was that Glenn?
Yes, it was. That was Glenn Micro Hall. He put on a great performance at Haleiwa as well as here at Sunset. Definitely stand out across the Prime Series.
Ironically, that you would have Glenn Hall. He has had a great run out here and a goofy putter.
Yeah, similar. They look for similar waves, similar techniques in their style, and so it's good to have someone on the same page as you because that's the way they surf their heats.
Exactly. So 7 minutes remaining, and what's going to happen here for Ace Buchan? He is going to get a score that's really going to help him out, and he's going to need well,
wow,
a lot less.
Judges dropping some pretty big scores here, and you know, they weren't the most explosive sort of lip climbing moves. They were more round and soft, but that's because the wave was big, and the judges liked it, so they threw him an 8-pointer for that. And they really, I think the judges really took into consideration the size of that wave.
Well, 8-point score, the low score of 7.7's thrown out, the high score an 8.5 for a Hawaiian judge. So
no, that was well scored there. As we look back at John Florence's 6.5 for that one maneuver, and Ace came all the way from the outside peak on a big wave. That high line, it wasn't much of a turn, but that was as hard as it gets, high lining across that dangerous lip at Sunset with so much wind under your board.
John Florence, well, it took a while, but once he got started, an 8.57 and a 6.5 that could have been a 10. He's your leader right now, and then a quick in and out for a third wave. He has been very selective in the lineup. Our surfer in blue that just recently turned 19 years of age. John, named after John Kennedy, great family, and has had a phenomenal year this year. It's just a breakout year for the 18 turning 19-year-old. In the lineup now, it's Rayoni Montero needs a 9.10. Ace Buchan needs a 6.50. Hank Gaskell in the hot seat trying to better a 7.0. And here comes the waves marching through with 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Well, if I'm caddying for Hank Gaskell, I'm screaming for him to get out the back, go ahead and get in Ace's hair and keep him off those sets because, you know, now he's sort of in the hot seat. He's in second place, he's advancing, but Ace Buchan, a 6.5 is nothing for him. So it's time to kind of switch gears, get off that inside bowl and get out there and mix it up with Ace Buchan and back up that 7.5.
Well, looking on the screen, that's exactly what he's done. You see pink and white just the inside of yellow, Ace Buchan.
Oh, look at this. A-frames on the horizon and feathering offshore winds.
Look how classic that is. That's iconic Sunset right
It
there.
really is. That's the first wave of the set. Now the second wave of the set, I think these guys are going to wear it on the head as we have a huge left going off towards Boneyards. And if they're in position to catch this shoulder or not,
that left spit was amazing.
There was somebody ducking and looking on the corner. Rayoni's now looking to the inside, and he's hoping that this next wave, well, might drain a little bit.
I like the look of this second wave. It has more wall on it, and that's going to be really good for that inside bowl. It might even set up a barrel. Let's see if someone can get it.
Oh, wow. Ace has come up with this wave. I don't know where Hank's gone, but he can't manage that whitewash foam ball takeoff. That was a great-looking wave. A 6.5 would have been easily attainable on that.
As we watch it, we mind surf like everybody on the beach saying, what would he be doing right now? Grabbing rail. Could he get spit out of there? Another crack off the top? We don't know.
Well, it's
won't
exactly
happen.
what we were talking about. When you take off prone position on some of those outside peaks, you're caught off balance, and you're just trying to get to your feet. So sometimes you just stand up where you can, and you might have a heel on the rail, and that might have happened to Ace there because he came unstuck the second he got to his feet.
That's what I was talking about kind of earlier. I've had this happen to me before. You're in that prone position, and you get to your feet, and you're on the opposite rail. He couldn't set that rail for a proper bottom turn.
They just kicked him right off. So, wow. Well, he was lucky to get the wave in the first place. I mean, we know that Hank was kind of shadowing him.
Let's see what was going on here, and I don't see Hank anywhere around him. And he was in a great spot, and he just can't handle that whitewash here as he comes out, and he's just on that inside rail trying to get to the outside, and he leans over. There's so much going on right there for Ace.
Sunset can make you look like the biggest kook. I mean, that's one of the best surfers in the world, and he just flailed out that. I mean, that was crazy.
3 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. Beautiful waves out there, but probably the most difficult place on the planet to ride if you're chasing it down. Needing his score. There's Dr. Leland Dow. He has been busy with his staff. Huge staff on hand. He has traveled the globe doing major events around the world, helping out the surfers. He himself a great surfer.
Yeah, Leland's been a staple of the North Shore community. I believe he lives near you in Haleiwa, Ross.
He does, and he has a little boy, and I see him all the time now down at Haleiwa taking his kids surfing. So, yep, passing on the tradition.
Good crowd on the beach enjoying the benefits. A lot of swag being given out. You get your Rockstar and you get your free water, courtesy of Flow Water as well, or 25 cents, and you can fill up your jug there. And then the clip bars and a variety of things going on here. If you can't make it down to the beach, you can check out the online store at triplecrownofsurfing.com. Check it out, and if you want to know what's going on and get yourself geared up for the Billabong Pipe Masters in memory of Andy Irons, you might want to check out ASPWorldTour.com to find out the standings and the scores, and keep an eye on the press releases and the rankings. The World Championship title has been decided. The Vans Triple Crown of Surfing title has not been decided, and the Pipe Masters not decided. Out the back, deep in the lineup, it's John Florence.
I can't believe he just did that. You do not get barreled on that peak out there. He drew a perfect line from behind the peak on the left, and now he's just going to finish it up with a number of carves. We are going to look at one of the highest scoring waves of the entire competition right here. This is just a great performance from John.
A minute and 33 seconds remaining, and John Florence did something, and Randy's over here too. I've only seen Tom Kern do it a couple of times. That laid up takeoff and getting totally closed up and then exiting.
Well, here we go. This replay. He took off right under the pocket. I mean, that's like something you do on a 4-foot wave at backdoor, let alone an 8-foot wave out on the west peak there.
You could see his competitors thought, no way is he going to draw that line through the tube. They were ready to take off on him.
That wave was literally breaking when he was still standing up to his feet. Lots of strong trade winds in there, so he was really smart to kind of stick to this Larry layback type of turn there to stay on the wave. Look at that, getting really stylish there. Look at this late drop.
Guys, we got 110, already dropped.
Brazilian judge, 110. He was so quick on that. We've got 4 more judges.
I love how he sort of stood up straight, and the wave just let him out. I mean, that was just meant to be.
Australian judge from Byron Bay at 10.
And he really stuck to it. With all that wind, he could have got blown out the back, but he read it perfectly. Watch this little layback snap right here. That was smart surfing, and that barrel was legit. That was a 9.83.
Well, there you go. A 9.7, a 9.7, a 9.8, and a couple of 10s in there. That's what judges are for. That's why you have 5 judges. Boy.
I got to catch my breath. This has been a tremendous event here at Sunset. It's so good to just be back here in a big prime event and challenging big conditions. We've seen so many beach break aerials. See this at Sunset, big waves, and John Florence putting on a show.
John Florence, the second best wave we've seen in 4 days of competition. He posts an 8.57 and a 9.83. Dominant. He combos the field, but, well, fellow Hawaiian gets through as well. Hank Gaskell with a 7.5 and a 7.0. Well, we're going to move on into 15-minute break here, and we've got the introductions to the finals. And also, I believe we're going to see a demonstration as well in the lineup. We're going to bring Randy Rarick in. The Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Stop number 2, the Jewel. It is still happening here at Sunset Beach. A 35-minute final coming up. Oh my gosh, Raymond Monteiro, big smile on his face, and Monteiro.
Yeah, Raymond, our last year's champion, just getting ousted by the Hana Hank there, Maui Boy, and John. I am almost speechless. That was the highest score, highest total score of the whole contest so far, with that 9.83 there from John.
And the goofy footer, Adrian Ace Buck, an 8.0, but couldn't better his 5.57. It's Buchan with a 13.57 to Gaskell's 14.50. Gaskell into the final. John Florence into the final. They'll meet Michelle Perez and Adam Melling. It doesn't get any better than this. Stick around. We're going to have a quick break, and we'll be back with the finals.
I'm Roy Powers. Come ride with us.
I don't think there's any other wave in the world quite like it. It's big, huge barrels, and it's pretty unpredictable.
For the first, I think, 10 years or so, they didn't even count it if you went right. You had to go left to win the contest. Check out the final, Gus.
And welcome back to the Vans World Cup of Surfing here at Sunset Beach. One more heat to go, a 35-minute final. It'll be Michelle Perez, Adam Melling, John Florence, Hank Gaskell. Stick around. There'll be a presentation on the stage. And Randy Rarick, you've got to be absolutely thrilled. This has been one of the most entertaining and dynamic events we've seen over the last couple of decades here at Sunset Beach.
Well, Dave, it's a really good way to wrap up the second jewel of Triple Crown, the Vans World Cup of Surfing. What a variety of conditions. We had big, wild and woolly surf. We had classic surf building through today. And to come to the final, it's offshore. It's 8 to 10 foot at sunset. This is exactly the way we want to finish the contest up. We just saw John Florence there in the semifinal get almost a perfect wave, so couldn't ask for much more. So yeah, we're really happy. The Vans Triple Crown of Surfing this year, presented by Rockstar, really off to a small start at Haleiwa and shifting gears, going big here at Sunset, and looking forward to a great final. So it's going to be fun.
Real quick, Sion Molosky, a community man, a family man on the North Shore, and a great charger.
Oh yeah, Sion, and I think you'll be able to explain to the listening audience about the Molosky medal, and that's going to be kind of coming up here.
Well, let's do it right now. Take a look. Sion Molosky, you want to live like Sion. He did it right.
Wow, that's Sion. He's the guy that rides the biggest waves in the world and paddles into them. I was beside myself.
I knew that I would surf that much better just because of his presence. Because I knew if I wouldn't do it, he was going to do it.
He had been doing it for a long time, really living an ordinary life of just construction, family, being a good dad.
He was like a working class hero, you know. He'd go to work when he has to go to work.
But then when it would get massive, he'd see the deepest sky and just charging the gnarliest waves.
Sai really left a really big mark and impact. Such a nice guy and solid guy and just fearless.
I'm Brett Morimoto. I had the honor to be Sion Molosky's shaper. Very happy to announce that this winter there's going to be 2 awards given out. And the first one is going to be the Sion Molosky Medal Award. Vans and Surfing Magazine have put together an award which is going to give an award out to the surfer who embodies the spirit of what Sion did when he was in the lineup surfing here in Hawaii. And it's going to go out to the best surfer who shows commitment to big waves, of course, aloha spirit, taking care of your family, your ohana, and just your overall surfing performance throughout the winter. The surfer that wins this award is going to receive a Sion Malowski handcrafted medal, $5,000, and there will also be $5,000 donated to the Sion Malowski Memorial Fund. Second award is the Steep and Deep Live Like Sion Award.
Last year we lost a brother, a really good friend. His wife Susie came up with this idea of doing something for Cy, like, you know, just to hold him up on our shoulders, keep him here in spirit. She came up with this Steep and Deep challenge. Whoever goes the steepest and the deepest and the biggest is a good idea. We just need the waves to cooperate now.
Well, I'll tell you, if that doesn't bring tears to your eyes, that is just such a tragic loss right there for the North Shore and for the entire surfing community around the world. Just a phenomenal human being. But Vans and Surfing Magazine putting that together. You can read all about it. Check them out online. I believe there's a lot of noise down below, but Team Wavejet is out here. I think there's going to do a quick paddle out. CJ Macias, I believe, is with Garrett McNamara. They've got some giveaways going on, and obviously people love giveaways. They're going to the stage right there. This Wavejet is a pretty amazing thing, and what I've been told, the lifeguards love it. When you take a look at a lifeguard Jeep, yeah, you've got a personal watercraft that's great for use, but if you've got a surfboard that can motorize, that's clean propulsion for an hour, you really be able to save a lot of lives. And Garrett McNamara was explaining how great these wave jets are, and we'll probably see him instituted at various lifeguard units around the globe, because if you've got to paddle out by yourself on a surfboard, well, you might as well have the propulsion of Wavejet.
Yeah, the Wavejet thing, we teamed up with them, and you can see the orange tent there. And Garrett's their main big wave rider. He's actually got a Waimea gun designed to surf big waves, and Corey Lopez got some small wave boards. But like you said, the lifeguards are really stoked on this because it's a way to get out in the lineup, and it can be used as a rescue vehicle as well. So longboard, shortboard, Wavejet's really going to go work. And the North Shore lifeguards just tested them out today, and they love them. It's going to be really, like I said, a good tool for lifeguarding. But what's going to be even better, Dave, is with Wavejet, if you're in a heat, you can get back out in the lineup twice as fast than if you were to paddle. So it's going to be interesting. And we are going to have a demonstration of the Wavejet, not only here at Sunset. We've got Garrett paddling out right now. And we're going to be having, during the Pipe Masters, between the semis and the finals, we'll be having a display as well.
Well, it'll be very interesting. They go about 7 miles per hour, which is basically about what you can paddle at top speed. About 7 miles per hour. It's Bluetooth on your wrist, so you can turn it on, turn it off, and if you lose your board, it's Bluetooth, so if it goes within, you're going to use a leash, but if it gets away from you, the engine will shut off. So great job. Thank you for Team Wavejet.
Yeah, it's like a little gear shift on your wrist. So.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's like a NASCAR thing. Okay, there it goes. Garrett's down on the beach, and you can see the bottom of the board. You can see the Wavejet propulsion system. So Garrett with his gun.
And then that is CJ from Florida, I believe, Macias, and he's got the longboard.
Yeah, that's, I think, Steve Walden-shaped longboard. I've actually ridden the boards, and they're really fun to ride just as a regular board, but then you put the Wavejet propulsion system. Now watch how fast these guys get outside. They're going to dial them in, and then normally it takes you about 5 to 7 minutes to paddle out to the back of the lineup. Let's time this, and then we'll talk about some other stuff, and we'll see how fast they go. Now look at Garrett. You can see him there. He's not even paddling. The Wavejet propulsion system is taking him out, and CJ's not even having to paddle either. It's pretty. There they go.
Okay, as they paddle out in the lineup, we're going to keep a watch on them. Let's take a look at one of our finalists. His name is Adam Melling, the 26-year-old from Lennox Head, New South Wales, Australia. Road to the final for Lord Adam.
All right, Adam Melling, he's taken the early lead now in the Triple Crown ratings with Taj Burrows going out. Adam was in the final at Haleiwa, and here he is at Sunset Beach qualifying for the final of the World Cup of Surfing. So Adam is now the early leader as we go into the second leg, and if he wins this, he'll take a much more substantial lead. But you can see what he did getting through the round of 32. And I talked to Adam earlier, and he said, I just want to make the podium, and if I can make the Triple Crown thing, that would be amazing.
Well, guess what? If the Reef Hawaiian Pro a second place results, he's number 29 in the world rankings. Well, looking for another huge result today, he'll climb up and maybe solidify his spot on the World Championship Tour. Adam Melling, really great reactions out here.
Yeah, you look at it, he really is confident, and he's powerful too. He doesn't hold back. He just charges it like they're little tiny waves, and he's really comfortable. We saw him in the small waves at Haleiwa, but here at Sunset, he's been just jamming it, and he's in the final.
Well, on the radar since the 2004 Bells Beach Pro Junior Champion, and Adam Melling now a veteran of 2 years on the World Championship Tour, number 29 in that title race, but number 29 in the world ranking, making things happen. You don't want to go to Sunset Beach needing a result, but he's done it. At Haleiwa, second, and now at least a fourth.
At least a fourth, and like I said, that's going to vault him into the lead on the Triple Crown rankings. Taj Burrow had the early lead after the first event, but now with 2 finals under his belt, Adam Melling will be taking the lead.
Well, he signed some autographs. He'll be signing a lot. Okay, it looks like they've made the lineup at least out to the beyond the inside bowl, Randy.
Yeah, and look at them. They're not even really paddling. It's pretty cool. The wave jet just kind of pulling them along. They're just at seven knots in.
JD says 1 minute and 30. Everybody else in the truck saying, okay, 1 minute 30 seconds, and they're motoring.
Yeah. I mean, you can see, look at CJ just sitting there. He's not even paddling. He's just cruising on out at 7 knots and getting out there. So the whole idea of the wave jet propulsion system is to save you some time, be potentially a lifeguard.
Rescue. It could be your rescue surfboard that would obviously help you out, especially if you're solo trying to get way out the back. And once you maybe helped out a victim in the lineup. And there's a lot of models. And there's actually a model, a bodyboarding model. I didn't realize that, but it seems to entertaining from bodyboarding to the big guns. And we've got a longboard model out there in the lineup. And
yeah, I love this. Look at these guys. They're not even paddling, and they're just motoring right out into the lineup. And like I said, it usually takes between 5 to 7 minutes to get out the lineup. They're already out there in about 2 minutes. So it definitely is a help.
So 2 little impellers, 2 jets, Bluetooth operated on your wrist, and motoring about 7 miles per hour, and it can last at full speed for about an hour.
Sound like a little NASCAR, gear shift on your wrist. You go, first gear, second gear, and away you go.
I think so. Well, let's see if they're going to ride away. But Ace Buchan is in the lineup, and as they shuttle surfers into the lineup to get ready to go for our finals.
Yeah, we'll be doing an introduction here with Bo Hodge on the stage shortly.
Well, no, Ace Buchan obviously has yet to come in, so he's playing it smart if that's really Ace out in the lineup. They're going to catch some waves. Let's go down to Bo Hodge right now for the finals and the introduction to our finalists for the Vans World Cup of Surfing. Bo Hodge, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for our 4 finalists at this year's 2011 Vans World Cup of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy. Let's meet our 4 finalists before we send them out. The winner is going to receive $40,000 in the valuable prize of 6-star prime points and leader of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, because we have 3 heavy hitters out here in the final. First up, he just lives down the road in the yellow jersey. Put your hands together for North Shore Zone, John Florence. John, congratulations. You made the semifinals at Haleiwa, now the finals at Sunset. You are in contention for the Vans Triple Crown title. How are you feeling going into this final?
I'm feeling really good. The waves are fun, and yeah, it's going to be fun.
Well, good luck to you.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Hawaii Zone, John Florence. Next up, from the beautiful Valley Isle on Maui, put your hands together for ASB Hawaii Regional Champion, Mr. Hank Gaskell. Hank, you've won the 2009 XL Pro, and you won the Sponsor Me event back in January of this event. You find yourself in the final, probably of the biggest Sunset event, the World Cup of Surfing, brought to you by Vans. How does this feel to make this final?
It feels really good. I don't know. This is a dream come true. I'm happy to be up here with these guys and really excited for this hit.
Well, all the best to you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Hank Gaskell in blue. Next up in the red jersey, he hails from Tahiti. He's won the Reef Hawaiian Pro a couple of years back. He's one of the world's best surfers. Put your hands together for Michel Perez. Michel, congratulations, a semifinal, just like John at Haleiwa, and now a final. You are one of the top contenders for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. What would it mean for you to win the Vans Triple Crown?
Oh, it means a lot, you know. That's what I'm here for. It's just to try to win the Triple Crown, so I do my best, yeah.
Well, you've won Haleiwa. Good luck here at Sunset.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Tahiti, in the red jersey, Michel Perez. Last but not least, in the white jersey, the lone Australian in the final. Put your hands together for Mr. Adam Melling. Adam, back-to-back finals. You have now passed Taj Burrow. You are now the point leader of the Triple Crown of Surfing. But Michel and John can pass you. How does it feel to lead the Triple Crown heading into this final of the Vans World Cup of Surfing?
It feels awesome, you know. That's what I want to do my whole life, you know, since I've been coming to Hawaii. And I got some tough components out here, competitors to try and beat, so it's going to be fun. Hopefully we get some waves to the final.
We definitely have waves. Good luck to you. Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Adam Melling. One more time for John Florence, Hank Gaskell, Michel Perez, and Adam Melling. Gentlemen, we're going to assist you out in the water one more time for our four finalists. $40,000 and the lead of the Triple Crown is online here at Sunset Beach. Back up to you guys in the booth.
All right, so thank you both. We'll have a count now for a 35-minute final. All right, guys, hold on. We got more flip bars. You guys hungry for flip bars?
Well, we are set to go. We're going to take them out on the ski. Ace Buchan, he's a smart guy. He's going to stay out in the lineup with his jersey on and surf. But John Florence will be wearing yellow. Let's take a look at Michel Perez. He's had some great success here in Hawaii. He is 25 years of age, and he is one powerhouse they call the Spartan.
There's that big Tahitian smile from Michel Perez. Look at him manhandling those two peaks coming together in this early morning heat. It's a lot more bump in the early morning, and he was attacking the lip all day here. Great performance from our Tahitian surfer. Looking strong for the final, coming up very soon. Unbelievable tube rides. Watch the step as he comes out of this barrel. Whew. Sucking it up there, our Tahitian surfer, Michel Perez. Big smiles. Here's that water angle, Ross.
Wow, that wave was just absolutely draining. I love that little step he had to do a little air off of. Definitely a standout. And there's that Tahitian flare we're talking about.
Yeah, definitely very critical out here, throwing his body around. Very reminiscent of Poto David.
I'm sure Poto would have a smile on his face if he heard that, so hopefully you're listening. But hopefully everyone's listening down there in Tahiti, because they got a man to root for in Michel Perez.
Really cool to see his road to the finals here, and this is his quarterfinals. The sun came out, the trade started blowing, and he just kept powering through. He's not losing anything in those turns as he looks committed to this final.
Yeah, second place result there in the round of 32. Marching through, you don't need to win every heat, and you just need to beat two other surfers.
Well, his type of surfing suits this wave. He's just so strong. What's his nickname, Shay?
The Spartan.
The Spartan. I mean, he just is out there to destroy.
You can see him destroying these lips, making it happen at Sunset. What do you have to do, whether you get on the best wave of the day and get a perfect barrel, or you have to milk these turns all the way through that inside section.
Love that last snap.
And he is waiting for his jet ski assist into the lineup. No paddling out for him, or maybe his caddy as well. Going to jump on a ski as they start delivering the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Going to deliver our guys into the lineup for a 35-minute final. So, Michel Perez and Adam Melling will be up against two Hawaiians. And that one Hawaiian's been getting some great waves. Unfortunately, I believe an equal fifth. We're watching another surfer in yellow out there getting some good waves. Ace Buchan just kind of releasing, right? Just staying in the lineup and having some fun with Garrett McNamara.
It's pristine Sunset right now. 6 foot and a couple bigger sets. And if I was Ace, I'd stay out till that final started, because you're not going to get a chance like this on a normal day to have the lineup to yourself. As here he gets another wave.
No,
that's his caddy.
The beach is buzzing. I mean, I just walked down there for a few minutes. Everyone's claiming it right now. I mean, this is a classic sunset. This is one of the better days of competition we've seen in a long, long time.
That would be Hank Gaskell on your screen. And there's a lot of people pulling for Hank here on the beach. And our two Hawaiians, John Flores and Hank, two of the nicest guys. And so many people have come down. So many in the local community have come down to support their Hawaiian surfers.
Well, I love that the jet skis are helping them back out there, because they deserve that little bit of a break. And it takes a while to get back out there on your own paddling power. Maybe 7 minutes, and that'll be all that energy, that they can save out there for surfing.
Well, we're not only seeing a couple of surfers from the last heat, we're seeing the caddies out there, and it's time to poach.
Yeah, we have been seeing a little bit of poaching.
Yeah, well, John Florence at the age of 18 started things off really strong at the beginning of the year, winning the Vulcan Pipeline Pros. Things got better and better. Here he is, and here at Sunset Beach, you think, well, he's only a Eokai Beach guy. He's a pipeline guy. He's a backdoor guy. No, Sunset Beach, he's delivered.
Look at him handling those sections out there, Ross.
This highlight reel right here, it's got me stuttering. I mean, I'm just a full-blown groupie right now for John. I got my pom-poms out. John on both pom-poms. So John, go. He's just ripping. He's definitely been the man to beat, I think, so far out here, which is a big claim because everyone's ripping, but I don't know, he just got a little more edge.
It's a huge claim, being only 18 years old. We've seen him in these events for a number of years and having mixed results. This year at 18, he's a man now.
Yeah. Having a birthday just recently, October 18th, now 19. He's a veteran at 19. Guess what? He's got 3 of the best 10 heat scores, 2-wave heat scores, and 2 of the best 10 individual scores. Just uncanny the way he rides the wave.
Yeah, it's amazing how he combines power with that skill of getting under the hook and getting barreled. And, one of John's main go-to moves is a big air. And, you're not going to see any of that out here at Sunset. So really versatile kid here.
Shea, I see him kind of playing with the wave. A lot of people are out there. It's survival, it's speed, it's intensity, and he plays with this wave.
He really does, Dave. And look at this high line through that barrel. This is incredible for him to maintain his feet. It's just all that water came down around him, and then do about 4 more carves on this wave. And this is the second highest scoring wave of the entire competition here. And this is the semifinal. I believe 9.73, guys.
Yeah, I think it was maybe even a little touch higher, 9.8. But yeah, for him to read that wind on that wave, he stayed just under the lip, and just such a smart competitor. I can't believe he's only 18 years old.
19.
19.
We got it. Just had a birthday, and I don't think Kelly Slater was surfing Sunset Beach like this when he was 18 or 19.
John Florence, the last time he was on the water, 18.40. His 2-wave total, advancing through with Hank Gaskell with that 14.50. Now they meet Michelle Perez and Adam Melling, who's had a chance to relax a little bit more. But take a look. Hank, 25 years of age, lots of experience, 2 wins out here. And for John Florence at 19, youthful energy will take on 26-year-old Adam Melling and 25-year-old Michelle Perez.
This is a dynamic heat here, and even though I'm kind of freaking out on John, Adam Melling, I'm just a huge fan of everyone. Adam Melling's been ripping so far, probably the most technically sound surfer out there, and then you have Hannah Hank, who's just been hounding those crazy barrels, and probably going to be the crowd favorite, so this is a really cool heat here.
And we are underway. 35 minutes, we're on the clock right now for the Vans World Cup of Surfing, live from Sunset Beach. Wherever you are in the world, stay with us. We know it's late in Europe. And look at the lines to the horizon, and it's groomed with this quartering offshore winds. Air temp, 85, water temp, at least 80 degrees, and here comes Hannah Hank.
Just getting stuck behind there, Shea, and pressing the eject button.
Yeah, he caught one of those inside balls, and he started off in great form in his semifinal heat with a 7 and 7.5 before anyone really had anything. But out the back on a big clean set, there is John Florence.
John Florence, our surfer, wearing the yellow singlet. Huge gapping drop wallet move on a wave where you just want to make the section, just playing with the surf here at Sunset. What happened?
Well, showing that he's human. I mean, I almost got mad after that first turn. That was ridiculous. A lot of power for such a skinny kid. But yeah, that wave, unfortunately for him, just kind of hit that deep water.
Yeah, that first turn, and we saw his highlight package. And it seems to be, as he gets more comfortable with his board and then waves, every turn he's pushed a little harder, and this might have been his best carve of the entire event as he yanks it back into the pocket here. So strong, both arms behind the back into the wall.
I mean, that was flagrant. That was just a pure hack right there. Just showing that he's human right here, coming unstuck.
Yeah, it backed down in the channel and he tried to turn a little too much there. But the damage was done on that first turn. He's going to get a good score just from that first hack. That's his mom.
I agree. Yeah, there's the mom. And he's got a lot of supporters down here.
Mom John.
Mom John, who's a good surfer too. Yeah, she's a stylish longboarder. I see her in the water all the time.
Alex Florence in there in the group watching three boys that are all so amazingly talented. They're on the Vans team, all three of them.
Yes, they are. You can see them and getting Classic Volume 1 and working hard on getting Classic Volume 2 right now.
Well, the list of heroes that have surfed and made this event. Yes, Mark Richards, we mentioned that he won in 75. Ian Cairns, 76. Sean Thompson representing South Africa in 77. Buzzy Kerbox, two-time winner. Mark Richards then won again in 79. Ian Cairns again. Dane Kealoha. Just the legends. This is a legendary location. Deep in the lineup, surfer in red, Michel Perez with a huge cover.
Oh, he made it to the end of that, but unfortunately that wave just had a big old wonk on it and it knocked him off his board. But whoa, he read that wave perfectly.
Ross, he did. He was pumping hard on a big board. You can see on this replay, you look at how much he's having to move that board to maintain his speed in his line. Look at those big pumps. That's hard to do on a board of that length. And here, he comes through this section, and I thought he might have a chance, but at Sunset Beach,
look at that.
How close did he get, Ross?
He got to the end. He powered through that, but just too much water.
No chandelier there. There was a section there about 10 feet across that took him out, but look at him running high speed.
He went a lot further than most guys. I mean, that's really strength he's showing to get to right there. And then just too much water in the middle of that barrel. You need that thing to be hollow, not filled with water, and he just got knocked down.
If anyone was going to get through it, it was a Spartan. He came dangerously close.
Opening scores, well, first wave for John Florence in at a 6.0. Out the back, surfer in blue, Hank Gaskell getting a little shampoo.
Yeah, Hank's sticking to that inside bowl, and he's a cagey competitor. He loves that little, you know, it's so quick. You can get in and out, get a couple of sixes or even sevens, and then you can go out and be patient.
Yeah, it worked well in his previous heats. He's sticking to that strategy. He's had a lot of experience, former winner at Sunset Beach. Great to see him just putting into everybody here, the big name competitors. Has a sponsor now, local. 40 grand in his pocket, that could make a great start to his year. Get on the tour again.
Well, trivia time. Who was the last Hawaiian to win this event? We do have a couple of Hawaiians in the lineup. Last Hawaiian to win this event, and this is not for anything, it's just for our boys right here. I'll give you a hint. Usually drives a big truck. He won $66,000 at the age of 18. Yeah. Makua Rothman, last Hawaiian. Yeah, he did. 2007. And why? Well, C.J. Hobgood, Joel Parkinson, Rayoni Montero winning the most recent as we are into a 37th year for the World Cup of Surfing. Vans bringing you this event. Here we go, Surfer in Red, looking at this. And it is our surfer, Michel Perez. Ooh, big turn off the top. And
yeah, big turn, but not sure I like that wave selection. That was kind of a fat little inside one.
Yeah, Ross, that's that no man's land between the two peaks we talked about.
Right. Sometimes you can waste your energy, waste time taking off in a wave like that, but nonetheless, he threw a big old hack as we see some frisky ladies on the beach.
Frisky, that's a perfect word there, Ross. Hey, you know, 35-minute final. We're down now to closing in on 30 minutes. These guys have had a long day. They've been in the lineup, well, for over an hour and a half just today alone.
Well, I don't know about you, Shay, but this has kind of got me freaked out. I might have to go get in the water after this. We've seen all this good surfing, and the swell is just on tap. I mean, there's just line after line out there.
It's a beautiful view from our vantage point high in the scaffolding. Right there, earlier round competitors, friends and family, all the Maui boys out to support us, support everybody in this competition. And Maui's really come up strong here today.
Hank Gaskell closest to the channel right there, working that inside bowl. The 25-year-old has posted a .87 and a 3.93. And he is sticking to his guns there for that inside bowl. Right to his right is Michel Perez, who has a 2.50, and it looks like another modest score coming through. But out the back, he's got a 3.40 for a second wave Perez. But out the back, well, keep an eye on Adam Melling and John Florence. Here we go with John.
This looks like kind of a weird wave here. Well, he's going to get under the barrel there, and he might back it up with a big old hack. Wow, I mean, I didn't like that wave, but he made the most of it. I mean, that was giant.
He is reading this lineup to perfection as he found a barrel where not many surfers would be looking.
John Florence, local boy. You'd know him at Pipeline, yeah, but let's take a look at his record here at Sunset Beach. He has surfed a couple of times. In 2005, actually, as a youngster, he got in at 151, yeah, as a preteen, and then 33rd in 2009, a 7th place in 2010. Take a look from the water.
It was stretching out far into the channel. It almost looked like it was going to close out on him, and it was close in on the point, that Sunset Point section he found, and got a nice barrel, and I love that layback hack carve he did.
Yeah, he still has that little reminiscent style that from when he was 12 years old. You can still see it with that little bit of a broken arm in the front, almost like a Shane Dorian, where he's got that little bit of a hinge in his elbow. And you know, that wave wasn't that great, but he's surfing so good that he made a score out of it.
And he does the wraparound paddle pretty easy. Good point, yeah, from Sunset Point all the way to the inside, now wrapping out, and he is approaching Hank Gaskell where he is sitting for that inside bowl section. But there's waves out the back. Michelle Perez and Adam Melling are looking for something bigger and better out the back.
Look how pretty it is out here today.
One of the best days of the winter on the North Shore. The swell is groomed to perfection. Cleanest I've seen the lineup.
Well, Adam Melling sees something here and isn't shifting over to the point, and is it too deep for him. 2-3 waves on the horizon.
Well, as we see all these lumps coming in straight from the west, I'll tell you who's also really happy is everyone down for the next contest at Pipe, because this westerly swell direction is going to clean a lot of that sand out.
And kind of turning around and repositioning himself as Hank Gaskell. Your leader right now, John Florence, with a 6.0 and a 4.83. He's wearing yellow. Here we go with our surfer in white, second wave from Melling.
That trademark forehand hack that he has there. Gets a little squirrely on that second turn coming unstuck, but you gotta love that almost Mick Fanning-like snap that he does. It's just no effort.
Yeah, he's a very powerful surfer. You can see this wave on the replay. I thought he was going to pull in on the start here, but he races out in front of it and gets on the open face, really high up in the lip, carving back to the pocket. Here's where he goes for the serious attack, layback hack, and it almost comes down with this somehow. He's been making the impossible all day.
Yeah, he looks really confident. I think he likes that board, and he's been kind of surfing as hard as he wants to. So, you know, Adam Melling loving his equipment.
Full-time pro running and gunning since 2005. Adam Melling looking at his results. 2007, 2009, 17th place results, and then last year a 25th. Obviously now he is our leader in the band's Triple Crown of surfing, and he's looking for a top result here. Your leader, however, is John Florence, wearing yellow, looking to replace a 4.83, trying to take the lead, needing a 7.43 is Michelle Perez in red. Where is he? And here he is.
Right on cue. There, go ahead, Shay.
Well, this is a good-looking wave, Ross.
Oh, tucking under the lip there. Beautiful barrel. The crowd goes wild. Let's see if he can get another one. Just getting a little high there. Almost stuck between wanting to hit the lip and just up and out.
I got to tell you, this crowd is lit up. This is a very vocal crowd on the beach watching. It looks like there's a lot of Tahitians there.
It could be.
I mean, there's a lot of them down on the beach.
Yeah, they got really vocal on that last barrel there. Let's see a replay. And check this out. He read it perfectly. You could see his eyes looking down the line and pulls right up underneath it. Comes straight out clean, and you can see right here he's stuck between thinking I want to hit the lip and oh no, I'm out of here, and pulls out the back.
It's kind of a high line in and out for the 25-year-old Tahitian. Now his score looking to at least post something better than the 3.40. Needs a 7.43 to overtake our leader John Florence. 24 minutes and 50 seconds remain on the clock. Adam Melling, a couple of scores in his scoreline. He finds himself in fourth and needs an 8.26. Hank Gaskell needs a 6.90. The scores to take over our leader, but it's early going right now. Miles Paddock and Pancho Sullivan, these guys know the lineup.
Shakas, double shakas there. Yeah, is Miles also caddying for John? Do you know?
I have no idea. I know that he's out there, and look at this. Perez back into the barrel again. The Tahitian crowd loving it as they're starting to see him fly across and unable to make that in-section barrel.
But he makes the most of every wave, even if it's a closeout. He seems to go that much further than anybody else could imagine.
What we need right now is, I love the effort, but we need some sets, because when those waves are a little bit on the smaller side, it just gets, the water gets a little too deep for it and it's pinching. So if we get some of these barrel attacks, on a bigger wave, then we'll see that barrel open up for him.
He's been so close to 2 excellent scores. Both waves getting barrels at the start, pumping through to the end section, and just shutting down on them both waves and really going for it in this final.
Running and gunning, Perez with a 5.80. Now to overtake John Florence, he needs a 5.04. They can catch 15 waves. It's their best 2 scores, their best top 2 scores that will decide a winner here. And $40,000 in prize money. That'll buy you a nice dinner at Lele's. Or I'll leave at Joe's.
Yeah, sure.
Or
anywhere you want.
Grill. Or, I mean, even
Jameson's.
I mean, there's so many great places to eat here. It's going to be party time tonight on the North Shore, isn't it?
Call all your friends, too, because you can afford it if you win this contest.
40 grand going to the winner here at the Advanced World Cup of Surfing, this prime event on the World Tour.
Well, last one was a 2.27, but a great run. When the judges are still giving scores for what you're doing on the wave, although there hasn't been a really perfect ending for Michel Perez. He has been going to town out there. Here comes another A-frame peak. He's moving back into position. We're expecting Adam Melling or John Florence to pick something up here real soon. And in position it is, and pulling out.
I think it was Adam Melling had a look at that, but I love this afternoon golden light with all this offshore wind here. It looks like a lot of lines coming in right now.
Did you see how deep John Florence is in the lineup?
He shifted to more on that Sunset Point peak. It's gotten a lot cleaner. The tide is dropping, and this afternoon it's just cleaning up so perfectly. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 9+ tube ride coming during this heat. As these bigger sets, like you said earlier, they really draw the water off the reef and suck out.
Look where he's paddling, and look at the wave that's coming on him. Well, it's going to hit him on the head. Watch this, out the back, that wave right there. Look for the little spot in yellow. He's going to make it to the corner here and avoid that's basically an avalanche.
Yeah, it's deceiving from here on the beach. It looked like that was on his head, but he was just over enough. But I like where he's at. He's in that position to be, if a wave comes, he's on it. Here he goes. He has a look at that one. That's kind of the wave you want. You want those medium ones that set up on the reef. Some of the big ones that have all that energy outside, by the time they get in, they get a little mushy. So I like what John's doing. He's out there, he's staying busy, and he's already in the lead.
There's a little warble on the face of that wave, and there's a lot of wind blowing up.
Yes, it is. And I also like where the position John is in the lineup. With the swell kind of tapering off here in the afternoon, there will be fewer and fewer waves lining up in that channel inside Sunset Bowl, and it will be starting to shift more to the Sunset Point lineup.
Looking at the clock, 21 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. The crowd, well, the Tahitians are standing and cheering, and you know what? Sometimes it does help when you got your posse cheering and the judges can hear.
Right.
It's all about emotion, isn't it?
Good call. Yeah, the judges, that they can hear it. They don't have earmuffs on, so if the whole beach just goes bananas, that could definitely maybe influence a point or two. As we see another nice westerly peak marching in, and let's see if John or one of the other guys can get in there.
This wave looks better. This has a good chance for John to be in the right spot.
You might even see him tuck in on the outside, but look at it. Here goes John.
There he is. He's been waiting for a crazy takeoff.
He's going to go straight up. That wind kind of getting the best of him. Looking almost hung on there, but
that wave really fattened up on him and didn't draw enough water off the reef. Now on the second wave of the set, look for Adam Melling, but not the wave he wants either.
Where's Hank Gaskell? Hank's on the corner pocket. Watch out. Here comes Hannah Hank, the surfer in blue, in the barrel.
Look at Hank just sticking to that theory on the inside, tucking into another little barrel there. Sweet little cutback. And what are the judges going to give that? I mean, it was a pretty cool little barrel.
And he read that so perfectly, was able to stall and compress himself into a little ball and ride back in the foam ball right into the channel in a nice clean cutback. It's so smooth and so clean.
I mean, that barrel wasn't huge, but what he's doing, his theory, if he does get one of those kind of gnarlier, more hollowed out waves on the inside, that's going to be a giant score. So, I mean, his theory, he's going to live or die by it, it looks like.
Look at his stall job, just putting himself in the only place you can find a barrel in that wave. And perfectly out of the shoulder, beautiful clean style, wrapping cutback. A lot of comparisons to him and Parkinson.
And the judges are going to take note of exactly that size of the wave here from the water angle.
I love that. Look how small he got, and then it opens up and he stands tall. So that was a sweet water shot there from Hank Gaskell.
Yeah, you can really tell from the water angle what he's doing in the barrels. That wave breathed twice on him, and he compressed and stood up as it breathed on him.
Huge swell coming through, and the swells are morphing and warbling on this reef, coming in at different angles. Big open ocean swells, and it looks like we're going to end with a high note. 18 minutes and 44 seconds remaining. Everybody's got at least 3 waves to their account. And for John Florence, he's trying to improve on a 4.83 specifically. Then Michel Perez needs a 5.04. Gaskell looking for a 6.90. He's not going to get it on that wave, but he's easily going to replace his top score. Always trying to improve on it. Gaskell into the hunt, a 5.03. So now Hank Gaskell could take the lead with a 5.81. Adam Melling, though, falling behind. He doesn't have anything better than the 2.57. Adam needing an 8-point ride or better to make the big jump.
I can't tell you how nerve-wracking it is for the other 3 competitors. They know that Hank Gaskell's on that inside bowl and just capable of getting one of those waves that drain for him. So, you know, their ears are probably perked up at all times, like wondering, hey, man, did Hank pick off one in there? What's going on?
Well, shout out to our European audience watching right now. It's probably about 2:48 in the morning watching, and then down in Cape Town, South Africa, 3:48, I believe. It's just late night in Europe.
On a Friday.
And we've got a lot of people online watching. Appreciate everybody for tuning in to this final day. Well, it's tomorrow. It's 9:48 in the morning for those Aussies over in Perth watching this. Well, we do have a surfer representing Australia in the lineup. It's Adam Melling. He needs to get going.
And there's plenty more lines coming to the lineup, and plenty more girls coming to check out the action. A lot of John fans on the beach with the ladies.
Watch out, there is a surfer in blue that's in good position. Adam Melling trying to get over to this peak. Can he get it? Take a look. Here's Adam Melling deep in the lineup.
This is Hank's peak right here. And
Hank's
look at
got
this.
it.
This is that dangerous wave I was telling you about for the other guys. Really sick pit there. You can see all that spit. Big old carve there for Hank. Uh-oh. You know, his theory's paying off.
It is paying off in space, and we saw this set coming out of the channel, and it missed the other competitors in the lineup, and Hank was perfectly in the zone.
That's what he was waiting for.
Well, Melling tried. Melling couldn't get to it. Now he sits in position, but Hank Gaskell keeps chipping away at it. Will he better his 5.03? He needs a 5.81 to jump up.
I can't sit still. I'm psyched right now. That's going to be a big score for Hank. And outside, there's just line after line after line. So everyone's going to get a shot at it here.
That score is going to be above that 5 he needs, so he's going to jump into the lead and put the pressure on the other competitors sitting way out in the lineup. And here's that replay as you see him just perfectly slot underneath the lip, almost extends out on that takeoff, spits behind him, and gets out on the shoulder with a nice, beautiful wrapping cutty. She's like wave after wave he's doing that.
And another layback snap. Check this out.
That was good to get that second maneuver in. A tube ride, a cutback. Oh, look at this water shot.
Right there, he falls onto his inside rail, a la like a backdoor move, and just stands straight up. Too easy for Hank. And, you know, I'm a little surprised that he came unstuck in that third turn. That could be crucial for that extra, you know, maybe 1.5 that he needed.
Yeah, that's the big difference in your scores out there between a 6.5 and an 8 or a 6 and a 7.5. That can make the difference at the end of this heat.
We did see a wave for Michel Perez, and actually rode it out just to get to the channel. Here we go. Adam Melling in and out as well, repositioning himself. Here is the Perez wave, and he wanted more of this wave, and he kind of stuck to it because, well, let's see, put some turns together and get over to the channel.
Yeah, he hasn't had much besides that 5.8, the 3.4. He doesn't want to keep that in the score line. And, you know, get out there, get some rhythm. It's been a while since he caught a wave.
15 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock, and we're waiting for Hank Gaskell, needing a 5.81. And it looks like he's going to get that. Things are going to change in the lineup here for the Vans World Cup of Surfing, the second jewel in the Vans Triple Crown Championship. And there it is, the 6.50. Hank Gaskell takes the lead by 0.70. John Florence now needs a 5.54. Michel Perez needs a 5.74. Melling needs an 8.96. This is a great heat. Anybody could do it with one closing wave.
I got a question for Ishe. What do you think he would have got if he would have completed that second or third turn?
It was a 7.5.
Maybe a point.
Yeah, definite point. Yeah. That third turn, that extra maneuver really makes a difference. And now Perez, after that wave, he's positioned himself on the inside bowl, setting up a nice tube ride, pumping through.
Jet ski. That was crucial. I mean, that jet ski made a little bit of a wake there, and he tried to doggy door it. You can hear some people on the beach. Let's watch a replay of that. Let's see if Perez looks irritated here.
I don't know if it was a jet ski or maybe a caddy that had to duck underneath it to help collapse. So let's take a look. The error replay.
Slowing it down on the Van's error replay. Perfect stall. Lines it up here, sets it high, and here's he's pumping through this section, and it just gutters right here, Ross.
That was one of the more hollow waves we've seen in a while. And there he eyes the jet ski and the doggy door and says, well, I'm out of here, and just gets axed that hit his outside rail and just tips him over. Whew. Yeah, I agree. I don't know if the ski, Dave, affected him too bad. I think he was just trying to doggy door it, and he got lipped on that board hit his lip. I mean, sorry, the lip hit his board.
He's okay, or just got his bell rang a little bit, regain composure, and get back out there.
And just straighten out his leash. It's probably wrapped around his leg once or twice. He's going to get in the lineup, and he doesn't complain. He's going to move. He's going to at least replace a low score in his two-wave score line. And again, we're talking about winning this thing, but second, third, and fourth, obviously, points and prize money will help, especially if you're going after the Triple Crown title. Where's Adam Melling in the lineup? His best wave at 2.57. This guy has been red hot all contest long, and now he's kind of silent. That last wave, his run for cover, a 6.23. Michel Perez goes into the lead by a half point.
I'm not positive that that's the barrel. There was that one wave he rode before, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, that was an interesting set of scores there. And here's Melling on a better looking wave. He's so just attacking Sunset.
He really is. I mean, he's surfing that wave like it's lowers, and but that was not the best wave selection. That was a really small one on the inside bowl. So we'll have to get back to you. I'm not sure that that's the wave of that barrel of Michel Perez, but nonetheless, he got the score he needed to move into first place.
It's a very, very
well. The other wave was where he just made it to the channel.
He had a couple turns on that wave, though. He had a couple snaps. He didn't complete that. Oh, I don't know.
You know what? They might have saw the jet ski in the way and kind of gave him credit for making that barrel, even though he didn't complete that ride out of just a gift.
Well,
I'm confused because I see the 2.27 in his score line on the way before and 6.23, and
he didn't ride out of that.
Yeah,
he fell, and the lip hit his board and he fell. So my only guess right now is that maybe that was the wave previous, but even that seems a little high for that wave. He had a couple nice solid cutbacks, but well, there's a lot of time left, 11 minutes, and all kinds of drama.
Well, the beach announcer saying that was his final wave. We'll have to wait and see.
I see here.
There we go.
There we go.
So a 6.23 for the very conservative move to get to the channel. A 4.33 for the barrel closeout. But still,
that's about right.
Yes.
You know,
no, that was a 4.33. He almost made the doggy door. He did some great work through the tube. If he would have completed it cleanly, I'm saying 7-point ride.
Well, the 6.23 even seems maybe, I'd almost, if we have time, get JD to queue up a replay of that just to see if we missed something.
But first, John Florence, well up the point, looking for a tube ride right here.
He sees it.
He's playing with it, and high line in and out, and he doesn't miss a beat.
Yeah, that's that crazy deep water spot, though, there, Dave, where he's just going to have to go out and get out the back. And here's a replay.
This is a 6.23.
6.23.
There's a lot of action right here. We all got mixed up, and that was a good-looking first turn. You see the power in that.
Very strong first turn, and then he backs it up with a nice cut back, and then this is where it just turns into the kind of soupy shoulder. Maybe one more nice little cut back here.
Yeah, I'm not buying a 6.23. I'm sorry. I'm selling that thing. Hank Gaskell 6.5 with a better tube ride. He got spit out, big carve.
It's on the high side for sure.
Yeah.
And then we've got John Florence here. We
nice
believe this is wave number 4.
Little skate influenced kick stall there, but more or less he knows that was almost a waste of time. He needs to get out the back. Well, John was taking control of his heat. Now he's slipped down to third.
Last two waves for Gaskell, a 5.03 and a 6.50. Has him in second. He is down by a half a point. Here we go to the inside. Is this Hammer and Hank?
Adam Melling.
Adam Melling.
Little head dip there, but that was kind of too far in the shoulder and out the back.
Next up is John Florence in and out, and there'll be somebody possibly on this third wave. Keep an eye.
Well, what I like to see, especially with this trade winds, is you can just, there's a forecast, an instant forecast. I mean, look at all these lines marching in, and it's really west. It's just coming straight into the west peak.
Well, John wasn't interested in that last wave. They see a set coming through. There's 9 minutes and 19 seconds remaining. And what looked like to be a John Florence show has changed quite a bit. I can't believe he's in that third spot with what he's done in prior heats. He is looking to better, well, a 6.0 in his scoreline, a 4.83. He needs a 6.04 to get rid of that 4.8.
Oh my gosh, Dave, while you were talking there and we were watching, John Florence made an incredible tube ride. I wrote him off inside that. Ross.
Wow. At the back, it is Perez now, surfer in red.
Yeah, John read that wave perfectly, and that's going to be a big score. He did the disappearing act there, really deep, but he was tucked the whole time. He never extended. We'll see in the replay that he was deep in that barrel.
He was so deep. I can't believe he came through that. If we have a water angle of that, it's going to be incredible.
Meanwhile, Adam Melling sneaking off on it. Everyone's hugging that inside bowl. Nobody trusts Hank on the inside by himself, and this one's going to extend for him. Another decent barrel. It wasn't as good as John's, but we're going to have to queue up some replays for you.
Yeah, it's hard to compare after John's wave, but Adam Melling threw a perfect line through a long barrel at Sunset.
And John backed it up with a sweet cutback. Check out how deep he gets here. He gets really low to his board. When we get to the water angle, we're going to see, look, he went through that tube monster. And a little claim there. He knows that was really hard to make. And look, a little bonus cutback there. Look at that style. And off the whitewash.
Yeah, that was really cool, guys. Really, really cool.
Look how low he got, and as soon as that barrel gets him a chance, look, he had to tuck his elbow in to get around that elbow.
See that like wedge lump he went over in the barrel?
Yeah, he like tucked in to get around it. Right there, a little claim, and then that bonus section for that cool cutback. So, wow, Dave?
Well, he's going to smoke everybody right there. The little lucky wristband, I think he got it because well, at least a 9-0, maybe a 9-5. We're going to take a look at scores as they drop through. Things might change. Michel Perez gave it a good shot as well, and Adam Melling got a little cover up.
Everyone having fun out there. It's just a great finish to the Advanced World Cup of Surfing. The finals are just turning on here.
And Adam Melling, you know, this was a nice barrel too. It wasn't quite as deep and long as John's, but look at that. Really good positioning there, pumping through to get that. To get out of the the doggy door there.
It's so rare it stays open the whole way. It didn't have to go through any sections that pinched or closed out on them. And good surfing from Adam Melling. I'm kind of in a sweat right now with all the action.
Well, we saw maybe the last hour of the inside bowl just went to sleep. It's alive. It's back. So this is just creating tons of action for us.
And everybody on the beach very vocal at 9.50 for John Florence, and they're going to say it right now. Listen to the crowd. Yeah, they are sitting ovation, but they love it. A 9.5 and a 6.0. His opening wave is 6.0, and now a 9.5.
I just got the chills. That was so cool.
Here we go with a seventh wave score for Adam Melling. Boy, it's been a busy heat.
Way out the point, we see some waves coming in, and this is Hank, and he's taking over the point lineup after his competitors moved into the bowl.
Well, you know what? You just kind of shift in the lineup when they find out you're getting good waves to the inside. It's going to get crowded. He moves back out. Avoiding the crowd is Hank Gaskell. He is looking for a 9.01 right now in that third spot.
I feel like Hank kind of got hoodwinked. You know, he had the cool theory of sitting on the inside bowl, so he lured everyone in, and then he went outside. And meanwhile, you know, they got all the big scores, and now he's just sitting out of no man's land. He actually had to kick out of that wave. It was so fat.
We've had Michel Perez with two waves that didn't quite work out, but he could be right in the hunt with those two waves that they opened up for him. He has been charging hard. The Tahitians on the beach have been just screaming. He is currently in that second spot. He is needing a 9.28. His two-wave total 12.03 to John Florence 15.5, and another one.
Just coming out of that, John on fire out here. Another crazy cutback rebound off the whitewash. Wow.
Melling with a suicide barrel.
Oh.
He might have a line through this. God, look at this barrel he's in, and there's no exit. He did extremely well just to get where he got on that wave.
That was a really hollow barrel. I can't wait to see the water shot of that.
Look at the waves. They're still coming through. 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. The era replay highlights.
And I don't know if this is going to go into John's count. Well, actually, he's counting to 6, so it might.
Trying to better a 6.0. John Florence in the lead right now.
Watch this roundhouse. He gets so high on the rebound.
Boom.
Nicely done.
Let's see Adam Melling. This is stupid.
Okay.
Oh gosh, look at the size of these waves out the back. Look at this thing.
Total different look to it. Look how hollow it is. Side slipping into that next section.
committed.
So unfortunate it didn't open up for him.
Yeah, that would have been a 10 for sure. Larry Haynes nailing the shot from the channel. Great job off the ski.
The surf is still marching through. It was supposed to back off just a bit. Take a look at this.
It's firing. Look at all these lines coming in.
For anyone that doubted Sunset Beach, this is a world-class venue. I can't thank fans for bringing this event here.
Yeah, this is great. This is really fun to watch. We're all in. Dave Stanfield's standing up. He just ditched his chair, and me and Shay are like,
we're sweating.
I'm shaking over here. Yeah, I feel like I drank 5 cups of coffee. I mean, I'm psyched.
Shay's sweating. Ross has got the jitters, and I just can't sit down anymore. It's just too good. And I'm just looking at the crowd on the beach. They are just worked up as well. Into a frenzy we go. In this, the final qualifying event of the entire year on the Association of Surfing Professionals World Tour, this prime event, $250,000 in prize money. Who's going to get the 40 grand? Does that 19-year-old need 40 grand?
He doesn't, but man, he's definitely earning it.
Yeah, he's earning it right now. Michel Perez. He's in the combination situation. Last wave for Florence at 7.50.
Yep, he's been the man to beat. In the final, he's distancing himself in the pack.
Everyone's comboed. All 3 guys are comboed. So with 3 minutes left, they got to get 2 scoring waves.
What kind of highlight show can we have? It might last for 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, we can make an intersection part or something. This is good stuff. A lot of highlights, and no aerials. That's refreshing. You know, this is all carves and barrels. I love it. This is some old school, cool surfing.
We see aerials all year. Be out here at Sunset Beach. It's about real surfing, real power carves. So good to see an aerialist like John Florence able to display his full bag.
Hats off.
2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. It's not over yet. Now, there is a battle for that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spot. Plenty of money on the line and some serious points for guys that are, well, we know that Adam Melling would love to get as many points as possible for a possible Triple Crown title because he knows Taj has won at Pipe before. Here's our surfer in yellow, John Florence again.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Oh, he's going to get axed on that. And I'll tell you what, John is going to be in the lead now for the Triple Crown, and the way that kid surfs at Pipe, oh man, just give him the trophy now.
John got a 5th at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. Adam Melling got a 2nd.
Yeah, and there's a lot of points top loaded on that 1st place, and possibly even if Melling gets 2nd, John would go in the lead, and then of course he's so dominant at Pipeline, John Florence. Easily, if he wins this event, he could win Pipeline as well.
There's the crowd. They look stunned.
Well, it's just kind of like a big adrenaline rush. We're all in a letdown right now.
28 waves ridden. We thought they were going to run out of gas. Somebody refueled them, and they're in the lineup just putting on one of the best shows ever. Michel Perez, although you see a 6.23 and a 5.80, some thrilling rides out there. Adam Melling with a 6.83 and now a 5.13. He's finally been kicking things into gear his last 2 waves. Gaskell, well, he was running and gunning. He's got a 6.5 and a 5.03, but it's John Florence with a spectacular 9.5 and a 7.5. He has comboed the entire field, meaning these guys need 2 waves to overtake him. They have exactly 55 minutes to do so. Here comes the set. It is going to be just a phenomenal finish for John Florence.
Yeah, we're under a minute here, 45 seconds to go, and I think the writing's on the wall here. We got a winner.
Yeah, it could be a little mini battle for 2nd here if a wave comes in. But right now, Michel Perez holding on to that spot. So, wow, I'm really proud of John being from the North Shore. You know, I've been watching this kid since he was in diapers surfing out here, and this is just an awesome win for the North Shore, and I'm really proud of him.
Everyone's been waiting for this moment. He's been just on the up and up for years, getting spots into here, and now it's all come together here at the Advanced World Cup of Surfing for John Florence. Up again on nice-looking waves, stretching out in front of him, pulling in deep.
He's a wave hog out there. He's getting all the waves.
And let's just say this, John low-key, great kid.
He's very humble.
Very humble, just so low-key.
It's refreshing.
And that is it. We are history. The 2nd stop in the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. The 2nd jewel comes to a close. It's the Vans World Cup. Wrapping things up on the ASP qualifying series. John Florence puts on a yellow singlet. Take a look. Does he have the magic bracelet on the wrist? Oh my gosh. He paddles out. Hands up. He just finds out that he is the champion.
That's incredible. I definitely have goosebumps. And he well deserved. He surfed the best out of anyone this whole event. Really consistent, some of the most aggressive surfing, but then backing it up with some really classic carving. You know, big man carves. Shay?
Oh, yeah, John. I mean, we're going to have a highlight package for John Florence that is second to none here at Sunset Beach. Dominant performance from round one. He looked good. It's in the barrel and on the face, in the lip. He did it all out here at Sunset Beach.
John Florence gets a 17.0. John Florence, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the top 10 heats of this entire contest, and he's going to get a lift back on the ski. The Hawaiian Water Patrol giving the champion a ride back into the beach, where he'll probably be chaired up to the podium.
4 of the top 10 scores. Where did he surf only 5 times this event?
Right, that's radical. And it's cool to see because a lot of times you'll see maybe the best surfer of the event doing the craziest moves, losing the semis. So it's awesome to see that John, you know, not only did he win the contest, but he was definitely the best surfer.
And we're getting the side shot here as they come in. And let's see what's going to happen. Larry Haynes, great job, and our entire crew, phenomenal HD camera work all the way through. He's pretty calm looking.
How many events has he won this year in Hawaii? He's won the backdoor shootout. He won the Pipeline Pro.
Volca Pipeline Pro. And now he's won the Vans World Cup of Surfing.
That's 3. And now we've got Pipeline coming up here. 3 in 1 year already. 4 events in a year. That's I don't know anyone that's won 4 events in Hawaii in 1 year.
Fist pump there.
That means you're calling it. There we go. Well, here we go onto the beach, into the short pound. Hands up. He is stoked.
Getting right in there from, looks like Bunga Perkins, and that was just such a dominant performance there by John.
What is going to happen on the beach? He's got a posse there. There is his crew to the beach, stoked.
So look at this. This is really fun to watch. Watch all the, look at that. Just pure emotion right there.
He joins the cast of legends. Raoni Montero, Joel Parkinson winning 3 times, CJ Hopgood, Makuakai Rothman, Andy Irons, Jake Patterson, Miles Padaka, Sonny Garcia, Zane Harrison, Shane Dorian, and there he is.
That's really good to see right there. I mean, he must just be, hopefully he's sucking this all in, because you know, he could get numb. This is a part that just gets surreal.
Hoisted to the stage. The rookie coming into the World Championship Tour halfway during the year, number 35 on the World Championship Tour, number 22 in the world rankings. Look for a big vault up the ranking system for John Florence.
See, he got hoisted there by his brother and longtime friend, Petey Johnson, and you know, this has been a long time in the making. John's been basically a star since he was 8 years old, so I can't believe it came to fruition. You know, a lot of times you'd think, man, there's just too much hype around this kid, but he's showed up more, you know, all that and more.
I totally agree. When you take a look at somebody that's young, talented, you go, is he going to grow up over it? He's going to be, the competition is going to be just, I don't need to do it. No. Humble, nice, a phenomenal skater, great snowboarder, and obviously just an exceptional surfer. What an athlete. Gets hosted to the stage, and now we get ready for our awards presentation. Look at all the waves ridden. 9 waves for John Florence, a 9.5 and a 7.0. Those were back-to-back waves that give him the 2-wave total. There is the cup on the screen, and we get set here.
That's one of the best trophies in surfing. Just really classic. You know, a sports trophy that could be from 100 different sports.
You heard some applause on the beach. Michel Perez coming in as well, and the crowd appreciating his efforts. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, award ceremony. It's the Vans World Cup of Surfing. John Florence wins. Stay with us. Well, there's the scene here just along Cam Highway on the north shore of the island of Oahu in the Hawaiian Islands. Sunset Beach hosting this, another epic World Cup of Surfing. This one brought to you by Vans, our final stop on the ASP World Tour in the qualifying series. And a surfer in his preteen years used to go to Sunset Beach Surf Night at the Sunset Beach Elementary School, get some autographs, and he will be signing them tonight. John Florence with a 17.0 out of a possible 20 points on his 2 waves. Michel Perez in the hunt all the way. Great performance. Adam Melling, the third, and Hank Gaskell. Congratulations to Hana Hank.
Yeah, what an event. And yeah, tonight is Friday, December 2nd, and if you're free and you're on the North Shore, come on down to that surf night because it's a really fun event to go to. There's all the surf stars there signing posters and lots of good food, so come on down and support Sunset Elementary.
Also, we do have the North Shore Surf Film Festival at Turtle Bay Resort, and that's going to go on for a couple of days. So things are happening. The band's board short release party, invitation only, and that will be December 5th. And lots of things going on. We'd like to thank some of our good friends here, Roadrunner, Hawaii's fastest internet service. They've helped us out considerably. JN Automotive Group, Surfing Magazine, Surfline, Nixon, GoPro, Cliff Bar. Oh, so many. The Hawaiian Tourism Authority, beautiful images of how great this state is. Skull Candy, Oceanic Time Warner Cable. Lots of things happening. Let's take a look at the highlights. Ross, get some oxygen, and we're set to go. Some of the best surfing ever. Well, no, let's hold on. We're going to go to Bo, but John Florence. Okay, let's go to highlights. Oh, that was the introduction. Here we go. Highlight package of the Vans World Cup. We were speechless, weren't we?
Yeah, we weren't sure. I didn't want to mess it up. You know, should we talk over it? This is just a beautiful day of surfing here on the North Shore at Sunset Beach. Hank Gaskell was on fire all day, just coming up a little short. Who could stop the kid, the young John? You know, he was just on fire.
Well, congratulations to Hank, vaulting up in the rankings, needing these points to get better seeds into the Star and the Prime events. Michel Perez had a huge fan base on the beach cheering him on, but it was John Florence finding the nuggets. And although he took a couple on the head, he came back time and time again. Great paddling skills.
That wave right there was the big score, and that propelled him straight into first place.
Adam Melling gave it a good shot. He looked in form from day number 1. Here is John again, just finding nuggets everywhere.
Yeah, Adam Melling really was a big standout in this event, but John was just so motivated out there. He was catching, he caught twice as many waves as everyone else. And that wave there from Adam Melling was definitely the hollowest wave of the event.
A huge long run by both Adam Melling and Michel Perez. They didn't work out. John Florence makes the barrels, makes it happen. Poncho Sullivan, Miles Padaka happy with his huge victory here at the Vans World Cup. Congratulations to the 19-year-old John Florence. Yes, another victory here on the North Shore as he kickstarts his career in a big way. There's the World Cup. Now let's go down to the stage. Bo Hodge with the ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the award ceremony for the Vans World Cup of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy. First off, how about a round of applause for all the great surfers performing out here at Sunset Beach. Next up, I'm going to be bringing out contest director, Mr. Marty Thomas, to award this year's JN Automotive Rookie for the Vans Triple Crown. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Marty Thomas.
Thank you, Bo. Appreciate it. On behalf of Vans Triple Crown Surfing and JN Automotive, I present the JN Automotive Vans Triple Crown Rookie to Evan Gauselman.
Thank you, Marty. Evan wins a $1,000 check, or this is coming from JN Automotive Brad Nicolay, a $5,000 deal off any JN Automotive Chevy, Mazda, Audi, or any of their exotic cars, including a Bentley, a Maserati, a Ferrari, or a Lamborghini, and they will ship it to your home in Florida. How about that? Now, this award has been started since 1992. You'll look at the names. Taylor Knox was the first rookie of the Triple Crown. We've had winners such as Jamie O'Brien. We've had other winners, including Jordy Smith, and last year was Julian Wilson. So a big, long list. We'd like to thank Dave Sadolski from Surfco, who started the rookie of the Triple Crown. And this man, you're going to see him a lot more in the future. One more time for Evan Geiselman. How does it feel to win this award?
It's great. I've always wanted to win it since I was really young. I almost wasn't going to do the contest this year because I didn't know if I was ready yet. But yeah, it was a big goal of mine, and I'm just really happy to accomplish it. And I just want to say good job to John and all the guys that made the final. They're killing it. It was really fun to watch.
Yeah, it was a battle between you and Kolohe Andino, so you got the better of Kolohe in the best two events here at Haleiwa Sunset. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Evan Geiselman. Next up, I'm going to be bringing up from Van's team, Mr. Shea Lopez. Shay's going to say a few words courtesy of Vans and about this great contest here at Sunset Beach. Shea.
Thanks, Bo. I just want to thank the crowd, the local support, everyone coming out here to watch John Florence just put on a great show. You like John Florence out here? Woo! And of course, none of this would be possible without the local community support. Thank you for allowing us to run this event at beautiful Sunset. We saw it really turn on for the finals. Incredible event. Thank you so much. And now we're going to go on to the awards with Bo Hodges and our 4 competitors.
Thank you very much, Shea. Now let's bring our final 4 up to the main stage. In 4th place, receiving a check for $10,000 from Hana Maui, receiving points of 11.53. Put your hands together for ASP Hawaii Regional Champion, Mr. Hank Gaskell. Hank, with your placings in the final, Randy Rarick has just informed me you have a special invite to the Billabong Pipeline Masters. Congratulations.
Thank you, Bo. I'm really, really excited for that. Yeah, I knew I had to do really well here to get in that, and I didn't expect to do this good. I'm just, I couldn't be happier right now.
Well, congratulations to you. You well earned it.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Mr. Hank Gaskell, ASP Hawaii Regional Champion. We'll see him at the Bonsai Pipeline. In 3rd place, receiving a check for $12,000, scored 11.96. He hails from Australia. Put your hands together for the man, Adam Melling. In 2nd place, receiving a check for $20,000 from Tahiti. We scored 12.03. Ladies and gentlemen, Michelle Perez. Last but not least, receiving the granddaddy of them all, a $40,000 check, 6,500 points, 17 points in the final. He hails from down the beach, 19 years of age, Mr. John Florence. Make it official. There you go. All right, guys, hold up your checks. Hold up your trophies. We'll get a photo op, and then we'll talk to our champion, John Florence. What an exciting final. John scored a 9.5 and also a 7.5 in the final. Out of a possible 20, he scored 17 total points in this final. On to the victory here at the 2011 Vans World Cup of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy. Let's get a word with John Florence. John, congratulations. This event has so much history. Back in 1975, Mark Richards first won this event. You look at the names, the Hall of Fame surfers, including Dane Kealoha, Michael Derrico, Sonny Garcia, Andy Irons, and the list goes on. Now we add John Florence. How does that make you feel?
It means everything to me. You know, I've grown up here watching this contest since I was little, and all these guys won all these events, and just to be a part of it and to actually win it, it's like, it means everything. And, you know, I couldn't have done it without my mom or John Peisel or P. Johnson or especially Poncho Sullivan. You know, I just want to send out special thanks to them. And, yeah, thank you.
Talk about your year. A second place down in Durban. You're doing well at the Prime events, coming into the World Tour halfway through. Talk about your experience and coming up to number 22 into this event. You've cracked the top 20 in the world ranking now.
Yeah, you know, I'm so stoked. It's been a crazy year for me, gone a lot of ups and downs, and just, yeah, to win this event and to be in the World Tour, I'm stoked. I can't wait for Pipe.
And oh yeah, speaking of Pipe, you are now the Vans Triple Crown point leader heading into the Billabong Pipeline Masters.
I'm so stoked right now if I won that. I don't even know what I would say.
Well, let's see. How many events have you won at Pipeline just in this year alone?
2.
Oh, only 2. The only 2 held there. You won the backdoor shootout. You won the Vulcan Pipeline Pro. You're the odds-on favorite. Good luck to you down at Pipeline, and all of Hawaii and the rest of the world is cheering for you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time. For John Florence, Michelle Perez, Adam Melling, and Hank Gaskell. Gentlemen, stand forward onto the main stage. We'll get some more photo ops here, and back up to you guys up in the booth.
Woo. What a cool kid.
Really mellow. I love how, you know, we nailed it. We said he's humble. You know, you could tell there, just not a kid of many words, but very humble.
He knew who to thank. He knew he's been watching this for so long. He is a surf fan, and just, it's awesome. Well, John Florence does win, 19 years of age, his third big victory here on the North Shore. Coming up, well, another big event. Michelle Perez, congratulations for him. You know what, a victory like this is only good when you have great competitors, and great competitors coming from Michelle Perez, Adam Melling, and Hank Gaskell. It pushed him into some amazing surfing performances here over the course of the last 3 or 4 days.
It really did. I mean, John took command of that heat, but that was any one of those guys could have won that heat out there.
And congratulations to Evan Geiselman winning the JN Automotive Rookie of the Triple Crown. Get ready. The Billabong Pipeline Masters in memory of Andy Irons begins Thursday, December 8th. Preliminary Surfline Lola forecast calling for 11 to 15-foot surf at 8 in the morning. 7.7 feet at 20 seconds, moving to 12 to 17 feet in the afternoon at 18 seconds. The sand is moving off the reef. We could start Thursday, December 8th, with the granddaddy of all contests. The Triple Crown of Surfing, the second jewel, comes to a close. On behalf of our entire staff right here in the booth, Ross Williams, David Sanfield, saying aloha so long, and we'll see you possibly on the 8th of December for the Billabong Pipe Masters. We hope you join us. Thanks, everybody. Aloha.
Thanks for watching.
Quite like it. It's big, huge barrels, and it's pretty unpredictable.
For the first, I think, 10 years or so, they didn't even count it if you went right. You had to go left to win the contest.
Presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. The Vans World Cup of Surfing from Sunset Beach is brought to you by Nixon, sponsors of the Nixon WTA, watches and accessories. On the web, visit nixonnow.com. GoPro, check out the new HD Hero 2 cameras from GoPro, the world's most versatile HD camera. Cliff Bar, performance nutrition for sustained energy. Surfline.com, the official forecaster for the 2011 Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Know before you go. Flow Water, reusable water bottle refill stations. Check out flowwaterstation.com. State Farm Insurance. Get to a better state with State Farm. Find a local Hawaii agent at sttraffic.net. Roadrunner, Hawaii's fastest internet service. rr.com. Make it your homepage. JN Automotive Group, featuring Chevrolet, Mazda, Audi, and the exotics. Come ride with us. Surfing Magazine, print and digital editions. What's now and what's next in surfing? Hawaiian Airlines. Hawaii flies with us. HawaiianAirlines.com. Turtle Bay Resort. Official accommodations for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Discover true Hawaii. Climb On Products. Chemical-free, intensive skin repair and protection. Coral Reef Safe. WaveJet Propulsion. A revolutionary water propulsion system. Visit wavejet.com. Hawaii Tourism Authority. Visit www.gohawaii.com. The people of Hawaii would love to share their islands with you. Skull Candy, the official sound of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Oceanic Time Warner Cable, serving the state of Hawaii with cable TV, high-speed internet, home phone service, and mobile internet. And this event is sanctioned by ASP Hawaii.
I poor people something now. Boy, state of emergency, but that can't stop the hustling now. Aye. People gone back downtown, downtown nice again. Me glad all the war thing done. Come money up, make money up, spend. Gone back downtown. Downtown nice again, me glad all the war thing done. Come money up, make money up, spend. Watch the truck, them a rolling from country. Never see so much poor people alive. Anything you want, you find it down there. I saw me know say coronation sell out. Isn't it nice to feel the vibe? Yes, the people got to strive, working hard to stay alive. Oh yeah, people got back downtown. Downtown nice again. Me glad all the war thing done. Although mama lose her son, yeah. Gone back downtown. Window seat. Market nice again. Me